Shen Wenyu has traversed into a literary world, finding herself in the era of the Great Daxia Dynasty as a princess who is least favored by the emperor. Her biological mother is merely a noble consort who, due to her failure to bear a son, harbors an extreme indifference towards her daughter. With a father who neglects her and a mother who does not love her, Shen Wenyu resigns herself to a fate of being married off to fulfill her role as a mere pawn. Surprisingly, her mother begins to treat her as a treasured gem, steadily elevating her status, while the patriarchal emperor dubs her the pearl in his palm, bestowing upon her a fief of 3,000. Even the Empress Dowager, who has long resided in the depths of the palace in sincere devotion to Buddhism, regards her as a child sent by heaven. Bewilderingly transformed into the daughter of a noble consort and the most esteemed princess of the Great Daxia Dynasty, with a younger brother who is the crown prince, Shen Wenyu exclaims, "Huh? This plot seems erroneous." Note: other princes and princesses lack the ability of mind reading. Only the protagonist's family and the empress possess this gift. Chapter 1. The combatant among the cannon fodder. Note: the protagonist is the original owner. Shen Wenyu has been in the book for 2 days now. Had she known just 2 days earlier that she would enter a fictional narrative, she would have dutifully memorized and recited the melodramatic tale titled The Delicate Noble Consort, The Emperor's Sole Affection for Me 500 times. Alas, that is not the case. All she knows is that she has become the daughter of a cannon fodder character, a veritable warrior among the expendables. The sole scene she appears in the entire narrative is being sent off for a political marriage, only to be tortured to death a year later. Today marks her first encounter with the biological mother of this body. A pitiful woman who took her own life by hanging after the emperor dismissed the harem for the noble consort. Noble consort gazes coldly at the daughter she bore after 10 months of pregnancy and remarks, "What else can you do besides causing trouble all day?" Yet, upon finishing her sentence, noble consort hears the voice of a young girl in her mind. Sigh, waking up early to see 2 sneaky palace maids hovering around your bed eating your breakfast. Who wouldn't go mad in such a situation? Noble consort Ye's expression freezes in anger as she recognizes that the voice in her mind belongs to her daughter. But how could this be? What is happening? It is not that I intend to cause trouble. It is these palace maids who refuse to let me eat. I am so hungry. I just wanted to come out and have something to eat. Thus, Shen Wenyu's face betrays a hint of guilt. Cough. It is only natural that she climbed a tree to pick fruit, even if it damaged the tree, right? Noble consort observes her daughter's seemingly obedient demeanor, completely unaware of the earlier irritable thoughts, and cannot help but pursed her lips. Her mother looks more beautiful when she is not angry. It would be even better if she smiled more. Noble consort momentarily stunned, gazes into her daughter's eyes. The eyes of a child are the purest. Those large, bright eyes make her feel as though she is the entire world to her daughter. However, considering that her father does not favor her, she truly is all that her daughter possesses. After all, she is her own flesh and blood. Noble consort purses her lips, temporarily attributing the anomaly to the mother-daughter bond, and waves her hand towards her chief maid, Wan Shu, saying, "Go search the quarters of the palace maids serving the 6th princess." Although she is not favored, how dare a few palace maids bully her daughter under her nose? This should have been done long ago. Those 2 palace maids are lazy, and one of them is even secretly having an affair with a eunuch. Unbelievable. How could anyone stoop to such a level with that pockmarked little eunuch? Noble consort responds, "How could such sordid affairs transpire within her palace? Wan Shu, be thorough in your investigation." After instructing her maid, noble consort refocuses her attention on her daughter. Her feelings towards this daughter have never been so complex. When she first entered the palace, her beauty earned her favor, but after a few instances, she became pregnant. The palace is not lacking in beauties, and the current emperor certainly has no shortage of heirs. After her pregnancy, the emperor merely elevated her to noble consort and swiftly took on new favorites, forgetting her. She endured her pregnancy with the belief that giving birth to a son would turn her fortunes around. Yet, she bore a daughter. The emperor did not even glance at her, and her status remained awkwardly as a noble consort. Shen Wenyu, aware of her struggles through both the narrative and the original owner's memories, understands the desperation of a powerless consort in the harem yearning for a son, hence she harbors no ill will towards her. After all, when the original owner was sent off for a political marriage, her mother knelt before the Yangxin Palace for 3 days and nights, ultimately fainting from exhaustion. Furthermore, even if she does not love me, what can I do? Had I not come here, I would likely have become the first princess to starve to death, earning an odd place in history. Noble consort burdened with worries, is amused by her daughter's remarks. What a strange notion of earning a place in history. Where did this little girl learn such things? She considers her ability to hear her daughter's thoughts as a form of communication, and she feels less resistant towards her daughter, even beckoning her to sit beside her. Naturally, Shen Wenyu happily complies. She believes that this mother, who is willing to kneel for her daughter, cannot possibly be a bad person. Thus, she inches closer to her beautiful mother. Her mother smells delightful, and this fabric is so soft. Noble consort Yi is momentarily taken aback, finally noticing that her daughter is clad only in ordinary coarse cloth. How could such garments befit a princess? She intended to call out for the sixth princess but, recalling her daughter's previous words, awkwardly addresses her as Yuer. Every beginning is challenging. The subsequent conversation flows much more smoothly. Yuer, tell your mother, what is the story behind the clothes you are wearing? Shen Wenyu blinks, knowing well that a child who cries will receive milk. Upon reflecting on the events of the past few days, her eyes brimmed with tears. Mother, they have all been bullying your son. The provisions sent by the Internal Affairs Bureau have been usurped by them. How outrageous! They even had the audacity to feed their own while mocking me. Today, love-stricken fool, you shall pay dearly and return my money. 2 palace maids actually dared to seize the princess's monthly allowance. Before Lady Yi could express her fury, Wan Shu barged in, accompanied by 2 stern matrons dragging the 2 palace maids with an imposing demeanor. My lady, I discovered these in their quarters. Lady Yi stood to inspect, and lo and behold, these were indeed her daughter's provisions. She initially intended for Wan Shu to take these deceitful individuals directly to the Ministry of Justice. Yet, she overheard her daughter's thoughts. What a splendid opportunity. This could directly implicate the Internal Affairs Bureau, claiming their servants have disrespected the princess. When the servants bully their master, they dare to mistreat a princess. Soon they will target other imperial relatives. Is this not an affront to the dignity of the imperial family? Father values his reputation immensely, and will certainly regard this matter with utmost seriousness. Lady Yi could scarcely believe such words emanated from her merely 5-year-old daughter. However, she had not raised other children. What if her daughter possessed extraordinary talents? Contemplating this notion felt quite promising, and with a plausible reason to seek an audience with the emperor, her heart raced with excitement. Yet, one must prioritize the complaints. If I were to approach the emperor directly, without the queen's knowledge, she would undoubtedly feel slighted, considering she is the one who governs the inner palace. Lady Yi pondered briefly, realizing the truth in this reasoning. Thus, she took her daughter and the 2 offending palace maids to the peony hall. As she grasped her daughter's delicate hand, she felt a pang of guilt. This seems to be the first time I have held my mother's hand. It is so warm. Lady Yi found herself unable to meet Shen Wenyu's gaze. The queen was currently occupied with palace affairs when a maid reported Lady Yi's request for an audience, and she contemplated the identity of Lady Yi. Upon witnessing her lead Shen Wenyu in a curtsy, it dawned on her. She is indeed the mother of the 6th princess. Rise. What brings you here? The queen replied, somewhat impatiently, for such lesser-favored consorts often sought her audience to plead for the emperor's attention. She never considered that if she possessed such abilities, she would not currently be childless. Wow, how regal and graceful mother is. What was that sound? The queen, hearing the innocent voice, fixed her gaze on the 6th princess before her. Lady Yi nearly fainted upon hearing her daughter's words. Could she truly call her mother? The current queen, having no children of her own, despised other princes and princesses addressing her as mother, as it constantly reminded her of her childless existence, surrounded only by a host of illegitimate offspring. Fortunately, the queen's expression remained unchanged. While Lady Yi sighed in relief, she also felt a subtle joy in the unique privilege of hearing her daughter's innermost thoughts. The queen had witnessed countless spectacles. Even shamans performing rituals could not disturb her composure. Upon hearing those words, she merely felt a fleeting pang of insecurity, covering the fine lines at the corners of her eyes with her hand, while maintaining her authoritative demeanor as the esteemed queen. Chapter 2. The Emperor's Trial. In this life, and the last, the first encounter that Shen Wenyu had with a living empress was truly remarkable. Despite having only 2 days to overlook the past, she was particularly in awe of the resplendent peony that such overwhelming wealth had cultivated. Is mother still attending to palace matters? How arduous that must be. With a mother as captivating as the empress, why are there still so many concubines? The empress, praised simultaneously alongside the beautiful Yi Guoran, straightened her back subtly, revealing the most enchanting angle of her visage. Indeed. She could hear the inner musings of this ungrateful beauty enthusiast, exclaiming in silent glee. The empress endeavored to compose her expression. However, since ascending to the throne, as the exemplar of all women, her every action was deemed a matter of course, and it had become rare for anyone to offer her such sincere compliments. Thus, her lips inevitably curved upwards slightly. Yi Guoran, momentarily roused from her daughter's flattery, found it curious that the empress had not expressed anger at her prolonged silence, but nonetheless recounted the events in detail. How outrageous! The empress exclaimed, her ire palpable. She understood that after nearly a decade of marriage, the emperor had long since lost any romantic affection, and the only way to maintain his respect was to fulfill her duties as empress diligently. Yet, the fact that a servant had dared to bully a princess in her harem, engaging in such sordid acts, was intolerable. Thankfully, It was Yi Guiran who had the foresight to inform her. Had this matter reached the emperor directly, he would surely believe that she could neither manage her concubines nor her attendants. Therefore, to the well-mannered Yi Guiran and her daughter, the empress softened her demeanor. I am aware of this. I shall report it to the emperor and ensure that you both receive proper recompense. Mother is truly kind. The empress, touched by the innocent voice echoing in her mind and gazing at the young girl clad in coarse fabric, exhibited a rare moment of tenderness. Gontang, fetch me the white jade bracelet from my jewelry box. Gontang complied, intrigued by the notion that the empress intended to bestow a gift upon Yi Guiran. However, as the empress approached Shen Wenyu and adorned her delicate wrist with the bracelet, she sighed at how fragile it appeared. This is a gift from me, meant to remind you that a royal princess should be cherished like a precious gem. Do you understand? Ultimately, she referenced Yi Guiran's role as a mother, realizing how her daughter's current state reflected her shortcomings. Oh, mother is so gentle, and she even gifted me something. How lovely. Although the empress was unaware of the child's term of endearment, she understood that the girl was praising her. Instantly, her heart swelled with mixed emotions of joy and sorrow. Ah, if only she had such a delightful daughter of her own. What a pity that such a wonderful empress, burdened by her duties, has not lived longer than the emperor. It has not been long since the emperor contemplated naming another as empress. The empress pondered. From whence does this insolent man come? Yet, more astonishing than this news was the realization that this sixth princess seemed to possess an uncanny foresight into future events. Reflecting on her ability to hear the child's innermost thoughts, which had seemed implausible before, the empress contemplated whether her fate was not yet sealed. Perhaps the heavens intended to alter her destiny in this manner. With this thought, the warmth in her gaze towards Shen Wenyu deepened. Good child, I appreciate your obedient nature. Should you find leisure in the future, do come to the palace to visit me. Yi Guiran, hearing these words, felt a sudden surge of vigilance. What did the empress mean? Did she intend to claim her daughter for herself? A sense of crisis arose within her. Upon returning to the palace, she began to show rare concern for her long-ignored daughter. As the saying goes, one thing leads to another. Yi Guiran took the first step towards caring for her daughter, and soon, everything fell into place. She first invited her daughter to live with her. Hooray! I love being with my fragrant and beautiful mother. Yi Guiran felt invigorated by this joy and instructed Wanshu to prepare several outfits for Shen Wenyu. Soon, the delighted exclamations of her daughter filled the air. Yi Guiran became entranced by these sounds. By the time she regained her composure, Shen Wenyu had already bathed and donned soft nightclothes, gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes. As Yi Guiran beheld the face strikingly similar to her own, her heart softened. Yet, her lack of experience in sharing a bed with someone left her feeling tense, as the emperor harbored deep suspicions and never spent the night with his concubines. Lying in bed, feeling the small presence beside her, she felt somewhat rigid. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyu skillfully nestled into her embrace. The child's innocent voice echoed in her mind. Mother, be sure to sleep well. Good night. At this age, children require ample sleep. Shen Wenyu tilted her head and fell asleep against Yi Guiran's chest, feeling the rhythm of her steady breathing. In that moment, Yi Guiran finally comprehended her nurse's counsel during her pregnancy. My dear, even a princess is still your flesh and blood. Having a child in this palace is a blessing that many envy. Good night, Yuer, she silently mused, drifting into a peaceful slumber for the first time since entering the palace. The following morning, Yi Guiran was busy fitting Shen Wenyu in the garments hastily crafted overnight by the tailor, having been compensated with silver. She was instantly enchanted by the warmth of this ancient experience. Shen Wenyu's adorable features, with her bright apricot eyes, charming cherry lips, and the delicate face inherited from her mother, captivated Yi Guiran completely. Just then, a sharp voice from outside interrupted her reverie. The emperor has arrived.
Yi Guiran gasped.
Quickly adjusting her daughter's attire before kneeling to pay her respects. No need for formalities, came the voice of Shen Wenyu from above. Yi Guiran rose. And it was then that Shen Wenyu finally beheld the visage of her father. Father looks truly handsome. Shen Wenyu raised an eyebrow, bemused by the child's voice echoing in his mind. Yet, among all present, the only one permitted to call him father was the little girl in pink palace garb before him. He nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, she was his daughter, inheriting his good looks. Observing the emperor's gaze fixed upon Shen Wenyu, Yi Guiran's body tensed. The entire harem was aware that the emperor favored princes over princesses, and she feared he might scold Yuer. Thus, she gently pulled Shen Wenyu's small hand. Yuer, this is your father. Shen Wenyu was startled by Yi Guiran's words. It was as though she had never laid eyes on her father before. What a misunderstanding! To save herself and her mother from peril, Shen Wenyu forced a radiant smile, breaking free from Yi Gairen's grasp and leaping onto Shen Shiren's lap. Looking up with a bright, clear voice, she declared, "Yue recognizes father." Oh! Shen Shiren was aware that she knew him. Otherwise, she would not have called him father in her thoughts. However, he was inherently suspicious. He knew he had neglected this mother and daughter pair, and never before had he seen a child recognize him with such certainty. Could it be that Yi Gairen had taught her this to curry favor? He despised when concubines used children for their own gain. Just as he was about to command the eunuchs to remove the child from his lap, the little one spoke again. "Father looks different from everyone else." Her words piqued Shen Shiren's interest. Narrowing his eyes, he bent down and asked, "Then tell me, what makes me different from the others?" The attendant, Su Xuanfu. Couldn't he help but feel anxious for the sixth princess? It was well known that the last time the emperor wore such an expression was when he was testing a minister. The answer had not pleased him, and now, without needing to lower his head, that minister was no more. Chapter 3. The Bond Between Father and Daughter. Before entering this story, Shen Wenyu was merely an ordinary person. Now, facing the emperor's countenance, she felt a twinge of nervousness, especially as he deliberately exuded an air of authority. However, if she were to feign calmness, it might only arouse Shen Shiren's suspicion. Thus, her instinctive reaction of trepidation seemed to ease his frown. Regardless of whether it was ministers or his own princes, all who met him did so with fear. Why should a mere 5-year-old girl appear composed? Shen Wenyu remained blissfully unaware that her display of submission had earned her points in Shen Shiren's eyes. She was striving to maintain a steady gaze upon her adoptive father, her voice trembling slightly, yet managing to retain an endearing lilt as she declared, "Father Emperor is more handsome than all of them." With a small finger, she gestured to the gathering of people. "Mother Empress says Father Emperor is the most esteemed person in the world." Wenyu believed that only the most esteemed individuals could possess such an aura, which is why she immediately recognized her father. Shen Shiren cast a complex glance at the little bundle before him, subconsciously feeling that she was engaging in flattery. Yet, she was merely a 5-year-old child. Could a child truly grasp so much? Moreover, one's innermost thoughts could never lie. Shen Shiren was not merely an emperor who issued commands. He often donned simple attire to mingle among the populace. Thus he was well acquainted with many peculiarities of the common folk. Since hearing the voice in his mind, he had been intentionally observing the reactions of others present. However, they appeared oblivious, primarily because Lady Yi was so frightened that she had become completely still. Yet, Shen Shiren remained unaware of this. He believed that he shared a unique bond with his daughter, which allowed him to hear her innermost thoughts. "Why, isn't Father Emperor speaking? Is he angry? Did I say Father Emperor is handsome incorrectly? Do men mind being called handsome?" As he noted her silence, he realized the little girl was lost in her thoughts. Thus, Shen Shiren took action, lifting her effortlessly. He initially intended to return her to her mother, but she seemed to think he was going to embrace her, naturally grasping his arm with her tiny hand and settling herself upon him. She just sat there. Lady Yi felt she might truly perish from fright at Shen Wenyu's audacity. How could she be so bold as to provoke anyone? Su Xuanfu lowered his head even further, his legs poised, ready to catch the sixth princess should the emperor drop her. However, to everyone's astonishment, His Majesty merely frowned and allowed the sixth princess to remain nestled in his arm. Shen Shiren found her weight to be negligible, but considering her previous compliment, he could tolerate her presence for a moment longer. After all, he remembered the purpose of his visit. The Empress had informed him yesterday that some palace maids had seized the princess's share, and his reaction had aligned with Shen Wenyu's conjecture. If one dared to neglect an uncherished princess now, they would surely neglect the collateral royal relatives in the future. The princess must not leave the palace. But what if others were gossiping behind their backs? The Emperor and Empress quickly reached a consensus to rectify the internal affairs. His visit to Lady Yi was also to bolster the Empress's authority, signaling to the harem that he respected her. Any concubine who bypassed the Empress to complain would only earn his displeasure. He had initially intended to leave after a brief glance, as there were numerous memorials awaiting his attention in the Yangxin Hall. Yet, this clingy little creature was truly endearing. Fearing heights, Shen Wenyu clung desperately to Shen Shiren's sleeve, wondering, "Hello?" Nevertheless, in an effort to integrate into palace life, Shen Wenyu compelled herself to develop an affection for the man before her. As the saying goes, one must first deceive oneself before deceiving others. She did not believe that ancient emperors could be so easily swayed by her charms. Thus she thought, Father Emperor is so tall. It makes me so happy. Father Emperor is so grand and handsome. No wonder Mother Empress cannot forget him. I wish Father Emperor wouldn't he leave. It would be lovely if he could spend more time with Yunyu. I like Father Emperor. Little did she know that while she was hypnotizing herself, Shen Wenyu was also on the verge of being enchanted by her thoughts. Now, whenever he saw her, he could only think of her saying she liked him. He had never felt such intimacy with any of his daughters before. Convinced that one's true thoughts could not be fabricated, he attributed her natural affection to their unique bond. Thus, Shen Wenyu suddenly felt that this daughter was truly exceptional. Why was she the only one whose thoughts he could hear? Why was it that among all his daughters, she was the only one who approached him so readily? As an emperor, he was somewhat superstitious. Shen Wenyu firmly believed he was the chosen sovereign, and the birth of such a unique child was indeed a blessing. With this thought, his demeanor towards Shen Wenyu softened considerably. Remembering that he had not seen Lady Yi for 5 years, he noted that she bore no resentment. In fact, she had been praising him alongside their daughter. He suddenly found her more agreeable. Moreover, Lady Yi was indeed a beauty. Her demeanor modest and elegant as she kept her lips pressed together, radiating a certain flower-like charm. Shen Wenyu's expression darkened slightly. Today's visit would certainly leave a lasting impression of Lady Yi and her daughter. However, he truly had official matters to attend to, and not long after, he set Shen Wenyu down and departed. The emperor served as a barometer within the palace. After his visit, the meals for Lady Yi and her daughter improved significantly. When Wan Shu entered with a food box, she was visibly indignant. Those cooks truly knew how to adapt to the winds. The dishes that the little master had previously yearned for had been scarce, yet today they were delivered with great eagerness. Lady Yi, reminiscing about her days of favor from years past, sighed. What is there to argue with them about? They are merely a bunch of eunuchs. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks to serve Shen Wenyu. Watching her daughter struggle to grasp the chopsticks, cheeks puffed with effort, she felt a swell of pride. She was indeed her daughter, growing ever more adorable. Mother, the food here is delicious, much better than what I had before. Lady Yi felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this. If only she had not neglected Yunyu, she would not have had to endure such hardships at such a tender age. Those 2 palace maids must have been sent by concubine Yu. I wonder if the Empress can find out about it. Lady Yi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Concubine Yu? She was the Emperor's recent favorite. Why would she target her daughter? And how did her daughter know this? Fortunately, after having experienced the bond of mother and daughter, she had come to accept that her daughter was no ordinary child, speculating that perhaps it was those 2 palace maids who had let the information slip. Yunyu, tell mother. What do you think of concubine Yu? Shen Wenyu nearly choked on her food. Why is it that as soon as I think of concubine Yu, mother brings her up? Could it be mind reading? Shen Wenyu remained unaware that she had stumbled upon a startling truth. In reality, concubine Yu was the protagonist of the soft and tender concubine, the emperor's unique favor. Yet, at this moment, she merely appeared to the emperor as a captivating concubine. Contemplating how she would later rise to power by stepping over Lady Yi, Shen Wenyu resolved to keep a careful watch over this woman. Chapter 4: An Unintentional Encounter. Those 2 palace maids had previously sung praises of concubine Yu before the young princess. Mother, her soft little hand grasped Lady Yi's garment. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with curiosity. What do they mean by so good? Does it mean she is beautiful? Lady Yi felt her temper rising. Yunyu was her child, born after a 10-month pregnancy, and now concubine Yu sought to have those maids deceive her daughter into favoring her? At this moment, Lady Yi had completely forgotten her earlier disdain for Shen Wenyu. With a haughty snort, she retorted, beautiful? Compared to your mother, she pales in comparison. Lady Yi was indeed correct. Within the palace, she was considered a singular beauty. While concubine Yu possessed charm, she could not hold a candle to Lady Yi's magnificence. Reflecting on her daughter's fondness for beauty, Lady Yi felt reassured. That ugly woman, concubine Yu, dreams of competing with her for Yunyu's affection. What did you say? Concubine Yu, upon hearing from her subordinates that Lady Yi had sent her spies to the Empress's palace, felt the wave of dread wash over her. Was this the same Lady Yi who possessed beauty without brains? Fearing that the Empress might discover her treachery, she was forced to cut her losses, sacrificing several useful pawns. Your Highness, Chunyu grasped her hand, puzzled. Why would you target such a young noble? They were clearly no longer in favor. Concubine Yu shot a dark look at Chunyu. Since her ascension to the throne, she had dismissed all the previous maids and eunuchs who had accompanied her, replacing them with more useful ones. As for the reason, She simply did not wish for those around her to know the humiliation she had endured upon entering the palace, being constantly oppressed by that wretched Yi Ran. Thus, it was utterly impossible for her to confide in Shen Wenyu. Noticing her mistress's reluctance to speak, and recalling the methods her mistress often employed, many palace servants had been sent to the Ministry of Justice on fabricated charges. Shen Wenyu shivered and dared not raise her head again. However, at that moment, a eunuch brought another piece of bad news. The emperor had come to see her.
Iwepin, azitatet?
Smashed the entire tea set on the table. Shen Wenyu deftly dodged the flying porcelain, her heart aching over the cost of the shattered tea wares. Her mistress was pleased to vent her anger, but when it came time to spend money, she would surely blame them. Yu Pin could only console herself, thinking that since the emperor had left without finishing his meal, he must still harbor disdain for them. Yet, at that very moment, the emperor was in the Yongxin Hall, feverishly scribbling away. He had never seen so many memorials before. His thoughts drifted to the exquisite visage of Lady Yi and the soft little girl. Shen Shiyan could not wish for anything more than to sprout 8 arms to finish revising all the memorials immediately. After holding Shen Wenyu, he was amazed by the child's soft, delicate touch. This afternoon, his paternal instinct surged, prompting him to summon the crown prince, curious to see how it felt to hold his son. Of course, the crown prince ended up running out in tears. The Dafei, initially elated that the emperor had summoned her son, was left bewildered upon seeing him sobbing uncontrollably. What happened? Had he not studied well? Thus, after enduring his father's wrath, the crown prince found himself facing his mother's questions as she pinched his hand, demanding to know if he had been slacking off lately. Feeling unjustly wronged, he burst into tears again.
No.
Mother, I haven't been lazy. Father just pulled me and said I was too heavy and all stiff, unlike my sister. As the firstborn of his father, the crown prince had never faced such indignities. He was at that tender age where vanity blossomed, crying as he tugged on the Dafei's sleeve, exclaiming, "Mother, am I really that fat?" The Dafei, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned her head away. Knowing that in the palace, children were often praised for being plump and fair, she could only soothe him. Our Yenner is just perfect, not fat at all. Upon hearing this, the crown prince rubbed his eyes with his chubby hands. Really? But father said, I'm not as good as my sister. Speaking of this, the crown prince's eyes turned red again. It was one thing to be compared with his brothers, but for his father to compare him with his sister. Which sister? The Dafei grew wary, thinking, could it be that some restless noblewoman was using her daughter to belittle her son? The crown prince shook his head in confusion. Father hadn't he said? The Dafei pondered. There were only 3 princesses left in the palace, the eldest princess born of Nyepin, the 6th princess born of Yi Guerin, and the 7th princess born of Yupin. Nyepin usually kept a low profile, and her daughter was already over 10 years old. The Dafei couldn't imagine it being her. If her daughter was that grown, why would she suddenly seek to curry favor with the emperor? As for Yi Guerin, she had always been a low-key presence in the palace. Just by looking at the ranks of the mothers of those 3 princesses, one could see that if Yi Guerin had such means, she wouldn't be of a lower rank than the others. Besides, although the emperor had visited Yonghe Palace today, according to the little eunuch who delivered the message, he had come out soon after. How could a neglected concubine manage to captivate the emperor's attention in such a short time? Reflecting on her own efforts to please the emperor for 10 years without success, the Dafei dismissed the thought. Absolutely impossible. It must be that wretched Yupin. Yi Guerin and her daughter were beautifully hidden away. After comforting her son to sleep, a glint of ruthlessness crossed her eyes. She summoned her personal maid and whispered a few words. The maid looked surprised. Hadn't their lady never crossed paths with Yupin? What had transpired today? Meanwhile, Yupin was unaware that she had been wrongfully accused. She was angrily smashing her second set of tea wares. Wretched woman. Wretched woman. The emperor was captivated by just a glance at her. Shen Wenyu skillfully dodged the flying cup, feeling numb inside. The emperor wasn't even supposed to come tonight. What was her mistress so angry about? What about Yenner? How is she progressing with the dance I instructed her to learn? Shen Wenyu felt even more speechless. The 7-year-old princess was forced to practice dance every day, and it pained her to watch. She's nearly there. Yupin finally took a deep breath to suppress her fury. If only she had given birth to a son instead of a daughter. Perhaps she would have already secured a position as a consort. The Dafei mused, since Yupin had usurped her son's rightful position, she ought to properly curry favor with the emperor. Yupin showed no compassion for her daughter, insisting that she maintain her figure at such a tender age. Shen Wenyu prayed daily for Yupin to be damned to hell. Father looks truly handsome in this attire. Shen Wenyu gazed wide-eyed at Shen Shiyan, who had changed into dark, casual clothes. The latter stood tall, proud, and straight. He found the dragon robe uncomfortable and felt much more at ease in his casual wear among the concubines. This little girl truly had discerning taste. Shen Wenyu immediately scooped up the soft little bundle into his arms. Indeed, this felt different from holding the crown prince. Was this the sensation of having a daughter? Yet, the importance he always placed on his son resurfaced in his mind, leaving him unsure of how to treat this daughter. However, Shen Wenyu was free of such complex thoughts. To her, her father's embrace was a sign of his affection, ensuring her comfort and happiness. The moment this equation was established, Shen Wenyu eagerly tugged at Shen Wenyu's clothes, grinning up at him. Shen Wenyu, unaware that the sparkle in her eyes represented a yearning for an easy and pampered life, mused inwardly about how this child truly admired him, and he felt compelled to hold her again to see her radiant joy. As the hour for bedtime approached, Su Xuanfu caught the emperor's glance and promptly instructed the nurse to take the little princess away. Are mother and father going to do something shameful? Shen Wenyu and Yi ran. Originally, Shen Wenyu's hand had slipped to Yi Ran's waist, but upon hearing this, he suddenly froze, feeling an unexpected sense of embarrassment. After Su Xuanfu escorted Shen Wenyu away, the two gradually fell into a more intimate atmosphere. Following a bout of passion, Yi Guiran leaned against Shen Wenyu's chest, slightly panting. After calling for water and cleaning up, Shen Wenyu intended to return to the Yangxin Hall. By nature, he was suspicious, always on guard even with those closest to him. Thus, he could only sleep soundly in the Yangxin Hall with incense burning. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep with mother. The child was still awake. Perhaps due to the distance, the two had previously not noticed this faint whisper. Now that the hall had quieted, it was audible. Yi Guiran's eyes instantly filled with concern as she silently glanced at the emperor, hoping he would leave quickly so she could bring her daughter back. However, the emperor's concerns differed from hers. Do you usually sleep with her? He had intended to call for Yu Yuan along with Yi Guiran, but having never used a nickname for any child before, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, they could both hear their daughter's thoughts, which, in a sense, was a unique connection between them. Surprisingly, Yi Guiran was able to respond to this incomplete sentence. She hesitated internally. The emperor was known for disliking his heirs relying too heavily on their birth mothers, but such matters would be easily uncovered by his attendants. Yi Guiran bowed. Yes. Yu Yuan was once scolded by those two maidservants for not sleeping soundly at night, so I took her to sleep with me. In reality, the child had slept soundly the previous night, completely unbothered. Shen Wenyu frowned. Why are you so anxious? I am merely inquiring. Yi Guiran dared not assume it was just an inquiry. In the beginning, noble consort Nia, relying on her status as the mother of the emperor's first daughter, naively believed that the emperor would hold this daughter in high regard, frequently bringing her to his presence. However, her expectations proved unfounded, and her title was swiftly stripped away. Now, as the Grand Princess approaches her coming-of-age ceremony, noble consort Nia remains seated in her position. After all, a consort should be a figure of prominence, and Lady Yi is unwilling to remain stagnant in her status for over a decade. Shen Wenyu, with his eyes narrowed in contemplation, seemed lost in thought, causing Yi Ran to grow anxious. He summoned Su Xuanfu, instructing him to bring the princess forth. Meanwhile, Lady Yi could not help but clutch at his sleeve. Shen Wenyu cast her a fleeting glance, but made no effort to extricate himself. Father, mother. Shen Wenyu, unlike her mother, displayed no signs of anxiety and dove into Lady Yi's embrace like a weary bird returning to its nest. She was unafraid, for this was a scene she had deliberately orchestrated. To capture a man's heart, one must first distinguish oneself in his mind. This sentiment did not go unheard by the two adults present. However, given her tender age, they merely chuckled at her precociousness, bemused by her notion of winning a man's affection. Even Shen Wenyu, with his considerable suspicions, could not bring himself to doubt that her thoughts were solely her own. Nor could he suspect Lady Yi of influencing her. For someone of his temperament, encountering a daughter capable of voicing her thoughts was a delightful surprise, sharing blood ties and vested interests, yet revealing her inner musings. Was there anyone safer to confide in than her? Instantly, a sense of ease washed over Shen Wenyu. Having spent time teasing Shen Wenyu, he noticed that the sky had darkened outside. Observing the room's modest yet warm decor, he felt an unusual sense of lethargy. I shall stay here tonight. Su Xuanfu maintained a composed exterior, but felt tumult within, realizing that Lady Yi and her daughter were indeed formidable and that the winds of the palace were shifting. After extinguishing the candle, Lady Yi lay beside the emperor. Yet, Shen Wenyu found it difficult to sleep, restless between two statuesque figures. Lady Yi dared not disturb the emperor, who was accustomed to sleeping freely, and when the little one stirred, he effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. Sleep now. To be honest, the emperor's embrace was firm and lacked the softness of her mother's. Yet, perhaps due to their blood connection, Shen Wenyu soon yawned and fell into a deep slumber. Lady Yi, having not exerted herself in years, quickly succumbed to exhaustion once her daughter was peacefully asleep. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyu, gazing at the two familiar faces beside him, felt an unexpected warmth in his heart and, surprisingly, drifted into slumber until morning court. When Su Xuanfu roused him, the emperor shot him a glare, carefully returning his daughter to her bedding. Shen Wenyu furrowed her brow, her little hands grasping at the air before finally catching the scent of her mother and burrowing back into her embrace, falling asleep once more. Shen Wenyu observed the scene, and Su Xuanfu dared not urge him. Fortunately, he was a diligent emperor, not lingering too long in the comforts of tenderness, and he attended the morning court punctually. However, after the court session, he issued a decree. Lady Yi was to be granted the title of Hui. When the edict arrived, the concubines were in the midst of paying respects to the empress. It was known that the current emperor was notoriously stingy with titles and ranks, leading to immediate envy among the lower-ranked consorts. Yet, upon the empress's command for silence, the lowly consorts refrained from making a scene. Upon returning to their quarters, Lady Yi, now referred to as Hui Guoran, found her daughter engrossed in playing with a puzzle. She suspected that the emperor's grant favor was due to their daughter's influence, causing her heart to swell with affection for the child. Suddenly, Shen Wenyu was enveloped in her mother's arms. Has mother been bullied in the Jiahuang Palace?
Vigilant.
Recalling that her daughter was unaware of the good news, decided to share it with her. Shen Wenyu initially rejoiced but soon fell into melancholy, contemplating the original plot. Alas. No matter what, once Yu Guoran becomes a favored concubine, we are doomed, mother. Yu Guoran, a favored concubine? Hui Guoran appeared perplexed, struggling to keep pace with her daughter's thoughts. Yet, after bringing Shen Wenyu into their home, she had experienced a string of good fortune, leading her to believe that her daughter might indeed be a celestial blessing. If she was to believe in omens, then accepting that her daughter could foresee the future was not too far-fetched, was it? Chapter 6, Dining. After eavesdropping on numerous conversations regarding Yu Guoran from various young girls, Hui Guoran was convinced. A 5-year-old child who had never left the palace could not possibly know so much without divine intervention. Indeed, Hui Guoran began to rationalize her daughter's insights. It turned out that wretched Yu Guoran had drugged her, driving her to madness in her attempts to confront the emperor, ultimately leading to her own ruin. Afterward, she had pretended to intercede on Hui Guoran's behalf, pleading for the emperor to spare her life, which resulted only in confinement in the cold palace, a fate that drove her to the brink of insanity. As for her daughter, Yu Guoran did not spare her either, feigning generosity by adopting her and deliberately raising her to be arrogant, contrasting her with the emperor's 7th princess, ensuring that her own child faced disdain and was sent away in marriage, while her daughter married a noble heir and lived in luxury. Thinking of her daughter dying far from home in despair, while she herself had knelt at the gates of the Yangxin Palace for 3 days and nights, only to hear the emperor's decree to dismiss the harem for Yu Guoran, Hui Guoran felt an intense bitterness. She began to empathize with her daughter, who bore the memories of a past life. The concept of reincarnation was too intricate for someone of her background to grasp. Tales of the past seldom dared to expose royal scandals. Thus, she had naturally accepted this as the commonly held belief of life and reincarnation. After being granted shelter and a title, the benefits became apparent. In addition to the gifts sent from the Yangxin Palace, primarily golden and jade toys, the most commendable aspect was that they could finally order their own meals. Previously, they were at the mercy of the Imperial kitchen, receiving whatever was provided. A grim reality for low-ranking consorts. However, under the recent frequent visits from Shen Wenyu, Hui Guoran and her daughter had garnered special attention from the Imperial kitchen. A little eunuch was dispatched to inquire eagerly. Yes, I'm coming for the feast. Hui Guoran, as her daughter's chief confidant, believed she understood her thoughts. Thus, Shen Wenyu, mixing shrimp and fish into a paste with a small spoon, added only a pinch of salt. Watching her mother enjoy a sumptuous meal across the table, she silently lamented, "Whoa, spicy chicken, I want to eat it too. Why can mother indulge in fried shrimp while I can only have shrimp paste QAQ?" Hui Guoran replied sternly, "You err. Focus on your meal. I've spoken to your wet nurse, and they say you should eat light and nutritious foods at your age." Shen Wenyu could only sigh inwardly while consuming her shrimp paste. Suddenly, The emperor arrived. Hui Guiran nearly choked on a piece of chicken, astonished at the emperor's unexpected presence in the harem. As she expressed her surprise, she pulled Shen Wenyu to bow. Shen Shuryan shot a cold glare at Su Xuanfu, blaming him for the intrusion. Su Xuanfu, bewildered, was unaware that the emperor felt awkward amidst the warmth shared between the mother and daughter. Shen Shuryan settled himself down directly, while Su Xuanfu promptly presented him with a pair of chopsticks. "I have yet to partake in my meal, and I thought to join you all," he remarked. In truth, he had initially accepted the invitation of Consort Yu, but upon passing by the table of Lady Hui and her daughter, he could not resist stepping in upon witnessing their dining together. However, since the emperor had made his intentions clear, Su Xuanfu understood and gestured to a nearby young eunuch to decline Consort Yu's invitation. Consort Yu was currently preparing for the emperor's arrival and forcibly adjusted her daughter's hand, glaring at her tear-streaked face in anger. "All you do is cry. Just wait until your father arrives. If you continue to weep, you shall see what awaits you." Chunyu stood beside them, wiping the little princess's tears while shielding her from the teacup hurled in frustration by Consort Yu. It was during this commotion that Xiao Gizi arrived. He lowered his head, feigning ignorance of Consort Yu's furious countenance upon hearing the news. He glanced at the seventh princess, who was cowering in the arms of a palace maid, and recalled the earlier scene of Lady Hui and her daughter, reflecting on the stark disparities between people. When the eunuch reported, he certainly did not dare to bluntly state, "The emperor intended to visit you, but changed his mind halfway." Such matters were cloaked in euphemisms, saying instead that the emperor had grown weary from reviewing memorials and opted to dine first, thus preserving the dignity of both parties. Nevertheless, Consort Yu was not one to let matters lie. After dispatching palace maids to verify the situation and discovering that the emperor had been intercepted by Lady Hui, she was so enraged that she shattered an entire tea set. Despite Chunyu's efforts to protect the seventh princess, the child was struck by a teacup, causing her fair forehead to redden instantly as she clutched Chunyu's garment and burst into tears. Consort Yu, further agitated by her crying, shouted, "What use are you? You cannot even compare to the princes, let alone your sister." In contrast, the atmosphere within Yonghe Palace was one of warmth, at least in Shen Shuryan's perception. For Shen Wenyu, having an emperor for a father merely meant an additional presence at her side, indulging in lavish food and tempting her with delights. She gazed longingly at the dishes before her, as if merely looking at them would suffice. Oh, spicy chicken. Oh, stir-fried shrimp. Oh, cheese bowl. Shen Shuryan found himself amused by her antics, and with a glance at the palace maid arranging the dishes nearby, he picked up a piece of spicy chicken, intending to place it in Shen Wenyu's bowl.
No.
Lady Hui immediately flared up like a protective hen. Shen Shuryan raised an eyebrow at her outburst, feeling a twinge of displeasure at her lack of decorum. Sensing her father's discontent, Shen Wenyu quickly declined the meat, tugging at Shen Shuryan's sleeve. "Father, mother is concerned that I am too young to handle spicy food." Only then did Shen Shuryan realize that his daughter was merely 5 years old and not yet ready for such flavors. It dawned on him that he had erred. Observing Lady Hui, who kept her head bowed, he understood why he struggled to meld into this warm atmosphere. Yet, it was unbecoming for an emperor to bow his head before a consort. Thus, both the emperor and the consort continued their meal in silence, with only the sounds of the serving maid filling the air. Shen Wenyu felt this was undoubtedly the most suffocating meal she had ever experienced. Glancing at the two adults who resembled stubborn gourds, clenching her fists, she thought, with such a sullen demeanor, it's no wonder that during the pursuit of a wife, readers will demand more updates. The emperor mused, pursuit of a wife? More updates? What sort of phrases are these? Yet, before he could ponder further, Lady Hui and the emperor exchanged discreet glances, curious about what the child was up to. Shen Wenyu first sidled up to her mother, speaking well of Shen Shuryan. "Mother, father cares for me. He merely wishes for me to taste the flavors. Father is usually occupied with state affairs, and I am already quite content to hold a place in his heart." Having subtly praised Shen Shuryan, she then clutched at his sleeve and playfully said, "Father, mother also cares for me. It is ungracious of me to demand." After saying this, she felt something amiss. Did I just fail to articulate what I truly wished to convey? Shen Shuryan coughed awkwardly, thinking it impossible that she had been internally voicing her thoughts for him to overhear. Chapter 7. Caught in the act. The daughter had laid the steps for them, and what else could they do but descend? However, Shen Shuryan, accustomed to being domineering, simply stated, "I shall have the Imperial kitchen prepare something suitable for you. This meat paste is far too bland." Lady Hui, far more adept at lowering her stance, replied, It is I who is disrespectful. And I thank the emperor for his magnanimity. Their hands remained clasped together, held by Shen Wenyu. Shen Shiyan observed their intertwined hands, two large and one small, and sighed. There is no need for such formality. Feel free to act naturally in my presence henceforth. Su Xuanfu, attending nearby, felt the sixth princess's status elevated significantly. This little lady had managed to elicit a bow from the emperor. Indeed, in Su Xuanfu's eyes, the emperor's earlier soft-spoken words had already constituted a concession. The staff in the Imperial kitchen, upon receiving the emperor's request, nearly fainted in disbelief. Is this even humanly possible? What does it mean to be both light and flavorful? After the emperor departed, Lady Hui finally sighed in relief, feeding her eagerly awaiting daughter some milk cake. Upon realizing she had inadvertently snatched Consort Yu's favor, she felt no guilt whatsoever. It was the emperor who had expressed the desire to come, and if Consort Yu had the ability to confront him, she was welcome to try. However, the truth was that Consort Yu dared not challenge the emperor. Her ire was directed solely at Lady Hui. The next morning, when Shen Wenyu learned that Lady Hui had been punished to kneel by Consort Yu, she was taken aback. She supposed to be the gentle consort? Where did this carnivorous flower come from? The terrified little palace maid cried, "Princess, the consort is frail. How can she endure kneeling in the sun for an hour?" Shen Wenyu summoned the wet nurse to carry her to see the queen, knowing her small frame would likely collapse if she walked over. She repeatedly confirmed with the maid. "Are you certain it was Consort Yu who instigated and acted against palace regulations?" The little maid nodded vigorously. Inside the Qiaofeng hall, upon hearing that the sixth princess sought an audience, the queen's hand trembled, nearly dropping the book she held. "Are you certain it is the sixth princess and not Lady Hui?" The young eunuch bowed low. "It is indeed solely the sixth princess. I would never dare deceive the empress. Let her in." The queen watched as the little girl bowed and then dashed into her embrace like a cannonball. "Mother! I cannot find mother," she wailed. Gontang, standing nearby, felt her heart stop upon hearing the sixth princess call the queen mother. Initially, she intended to instruct the palace maid to take the sixth princess away, but upon receiving a glance from the queen, she found herself rooted in place. The queen regarded the little girl in her arms with a complex expression. Although the girl had rushed in quickly, she hadn't collided with her.
Now.
As she cried fiercely, not a tear touched the queen's garments. Moreover, the familiarity in the child's words made the queen, who had already held a favorable impression of her, freeze in place. Ultimately, she not only permitted the child's address, but awkwardly patted her back. "Shall mother help you find your mother?" Shen Wenyu wiped her tears with her small hand and nodded obediently. "Thank you, mother." Beneath her calm exterior, she was internally jubilant. "I knew mother would be the best." Snuggling up to mother, "She smells so good." Gontang was even more astonished to witness the usually stoic queen actually smile.
Terrified,
she pinched herself.
"Ouch."
This isn't dream. The queen and her entourage proceeded to the corner of the Imperial flower garden. Yu Pin went about her business without regard for others, casually inquiring with any palace maid or eunuch she encountered along the way. The young girl, who had been holding the empress's hand and had nearly exhausted her tears, found herself weeping anew upon witnessing Lady Hui, drenched in sweat and pallid, kneeling against one shoe. The empress, with a sense of helplessness, produced a silk handkerchief for her, realizing at last that women are indeed made of water. After such prolonged weeping, there were still tears left to shed. Yu Pin, upon seeing Lady Hui's daughter approach while holding the empress's hand, momentarily felt dazed. However, her innate fear of the empress compelled her to rise and pay her respects. Yet the empress disregarded her entirely. "Guantang, assist Lady Hui in rising and let her rest in the nearby pavilion." Guantang responded with a respectful bow. "Your Highness."
Pin protect?
Unwilling to let that wretched woman evade punishment so easily. "Yesterday, His Majesty clearly promised to dine with me, and she interrupted our meeting. Today, she still dares not to bow before me. I must punish her for her disrespect." Lady Hui, supported by Guantang, struggled to rise and pay her respects. At the sight of the young girl's eyes welling with tears once more, the empress felt an immediate headache. "Enough, you may sit and speak." "Your Majesty, I did not mean to. When His Majesty dined with my mother and me yesterday, he made no mention of an appointment with Yu Pin. Today, it was Yu Pin who appeared unexpectedly, and before I could pay my respects, she accused me of disrespecting my superiors." Such matters naturally devolved into a dispute where both sides had their justifications. As the two parties argued, a clear, youthful voice chimed in. How did Lady Yupin come to know that our father was taken away by me and my mother yesterday? Coincidentally, the emperor, who had been passing by the Imperial garden, heard the commotion about his abduction. He raised his hand to silence the eunuch about to announce his presence, curious to hear the ruckus. Yupin scoffed. Who in the palace does not know of yesterday's events? Simply ask any maid along the way. Is Lady Yupin spying on the Emperor's movements? What a grand accusation! Yupin was taken aback, then shot an angry glare at the young girl. Spying on the Emperor? Humph. Your mother lacks the courage to face the consequences and attempts to cast dirt upon me. Shen Wenyu shrank back behind the Empress. Lady Yupin, are you not aware of the proverb that 3 men can create a tiger? To blame my mother for rumors you overheard is utterly unreasonable. Yupin felt her impatience rising. If news spread that she could not even contend with a 5-year-old girl, how would she be perceived? Relying on the fact that neither mother nor daughter had the means to question the people of Yangshin Hall, she boldly declared, when did I ever claim it was mere hearsay? The young eunuch sent by His Majesty to report to me stated as such. Shen Wenyu's eyes brightened. She understood the cleverness of those in Yangshin Hall. Even if it were true that they were interrupted, they would never speak the truth. Just as she was about to continue her inquiries, a familiar announcement echoed from afar. His Majesty has arrived. Yupin instinctively bowed, her heart in disarray. When she saw the Emperor stepping out, she felt utterly flustered. It was only with the help of Chunyu that she managed to complete her bow. In the presence of Shen Wenyu, Yupin seemed to lose her temper entirely, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, which elicited a twinge of sympathy from him for her apparent disappointment. Yet, he thought to himself, does she not tire of blinking so? Will her eyes not cramp from such pretense of fragility? Just moments ago, she appeared fierce enough to charge at me. Shen Wenyu, after hearing her words and seeing Yupin throwing him flirtatious glances, felt as though she were making a series of exaggerated gestures. He turned his head. Xiao Gizi, your servant is here. How did you speak with Yupin yesterday? Speak truthfully. Xiao Gizi, feeling quite unlucky, hurriedly explained. Your servant understands the importance of not disclosing the Emperor's movements. I merely informed Lady Yupin that you had been occupied in Yangshin Hall. Shen Wenyu nodded. This was indeed the excuse he had tacitly approved for palace attendants to use. Seeing that he showed no intention of shielding her, Yupin's resentment grew, and her long nails dug deeply into Chunyu's flesh. Chunyu shivered but dared not move, enduring the pain in silence. Yupin now faced a dilemma, to admit that she had been spying on the Emperor's movements or to claim she was merely spreading rumors. The former could be a grave sin if wielded against her by those with ill intentions. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, I misinterpreted the eunuch's meaning and was led astray by rumors. I accept my punishment. The Emperor nodded in satisfaction, intending to let the Empress handle the matter according to palace rules, when the familiar childish voice echoed once more in his mind. Wow, so adaptable. No wonder she can eventually become a favored consort and even put a green hat on father. Shen Wenyu, become a favored consort? Her? Was he blind or merely foolish? What did she mean by putting a green hat on him? The unique phrasing of this child transported the Emperor back to his lessons in childhood, leaving him momentarily dizzy. He desperately wished to pull that little bundle hiding behind the Empress out and inquire who had told her such tales of becoming a favored consort. However, Shen Wenyu had shifted her thoughts, pondering instead what to have for lunch. Her musings made Shen Wenyu feel a bit hungry. The mention of a favored consort had provoked him. He usually assessed her according to her rank as a concubine. But now she had automatically assumed the role of a favored consort, which was indeed lacking in comparison. Thus, he abandoned his initial intention to let the Empress deal with the matter. Yupin is confined to her quarters for 3 months. She should diligently transcribe Buddhist scriptures to temper her temperament. Empress, please ensure she adheres to this. Your Majesty. Yupin stared incredulously at the man before her, believing he had once held a unique regard for her. Tch, men. Shen Wenyu shot her a glare, feeling embarrassed by her inexplicable remarks, making it difficult for him to look at her now. Such a ruthless approach is necessary for dealing with wicked women, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Father, I support this move. You truly are my biological father. That was more like it. He withdrew his gaze. As he was leaving the Imperial garden, Su Xuanfu overheard the Emperor's detached voice. Investigate who has been spreading gossip before you recently. His statement was vague, but Su Xuanfu was accustomed to the Emperor's half-revealed nature and promptly nodded in agreement. However, he observed the imposing figure of the Emperor and wondered if he had noticed his differing attitude towards the 6th princess. He had never called the first prince by his childhood name. Yet, if His Majesty was aware and chose not to correct it, Su Xuanfu shuddered at the thought. In any case, it seemed that the palace was on the brink of a storm. On the way back home with Lady Hui, Shen Wenyu suddenly felt something was amiss. According to the narrative, wasn't next month the time when Yu Pin and her daughter would perform a dance at the palace banquet, winning the emperor's favor? This was a predicament. The female lead could not emerge for the time being. Had she inadvertently ruined the female lead's opportunity? Lady Hui appeared somewhat lost in thought, surprised that her impulsive decision had turned out so fortuitously, feeling that the beating she had just endured was worth it. Indeed, when Yu Pin had been tailing her, Lady Hui had already prepared for the ensuing events. They had both entered the palace as talented maidens during the same period and had once been on friendly terms. Thus, she understood Yu Pin's impatient nature. After being humiliated by the emperor yesterday, she would surely seek to reclaim her dignity through Lady Hui. However, she had initially intended to send Yuer to find the emperor, not anticipating that she would bring the empress along. The outcome had turned out remarkably well. It seemed Yu Pin genuinely held the emperor in her heart. She failed to consider that he was, after all, the emperor. Yet, recalling what Yuer had said about the emperor favoring the soft and delicate consort, Lady Hui felt uncertain. Could it be that the emperor favored such a plain and unadorned type? Having successfully rescued her mother from the clutches of a wicked woman, Shen Wenyu continued to envision her mother as a pure, delicate flower, innocent and charming. Little did she know that she had misinterpreted the courtly backdrop of this narrative. If her mother were truly the delicate flower she imagined, then a mere favored concubine would have long since been devoured by the intrigues of the court, rather than surviving in the cold palace to plead for her in the latter stages of the plot. The noble Hui Guoren could naturally perceive her daughter's misconceptions about her. Yet, she deemed it preferable to let her remain in this state of misunderstanding. No mother wishes to unveil her less than desirable aspects before her child. As for the dance of the favored, Hui Guoren let out a light snort. She intended to render all of Yu Pin's aspirations futile, allowing her to taste the hardships that she and her daughter had endured in their previous lives. Indeed, at this moment, she was wholly convinced by her own theory of reincarnation. At this time, Yu Pin was confined within the Qixia Palace, her mind still in a daze. She felt so helpless that she confided in the nearby Chun Yu. How could His Majesty treat me this way? How could he be so heartless? Chun Yu was at a loss for words. Ever since the mistress had returned to the palace and been placed under guard, she had transformed into this state. She too was perplexed. Why not simply maintain her position as the head of her own palace, nurture the little princess, and enjoy the blessings that would surely come when the emperor granted the princess a fief? Why pursue the meager and fickle affections? The observer sees clearly, while the participant remains confused. To Chun Yu, the emperor's so-called special regard for her mistress seemed akin to a child finding amusement in a playful pet. Unbeknownst to Yu Pin, she had repeatedly risked her life to shield him from swords and daggers, almost like an external armor which had cultivated a unique affection within him. Yet Yu Pin was oblivious. All she knew was that after 6 years in the palace, the more willful she became, the more indulgent the emperor was, leading her to believe that he genuinely cherished her true nature. The thought that she would be unable to leave the palace for 3 whole months tormented her. Those little vixens outside must surely be ensnaring the emperor's soul. Gritting her teeth, she summoned a palace maid whom Chun Yu found somewhat unfamiliar. Go tell her that I have agreed. My lady. Chun Yu gasped, instinctively aware that Yu Pin was about to undertake some ill-fated endeavor. Please think of the little princess. Chapter 9. Father, I only wish for her well. Having reached a decision, Yu Pin shed her earlier panic, adjusting her disheveled hairpin. In this palace, it is always the mother who holds the power through her children, but under our emperor, the princess is entirely the opposite. If I fall from grace, just watch whether Yenner can continue living as she does now. Oh, is Yu Pin acquiescing? De Fei waved her hand, dismissing the messenger maid. The maid attending her took the needle and thread from her hand. My lady is truly prophetic. This Yu Pin is indeed quite impatient. De Fei smiled as she gazed at the new garments she was crafting for Yennu. Her strength lies in her temperament. But that same temperament may also lead to her downfall. Proceed with the preparations I instructed earlier. Recently, the talented Duan Kai-ren had been diagnosed with pregnancy and was nearing her delivery. Remembering her son's complaints from yesterday, fearing that with a new brother, the emperor's attention would dwindle even further, De Fei felt a flicker of resentment. The emperor's remaining 3 princes had reached the appropriate age and entered the prince's residence, where they were surrounded by the emperor's loyal followers. De Fei found herself at a disadvantage, yet she could not help but feel a surge of animosity. Meanwhile, Hui Guoren was earnestly advising her daughter. In the coming days, You must stay obediently within the palace and refrain from wandering outside. Understood? Shen Wenyu, unwilling to accept this,
Protested. Why not?
her frail body, lacking nourishment and exercise since childhood, had compelled her to run in the Imperial garden daily since her arrival. Huiguerin shook her head. Duan Kairan is close to giving birth and has taken to frequenting the Imperial garden. If you inadvertently bump into her, it would create serious trouble.
Duan Kairan.
Shen Wenyu recalled the later chapters of the book regarding the princes and princesses.
Ah.
I remember that none of the biological mothers were surnamed Duan. It seems this pregnancy will not come to fruition. In truth, Huiguerin was not surprised by this outcome. In the current imperial harem, very few could give birth and survive to adulthood, as some concubines faced inexplicable miscarriages from the moment they became pregnant without ever stepping outside. Not to mention, Duan Kairan had been parading around the imperial garden with her conspicuously large belly. It would be miraculous if nothing went awry. That evening, when the emperor arrived at Yonghe Palace, he found his daughter sulking with her lips pursed, staring at the golden rattledrum. What's the matter? The last time he had seen her, she had expressed a fondness for toys made of gold and jade. Little did he realize that her affection lay solely with the gold and jade. As for toys, she had outgrown the age of playing with rattles.
Sigh.
If I remain cooped up in this room any longer, I will surely grow mold. I long to go out and play. Could Duan Kairan not notify us in advance about her strolls in the Imperial garden? Or could someone advise her not to wander about with such a large belly? The ground is covered in cobblestones. What if she slips and miscarries? Upon hearing her grievances, Shen Wenyu was equally bewildered, turning to Su Xuanfu beside him. Is Duan Kairan not remaining in her chambers to prepare for childbirth? Although Su Xuanfu was unsure why the emperor suddenly inquired about this matter, he too had been shocked when he first learned of it. Lowering his voice, he replied, Duan Kairan has been taking the advice of her maids, who say that one should exercise more before giving birth. So she has been going for walks in the Imperial garden daily. The emperor's expression darkened. Is this troublesome woman unable to take a stroll in her own courtyard? Does she find her palace inadequate? He issued a direct order. Let Duan Kairan remain in her chambers until she gives birth. Shen Wenyu, eavesdropping on their conversation, felt a surge of excitement. Although she did not understand why her father had suddenly brought up this topic, she thought, finally, I can go out and play. Hooray. As the cheerful voice in her mind transformed from despondence to exuberance, a smile involuntarily graced the emperor's lips. After dining with Huiguerin, Shen Wenyu was once again carried by the wet nurse to the side palace. This time, she was remarkably obedient, but she did not forget to turn back and say, Father and mother, do not forget about me, Yuer. Remember to come back for Yuer. The tender atmosphere between the two was once again interrupted. The emperor and empress exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement. The tension dissipated by this small interlude. Huiguerin was exceedingly accommodating that night. The emperor contentedly stroked her long hair. The flower, nourished by the rain, appeared particularly vibrant. He could hardly fathom how he had forgotten such beauty in the palace over the past few years. Bring Yuer here, Your Majesty? Huiguerin was taken aback. Propping herself up, she had assumed that the emperor's previous interest was a fleeting whim, as there had been no further news of him staying over in any of the other concubines' quarters. Perhaps due to their recent deepened communication, the emperor seemed unusually easygoing, even explaining to her, In your palace, I sleep soundly. However, Huiguerin could not fully comprehend this profound sense of solitude that came with being at such heights. Yet, since the emperor had spoken, the soft little bundle was once again nestled between them. She even began to take a playful stance. Oh, dear. Should I sleep in father's embrace or mother's tonight? Hearing this, the two adults on either side could only smile in exasperation. Ultimately, the daughter, finding the emperor's embrace too rigid, was begrudgingly placed into Huiguerin's arms by the frowning emperor. The next morning, Su Xuanfu's alarm clock chimed punctually. When the emperor rose, he inadvertently brushed against Shen Wenyu, who rubbed her eyes sleepily, calling out father. In reality, she merely uttered the word in a slurred manner upon waking, yet the emperor misheard it. A ripple of emotion stirred within Shen Wenyu. He had long been sensitive enough to notice that Shen Wenyu sometimes referred to Huiguerin as mother in her heart, but she had never called him father. The disparity in their relationship was immediately apparent. Although he believed that as an emperor, it was unnecessary to contend with a child over terms of address, he nonetheless found himself perturbed by it. Thus, upon hearing those two words, Shen Wenyu had no choice but to acquiesce to his request for an embrace. At that moment, still ensconced in a dreamlike state, Shen Wenyu remained oblivious to the fact that her straightforward plea had awakened the paternal affection of the tyrant from the book before her. In her dream, she seemed to have returned to her childhood, recalling the time when she saw her father rising early for work and, unable to contain her longing, opened her arms and called out for him to hold her. Little did she realize she had actually enacted the scene. When she finally awakened and beheld her surroundings, she was taken aback. Had she been kidnapped? Yet, the lavish golden decor surrounding her hardly suggested a lack of wealth. Chapter 10. Such is man. It was not until the palace maids filed in to assist her with washing and dressing that she grasped she might currently be within the Yangxin Palace. Not only was she bewildered, but the palace attendants were equally confounded by the emperor's peculiar behavior. Fortunately, Supervisor Su was not one to indulge in riddles, instructing them, "This is the sixth princess. Take good care of her." So it was that she was identified as the sixth princess. The other two princesses in attendance were familiar with the emperor. The eldest princess was often brought to see their father by their mother, the empress, until the emperor, overwhelmed, stripped her of her title. The seventh princess, on the other hand, would visit alongside Lady Yu, bringing various delicacies, which meant that the emperor had seldom seen the sixth princess, yet those in his court had certainly taken note of her beauty. Indeed, she was exquisite, sculpted like jade, reminiscent of a doll from a traditional painting. It was said that her mother, Lady Hui, was among the most beautiful women in the realm, hence the admiration. The emperor returned from court, brimming with pent-up frustration, primarily due to the audacity of Lady Yu's family, who had dared petition for her release from confinement within the palace. Were it not for the scrutiny of the court, he would have thrown that petition squarely at Yu Jisong's face. This family seemed to take delight in monitoring his every move. One couldn't help but acknowledge the legacy of their lineage. However, upon returning to the Yangxin Palace and being enveloped in the embrace of a soft bundle, he felt all his pent-up ire dissipate.
Where?
Would you like to stay here and keep your father company for a while? Such an opportunity to nurture their bond was one Shen Wenyu would not forsake. Yet, she felt a twinge of confusion. Had father been reprimanded during court? Why does he seem so fragile upon his return? Being an emperor is truly lamentable. Rising so early for court only to be scolded. How pitiful. The emperor, positioning a small stool beside his desk for Shen Wenyu, found that she was reluctant to sit and instead stood upon it, observing him as he reviewed the memorials. At her age, the princesses of the court had not yet been taught to read, and Shen Shiyan, unafraid of her comprehension, allowed her to indulge her curiosity. Shen Wenyu squinted, engrossed in the documents, yet the more she read, the more she sensed something amiss. Why are these all sycophantic petitions? Surely father doesn't spend his days buried in these trivialities? The emperor was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his little daughter. Could she actually read? Unbeknownst to him, a ludicrous thought sprang to his mind, recalling the rumors he had tasked Su Xuanfu to investigate regarding his intention to elevate Lady Yu to the rank of noble consort. Yet he had found no evidence. An absurd notion took root in his heart. He set down his brush and asked Yue, "What if your father wishes to elevate Lady Yu to noble consort?" Shen Wenyu turned back, utterly bewildered, at a loss for words, while internally she raged. This is what men are like. This is exactly what men are like. Just recently, he confined her. And now he is contemplating making her a noble consort? I can't bear it. Does no one understand? So, he has been considering making Lady Yu a noble consort for quite some time? Does that mean I'll still be sent away in marriage? No, father. Can't you see? If that woman becomes the noble consort, she will surely betray you. And you would be handing over the empire you worked so hard to build to the child of some unknown man. Wake up. Oh, what a disaster. Can I still seek refuge with Lady Yu? The emperor's expression darkened further with each passing thought. Yet, he was certain of one thing. Yue must have been granted a rare chance at rebirth. To some extent, his thought process mirrored that of Lady Hui's. It was largely thanks to the popular novels of the time that indulged in tales of rebirth and rectifying past grievances, and many young ladies kept a few copies hidden away. The emperor, having once followed the trend in his youth, couldn't help but reflect on how the stories indeed mirrored reality. He also felt a sense of pride in being a true dragon among men, especially with a daughter as remarkable as hers. However, to send his daughter away in marriage? Shen Shiyan believed he could not be so heartless. The great Xia dynasty was flourishing, and there was no need to sacrifice his own flesh and blood. While he valued princes more than princesses, they were all his kin. Thus, he felt that the heavens had granted them this ability to communicate as a means to amend the shortcomings of their past relationship. The emperor had no expectation of receiving a response from his daughter, knowing that the question was sufficiently unexpected and difficult to answer. When one struggles to articulate their thoughts, they tend to reveal more than intended, which was precisely why he posed the question. As he gazed at his vibrant daughter, who was still very much alive, he had completely immersed himself in his fanciful notions of their past lives. The emperor couldn't help but embrace her tightly, filled with affection. Shen Wenyu. Oh no, father has truly lost his mind. If he makes that woman the noble consort, he won't be my father anymore. I must find a way to escape. I have no desire for marriage. The emperor's face darkened, fearing that he might genuinely appear insane in his daughter's eyes, and hastily clarified, I was merely jesting where, rest assured, I shall never elevate Lady Yu to the rank of noble consort. Recalling his daughter's remark about that woman becoming a noble consort and thereby dishonoring him, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate her immediately. What a calamity! Yet it was not so simple. When his father had passed the throne to him, the state was already teetering on the brink of chaos. Even military power had largely fallen into the hands of the relatives of the empress. It was only after his ascension that he managed to reclaim some of it. Although the situation among the noble families had slightly improved, particularly with the Yu family at the forefront, he could not afford to provoke them at this juncture. Whether for the sake of the throne or the people, he had to maintain stability among these clans. Such thoughts left him feeling stifled. He wished he could confront his late father in the afterlife and demand, "What were you thinking? Did you think this throne could be maintained without effort?" As he pondered these matters and gazed at the endless stream of sycophantic petitions, they became increasingly irksome. This was an outdated custom from the previous dynasty that now required reform. He resolved to streamline the process of petitions for the following morning's court session. Memorials should primarily serve the function of reporting matters, and he contemplated how to eliminate the flowery language that served no purpose. Did he really need to bestow titles based on the quality of their storytelling? Shen Wenyu remained unaware that her earlier complaints had not only shattered Lady Yu's dreams of nobility, but also left the court officials, who relied on such petitions for their careers, in a state of disarray. After receiving the emperor's repeated assurances, Shen Wenyu felt relieved. Father has always been a man of his word. It seems I am temporarily safe. Oh, father, you are my only father. However, while the two within the palace shared a tender moment, the atmosphere outside was far from pleasant for concubine Da. Supervisor Su, why would the emperor refuse to see me? Please, could you inform him once more? Su Xuanfu, not wishing to offend either side, had barely reached the entrance when he overheard the emperor and the sixth princess discussing matters concerning the noble consort, which prompted him to retreat hastily to deny concubine Da's request. Yet, she was not someone to be trifled with. Su Xuanfu could only bow respectfully and say, Please, Your Highness, wait a moment. I shall go at once. Chapter 16. Palace Lanterns. Thus, when Yu Pin beheld that Da Fei had moved in next door, she was left to ponder whether she had either gone mad, or if the latter had. Following Duan Siren's miscarriage, she had suspected that someone was scheming against her, and among the potential culprits, Da Fei stood out as the prime suspect. When had this woman ever demonstrated the virtue of selflessness? Moreover, it was she who, during her confinement, had dispatched a young palace maid to conspire with her in using Duan Siren's pregnancy to ensnare Hui Guoren. Yu Xiu was not naive. She quickly connected the dots, realizing that Da Fei's ultimate target had likely been herself all along. When her initial plot to exploit her animosity towards Hui Guoren had failed, she devised a plan to implicate her instead. So, if her scheme had evidently succeeded, how is it that she now found herself drawn into this predicament? The two women glared at each other from their respective doorways, the palpable aura of hostility in the air prompting Su Xuanfu to discreetly dab at the sweat beading on his brow. It was worth noting that the arrangement of placing these two rivals together was a last-minute decision made by the emperor. Recalling the emperor's murmurs about nurturing venomous creatures, Su Xuanfu felt the scene unfolding before him was strikingly fitting. With two of the harem's most formidable figures having fallen from grace the following morning, as the concubines rose to pay their respects to the empress, they were all abuzz with gossip, brimming with excitement. Unfortunately, when the emperor had visited Da Fei's quarters with the crown prince the previous day, he had forbidden any palace attendants from remaining, and subsequently, news of the events had been tightly sealed. Consequently, not a single concubine was privy to the minutiae of the situation. With Da Fei's downfall, the highest-ranking figure remaining, aside from the empress, was Xu Fei, who discreetly coughed into her hand while lowering her gaze. Having suffered several covert defeats at her hands, the empress promptly instructed her to return and recuperate, after which Xu Fei gracefully took her leave. Her demeanor was indeed quite grand. After all, the Empress Dowager was her aunt, the emperor her cousin, and she had a prince under her care. quite unlike the rest of them. It was precisely due to this lineage that the Empress did not wish to make her life difficult, for the Empress Dowager lavished great affection upon her niece. Recently, Xu Fei had been in a foul mood due to the impending Mid-Autumn Festival, and she had hoped to enjoy some amusement at the expense of De Fei and Yu Pin, only to find that among the throng of palace maids, there was not a single one who could offer her any entertainment. Naturally, she would never dare voice such a thought, knowing that if her aunt caught wind of it, she would likely be reprimanded for quite some time. Reflecting on the Empress Dowager, she sighed, acknowledging that while her aunt treated her well, her persistent efforts to matchmake her with the emperor were exceedingly vexing. At that moment, she was startled by the sound of a child's voice. Is it true that no one knows what crime Zhvu Guipin committed to be cast into the cold palace? I thought this gaggle of palace maids might have some juicy gossip, but it seems they are all just idly passing the time. Xu Fei found it serendipitous to encounter someone who shared her sentiments within the palace. Initially, she considered following the voice to discover which child it belonged to. Perhaps one brought into the palace by a noblewoman, just in time to play with the second prince and alleviate his somber demeanor. However, she soon realized that the voice seemed to resonate directly from her mind. In an instant, Xu Fei began to recall the myriad of novels she had secretly tucked away in her quarters, knowing full well that if the Empress Dowager were to discover them, she would surely be subjected to a lengthy lecture. Suddenly enlightened, she concluded that this must be her destined companion. It was as if the heavens, perceiving her solitude within the depths of the palace, had sent a friend to keep her company. With this thought, she was no longer in a hurry to find the girl, convinced that fate would bring them together again. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyu, who remained unaware that she had unwittingly become Xu Fei's confidant, brushed the dust from her skirts, seething over her father's reluctance to disclose the nature of De Fei's transgressions. To be honest, the sensation of the plot veering into strange territory was both exhilarating and concerning. The thrill stemmed from the notion that her fate might be shifting, while the anxiety arose from the uncertainty of how long this foresight of the unfolding narrative would last. Lost in contemplation, the young princess was oblivious to the prideful expressions that adorned her father and mother's faces as they exchanged glances, both thinking simultaneously, "Thank goodness for me." With two high-ranking concubines demoted in quick succession, and both having offspring, the fate of the imperial heirs became the focal point of concern among the court. The crown prince was not an immediate worry. He would soon be of age to establish his own household, thus alleviating the need to hastily arrange a new maternal figure for him. However, the seventh princess was still quite young and at an unpredictable stage in her life, prompting various concubines to entertain ulterior motives. In the Yangxin Hall, the emperor, with a dark expression, instructed Su Xuanfu to turn away yet another concubine bearing soup, exclaiming in frustration, "What are they after? I see they only wish to raise the seventh princess." After uttering this, he felt a headache coming on. The seventh princess still resided in the side quarters of Qixia Palace, attended to by a maid previously serving Yu Pin. Recent reports indicated that she was eating well and sleeping better than before. Nevertheless, the emperor felt it prudent to select a foster mother for her as soon as possible. Yet, with the recent loss of two high-ranking concubines, the available options were drastically limited. Without having tested the others for poison, he dared not act impulsively. Indeed, the emperor truly believed his harem had become a breeding ground for venomous schemes, with surprises lurking around every corner. Thus, he decided to remain silent for the time being. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, paper lanterns adorned the palace, while exquisite palace lanterns crafted by skilled artisans from various regions were bestowed upon the concubines by the emperor. However, due to palace customs, by the time the higher-ranking individuals had made their selections, there were few new styles left. Today, the emperor had been diligently perusing the tokens from Yonghe Palace and had developed a fondness for Hui Guoren. Furthermore, as Shen Wenyu was his most cherished child, he was concerned that the mother-daughter duo might miss out on selecting a lantern they desired, so he had prepared two special lanterns for them. The task of delivering these lanterns fell to Fucking, a young eunuch and disciple of Su Xuanfu, who was plump and fair-skinned, exuding an air that would surely appeal to the palace's noble ladies. He was adept at conversation, explaining to Hui Guoren and her daughter the story behind the two lanterns he carried. These lanterns were originally crafted by a civilian artisan who claimed to have dreamt of the moon goddess Chang'e and her jade rabbit descending to earth, with the stars twinkling between them. This inspired the artisan to create the tassels that adorned the lanterns. However, finding the themes of Chang'e and the jade rabbit too cliched, he pondered for a long time and decided to split the lantern into two. As Fucking held the lanterns together, it appeared as if the jade rabbit was circling around Chang'e, while the tassels, made of an unknown material, intertwined and shimmered under the candlelight, creating a truly starry spectacle. If the mere sight of the lanterns had astonished Hui Guerin, Fucking's next statement brought delightful surprise. The emperor had initially prepared 2 additional lanterns for the little mistress and the princess, but upon seeing these 2, he was reminded of them and hastily sent a servant to deliver them. His words reflected the emperor's regard for the mother and daughter, bringing a broad smile to Hui Guerin's face. The beauty of Chang'e and the adorability of the jade rabbit were indeed a poignant reminder of loved ones. Thus, Fucking departed Yonghe Palace with a generous red envelope of gratitude. The atmosphere within Yonghe Palace brimmed with festive joy. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyu, who found herself treated like a mere rabbit by her father, felt quite perplexed. Chapter 17. The Truth. Subsequently, the ordinary palace lanterns sent by the eunuchs of the Naiwafu failed to capture Hui Guirin's interest. Although they were exquisite, they lacked novelty and, of course, heartfelt sentiment. After bidding farewell to 2 jubilant eunuchs adorned in festive attire, Hui Guerin gazed at her daughter, whose eyes were locked onto the jade rabbit lantern, and let out a sigh. This left Shen Wenyu utterly confused, turning to her mother with a puzzled expression. Mother? Hui Guerin observed her daughter, delicately sculpted like jade, with an overwhelming sense of worry. The cause was simple. This banquet was also attended by numerous high-ranking officials and their families, and the Empress Dowager had returned to the palace from Lingshan. It was likely that this was the first time Yuan would meet the Empress Dowager since her birth, though it was said that affection often skipped generations. However, within this royal household, matters are quite different. The Empress Dowager has given birth to 2 sons. One ascended to the throne as emperor, while the other idles away as a leisurely prince in the capital, leading a life of comfort and ease. In fact, the number of grandchildren residing within that princely mansion already surpasses a dozen. Not to mention the emperor's own progeny, though only 6 have survived. A staggering 15 were born in total. The Empress Dowager has become almost numb from cradling her grandchildren, rendering the notion of intergenerational affection rather moot. When she first beheld you, she merely cast a fleeting glance before departing. In truth, she was indifferent to the Dowager's fondness for you, for ultimately it is the emperor who holds dominion over the palace. Nevertheless, the emperor's evident affection for you, in recent days has caused her to fret that the Dowager might express discontent and whisper something to the emperor. While princes can earn favor through their own merits, princesses often rely on their father's affection. Noble consort Hui harbors a genuine hope that the Dowager might take a liking to you, She vows that when the time comes, she will adorn the small Buddhist shrine in the palace with gold leaf. Now that she has secured a position akin to a favored consort and her coffers are swelling, she speaks with newfound confidence. Today, noble consort Hui has exerted considerable effort in adorning her daughter. She has chosen a charming palace outfit for her and adorned the 2 little buns of hair atop her head with fluffy white pom-poms. Wan Shu, observing from the side, remarks that from a distance, she truly resembles a jade rabbit. To this, Shen Wenyu replies, I am so hungry, mother. Please stop dressing me up. I wish to go eat. Noble consort Hui exclaims, you silly girl, your mind is consumed with thoughts of food. However, the available decorations for children are limited, and after placing the bracelet bestowed by the Empress on her, noble consort Hui finds herself at a loss. At the mid-autumn palace banquet, Yu Songyun is unable to sit still at the thought of not being able to see his sister tonight. Father, do you think the emperor will grant our request? Yu Jiming, contemplating his own plans, smirks. How could he possibly refuse? Even a 3-year-old would know what choice to make. This is akin to the current quarrel between Zhou Yu and another party in the Cold Palace. At this moment, the Zhou family has aligned their thinking with the Yu family, seizing the opportunity presented by the banquet to reward loyal subjects. They propose bringing the Empress from the Cold Palace back to their home. This is not without precedent. After the late Emperor's passing, certain noble women who had not borne children were granted the grace to return home and marry of their own accord, though, in truth, no one dared to wed a woman who had belonged to the late emperor. Of course, the current emperor is not deceased, making such a request for grace rather difficult. However, negotiating a trade for the achievements of their own offspring is certainly a matter for discussion. When the emperor first heard this news, he felt a fleeting joy akin to a bountiful harvest. Yet, he swiftly rejected the Zhou family's request. What a joke. The Zhou family's daughter has committed numerous heinous acts. I only spared her life for the sake of the crown prince, and even then, I silenced her misdeeds. That does not mean I will overlook her faults. If the Zhou family takes her back, she will live comfortably for the rest of her days, while those innocent children who perished unjustly would surely blame me in the afterlife. However, when it comes to the Yu family, the emperor considers the matter worth contemplating. Although Yu Shiyu made many foolish choices in her past life, she has yet to err in this one. The emperor's anger is merely that, anger without substantial grievance. Moreover, her brother is undeniably a man of talent, having played a pivotal role in defeating the southern barbarians. The emperor had intended to reward him, thereby bolstering the Yu family status, as the realm of literature must also include martial prowess, which had been a source of his headache. But now the situation has shifted. If Yu Songyun is willing to trade military merit for his sister, the emperor feels this is a transaction even a child could comprehend.
Yet,
he does not entirely lay bare his thoughts, merely stating that it will depend on Yu Shiyu's wishes. If she desires to return, he will not obstruct her. The Yu father and son feel assured. After all, compared to the cold palace, their home must be far more comfortable. Any fool would know which option to choose.
indeed.
It's easy to barter with someone else's military achievements. Alas, it's a pity for that soldier whose merits were snatched away. He must be gravely ill by now. The emperor, perplexed, observes his daughter, now dressed like a rabbit, wishing he could shake her long ears to glean some information.
Fortunately,
Shen Wenyu does not keep him in suspense. As she reflects on the plot, she allows her thoughts to flow. That soldier is indeed pitiful. The clever ambush against the southern barbarians was his idea, yet Yu Songyun overheard it, claimed it as his own, and reported it. Thus the credit was attributed to him. To make matters worse, after seizing the soldier's credit, Yu Songyun showed both folly and malice, sending people to beat him upon his return to the capital. Coming from a poor household, he had only a blind mother. With their home barren, there was no money for his treatment. His mother, unable to see, could only feel for her son's pulse as it gradually faded away after the mid-autumn festival. With the family's sole labor deceased, she too would soon perish from hunger. The revelation of Yu Shiyu becoming a favored consort only surfaced years later, after she had long been gone, buried without evidence. Thus the matter was suppressed by the Yu family. Hearing this string of events causes the emperor's blood pressure to rise. The Yu family, Yu Songyun. Do they not understand how rare a talent is in these turbulent times? To have driven him to such a dismal fate, and yet they casually trade another's military achievements for a mere commoner in the cold palace? In the emperor's eyes, Yu Shiyu is utterly unworthy. He fears that if he hesitates, she may perish, and hastily instructs his hidden guards to investigate. Fortunately, the circumstances surrounding the soldier, whose family consists solely of a blind mother, are indeed quite rare, and soon his men arrive with a physician in tow. At this point, the emperor has resolved not to allow the Yu family to take Yu Shiyu. However, a gentleman's word is his bond. Having previously spoken before the concubines and officials, he cannot retract his promise. Yet, contemplating Yu Shiyu's heartfelt gaze, a nefarious thought crosses the emperor's mind. Chapter 18. The Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager arrives late to the banquet, supporting consort Shu with her hand. As the dowager's niece, she set out yesterday to bring the Empress Dowager back to the palace from Mount Lingshan. Yu finds no mention of the dowager in the original memory, and thus curiously peers out to glimpse the formidable figure described in the novel. Is this truly a woman of 50? At first glance, one might mistake her for just over 20. Indeed, beauty withstands the test of time, even with strands of white hair. It seems merely a layer of the passage of time. The smile that the dowager had maintained falters. The emperor, empress, and noble consort who cannot help but glance at their reflections in the clear wine, ensuring there are no imperfections before resuming their feigned composure. Meanwhile, consort Shu, who had been engrossed in her meal, pauses in surprise, recognizing the fated encounter from the previous royal garden. However, she surveys her surroundings, noting the abundance of young ladies present, and reluctantly abandons her search for the dowager. The dowager endeavors to maintain her calm demeanor, yet her heart is beset with confusion. What is this? Am I seeing ghosts? Yet if a ghost spoke, would it be so sweet? The dowager has long been troubled by the wrinkles and gray hair that accompany her advancing years, feeling that time is unrelenting. Yet, given her status, to place too much emphasis on beauty would invite gossip, so she can only subtly lament to her son about her woes. For instance, she might remark on the recent emergence of more gray hairs, or the loosening of her skin, hoping for some words of comfort in return. Yet the emperor typically scrutinizes her remarks closely, affirming her conclusions, while becoming increasingly concerned about whether he too will resemble the dowager in his later years. The dowager quips, "It would have been better to have birthed a piece of char siu." It is easy to imagine how refreshing it is for the dowager to receive a heartfelt compliment after the passing of the late emperor. As for whether ghosts exist or not, it has become rather inconsequential. If such entities were indeed a reality, the late emperor would surely have transformed into one. At worst, they could simply close the doors and let him be. The Empress Dowager's gaze flitted among the young girls below, and soon her attention was captured by the two fluffy tufts atop the sixth princess's head. The child, already charming in appearance, with her round, almond-shaped eyes obediently fixed on the performance above, was rendered even sweeter by those two white tufts, warming the Empress Dowager's heart. It appears that aging inevitably leads one to favor the adorable innocence of youth, and the Empress Dowager was no exception. Thus, she leaned towards the matron beside her and whispered a few words. Noble consort Hui felt a twinge of anxiety as she observed the matron, Hien, drawing ever closer to the Empress Dowager. This Hien had been by the Dowager's side since her entrance into the palace, enjoying her utmost favor. The prominent figure before the Dowager paused right in front of her, bowed respectfully and spoke, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager wishes for the sixth princess to come forth." Noble consort Hui instinctively glanced towards the high platform where the Empress Dowager remained inscrutable, her expression betraying neither joy nor anger, which made Hui feel a bit apprehensive as she cautiously probed, "Might I inquire, matron, is the Empress Dowager calling for you or two?" Hien smiled warmly, reassuring her, "The Empress Dowager merely wishes to take a closer look at the princess. There is no need for concern, my lady." Relieved, Hui smiled and allowed Hien to escort her daughter away. Yet, while her face remained composed, her heart was fervently reciting prayers for divine intervention, invoking all manner of deities as she sought to appease the heavens. As Hien proceeded with her head lowered, mindful of the sixth princess's pace, she found herself pondering the unusual behavior of the Empress Dowager that day. It was well known that the Dowager's pretext for visiting the Spirit Mountain was ostensibly to pray for the emperor's heirs, but in truth, it stemmed from her disdain for her emotionally inept, unfortunate children. As noble consort Hui had surmised, the Empress Dowager held little affection for her grandchildren, perhaps cherishing the first few but having since diluted her feelings significantly. Thus, Hien felt perplexed as to why the Dowager would summon the sixth princess to her side. Upon seeing Shen Wenyu's true visage, the Empress Dowager could not help but marvel at the girl's exquisite beauty. From afar, she appeared merely charming, but up close, she was intricately crafted like a doll from a New Year painting, her fair skin still bearing traces of baby fat from the royal kitchen's indulgence, exuding a festive charm. Coupled with her hair adornments, she resembled a celestial rabbit descended from the heavens, filling the Dowager's heart with delight, making her reluctant to send the child away. Unbeknownst to the Dowager, the little one shared her thoughts. Goodness, seeing grandmother up close is even more enchanting, though she seems a tad too thin. Her waist appears almost as slender as that of the dancers ahead. Perhaps life at the Spirit Mountain has not treated her well? This observation struck a chord with the Empress Dowager, who, despite her age, was increasingly troubled by the gradual changes to her figure, aside from the wrinkles and gray hair. Yet even Hien beside her could not fully comprehend her sentiments, merely asserting that the late emperor was gone and that there was no need to dwell on such matters. Did the Empress Dowager truly concern herself over him? No. She was focused on herself. After all, how many women do not cherish beauty? At heart, the Dowager adorned and slimmed herself solely for her own joy. Yet the lack of understanding from those around her occasionally sowed seeds of doubt within this lonely elder, prompting her to question whether her desires were indeed misguided. However, her internal musings regarded her as an independent individual, rather than simply the late emperor's consort or the current emperor's mother. Moreover, the title of grandmother resonated within her, connecting to the child's voice echoing in her mind. As the rotund figure approached, the sound grew ever clearer, prompting both the Dowager and noble consort Shu to harbor a flicker of speculation. Could this child truly be her confidant? Simultaneously, Shen Wenyu felt the weight of two intense gazes upon her, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, she promptly performed a respectful bow before the Empress Dowager. The Dowager, observing the fluffy pom-poms bobbing alongside the girl's movements, felt a compulsion to reach out and touch them. After beckoning her closer, she playfully pinched the soft tufts. They felt remarkably akin to rabbit ears. Perhaps the emperor's description of the rabbit had taken a firm hold in the minds of all, for Shen Wenyu experienced an undeniable sense of embarrassment at being pinched in front of so many. Thus, the Empress Dowager heard a series of nonsensical squeaks from the child. All right, at the very least, it can be confirmed that it is indeed her. Contemplating her advancing age and the emperor's desire for her to peacefully remain in the palace, the Empress Dowager gazed at her granddaughter and gently inquired, "Would you be willing to come to Sinang Palace in the future to keep your grandmother company?" Rather than endure the insincere flattery of noble ladies and concubines, the Dowager preferred the company of this child. She recalled that this mother-daughter pair had previously been neglected, and thus she considered it a form of protection, ensuring that others would not trample upon them. Could it be that fortune truly smiles upon those from above? Shen Wenyu mused, nodding eagerly as if to signify her utmost willingness. This left he utterly astonished. Who was this amiable elderly lady before her? Was she dreaming? In Chapter 19, Qin Huai, Hien brought forth a small chair, and Shen Wenyu settled herself beside the Empress Dowager. No wonder they constructed such a high platform. The view of the performance is far more captivating from here, she mused. This was a genuine court dance, featuring the finest dancers from across the realm, far superior to the amateur performances of later generations. Shen Wenyu was utterly captivated, her eyes scarcely daring to blink. As she watched, she provided commentary, evaluating everything from costumes to movements to makeup, causing the Empress Dowager to glance down in curiosity. Strangely enough, even though these were dances she had long grown weary of, the child's observations imbued them with a refreshing quality. Ultimately, the Dowager even bestowed a reward upon the lead dancer. This evening's banquet ensured that many would remember the sixth princess. The calmness she exhibited beside the Empress Dowager led several to perceive her as extraordinary, though only she understood that she was merely entranced by the dance. Coupled with the emperor's evident affection for noble consort Hui and her daughter, the atmosphere around the Dowager shifted slightly. However, being a princess, such actions would have prompted speculation among the lower-ranking concubines and officials had she been a prince, regarding potential implications for the succession. Yet in the case of a princess, many officials redirected their attention towards their own children. After all, who wouldn't want their child to associate with a princess, even if merely as friends? Though there existed restrictions against men entering the inner palace, there were none preventing women and children from doing so. Thus, after the banquet concluded, numerous high-ranking officials and noble families received permission to enjoy the moonlight in the Imperial garden. This also served as a form of veiled favor, as not every member of the royal family could remain. Shen Wenyu was soon surrounded by a throng of children. She cast a pleading glance at her mother, only to find noble consort Hui ensnared by the mothers of these children. Consequently, Shen Wenyu had no choice but to assume the role of a caretaker, feigning youthfulness as she engaged with the little ones. In a distant pavilion, a woman reeking of alcohol pushed a boy standing before her. "I told you to go, but you refused. Now look, the princess is surrounded by people." The boy, merely 7 or 8 years old, bore a refined visage devoid of childish innocence, his expression dark as he gazed at the girl, who was the center of attention, and scoffed. "I said I wouldn't go, so I won't. If you wish to ingratiate yourself with her, do so on your own." Qin Huai, the woman, incensed by his mockery, rattled her decorative hairpins together, producing a harsh sound. "How is it that I gave birth to such a wretch? You refuse to do anything for your mother." Then, softening her tone, she coaxed, "If you behave this time, I'll let you keep your monthly allowance next month. I won't use it for jewelry." The brazen words left the passing palace, made astonished. But upon catching a glimpse of the true faces of the two individuals, she soon found it rather unsurprising. The Crown Prince of Qin? As the maid reported this, Shen Wenyu felt somewhat bewildered. For a moment, she struggled to connect this title with her father's various brothers. Yet, she quickly recalled that there indeed existed such a character in the narrative. Unlike her own role as a mere supporting character, he was a bona fide tragic and formidable antagonist. To begin with his lineage, the tribulations faced by his parents were deeply harrowing. His father, Qin Pan, was the only prince of a different surname in the current dynasty, yet this status brought him no glory. Qin Pan's prominence stemmed solely from his father's reputation. His father, Qin Yuanji, had been conferred the title of a prince by the late emperor due to his remarkable military achievements, which also granted the then heir apparent, Qin Pan, the right to inherit his title without demotion. However, due to a chronic illness that claimed Qin Yuanji's life prematurely, Qin Pan ascended to the throne of the Qin kingdom at a young age. Though his rank was inherited through his father, his striking appearance made him a desirable suitor among many young ladies of noble birth, including the sister of a late emperor's favored concubine, who eventually became his legitimate wife. Their marriage occurred swiftly, facilitated by the esteemed concubine's influence, and soon they welcomed the royal heir, Qin Huai. The initial days of his infancy could be considered the singular bright spot of this tragic antagonist's childhood, as he experienced a brief period of opulence. However, this fortune was short-lived, as the late emperor passed away. The favored concubine and her son attempted to seize power only to be exiled instead.
Qin Fan,
emboldened by his newfound freedom, brought his long-ignored mistress into his home, insisting that his son, Qin Huai, refer to her child, who was older than him, as his brother. As if that weren't enough, emboldened by the downfall of the favored concubine's family, he audaciously sought to elevate the mistress to the status of a primary wife. Despite the law stipulating that only a primary wife who had failed to bear children for many years could be elevated thus. This act incited the ire of many women in the capital, leading to an unresolved uproar. Yet, as Qin Pan's actions grew increasingly outrageous, Shen Wenyu could no longer tolerate him and summoned him for a reprimand, suggesting that he should resolve his family matters privately without exposing them to public ridicule. From that moment onward, the Qin royal residence appeared stable from the outside. However, Shen Wenyu understood that Qin Huai's tragic existence was only just beginning. First came his father's neglect, followed by the torment inflicted upon him by the mistress and her son, who eagerly wished for his demise to seize his position. Most outrageous of all was his mother. After their family's fortunes dwindled and the support from her family ceased, the Qin princess, relying solely on her monthly allowance, began to covet her son's inheritance. Despite Qin Pan's outward show of affection, providing Qin Huai with sufficient funds to live comfortably, all of this money was siphoned away by his biological mother into her jewelry box, forcing him to endure a life of deprivation. The narrative did not delve into Qin Huai's struggles, but it was known that he ultimately aligned himself with the prince born of the beloved concubine and exacted revenge upon the royal family. However, a villain remains a villain. He eventually amassed his own forces and clashed with the prince, engaging in a battle of wits and stratagems that spanned much of the latter half of the tale. Readers, unable to contain their curiosity, inundated the author with comments. Look at your book title. You are nearly writing a male-oriented power struggle. Who is the protagonist? Are you really suggesting that Qin Huai is the male lead? Consequently, the author hastily removed Qin Huai from the narrative in an absurd manner, leading to a storm of uproar in the comment section. It seemed the author, overwhelmed by the reader's daily concerns, hastily concluded the story, rendering it a frequent subject of critique among various bloggers. And now, this antagonist stood before her. Shen Wenyu curiously observed him, noting that while the fabric of his garments was fine, the sleeves bore signs of wear. His exquisite features and aura of nobility stood in stark contrast to the plump children surrounding him, making his sharp chin appear almost gaunt, as if hunger had sculpted it. Indeed, it was hunger that brought Qin Huai to this mid-autumn banquet. He merely sought the opportunity to enjoy a hearty meal. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Shen Wenyu recalled the description of this crown prince of Qin in the book. Despite having endured considerable hardship in his youth, he remained a gentle and refined gentleman. It was stated that even in his quest for vengeance, he merely stripped his biological father of his title, allowing him and his family to wander with the royal treasury. During her reading, Shen Wenyu had found his actions overly lenient. If she were treated so, she certainly could not have acted with such mercy. Not to mention, she would never allow even the heir of the royal residence to be taken from her. Although she had not entirely agreed with his methods while reading, she now saw this quality as a virtue. At the very least, she did not wish to collaborate with someone of a heartless disposition. Suddenly, Qin Huai sensed the princess's gaze upon him growing fervent. Is she planning some mischief? He pondered, his brow furrowing, his expression turning cold. The young princesses from the royal residence, observing his demeanor, could not help but huddle closer to Shen Wenyu, whispering, "Princess, look at him. He is always so sullen. We don't enjoy playing with him. You shouldn't either. Let us leave." However, their words failed to sway the princess, who had already donned the lens of the original story regarding Qin Huai. Where was the gloom? Shen Wenyu regarded the exquisitely featured boy with a hint of curls, finding even his stern expression adorable. She recalled his character in the original text, an embodiment of patience, enduring all insults without retaliation. With newfound courage, Shen Wenyu boldly tugged at a lock of his curly hair. The young ladies from the royal residence gasped. One slightly older girl poked her sister and whispered, "Did we forget to mention he once knocked out 2 of our brother's teeth?" The sister swallowed hard, recalling how their brother had taunted Qin Huai about his good looks and suggested he should be in a brothel, only to receive a fierce beating from the younger boy. Though her brother was indeed foolish and deserved some reprimand, the severity of the punishment was excessive. She stepped forward, closing her eyes to shield the princess, thinking she might bear the brunt of Qin Huai's wrath herself. However, she overestimated her bravery. Qin Huai merely pinched the lock of hair and scoffed, causing the group of young girls to scream and flee to find their mothers, leaving Shen Wenyu perplexed. What just happened? She wondered, taken aback. She found Qin Huai's smile rather charming, and he had even offered a friendly grin, yet everyone had run away. Suddenly, Shen Wenyu comprehended the situation. This was the ancient palace version of schoolyard bullying. Before entering the narrative, she had a niece who had suffered similar ostracism from her classmates. The memory of her niece recounting her experiences, her eyes vacant and her body trembling, flooded back to her. In that instant, she felt a surge of empathy for Qin Huai, mirroring the compassion she had for her niece. "Let us ignore them. We need not engage with them," she declared, grasping Qin Huai's hand and leading him to a secluded spot behind the ornamental rocks where she often eavesdropped on gossip. The hollowed opening of the Taihu stone was spacious enough to accommodate 2 children. Moreover, its remote location, surrounded by the rock formations except for the entrance, made it the perfect hideaway for heartfelt conversations. From the moment Shen Wenyu had tugged at his hair, Qin Huai had been somewhat bewildered. Due to his naturally slightly curly hair, many had taken to pulling it, often with malicious intent, as if aiming to tear it from his scalp. For instance, his father, as if to suggest that his natural curls disqualified him from being his biological child, would often tug at his hair whenever he had indulged in drink, leaving Qin Huai to wonder if his very scalp might be torn from his head, if even his own father treated him thus. It was no wonder that the insipid scions of noble families were even less compassionate. However, Shen Wenyu's recent gestures and expressions stood in stark contrast to theirs. Her movements were gentle, as though she feared causing him pain, and her demeanor was devoid of the novelty and disdain typically reserved for those deemed aberrant. In that moment of distraction, Qin Huai caught the strange princess resting her chin on her hand, uttering a phrase that left him utterly perplexed. "You are simply too kind. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. If they insult you, retort with equal measure. I shall stand by your side." Qin Huai was genuinely bewildered. He usually responded to insults with immediate retaliation. Yet, observing the indignation radiating from the princess regarding his treatment, he felt that voicing his thoughts would only shatter the atmosphere. Thus, he merely mumbled a despondent He had anticipated that his aloofness would deter her, yet Shen Wenyu, perceiving his reluctance to retaliate, sighed, recognizing him as the tragic yet noble second male lead from the original text. It seemed that a child who endured bullying from such a young age might be more fragile than his peers. Shen Wenyu reflected that he was merely 8 years old, a mere 8 years away from revealing his true potential. He was still too young. She decided not to press him further, as she intended to look after him when he enrolled in the Guozijian, hoping to win his favor. With this thought in mind, Shen Wenyu rolled up her sleeves and, akin to a thief, discreetly slipped several large gold bracelets into Qin Huai's embrace. These were gifts of introduction from the ladies she had just met. Although they were clearly not designed for a young girl, they were evidently an impromptu gesture to curry favor with her. Yet gold is gold. Who could resist its allure? Bestowing these upon Qin Huai had taken considerable mental preparation on her part. However, akin to an investment, these gold bracelets would languish in her possession. Whereas giving them to Qin Huai resembled investing in a promising stock, one certified by the original work. One must risk something to gain something. Qin Huai stared, stunned, as the young girl offered him the bracelets, her expression reflecting a reluctance so profound it nearly seemed to stretch. Yet the weight they carried spoke volumes of the sacrifice she had made.
Why?
Qin Huai could not fathom why she would feel such compassion for him after just their first meeting, since she had already gifted them to him. Shen Wenyu concealed her reluctance and, with graceful poise, pointed to his tattered sleeve, saying, "The palace maid just informed me of your identity. Your sleeve is torn. You must be in need of funds." Qin Huai squinted slightly, sensing that matters weren't as straightforward as they appeared. If she were truly simple-minded, she could not possibly have garnered the Empress Dowager's attention. Shen Wenyu, aware that her act of bestowing gold might raise his suspicions, after all, he was kind but not foolish, adopted the tone of a child imitating a relative. "Why are you looking at me like that?"
Today.
"I'm lending you these to mend your clothes, but you must repay me later. Father said that lending money earns interest. So you must give me little gold in return." In ancient terms, interest referred to a financial charge, but Shen Wenyu deliberately misinterpreted it as gold, feigning the innocence of a child encountering a new term for the first time. Qin Huai thought to himself, "Ah, so she is a simpleton." While he felt it was morally dubious to take money from a child, the truth was he deeply needed it. Ultimately, Qin Huai accepted the gold bracelets. According to the regulations of the current dynasty, children of officials of third rank or higher were permitted to attend the Guozijian. However, to navigate such an environment comfortably, one inevitably needed to spend money to cultivate relationships, for these powerful figures valued social connections above all. Additionally, he required funds to procure appropriate attire and sufficient capital. The affluent nobles who possessed such generosity typically owned numerous shops and estates, generating fixed annual income. Otherwise, how could they sustain their daily expenses and social engagements on meager salaries? He had prepared extensively for this moment, but was thwarted by a lack of initial capital.
Now.
With the gold bracelets in hand, Qin Huai pressed his lips together and expressed his gratitude to Shen Wenyu. Upon seeing him finally accept her gift, Shen Wenyu felt a surge of joy and, concerned that concubine Hui might grow anxious from not seeing her, waved goodbye and departed. The moment she left, Qin Huai's expression darkened again as he concealed the bracelets within his sleeves and clothing, leaving only the lightest one in a shallower pocket. As expected, the first thing Princess Wang did upon seeing her son return was to search him. Did the princess bestow anything upon you? I saw her take you away. Upon spotting the bracelet that he had deliberately left exposed, she examined its quality and heft, her heart swelling with delight. Well done, my son. You may keep next month's allowance for yourself. She mused about how such a hefty bracelet could afford her many new garments, while also grumbling. This style is certainly from those military wives. It's utterly cliched, only they would find it appealing. Qin Huai trailed behind her, coldly observing his superficial and greedy mother. Let her bask in her moment of triumph. She would ultimately face the consequences for her actions. Your Majesty, the atmosphere here is rather oppressive. Do consider donning a cloak. Should you catch a chill, the two ladies of Yonghe Palace will undoubtedly berate you. Su Xuanfu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw the emperor heed his advice and don the fox fur cloak, thinking to himself that Yonghe Palace was indeed the emperor's Achilles heel. Recalling the time he caught a chill during a seasonal transition and the incessant nagging from the mother and daughter duo, the emperor felt a warmth in his heart. Thus, he stepped forward toward the cold palace with renewed determination, pledging to protect them for the rest of his life. In the desolate cold palace, Yu Shiyu fidgeted, irritated by the festive sounds echoing outside. Her hand instinctively reached for a teacup, intent on smashing it to the ground. But she quickly remembered that it was the last remaining piece of tea where she owned. Angered, she reluctantly set her hand down. Amidst the whistling winds, she heard footsteps.
Qui est?
She initially thought it was one of her serving maids. However, the footsteps were noticeably lighter. Listening carefully, Yu Shiyu discerned that the approach was unmistakably male. Quietly, she removed the wooden hairpin that held her hair in place and grasped it tightly in her palm. She had even considered the possibility of an assassin being sent to kill her, never imagining it would be the emperor. Thus, upon realizing who it was, an indescribable joy replaced the resentment she had harbored during her days in the cold palace. Why have you come to see me? To witness my current state of desolation? She asked, defiantly gazing upward at a 45-degree angle to avoid shedding tears, while simultaneously turning her head to offer the emperor a sorrowful profile. The emperor, not fully grasping her intended expression of struggle, silently recited the speech he had prepared in his mind. My beloved consort, forgive me. I understand you would never resort to such actions. However, your brother has just achieved great military feats, and there are those who seek to harm you. In order to dispel the fears of those lurking in the shadows, I had no choice but to send you to the cold palace for your protection. Acting is so difficult. Someone just kill me already. You must know that Zhou Shuren has been placed by my side. She is the mastermind behind the recent plot. Only by capturing her can I ensure your release. Really? Yu Shiyu wiped her tears with a handkerchief, her heart already half convinced. She knew the emperor treated her differently. Yet, the lingering discomfort from the suffering endured in recent days prompted her to awkwardly express, why did you not inform me sooner? You could have released me earlier, sparing me the embarrassment of not being able to wear the garments I just made. In the end, she had already begun to revert to her previous manner of self-reference. The emperor, straining to concoct an explanation, replied, You are aware of how envious your brother is to those in the court lately. I feared they might harbor ill intentions towards you. Thus, I thought it best to wait until you weathered this storm before disclosing the truth. My hesitation in informing you was only to prevent any slip. He added, with great difficulty, It is because I cherish you so deeply that I wish for you to encounter no misfortune. Yu Shiyu, with a gaze brimming with affection, grasped the emperor's sleeve and shyly smiled, though she then stated, However, your father and brother will be visiting you today to discuss certain matters. No matter what choice my beloved consort makes, I shall respect it. Ultimately, the emperor fled the cold palace in haste. Upon returning to the Yangxin Hall, he took several sips of tea to quell the wave of nausea rising within him. Su Xuanfu, he called. Yes, your servant is here. You may summon the Yu family to see her, as men are generally prohibited from entering the inner palace. The Yu father and son were escorted by a group of eunuchs to the cold palace where Yu Shiyu resided. What a wretched place this is. My sister has never endured such humiliation at home. Yu Tsongyun protested on behalf of his sister, to which Yu Jizong nodded in agreement, sighing. Your sister has been pampered since childhood. She has no idea how heart-wrenching this meeting will be. Although both were incensed by the dismal surroundings, they felt a sense of relief. Given the current circumstances, she would surely wish to return. However, the blissful expression of Yu Shiyu, radiating a happiness that seemed inexplicable, left them somewhat stunned. Had it not been for the fear of appearing unseemly before the eunuchs, Yu Tsongyun would have turned back to confirm whether this truly was the cold palace. Once the eunuchs withdrew, granting the trio a moment of privacy, Yu Jizong looked at his daughter, whose face was adorned with a sweet smile, and reproached her. How can you be so happy in the cold palace? Your father and brother have been worrying for you in vain. Yu Shiyu waved her hand dismissively. Father, I am doing quite well here. You need not fret over me. Doing well? In such a place? Yu Tsongyun interjected, pointing at the shabby courtyard. You can endure living here? Come home with us. Indeed, Yu Jizong nodded. Your brother has already pleaded with the emperor for clemency, using his military merits to exchange for your return home. Do not be afraid. We will surely find you a suitable husband. Yu Shiyu frowned, finally understanding why the emperor had been so eager to seek her out immediately after the banquet. It was because he feared her departure. Chapter 22. Refusal. The thought of the handsome emperor professing his love before her made Yu Shiyu's cheeks flush as she lowered her head. Please do not let my brother act recklessly. I am truly happy here. The emperor will soon take me out. He has his own reasons. What reasons could he possibly have? Yu Jizong scoffed, convinced that his daughter had been deceived by a man. Seeing the disbelief in her father's eyes, Yu Shiyu recounted the emperor's words to her. And upon realizing that her feelings for him were now known to her father and brother, she shyly buried her face deeper. Yu Jizong pondered for a moment, beginning to consider that perhaps there was some truth to her claims. After all, if he were the emperor and did not love a consort, he would likely be willing to trade her for military achievements. However, the fact that the emperor had specifically spoken to his daughter before their arrival indicated genuine affection. Little did he know that the emperor had an advantage, possessing foresight that allowed him to predict outcomes. After a prolonged silence, he acquiesced to his daughter's wishes. After all, she was his only daughter, and should she leave the palace, given her previous status as a consort and the fact that she had borne a child for the emperor, it would be challenging to secure a match with a prominent family. Essentially, she would become a liability. Since the emperor held feelings for her, it might be wise to keep her in the palace. If she were to bear a son, once the emperor passed, the Yu family could elevate their own child to power, thereby controlling the entire nation. He had already begun to fantasize about the thrill of wielding power. Nevertheless, Yu Tsongyun remained steadfast in his resolve to take his sister away. If he could cast you into the cold palace once, he will surely make you suffer again. Today is the best opportunity. Leave the palace and find a good family to marry into. I have many subordinates who are still unmarried. They would treat you well. Subordinates? Yu Shiyu lost all interest in the conversation. How could those lowly soldiers be worthy of marrying her? Even a fraction of the emperor's affection far surpassed the prospect of a lower match. Unable to contain herself, she retorted. If I were to marry one of my brother's subordinates, who knows if I would even enjoy the same quality of life as I do now? Yu Tsongyun was infuriated, ready to take her away by force, but was stopped by Yu Jizong. Since your sister is so resolute, let her follow her own heart. After all, we are in the court, and I doubt the emperor would dare to disregard her. Father. Though Yu Tsongyun was perplexed, the respect he had held for his father throughout his life stifled any objections, and he could only follow his father in indignation as they departed. Yu Shiyu smirked behind them, determined to prove that she would thrive and show her brother. The Mid-Autumn Festival fell on the 15th day of the 8th month. By tradition, the emperor would spend this night in the empress's palace. When the eunuch accompanying the Yu family arrived to report, the emperor was dining with the empress. Su Xuanfu understood the gravity of the matter and leaned in to relay the information. As he did so, he couldn't help but marvel at how the emperor managed to keep someone simply by engaging in brief conversation. He averted his gaze, missing the fleeting look of discomfort on the emperor's face. Has something occurred? The empress inquired, setting down her chopsticks. The emperor nodded and recounted the events that had transpired, starting from the Yu family's plea for mercy and concluding with Su Xuanfu's remarks. He omitted the embarrassing incident about discovering that Yu Tsongyun's military achievements were ill-gotten and involved seduction. Thus, the empress merely nodded, dismissing it as another instance of Yu Shiyu's romantic folly. Yet, After they were settled, the emperor found himself unable to sleep. Even though he had rested peacefully in the Yonghe Palace, the empress, too, was unaccustomed to having someone beside her. Previously, the emperor would return directly to the Yangxin Hall after attending to official duties. Understanding his plight, she kindly suggested, "If you are tired, Your Majesty, you may retire early." Although feeling somewhat belittled by the empress's remark about his stamina, the emperor silently donned his clothing and returned to the Yangxin Hall. In the Jiaofeng Palace, candlelight flickered once more. "Your Highness," Gontang observed the empress, furrowing her brow as she rose to attend to palace affairs. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for her mistress, "I have heard that the emperor has recently been staying directly in Yonghe Palace after visiting." The empress raised her gaze to meet hers, her expression serene. "Indeed, but is not Yue also sleeping there with them?" It was precisely because the princess was sandwiched between that the palace's consorts believed that having a child of royal blood to comfort the emperor was the reason he chose to stay, allowing Huigairen to remain undisturbed until the mid-autumn festival. However, the current princes and princesses were either too old to share the bed with their parents, or the remaining 7 princesses were being raised separately due to their birth mothers. No one had ever attempted to keep the emperor like this.
But
Gontang, though aware of the situation, could not help but voice her concerns. "Your Highness, are you not worried that the emperor may treat Huigairen and her daughter with undue favoritism? What if, when you have your own children, you find yourself overlooked?" The empress understood what her maid, who had been with her since childhood, was insinuating. She set down her brush, turning to Gontang with sincerity. "The emperor is not one to lack foresight. Besides, Huigairen is a compliant individual. I hope this will be the last time I need to discuss such matters with you." "Yes, Your Highness." Gontang pressed her lips together, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The empress's words were filled with references to the emperor and noble consort Hui, yet Gontang sensed that the empress's remarkable forbearance stemmed from the presence of the 6th princess. At this moment, Gontang's heart was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she felt gratitude for the little princess's frequent visits, which had brightened the empress's countenance considerably over the past days. On the other hand, she harbored uncertainty about whether the empress's profound affection for the little princess was ultimately a blessing or a curse. Nevertheless, her mind lingered on such thoughts. The following day, when she heard that the Empress Dowager had summoned Shen Wenyu to join her for a garden stroll, her heart felt devoid of any ripples. It seemed even the Empress Dowager had succumbed to her charm. This so-called garden stroll, however, was merely the Empress Dowager sitting in a pavilion, listening to a monk from the palace expound upon Buddhist teachings due to her limited mobility. Initially, Shen Wenyu was quite inclined to decline this activity. The mere thought of Buddhist doctrine was daunting. She couldn't fathom falling asleep during such a session. Yet, for reasons unknown, noble consort Hui appeared particularly intimidated by the Empress Dowager, as though she would faint if Shen Wenyu dared to refuse. Thus, Shen Wenyu found herself reluctantly ushered to the Empress Dowager's side. "Alas, my acting skills are truly commendable." Noble consort Hui, observing her daughter's retreating figure, playfully teased Wan Shu, who was suppressing laughter nearby. The Empress Dowager's favor is of paramount importance for a princess's future. Thus, she would never allow her daughter to shy away at such a critical moment. Upon arriving at the venue, Shen Wenyu discovered that Xu Fei was also present. This was hardly surprising, given that the Empress Dowager had always held Xu Fei in high regard, considering her a younger member of the family. Thus, the 3 of them, 2 adults and 1 child, settled into the pavilion, where palace attendants promptly presented an array of exquisite pastries. Concerned that Shen Wenyu, being small and unable to reach, might struggle, the Empress Dowager had the kind-hearted Mama he assigned to assist her. Were this scene to be witnessed by the concubines of the palace, it would undoubtedly incite envy. Mama he was one of the most esteemed attendants of the Empress Dowager. In terms of status within the palace, she overshadowed many lesser-favored consorts. For Shen Wenyu, an outsider, she merely appeared as a benevolent elderly woman, and she gratefully accepted her offerings without a second thought. The Empress Dowager observed her actions and, seeing her poised demeanor, could not help but nod in satisfaction. While she could not control the behavior of the concubines, as her granddaughter, she certainly did not wish to see a royal princess shrink in the presence of an attendant, regardless of the attendant's status. The Empress Dowager claimed the gathering was for the purpose of listening to Buddhist teachings, but it resembled more of a casual storytelling session. The venerable monk seated opposite them narrated tales of Buddhism in a gentle tone, captivating Shen Wenyu's attention. Who knew Buddhist teachings could be so intriguing? I had thought they solely consisted of the recitation of Namo Amitabha and similar phrases. Grandmother truly deserves her title. After years of meditation on Lingshan, she possesses a depth of understanding that surpasses ordinary folk. Upon hearing this, Shufei discreetly turned to the Empress Dowager, noticing her take a sip of tea, seemingly flustered. To claim the Empress Dowager was devoutly pious on Lingshan would be a gross misrepresentation. She simply found the throngs of people in the harem overwhelming and desired a quieter space to hear stories. The monks on Lingshan were likely driven to madness by the incessant chatter, their bald heads reflecting the light even more. After all, how many stories could there possibly be to entertain the Empress Dowager? Yet the Empress Dowager was unfazed by such trivialities. If there were no stories to share, she would simply invite others, as there were plenty of monks available. The Empress Dowager's every action served as a barometer for the noble women of the capital, akin to a trendsetter in contemporary parlance. The masters she summoned were indeed capable of becoming quite popular among the elite, earning substantial sums in the process. Thus, the monks were compelled to put on a brave face, for there were many mouths to feed in the temple. Who would ever turn down the prospect of wealth? Those genuinely disinterested in fame and fortune had long since ventured to distant lands, leaving none to remain in the capital. Before the Empress Dowager departed, the masters were nearly beside themselves, almost resorting to staging a performance for her amusement, only to be halted by her disapproving gaze. Fearing such an act would be deemed improper. Consequently, Shufei recognized that the Empress Dowager was merely masquerading her desire to hear stories under the guise of Buddhist reverence. Initially anticipating a rather dull day, the Empress Dowager found that having someone alongside to share in the storytelling experience made it all the more delightful. For instance, when the monk recounted an encounter during his travels involving a corpse, he learned that the individual had been brutally beaten to death while pregnant by debt collectors, and her family, ashamed of the misfortune associated with her death, discarded her body without a second thought. As he spoke of how he had generously offered financial assistance to that family to help them escape their debts and provided a coffin for the deceased, he expected the Empress Dowager to reward him for his benevolence. However, her expression remained impassive, with even the usually vivacious Shufei covering her mouth and lowering her gaze, concealing her reaction. In contrast, Shen Wenyu felt a surge of indignation. How dare they? If it were me, I would have slapped those fools twice across the face. They should be ashamed for leaving a pregnant woman behind to fend for herself, only to complain about her death. How could they even accept money after such an atrocity? They ought to be reported to the authorities. They should be apprehended alongside the debt collectors who killed her. If more girls fall victim because of their negligence, this fool will be complicit. The Empress Dowager and Shufei silently applauded her fervor. Ordinarily, the Empress Dowager would reprimand a younger member for such coarse language, yet today, she felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. She glanced at the palace attendants nearby and coolly instructed, "Take him away, I no longer wish to see him." Yes. The attendants swiftly dragged the struggling monk away, fully aware of the palace's unspoken rules. Mama He, recognizing the gravity of the situation, immediately dispatched someone to investigate the family based on the monk's earlier revelations. Who would have thought that a simple story could unveil such truths? The Empress Dowager affectionately ruffled her bewildered granddaughter's hair, saying, "These individuals excel at feigning virtue. Even their good deeds are muddled. They have no place in the palace. Send them to the farm to toil and clear their minds." Shen Wenyu maintained a composed smile, yet internally, she was nearly in stitches. Haha, indeed, their brains are filled with nothing but water. Thank goodness grandmother was present, otherwise, that unfortunate woman would have had to witness her murderer living comfortably with the money. Grandmother is truly wonderful. The Empress Dowager beamed with satisfaction. Shufei, however, felt somewhat slighted by the little one's disregard for her presence. After all, she had contributed a farm specifically designated for the rehabilitation of wrongdoers. Thus, she delicately offered a piece of milk cake to Shen Wenyu. Shen Wenyu gazed at the exquisite beauty before her in astonishment, for she had never interacted with Shufei before. Who knew noble consort Shufei was also such a gentle soul? I had previously heard palace attendants describe her as spoiled, but those who spread such rumors are truly despicable. Did father save the world in his past life? How could he have so many gentle and beautiful wives in this one? With a warm smile, the graceful Shufei wiped the crumbs from Shen Wenyu's mouth, contemplating how to uncover the source of the malicious gossip to ensure they faced consequences. As the saying goes, experience triumphs over youth. The Empress Dowager accepted her granddaughter's effusive praise without any qualms and snatched the plate of pastries from Shufei's hands, feeding the little one with delight. Concubine Shu. Once Shen Wenyu regretfully declared that she could eat no more while caressing her belly, the Empress Dowager permitted Hien to escort her back. After Shen Wenyu departed, a fleeting silence enveloped the pavilion. Subsequently, the Empress Dowager sipped her tea and remarked, "You can hear it too, can't you?" Chapter 24. Exiting the palace. Concubine Shu was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing the implication of her words, she hesitated briefly before nodding. Curiously, she inquired, "How did Aunt know?" With a wave of her hand, the Empress Dowager signaled to the attending palace maids, who discreetly retreated to the periphery of the pavilion to prevent any interruptions to their conversation. "Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes?" With no one to serve them, their discourse became considerably more relaxed. "At yesterday's banquet, your reactions were rather peculiar. I summoned you today merely to draw out the truth. You rarely exhibit such patience towards the Emperor's offspring." Faced with the Empress Dowager's direct exposure of her motives, Concubine Shu couldn't help but smile with delight. "Indeed. Aunt knows me well." Thus, she candidly recounted her first encounter with the sixth princess. Ordinarily, the Empress Dowager would have been incensed had her niece used any vulgar expressions, but today, with Shen Wenyu's previous outburst serving as a proxy, she found herself without the grounds to reproach Concubine Shu. She merely commented, "You truly possess the heart of a child," and refrained from further remarks. With a playful demeanor, Concubine Shu leaned closer to the Empress Dowager and teased, "Given Aunt's discerning eye, can you see if anyone else can hear Yuer's thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, the Empress Dowager shook her head. "Do you recall when our clan invited Master Yinkong for a divination? What was the oracle's message?" Concubine Shu, having been present at that time, readily recalled, "It foretold that our family would encounter a noble benefactor in the coming years. When my father inquired how to recognize this benefactor, he replied that one could sense them by borrowing the dragon's qi. It was precisely for this reason that Concubine Shu had been brought into the palace. For the Empress Dowager had spent years meditating in Ling Mountain, devoid of opportunities to meet any benefactor. Are you suggesting that Yuer is? Concubine Shu quickly grasped the implication. The Empress Dowager nodded. Initially, I thought it was merely some supernatural phenomenon, but given Yuer's pure heart and your similar circumstances, I began to ponder this possibility. Concubine Shu, not as contemplative, cheerfully remarked, in any case, time will tell. Let us observe whether our Yuer truly is a harbinger of fortune. The Emperor genuinely believed he had encountered a stroke of luck. When he dispatched someone to rescue the soldier named Yi Xian, the Imperial physician described that by the time he arrived, the man was barely clinging to life. Fortunately, his medical skills were exceptional. Here, we omit a lengthy self-praise of the physician, and ultimately, the man was saved. Furthermore, according to the intelligence gathered by his covert operatives, it was confirmed that Yu Tsongyun had a history of seizing military accolades, though it remained unverified whether his cunning tactics in the battle against the southern barbarians had been pilfered as well. While the Emperor had faith in his daughter, he recognized that convicting someone required substantiation. Thus, upon hearing that Yi Xian had regained consciousness, he prepared to don commoner's attire and conduct a discreet visit to inquire about the particulars of the matter. Naturally, he did not forget the greatest benefactor. Considering that Yuer likely had little experience beyond the palace walls, he conceived the idea of taking her out for a glimpse of the world.
Consequently,
Su Xuanfu arrived at Yonghe Palace bearing the Emperor's decree. At that moment, Concubine Hui was nestled closely with her tender daughter, saying, "Why is everyone trying to steal my child?" Yet upon learning that the Emperor wished to take their daughter out for a leisurely excursion, all her reluctance was swiftly suppressed. Reflecting on the fact that the only time her daughter had left the palace previously was to be sent for marriage, she eagerly hoped for her daughter to experience more of the world outside. Thus, Su Xuanfu smoothly escorted the little princess into the carriage. "Yuer, come to daddy." The Emperor, having changed into a set of casual attire, sat within the carriage with his arms outstretched, resembling an ordinary father. Shen Wenyu found it quite endearing, as if she had returned to her childhood, and accordingly leapt into his embrace. However, Su Xuanfu, upon hearing the Emperor refer to himself in such a manner, was momentarily taken aback, subsequently smiling wryly as he realized that ever since the Emperor encountered the sixth princess, his moments of distraction had multiplied. After all, the Emperor's affection for her was unparalleled, even when tracing back through several generations. "Father, what are we going to do outside the palace today?" Shen Wenyu, having changed into similar casual attire as they exited, curiously peered out the window. The Emperor pulled her down from the window, admonishing, "Sit properly, don't fall." He then tousled her hair and asked, "Today we are going on a discreet visit. What should you call me?" Having heard him refer to himself as I, Shen Wenyu quickly adapted and called out, "Daddy."
Ah.
The Emperor, pleased with the success of his plan, chuckled contentedly. The carriage came to a halt before a dilapidated house. The neighboring residents, observing the scene, began to whisper amongst themselves, "What luck has befallen the Yi family?" It seems some elegantly dressed dignitaries delivered gifts to their home last night. Indeed, they are truly fortunate. I wonder what these officials see in them. They are merely two invalids. Yet, the emperor's notion of a discreet visit, while dressed in attire that seemed ordinary to him, was perceived by the common folk as exquisitely tailored, hinting at an extraordinary identity, thus failing to disguise his status effectively. The hushed gossip revealed the surrounding residents' malice toward the Yi household. Shen Wenyu instinctively tightened her grip around the emperor's hand. Shen Wenyu, feeling a surge of indignation, instructed the nearby guards, "Silence them. Do not disturb the sick." With the guards' intervention, the surrounding murmurs finally subsided. The interior of the shabby dwelling was even more austere than its exterior. In stark contrast, Shen Wenyu felt that even the cold palace could be considered a luxurious palace by comparison. The walls were nearly devoid of intact plaster, appearing as if they might peel away at any moment. A large bowl sat beside the stove, filled with some thin porridge, presumably the everyday sustenance of this mother and son. On a narrow bed lay a frail young man propped up, his pallid face attempting to bow in salute to the emperor, while beside him sat an elderly man with gray hair and vacant eyes. At this moment, the surname Yi, alongside a sickly mother and blind son, immediately reminded Shen Wenyu of the narrative she had contemplated the previous evening. This is the pair who perished due to Yu Songyun's theft of military merit. Indeed, my father is truly an astute strategist, wise and courageous. Discerning the future with remarkable insight, here we omit countless idioms. The emperor stood tall with pride. Of course, I aspire to be a wise sovereign. Thus, he hastily halted Yi Xian's gesture of reverence, saying, "No need for excessive formality. Please rest comfortably." The elderly Yi, upon hearing the commotion, could not help but shed tears, exclaiming, "It is our benefactor. Our benefactor has arrived." She then fumbled for a teapot nearby, intending to pour them tea. However, Su Xuanfu assisted her back to the bedside, deeming such tasks more suitable for himself, lest he fear the emperor's glare. Chapter 25, The Seventh Princess. Because Yi Xian was concerned that his mother would worry about his suffering, Su Xuanfu guided the elderly lady outside for a brief respite. Once Ye's mother had departed, Yi Xian sighed in relief, and despite his physical limitations, he managed to bow deeply to the emperor. "Thank you, young Master Shen, for your rescue. The commoner is at a loss for how to repay you, but should young Master Shen ever require assistance in the future, I shall do my utmost to oblige." After saying this, Yi Xian's gaze shifted to the girl whom Shen Wenyu held by the hand, and he smiled. "This must be your esteemed daughter. Indeed, a tiger father sired no dog. She is truly so exquisite and charming." Although he was unsure what exquisite entailed, given the circumstances, he was well aware that the other party had not received a formal education, and with Shen Wenyu's sympathy for this unfortunate soul, she beamed back at him. Observing her reaction, the emperor silently noted this descriptor in his mind, pondering its implications as he inquired, in the heat of yesterday's urgency, "I neglected to ask, do you possess any evidence regarding Yu Songyun's theft of your ideas?" Yi Xian shook his head with a pale complexion, his voice tinged with hoarseness. "It was during a conversation with my companions that I mentioned it, and he most likely overheard me then. Even though that companion can attest to my words, the evidence remains insufficient." He forced a bitter smile. "While I do not know how young Master Shen came to learn of this news, I must dare to advise you, given the extensive wealth and power of the Yu family, to exercise caution and withdraw while you still can." As Su Xuanfu had also dressed up, he did not recognize his identity as a eunuch, and could only surmise that he was a wealthy young master harboring a grudge against the Yu family. How I overthink. Standing before you is none other than the emperor, the consummate terminator of court physicians, and the guarantor of the cold palace's occupancy rate. He recalled how he had rashly declared yesterday that if Yi Xian's condition did not improve, he would have all the court physicians executed. However, it is indeed difficult to establish guilt here. One cannot simply condemn a person based solely on words. The emperor silently nodded in agreement.
But
he perked up his ears. Why not send him back to the front lines? I recall the last time there were 500 men who launched a surprise attack on the enemy's leader, right? Surely they possess the ability to replicate such a feat. I refuse to believe that their family has extended its influence over the Ministry of War for so long without having 500 loyal confidants. Let him take his own trusted men to their doom. What a reasonable thought. The emperor bestowed an appreciative glance upon Shen Wenyu. reassuring himself that he was indeed a man of integrity and that his daughter's dubious inclinations were certainly not his fault. He found Shen Wenyu's earlier idea quite feasible, needing only a bit of refinement before implementation. Therefore, he spoke to the ailing Yi Xian, who was lying on the bed and coughing lightly. You need only to focus on your recovery and need not worry about anything else. Once you are well, I shall come to visit you. Seeing that he could not dissuade the emperor, Yi Xian could only clasp his hands and bid him to take care. Shen Wenyu, meanwhile, observed the handsome man with great interest. Who would have thought that although Yi Xian is but a mere warrior, he possesses the countenance of a delicate scholar? Quite striking indeed. Just as the emperor was about to leave, he paused. Once he reached the carriage and found no one around, he earnestly turned to his daughter, who was enjoying some pastries. Who is more beautiful, I or Yi Xian? Shen Wenyu. She struggled to swallow the pastry in her mouth, confirming to herself that her father was serious and not merely engaging in a whimsical exchange. Dear heavens! Is it not awkward for him to pose such a question? I could hardly bear the embarrassment, feeling as though I might collapse the entire forbidden city with my toes. But the emperor, being the man he was, remained unfazed by the daily jests of the censors who wrote articles laden with veiled insults. He conveyed a steadfast gaze to his daughter, signaling that he felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Ultimately, Shen Wenyu capitulated, conceding that her father was indeed the most handsome in all of the great Xia, which pleased him immensely as he settled into the carriage to peruse travelogues. Upon returning to the palace that night, the emperor, without even glancing at the cards, promptly began preparing for Yu Songyun's imminent expedition to the frontier. He intended to secure the Yu family first, painting a grand picture of victory upon their return, promising to bestow a noble title upon Yu Songyun. After all, a noble rank held far greater allure than a mere official position, as it could be inherited. He subsequently wrote to the general stationed at the borders, merely instructing him to keep a tight rein on his troops, for if Yu Songyun were to lead a surprise assault, he could only rely on his own connections. Should he sacrifice innocent soldiers merely to address this matter, the emperor would genuinely feel remorseful. Yet, just as he had drafted half of his plans, the emperor grew wary. He was still uncertain of the general's loyalty. At this hour, his daughter, the instrument of loyalty assessment, was likely fast asleep. He could only stretch his aching wrist and remind Su Xuanfu to prompt him in the morning. After attending to the emperor's bedtime, Su Xuanfu stood outside the door, astonished. How could the noble consort and her daughter hold such a significant place in the emperor's heart? Although the emperor had taken Shen Wenyu out of the palace yesterday primarily to showcase the great merit before Yi Xian, he had also brought back an array of toys from the streets, partly to compensate for the childhood he had missed with his daughter in his previous life. He was growing increasingly adept at adapting to this reincarnation. Of course, the emperor himself was busy, with Su Xuanfu primarily handling the tasks at hand. At this moment, Shen Wenyu gazed despondently at the assortment of rattles, bamboo dragonflies, and colorful balls laid before her. The wet nurse, serving her, mistakenly assumed that the little princess was unfamiliar with these toys and personally demonstrated their use. This only deepened Shen Wenyu's frustration. Being a fully grown adult, it was exhausting to perform childish antics with such immature toys every day. However, she did not anticipate that an opportunity to escape this confinement would arrive so swiftly. That very afternoon, Shen Wenyu routinely ventured to the Imperial garden with the palace attendants for a stroll.
Noble consort,
having noticed her improvement in health from her daily excursions, had decided to accompany her. Suddenly, they encountered a little girl in palace attire whom they had never seen before, being held by the grand maid Chunyu while admiring the flowers. Given her age, attire, and the presence of Chunyu, Shen Wenyu realized this must be her younger sister. Yet, the book does not offer much description of Yu Xiu, focusing instead on the stark contrast between the two sisters, one marrying into power while the other becomes a consort, to illustrate the favoritism of the noble consort. Thus, when Shen Wenyu observed the timid seven princess peering at her from the embrace of the maid, she was undeniably taken aback. How could such an eccentric character as Yu Xiu bear a daughter so shy? Sixth sister. The little girl broke the silence first. Greetings, seventh sister. Shen Wenyu's demeanor remained cool and polite, maintaining a respectful distance from the daughter of the original protagonist, not wishing to provoke any unnecessary conflict. Yet, the seven princess was undeterred by Shen Wenyu's aloofness, her gaze drawn irresistibly to the colorful toys held by Shen Wenyu's attendant. Chapter 26, Playmate. Elder sister, what are these? The vibrant toys seemed to possess an innate allure for children. Shen Wenyu followed the seven princesses' gaze and discovered she was pointing at the small colorful balls that her mother had instructed her to bring along. You don't know what these are? Despite her efforts to control her tone, Shen Yue's voice rose slightly at the end. She glanced at Chunyu, who also appeared momentarily startled before responding earnestly. The princess's birth mother never allowed her to play with such things, so she truly does not know. Good heavens! Shen Yue was astonished. It seemed that the daughter of the protagonist was as deprived of a childhood as the minor characters in the story. Observing the 7 princesses' eager eyes, Shen Yue quietly handed her an unused, colorful ball. Well, although your mother may be unkind, you are still just a child. The 7 princess paused, clutching the soft, bouncy ball thoughtfully, and then removed a jade bracelet from her wrist to offer it to Shen Yue. Elder sister, let's trade this. Shen Yue. She looked at the little girl with a hint of sadness. Sister, with a trade like that, even if our father is the emperor, it wouldn't suffice. As a mentally mature adult, she could never engage in such childlike exchanges, thus she declined the bracelet and swiftly took her leave. She simply could not fathom how to confront the daughter of the protagonist, opting instead to avoid the situation altogether. The 7 princess stood there, clutching the ball, watching Shen Yue's retreating figure, and blinked before turning to Chunyu, saying, Elder sister is a good person. Chunyu was left speechless. This was the first time in her life she had witnessed someone so easily swayed by a mere ball. Of course, she had no inkling that her princess was soon to become Shen Yue's personal toy sanctuary, affectionately dubbed the Beautiful Waste Recycling Station. That evening, the emperor arrived as promised. After spending so many days together, he had come to fully understand Shen Yue's character. She possessed an abundance of knowledge that she could not express. As long as he mentioned key terms, she would mentally elaborate upon them. Thus, he, generally, stationed at the borders, sent a letter of greetings.
Generali.
What a truly commendable man. Alas, he was executed for opposing the crown prince's ascension, but no matter, the emperor did not survive him by many days. The emperor remarked, the prime minister appears rather listless during court today. Oh, isn't that our venerable prime minister, who met his untimely demise in a brothel at the ripe age of 70 after a night of indulgence with 7 maidens. Perhaps he has taken on too many concubines and his constitution could not withstand it? The emperor, in his fury, gnawed on his ribs with an audible crunch, astonished to discover that the stout and robust prime minister harbored such hidden weaknesses. The grand secretary further reported to the emperor, cherish the current moment as you pen your critiques, grand secretary. I recall that when you insisted on making the child born of you Shiyu the crown prince, he faced numerous obstacles and slapped you across the face. TSK, clearly a man well-versed in lightness of foot. The emperor found himself at a loss for whether to commend or chastise. Yet, upon reflection, he concluded that he was likely incited by Yu Shiyu, and thus he had no one to blame but himself. He continued with a sense of self-justification. Only when he mentioned Yu Shiyu did he remember that he had abandoned her in the cold palace, forgetting to summon her back. This would not do. What if the father and son grew suspicious? At last, after a long wait, Yu Shiyu received the decree for her reinstatement. But that is a tale for another time. At this moment, noble consort Hui could scarcely eat. It is well known that meddling in the affairs of the previous dynasty is a grave sin in this court. She was unaware that the emperor could hear her daughter's innermost thoughts and believed he might turn against them. Thus, she pondered the possibility of preemptively striking the grand secretary before they faced execution. Fortunately, the emperor only inquired about the principal officials, and before long, he noticed the distressing expression on noble consort Hui's face. He recalled the decree that stated such delicate beauties should not be frightened, and feeling a surge of compassion, he gently embraced her shoulders and reassured her, My beloved consort, do not let your imagination run wild. I merely find these matters amusing, and shared them for your amusement. I swear I shall never punish you for this. Noble consort Hui finally relaxed her grip and leaned softly against the emperor, exclaiming, You nearly frightened me to death. Your Majesty, I almost slapped you in the face. Though he held a beautiful woman in his arms. The emperor's mind was preoccupied with noting certain ministers in his little book, leaving no room for romantic thoughts, and he promptly returned to the hall of nurturing the heart. Without the two of them wasting time on frivolities, Shen Wenyu was fortunate enough to enjoy an early slumber. Sooner or later, he will willingly spend the night alone with mother. With this small goal in mind, Shen Wenyu drifted into dreams. Meanwhile, noble consort Hui opened her eyes, tucked her daughter's blanket, and thought to herself, Rest assured, mother will strive diligently. That night in the hall of nurturing the heart, the emperor sneezed unexpectedly, pondering who might be mentioning him at such a late hour. The following day, in the same place at the same hour, Shen Wenyu encountered the 7th princess once more. However, unlike before, The child now held a ball in her arms and, upon seeing Shen Wenyu, blushed and approached her with hopeful eyes, saying, "Elder sister, may you play with Yenner for a while?" Shen Wenyu was not particularly inclined to act as a caretaker. Thus, she turned to Chunyu beside her.
Chunyu sighed.
First bowing to Shen Wenyu before leading the seventh princess aside, saying, "The princess's biological mother is exceedingly strict with her. The princess spends her days either practicing dance or calligraphy, leaving her no time to rest, which has made her rather timid. It is also my oversight. I did not realize the princess had not yet played with toys, which is why she was so fascinated by your colorful ball yesterday." She paused, continuing, "I understand this request may be somewhat presumptuous. However, the princess is pure of heart and feels a strong affinity for you. Today, she has been waiting with me for nearly 2 hours. I boldly ask you to indulge her in play." After speaking, she knelt before Shen Wenyu in a deep bow. Shen Wenyu slightly sidestepped the gesture, letting out a sigh. She understood the seventh princess's perspective. Even the least favored royal offspring in the palace still held a royal status. For example, when she had first arrived and was ill-treated by the 2 palace attendants, the queen had been furious upon hearing of the incident. At least on the surface, the attendants were obliged to show respect to these young masters. What if the princess were to cry during their play? Thus, palace servants would not take the initiative to play with her. Consequently, the seventh princess, having neither peers to play with nor a mother to accompany her, must have longed deeply for affection and friendship. By unfortunate coincidence, she could possess both. Observing Chunyu, who was repeatedly bowing until her forehead bore red marks, Shen Wenyu sighed and said, "You may rise." Chunyu understood this as an agreement, and her eyes glistened with gratitude. Having cared for the young princess over the years, she had essentially watched her grow and hoped that after Yupin was out of the picture, the princess could enjoy a complete childhood. Shen Wenyu instructed the accompanying palace attendants to keep their distance. As an adult, she was not entirely comfortable playing ball under the gaze of so many spectators. She took a bamboo dragonfly and approached the seventh princess, rubbing it between her hands until it took flight.
Wow.
The seventh princess let out a rare cry of joy, cautiously moving closer to Shen Wenyu and tugging at her sleeve. "Sister, Yenner wishes to see more." With the previous interaction, her address had grown more affectionate. However, Shen Wenyu was unwilling to indulge her. What was the point of merely watching others play? Thus, she handed the fallen bamboo dragonfly to the seventh princess. "You try it yourself." Though hesitant at first, once she took that first step, everything else followed naturally. By the time Shen Wenyu was about to leave, the young girl had already managed to keep the ball bouncing several times. Though reluctant to part with her sister, Shen Wenyu still sweetly bid farewell before taking Chunyu's hand and returning to the palace. Along the way, she animatedly shared her delightful experiences with Chunyu, clutching the toy Shen Wenyu had gifted her. Yet, upon reaching the palace gates, the smiles of both mistress and servant froze. The emperor had recalled Yupin's existence and, upon returning, decreed her reinstatement. However, due to the late hour and the seventh princess's insistence on going out, the news had not reached Chunyu. "What were you two doing outside?" A sharp voice from a woman startled the seventh princess, causing her to shrink into Chunyu's embrace. Seeing her daughter in such a state only incensed Yupin further. "Mother has been in the cold palace for so long, and now that I have finally emerged, you still hide from me?" Her voice grew more impatient. "What are those you are clutching?" Shen Wenyu was unwilling to show her, and Yupin, unable to tolerate such defiance, commanded her attendants to seize the items directly. Upon discovering they were merely ordinary toys, she ordered that they be discarded. "Your Highness." Chunyu could not help but interject, "The princess adores those. Treating them this way will only sadden her." Yupin cast an impatient glance at her. Has she considered that her lack of learning would cause me sorrow as well? The seventh princess shook her head at Chunyu, holding back tears as she bowed to Yupin. "It is my fault. I shall go practice calligraphy with the nurse." Only then did Yupin relent. Even in the cold palace, she had heard of how the sixth princess, born to noble consort Hui, was favored by the emperor, and she wondered if perhaps he had changed his affections. Given that the sixth princess was notorious for her idleness, Yupin was confident that her daughter, raised under strict discipline, would surpass her in worth. Based on experience, since the emperor had reinstated her position today, it was highly likely he would summon her later that night, at which point she would have Yenner perform her newly learned skills before her father. With the emperor's original affection for her, it seemed that noble consort Hui and her daughter would not enjoy the spotlight for long. Such were her hopeful musings. However, as night fell, the emperor hurriedly made his way to Yonghe Palace without even glancing at the cards he had drawn. On this day, the emperor, armed with intelligence gleaned from his daughter the previous night, took the opportunity to sternly reprimand a group of officials idly occupying their positions. Although the power of noble families was substantial, the presence of irrefutable evidence silenced any attempts at defense. For the first time since his ascension to the throne, the emperor had granted such a significant concession to them, and he had also promoted several of his own supporters, leaving him in high spirits. As a man well past his 30th year, he found himself eagerly anticipating his arrival at Yonghe Palace, yearning to share his joy with his family. Akin to an ordinary man newly wed with children. However, upon entering, he was met with the resentful gaze of his daughter. The emperor mused to himself, "Ah, men are often foolish. Today, I restore someone's position. Tomorrow, they ascend to the rank of noble consort, and the day after, I become the forgotten cabbage." He chuckled at her silent reproach, realizing he had failed to explain his actions. Striding into the palace, he affectionately ruffled the hair of the sulking little one, delighting in her indignant reactions before elucidating the reasons behind his decisions. Shen Wenyu was taken aback. Has Yuetian lost her senses, or been kicked by a mule? She hasn't he even left the palace? I thought the reason for the recent silence was that father had a falling out with the Yu family.
Well,
it seems father is the one lacking in shame, the first emperor to trade on his looks, she quipped, prompting countless sighs from concubine Hui, who was fortunate that the emperor could not hear the thoughts of the two women. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in a precarious situation. Little did they know. Not only could the emperor hear, but he had to feign ignorance, enduring the scolding in silence. After taking a moment to sip hot tea, the emperor turned to concubine Hui, holding her hand. "I know Yuetian's punishment has caused you distress. Fear not. Once the current turmoil subsides, I shall elevate your rank." He allowed her to have a bit more time to prance about. He was well aware that among the palace, only Yunue's biological mother had been feeling the sting of being overlooked for quite some time. Should those opportunistic palace servants neglect Yunue in the future, what would happen? If this were to reach Su Xuanfu, he would certainly urge the emperor, who was wholly consumed by thoughts of his daughter, to remain composed. After all, even with a lower rank, the emperor's daily visits to Yonghe Palace would deter any ill intentions from the palace maids.
concubine Hui avait inexplicably gained la promotion.
Found herself amused. As she gently massaged the emperor's shoulders, she pondered that if her daughter's reprimands could elevate his status, perhaps she should encourage her to scold him more often, knowing he wouldn't hear. The emperor, having exerted himself for 2 days without much rest, finally relaxed under the ministrations of the beautiful woman behind him, warmth filling his gaze as he grasped concubine Hui's hand, calling her Wanu. Concubine Hui blushed at the opportune moment, gazing back at him. "Is this something I can witness for free? The heavens and earth are truly colliding. What am I? A mere light bulb? What should I do now? Cover my face in embarrassment?" The two, lost in their affection, suddenly remembered their daughter was still present. Having focused on her meal, she had momentarily forgotten their presence. Yet, neither wished to reveal that they could hear each other's thoughts. So they maintained an air of calmness despite the awkwardness. "Su Xuanfu, take the princess away." Shen Wenyu looked up, puzzled by her father's sudden command.
No.
"I haven't finished eating. I want to stay and watch. Bring the princess's dinner along as well." Bad father. Chapter 28. The Selection. Today, concubine Hui was particularly enthusiastic. Buoyed by the emperor's promises of promotion and increased favor, the emperor, for the first time, felt a twinge of awareness of his advancing age. Afterward, he embraced Yuan for a brief respite before summoning Su Xuanfu. After the palace, maids have had a moment to breathe, bring the little princess back.
Su Sungfu,
unfazed by the romantic atmosphere, replied, "Your Majesty, the 6th princess is already asleep. Do you two have any idea how long you've been at this tonight?" The emperor and concubine Hui exchanged glances, realizing that their daughter was, indeed, still awake. "Father should get used to sleeping with mother early, otherwise, when I grow up, he'll just run back to Yangxing Palace." Yunue chimed in. "Father and mother, good luck. I'm off to sleep, hee.
Moment latte.
They realized the neighboring room had fallen silent. The emperor hesitated. Had it not been for Shen Wenyu, he would not have stayed overnight. It wasn't he that he held any particular disdain for concubine Hui. He simply did not trust anyone equally. Yet, times had changed. He had spent so many nights in Yonghe Palace. If he left today, what would the palace gossip about her tomorrow? After days of companionship, he found a budding warmth towards the mother and daughter. Seeing him still uncertain, concubine Hui seized the opportunity. "Your Majesty, it is getting late. You should rest early." She understood how to wield her beauty to her advantage. Otherwise, she would not have risen from commoner to consort. With her enchanting eyes fixed on the emperor, He found himself yielding to her allure, reclining back onto the bed. Whether it was due to his exhaustion or his growing familiarity with the scents and bedding of Yonghe Palace, he had expected to be restless. Yet the next morning, he was awakened by Su Xuanfu. Concubine Hui had already risen and pretended to just wake up as she assisted the emperor in dressing. He stared at her in a daze, momentarily feeling as though he were a regular man being attended to by his wife. This illusion peaked when he encountered Shen Wenyu, who dashed over to bid him farewell with a soft embrace. Father must work hard to support us, okay? Though he did not comprehend what she meant by support, he nonetheless set out for court with renewed determination. After the emperor departed, concubine Hui chuckled at her daughter, who had so cleverly aligned her thoughts with her own. Look at you, nearly dozing off. Hurry back to sleep. Shen Wenyu rubbed her eyes and returned to her chambers. Wan Shu approached to drape a coat over the young princess, soon to be addressed as Your Highness. Yet amidst her joy, a hint of concern lingered. Would the emperor truly fall for this ploy? Concubine Hui tightened her rabbit fur cloak and replied, Wan Shu, those at great heights feel the chill more acutely. A man like the emperor, the more he lacks, the more he treasures what he has. She aimed to make Yonghe Palace the sole sanctuary for the emperor in his heart, ensuring that even when younger and more beautiful women entered the palace, she and her daughter would remain special to him. Of course, this was a gamble. But had concubine Hui known that the emperor could also hear their thoughts, she might have believed she had already succeeded halfway. During this time, an atmosphere of anxiety pervaded the palace. From the empress, and even the Empress Dowager down to the most humble cleaning maid, no one could remain calm. The reason was simple. The triennial selection of maidens was about to commence. Time had flown by. The Empress Dowager squinted at the portraits of the candidates laid out before her. The last batch of candidates had only recently ascended to the rank of consort, and the events of that selection felt like just yesterday. Enough of this. My eyes are growing weary. The Empress Dowager swept aside the portraits, instructing a nearby eunuch to present them to the emperor, stating that he should choose his own consorts without troubling her. Grandmother? Shen Wenyu peeked in. The Empress Dowager beckoned her over, and after Shen Wenyu bowed, she naturally took a seat beside her. You arrived just in time.
Come.
Look at these maidens and see if any catch your eye. Shen Wenyu hastily waved her hands. Oh no, this is not something I can interfere with. The Empress Dowager glanced at the hairpin adorning Shen Wenyu's head, which was round and gleaming, evidently from the recent offerings from the East Sea. A gift from the emperor to his daughter. Upon reflecting on this, she chuckled softly and remarked, regardless of whether he is selected, given the emperor's recent disposition, it is unlikely he will visit often. We might as well choose some candidates we find pleasing to keep in the palace for our enjoyment. Considering the emperor's habitual presence in the Yonghe Palace, the threshold of the Sinang Palace had nearly been worn down by the various concubines. She and Mama exchanged glances before turning to observe the sixth princess, who, as expected, had lowered her head in silence. In this palace, where conversation adhered to a certain decorum, Shen Wenyu had grown accustomed to it. For instance, at present, she appeared obediently bowed, while internally she was engaging in a rather cynical monologue. What to do? When Father Emperor next visits Yonghe Palace, let's have the palace servants bundle him up and drag him to someone else's quarters. Why not select some unattractive candidates for a mild shock, thus making it clear he must choose for himself in the future? The Empress Dowager was aware that this was not the fault of concubine Hui and her daughter. Indeed, concubine Hui had recently been elevated to the rank of a noble consort, and it was rumored that concubine Yu had spent an entire afternoon requesting several sets of tea utensils from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. However, she had been troubled by the incessant demands of the other consorts. The Empress Dowager, known for her straightforward disposition, acknowledged her misplaced ire towards her granddaughter and gifted her a jade ruby, saying, "It is my fault. I've been irritable lately, and I lost face before you." Shen Wenyu cradled the jade ruby, maintaining a semblance of modesty on the surface while her heart brimmed with joy. This is truly jade, so large and so translucent. QAQ. Grandmother, if you could just say a few more words, I feel I could embrace 3 more. The Empress Dowager subtly shifted the topic, presenting a small portrait of a young woman before her. Take a look at this girl. Upon receiving the portrait, Shen Wenyu smiled sweetly, finding her quite beautiful. The Empress Dowager nodded, prepared to outline her with a vermilion brush. However, upon noticing the name beside the portrait, Shen Wenyu paused momentarily. Oh, she cannot be chosen. It seems she has a beloved. The day she learned she was selected, she hanged herself, and her affection was for a prince from another country. After he ascended the throne, he believed she was forced to death by her father, leading him to wage war, resulting in widespread suffering for the people. The Empress Dowager's hand faltered. This girl was sent from her maternal family, as consort Shu had been in the palace for many years without conceiving, having only an adopted second prince. The Qian family had grown anxious. Yet, she had clearly stated her desire to select someone willing. Chapter 29. The Second Prince. Unfortunately, during the Empress Dowager's youth, the popular tales did not encompass the notion of past lives. The stories she read were often imbued with elements of the supernatural, featuring themes of unfulfilled love between humans and spirits. In this moment, the Empress Dowager pondered whether her granddaughter might possess the ability to foresee the future. She exchanged a knowing glance with Mama, and only to remember, oh yes, here. Only I can hear these thoughts. Instantly, a peculiar sense of satisfaction welled within her. After Shen Wenyu departed, she instructed Mama and, please investigate whom the young ladies of the Duke's residence have been associating with recently. She could not directly mention investigating their lovers, lest Mama and suspect how she had come to know so much upon her return to the palace. As expected, upon hearing her request, Mama and assumed the Empress Dowager wished to ensure the Emperor's affairs were in order and reacted without further inquiry. The Empress Dowager gazed at the floral garland her granddaughter had gifted her, recalling how Shen Wenyu had described its creation, grandmother, while passing through the Imperial flower garden. I noticed several splendid blooms. After confirming with the palace servants that they were not rare varieties, I wove this garland for you, just as Mother taught me. The aged, roughened hand of the Empress Dowager brushed over the delicate yellow petals, and a smile involuntarily graced her face. In truth, it would not matter even if she had inadvertently plucked something precious. Upon realizing this thought, the Empress Dowager's demeanor grew solemn. Prior to this moment, she had treated all her grandchildren equally. Even the second prince, raised under consort Shu's care, had received little of her attention. After all, the emperor was the child she had carried for 10 months, and she did not wish for her favoritism to complicate matters for her grandchildren as they grew. Originally, her intention to elevate the sixth princess was not solely due to her ability to hear her heart's voice but also because she had heard of the emperor's neglect towards her. As a royal princess, if she were to be overlooked, it would spell hardship for her when it came time for her marriage. Yet, she had not anticipated that the reality was entirely the opposite of her expectations. Not only did the emperor's affection towards this daughter surpass that of the previous princes, but even her resolve to maintain a sense of fairness had been shaken. Nevertheless, she remained the Empress Dowager, the most esteemed woman of the era. After some deliberation, she placed the floral garland back on the table. It mattered little. After all, Yuer was merely a princess, and indulging her slightly wouldn't harm. In contrast, consort Shu, having received the garland, was devoid of such convoluted thoughts. Oh, what a beautiful garland. Thank you, Yuer. She disregarded the protests of the palace attendants and adorned herself with the duke-kissed garland atop her head. Is it not lovely? Shen Wenyu clapped enthusiastically. Consort Shu carefully removed the garland and took Shen Wenyu's hand, saying, You arrived at just the right time. Your second brother happens to be here. You seldom see him, as he is usually engrossed in his studies. Oh, second brother. He's the most unfortunate among the 3 brothers of the great Xia. Consort Shu. Let me calculate the days. Today must be the day he was beaten and had to ask his tutor for leave to recuperate in the palace. Consort Shu was taken aback. Who had the audacity to strike a prince? Did they not know that she was notorious for her formidable demeanor? She struggled to suppress her fierce expression. Shen Wenyu, however, chose not to elaborate further, savoring the suspense. Consort Shu's expression grew increasingly fierce. While silently taking deep breaths to maintain her composure, she slightly lifted her head, thankful that Shen Wenyu's shorter stature obscured her facial expressions. However, Shen Wenyu was oblivious to this. The second prince met consort Shu's gaze directly. Upon witnessing her expression, his frail body trembled slightly, but he quickly straightened his back with resolve. He is truly so thin. Do those who snatched his lunch not fear being discovered? He is evidently wary of consort Shu. I wonder who told him that she harmed his mother. How wicked. Consort Shu. Now she understood. The so-called noble person with a unique fate mentioned by that enlightened figure referred to her ability to discern and calculate. Consort Shu, who had never been fond of the melodramatic tales of eternal love spanning lifetimes, found herself ensnared in a web of misunderstanding due to her penchant for metaphysics. Unbeknownst to Shen Wenyu, she had already been elevated to the status of a metaphysical master in consort Shu's mind. After calling out to her second brother, she signaled to consort Shu. Sister, I implore you, please show some concern for your son. Otherwise, if he truly believes in the malicious words of others, What will happen when he distances himself from you in the future? Consort Shu gazed at the guarded child before her heart sighing in resignation. She had never been adept at interacting with children, and her willingness to raise the second prince stemmed not only from the Emperor and Empress Dowager's directives, but also from her relatively amicable relationship with his deceased mother. Keeping the child close gave her a sense of assurance. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would be incited by those around him, and her lack of attention had left her unaware of his bullying at the Imperial Academy. Contemplating this stirred feelings of guilt within her. Thus, she took Shen Wenyu's hand and led her to the bedside, abruptly uncovering the tightly wrapped figure of the second prince, revealing a frail back marred with bruises. The two children beside them gasped in shock.
Ah!
Is this something I can see? Let me take a look. Goodness, purple ribs, it's all right. How could a prince be in such dire straits? Purple ribs, indeed, was a rather apt description. One hand stilled the second prince's struggles, while the other applied ointment and gently massaged the bruises away. Shen Wenyu gazed at the expression of the second prince, akin to one who had been humiliated, and, fearing that her indulgent second brother might direct his ire towards her, she silently turned her head away. However, how did the noble consort know that he bore injuries? Given her character, it was unlikely she would conceal any wounds discovered on her child from reporting them. The consort paused in her application of the medicinal balm, realizing she had nearly exposed herself. She certainly did not wish for the little girl to grasp that she could hear her innermost thoughts. That would spoil the amusement. Clearing her throat, she remarked, "Child, if your mother had not noticed the medicinal wine you left aside, would you have continued to hide it from me? Pray tell, who is responsible for this?" Shen Wenyu understood. It was the second prince who had inadvertently revealed the truth. Initially, the second prince had suspected that the consort might be covertly monitoring him, but upon hearing her words, he breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he had intended to inform the emperor about the bullying he had endured. But the emperor had been preoccupied with state affairs, leaving little opportunity for father and son to converse privately. As for confiding in the consort, memories of a small table companion who claimed that his mother had caused her demise led him to instinctively distrust her. Yet today was different. The second prince glanced at Shen Wenyu, who was eavesdropping intently nearby. Chapter 30. Reporting the incident. With others present, it was likely that the consort, even if reluctant, would feel compelled to feign concern for him, much like she was doing now. Therefore, he directly presented a thick notebook to the consort. Shen Wenyu continued to sneak glances. Initially taken aback by the considerable stack of paper, the consort wondered what sort of trouble this child had encountered to amass such a record. Fortunately, the young scholars of the Imperial Academy were likely well-mannered and would not resort to violence lightly. The sheer volume of notes stemmed from the second prince meticulously detailing each date, the number of strikes received on various parts of his body, and every minute detail of their lunch, all recorded with precision. The consort's hands trembled slightly as she held the notebook. Surely, her own records could not be thicker than this. Thanks to the excellent vision afforded by her newly minted 5-year-old body, Shen Wenyu was also able to catch glimpses of the detailed contents. In truth, the extent of this documentation seemed trivial when placed against the backdrop of the second prince's experiences. These entries are manageable, but the offenses attributed to the consort could easily fill half a room, requiring 10 palace attendants to carry them all. Although much of it may have been his imaginative embellishment, it nonetheless illustrated his deep-seated resentment. It is no wonder he has been driven to retaliate against the consort since the Empress Dowager's passing. Fortunately, the consort believed these grievances to be her own calculations. Had she known they were events from the original narrative, her temper might have led her to abandon the child to the Emperor and Empress Dowager, leaving them to deal with him as they wished while she made her escape. However, individuals often harbor a desire to alter the course of future events, especially when witnessing the pitiable plight of a child subjected to bullying. Thus, in a fit of righteous anger, the consort took the second prince and headed straight for the Yangxin Palace. Naturally, Shen Wenyu was unable to miss this front-row seat to the unfolding drama. To further soothe the aggrieved party, who had not yet had a proper meal amidst their tumultuous day, she brought along his favorite pastries as noted in her book. Despite harboring reluctance to mingle with his pampered sisters, the second prince recalled how, in his youth, when his mother was still alive, he had accidentally bumped into the eldest sister, who thereafter seemed to take pleasure in mocking him at every opportunity. Ultimately, however, he could not escape the confines of the original narrative. Or perhaps the narrative as framework was as immutable as the laws of this fictional realm. Preferences were preferences, unalterable. Consequently, the second prince accepted this sugary entrapment, tacitly allowing Shen Wenyu to accompany him. The emperor had been preoccupied with the matter concerning Yi Xine, Having taken the trouble to send Yu Tsongyun to the border, contemplating that should he fail, Yi Xian could be dispatched for urgent assistance. It is easy to embellish a situation but difficult to provide aid in times of true need. If Yi Xian could achieve notable merit during this endeavor, he could seamlessly be positioned in a relatively significant role. Presently, the court was rife with the trend of elders consuming the spotlight, rendering the emperor apprehensive that his voice might inadvertently startle them into fainting. The notion of enduring through years as a means to gain experience struck him as sheer folly. What good was it to have achieved nothing in youth, only to later leverage so-called experience to suppress those with genuine potential? At that moment, Su Xuanfu entered, announcing that the consort wished to see him. The consort's visit could only pertain to two matters. Either she had struck a concubine or had come to ascertain his stance regarding the altercation. The emperor, naturally, chose to remain unseen. Su Xuanfu hesitated before revealing. The consort also brought the second prince and the sixth princess. The sixth princess? The emperor pondered briefly, and then remembered. Ah, my Yuer is here. What could the consort want with the two children? Surely, she had not descended into madness to strike Yuer, which caused a rare flicker of concern within him. But soon, he heard a faint melody echoing in his mind. Little rabbit, be good, open the door. The emperor thought, well, if she is still lively, she must be fine. Thus, he resolved to summon them inside. Upon their entrance, and after bowing, the consort wasted no time in placing the hefty notebook before him. The emperor glanced at the three of them, then reached for the book, flipping through its pages. Within moments, he slammed the book down onto the table in anger. He recognized his son's handwriting and turned to the second prince. Is every word of this true? The second prince cast an admiring glance at his father and nodded. The emperor inhaled deeply, calling for a guard, and handed the book to him. His tone laced with barely contained fury. Investigate every word of this. The guard bowed his head as he caught sight of the names listed, too intimidated to meet the emperor's gaze. However, the emperor did not offer the expected words of comfort to the second prince. Instead, he spoke sternly, as a prince. You will encounter even more schemes ahead. If you do not strengthen yourself, do you expect your father to govern your life for you forever? The words echoed too closely to the admonishments he had once received from his own parents, causing Shen Wenyu to inadvertently drift into thought. To be honest, that wouldn't be so bad. After all, he lived longer than you did in the end. The emperor, perplexed, swallowed the reprimand that had risen to his lips, regarding his son with an expression tinged with subtle pity. Moreover, as a father, you ought to offer more encouragement and solace. The second prince has been both hungry and bullied at the Imperial Academy. The emperor found her words to be valid. Consequently, he approached the second prince slightly bowing, and said, though it may seem weak to refrain from retaliating when others bully you, failing to seek me out immediately afterward is also a misstep. Nonetheless, enduring so many blows and still standing is a feat far greater than your sister's. Shen Wenyu thought. What is this, a mockery? Yet the second prince, quick to follow his father's reasoning, wore a face of inspiration and declared, I shall not disappoint my father's expectations. Shen Wenyu was taken aback. What is this? Aren't they supposed to be from different households? Wait, does that mean I've scolded myself into this too? QEQ, the consort was stifling her laughter when the emperor recalled something and said to her, Consort, you may withdraw for now. I have matters to discuss with him. The consort responded with reluctance before making her exit. Alas, the fun was over. Similarly, Shen Wenyu quickly lowered her head. I can't see you. I can't see you. I can't see you. The emperor, in exasperation, said, Yuer, you may stay as well. Shen Wenyu responded calmly on the surface, but internally she exclaimed, Yay, 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 yay. Father is the best. I shall perform a 360-degree backflip to kneel in gratitude. Outside, the consort could not hear the conversation but could distinctly perceive Shen Wenyu's thoughts, and thus could no longer contain her mirth. What on earth are you all discussing? Is there anything that I, the esteemed one, am not allowed to hear? Chapter 31, Scheming. At this moment, within the Yangxin Palace, clandestine dealings were indeed taking place. What? Upon first hearing his father's words, the second prince was so astounded that he momentarily forgot his fear and even dared to retort, Goodness! To conceive of such a scheme as this, father, do you not have any shame left? The emperor exemplified his lack of shame through his actions. I command you to provoke the members of the Yu and Zhou families. It would be best if you could incite them to act against you. He paused, seemingly realizing that such a directive was rather ruthless, and added, Of course, I shall dispatch protectors for you. It suffices as long as they take some action. Fearing his son might be reluctant, he appealed to his emotions and reason. Chenra, you know that I have been preoccupied with matters concerning these noble families. If you can accomplish this, it would provide me with ample justification to set traps for them. The second prince, fortunately, found his father's perspective compelling enough to overcome any misgivings, and he eventually acquiesced, albeit in a daze. Alas, poor Zhou family, poor you family.
Oh.
How the world has changed. Alas, the morals of society are in decline. The emperor mused. However, I must admit, while this approach is somewhat unsavory, neither of these families are virtuous. As for the Yu family, there is no need to elaborate, for they are a trio of fools. The eldest son of the Zhou family is even more despicable, engaging in the trafficking of people for profit, all the while relying on his sister, the concubine, and his nephew, the emperor's eldest son, to act with impunity. The emperor swore that his initial intention to deal with the Zhou family arose from their apparent desperation after he had disposed of the concubine, as they had recently aligned themselves with several reformist factions in the court. The Zhou family wielded military power, should they continue to forge alliances within the court. How could he maintain control? Thus, he set his sights on the underlings of the Zhou family. However, perhaps due to receiving orders, those individuals had recently been particularly discreet. With no means of attack, the emperor had turned his attention to his own son, given the incident involving the second prince today. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that the eldest son of the Zhou family had dared to engage in human trafficking, according to the laws of the Great Xia Dynasty. This was punishable by death. Shen Wenyu could not help but glance at his daughter, who was currently puffing her cheeks as she nibbled on the pastries brought by Su Xuanfu. Noticing his gaze, she looked up with her round, glistening eyes, as if to say, "What do you want to see me for?" However, in truth, she thought, "Why are you looking at me? Do you want me to provoke them too? I'm only 5 years old. Is he out of his mind?" The emperor felt he had indeed lost his senses, for amidst his vexation, he found his daughter rather endearing. Fortunately, Shen Wenyu was unable to hear his thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely be terrified and exclaim, "I'm going." Yet, he had indeed been exceedingly busy in recent days, as foreign envoys were scheduled to visit shortly. Once Shen Wenyu finished her snack, the two were escorted out by Su Xuanfu. However, the entrance was empty. Where was concubine Shu? Shen Wenyu was taken aback. A nearby courtier respectfully replied, "Concubine Shu felt it was too sunny outside and left first, instructing me to remain here and escort the two princes back to the palace." The second prince's emotions, which had been soothed by the emperor, began to dissipate once more. She could not even bear to wait a moment longer. Indeed, today's rare concern for him was merely a performance for others. With this thought, he could not help but direct his frustration at his sister. If only she hadn't started eating in the Yangxing Palace, they would not have been left behind. Furthermore, the second prince recalled how his father had shown a natural concern towards Shen Wenyu, which was warmer than his demeanor towards him. It is not the scarcity that troubles one, but the inequality. Had he not witnessed it, he would have assumed his father was consistently indifferent. However, today, as he was lost in thought, a pair of warm little hands grasped his. The second prince was unaccustomed to such intimate contact, and instantly stiffened. He instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand but feared that a sudden movement might make her feel wronged, so he turned to complain to his father instead. He had no choice but to endure silently. Shen Wenyu, on the other hand, was unbothered by his aloofness. This second brother was inherently cold and suspicious. However, she too was constrained by circumstance. With 3 princes under their father's care, if she were to prevent the future crown prince from being born to concubine Yu, the throne would inevitably fall to one of these 3. Therefore, it was imperative to foster a good relationship with the future emperor to secure her own comfort in the future. Thus, Shen Wenyu exhibited the admirable qualities of a diligent worker, completely ignoring the second prince's cold demeanor, and instead shook his hand, saying, "Second brother, does your injury still hurt? Those people are too wicked. Once I enter the Guozijian, I shall teach them a lesson for you," she concluded with a determined fist. The second prince looked at her small arms and legs, somewhat speechless, pondering that if she were to seek vengeance for him, he might as well start preparing a coffin. However, unlike others who would blame their father, Shen Wenyu did not scold him for not training his body to seek revenge. Instead, she innocently declared her intent to fight for him. This perspective eased the second prince's resentment. Indeed, had he been in his father's position, he would likely have preferred a daughter like her. Yet, he did not anticipate that Shen Wenyu was not jesting. She was genuinely contemplating how to deal with those individuals. Ever since she arrived in this literary world, she had established several guiding principles for herself. First and foremost, she must ensure that those responsible for the original owner's demise receive their just punishment. Secondly, she would unconditionally follow the emperor's directives, striving to earn the reputation of being a loyal subject. There was no choice. In a feudal society, the emperor's power was overwhelmingly vast, and the character of this emperor was one of both authority and governance, as befitting the male protagonist. She also aspired to have her own princess residence, enjoying a comfortable life after coming of age. Thus, upon witnessing the emperor's fury towards those individuals today, Shen Wenyu understood that her moment to shine had arrived. After painting a grand vision for the still naive and unsuspecting second prince, she began to contemplate how to execute her plans. Spending her days in this secluded palace, she seldom encountered outside men. Thus, to find those young scions of noble families, she would first need to enter the Guozijian. Shen Wenyu counted on her fingers, pondering. She was currently 6 years old, rounded up to 10. She could indeed enter the Guozijian. Therefore, during dinner with the emperor tonight, Shen Wenyu repeatedly hinted at her desire to attend the Guozijian. Yet, in truth, she need not have hinted, for the emperor and concubine Hui were already inundated with her pleas echoing in their minds. I want to go. I want to enter the Guozijian. Father, please agree. You are the best. If you agree, I promise I won't criticize you in my heart anymore. Please, please. Look. She was so excited that her speech had quickened. The emperor was left astounded, realizing that this child was fully aware of her daily grievances against him. Chapter 32. Sunk costs. What puzzled him the most was that, despite the second prince presenting evidence of his bullying before her, how could this child still be fixated on entering the Guozijian? Shen Wenyu had indeed contemplated this question, and was well prepared. She simply stated that with the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, and since her other siblings were preparing gifts for the Empress Dowager, feeling inadequate, and wishing to learn calligraphy to transcribe Buddhist scriptures for her would be beneficial. The emperor was well aware that she was fabricating this tale. Not to mention her rebirth, she was already capable of writing. Even the thoughts swirling in her little head betrayed her intentions. In light of my profound filial piety, please acquiesce, for I have already devised a plan to teach those who bully my second brother a lesson.
Urgent, urgent, urgent.
I feel as though ants are crawling all over my body. Titabu, the child, despite her peculiar metaphor, warmed the emperor's heart. He had not anticipated such fraternal affection from her. It was evident she desired to stand up for the second prince. This meant that, although the emperor had shown no mercy when he had to eliminate his own siblings to ascend to power as a father, he harbored hopes that his children would not follow in his footsteps. Thus, with a decisive wave of his hand, he granted Shen Wenyu's enrollment application. Meanwhile, Huipin, who had firmly believed that the emperor would never permit his daughter to act recklessly, was taken aback. She struggled to contain her thoughts, but ultimately could not restrain herself from advising, Your Majesty, Yue is still so young. Going now may hinder her progress. She ought not to concern herself with the second prince, as he is not her child. Let her remain where it is comfortable. However, she could not deter the resolute emperor. My beloved, the child has grown. We must respect her choices. The recent batch of students is merely beginning their studies. How could Yue possibly fall behind? Huipin was astonished. But look at your daughter. She is merely 5 years old. How can you call that grown? Fortunately, Huipin understood that her daughter was more than just a typical 6-year-old girl. Though she felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart, she ultimately acquiesced. Woo woo woo. Daddy and mommy are the best. Shen Wenyu buried her head in Huipin's embrace, feeling a surge of emotion. She recognized that such concessions from her parents in this era were a testament to their love for her. Rest assured, father, I shall never allow that offspring of Yuepin to usurp your throne and force you to abdicate. You must remain on this throne until your last breath. Woo woo woo. The emperor finally grasped the meaning behind his daughter's earlier words regarding General Li, who had perished for opposing the crown prince's ascension. It seemed he had not lived much longer himself. It was indeed a self-imposed abdication, spurred on by that illegitimate child. This realization explained much. He contemplated his own disposition. Being pressed into abdication would indeed be an unbearable humiliation. He gently stroked Shen Wenyu's head, his gaze turning cold. He thought to himself that in this lifetime, she would enjoy a carefree existence as a princess. Her father would not allow Yuepin the opportunity to bear that child. But then he recalled, damn it, that illegitimate child's father was not even himself. She could easily conceive without his involvement. This only further fueled his anger. At that moment, Yuepin, whom he had cursed in circles, was equally restless. Are you certain the emperor is not coming? Chunyu felt numb. Ever since Yuepin emerged from the cold palace, she had asked the same question every night. Yet she dared not provoke her mistress, so she respectfully replied, Yes, your highness. The emperor is likely staying in Yonghe Palace tonight. With a crash, The tea set she had just received from the Ministry of Internal Affairs shattered into pieces. Damn that wretched woman. Yuepin's chest heaved with anger, her once alluring visage contorting into a grimace. She monopolizes the Emperor daily, and yet the Empress Dowager says nothing? Chunyu could only shake her head. Yuepin had begun to question the sincerity of the Emperor's previous declarations made while she was in the cold palace. If he truly loved her, could he endure so many days without even a glance in her direction, even if it was to protect her from other schemes? In truth, she was misinterpreting things. If the Emperor wished to protect someone, would he worry about her being unable to bear his affection? Just as he did with Huipin and the sixth princess. Their blatant favoritism had surely stung many, yet who would dare to act against them? The wrath of the Emperor could lead to the demise of millions, and it was no idle threat. Yet even as Yuepin recognized this, she had invested too much in this relationship to relinquish it easily. She had forsaken the rare opportunity for a woman in the harem to leave the palace, rendering her incapable of accepting the possibility that the Emperor did not love her. She had resolutely decided to visit the Yangxin Palace to seek an audience with the Emperor the following day. With hopes for tomorrow, she soon drifted into slumber. Chunyu stealthily exited the main hall and, as expected, found the side palace still illuminated. Sister Chunyu, the two palace maids, holding lanterns and watching the young princess practice her calligraphy, curtsied slightly upon her arrival. Observing the evident weariness in the young princess's eyes, Chunyu sighed.
You may all leave now. Yes.
After the two palace maids retreated, the seventh princess set down her brush and inquired, did she throw something again? Chunyu could not help but sigh once more. Ever since that outburst directed at the princess, she had ceased to privately refer to her as mother.
Yes. Why?
Is it because father has been in Yonghe Palace lately? Chunyu nodded, uncertain whether the princess would take out her frustrations on the sixth princess and others.
Yet.
It was clear she did not. A hint of sarcasm belied her age, contrasting her face, which resembled Yuepin's, but bore a more tranquil demeanor, as she softly remarked. What is so difficult to accept? If I were the Emperor, I too would prefer to stay in Yonghe Palace. Your Highness. Chunyu quickly interrupted her train of thought. After all, the lady was your biological mother. The seventh princess pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent, but as she raised her gaze again, a glimmer of hope shone through. Chunyu, may I visit my sister tomorrow? Yuepin had promised her that if she practiced her calligraphy well today, she could go out to play for a while in the afternoon. However, Chunyu could not bear to deceive her, so she replied, your mother would likely not wish for you to grow too close to Yonghe Palace. And what about you? Chunyu was taken aback and looked up. She naturally desired the princess's happiness. Strictly speaking, her life had been saved by the princess. Had it not been for the princess's bravery when she saw her being dragged away by an old eunuch, she might have met a tragic end. Then help me just this once, and keep it from her, will you? I wish to see my sister. Chapter 33. Misunderstanding. Chunyu bit her lip but ultimately acquiesced to the request. The following morning, Yuepin awaited outside the Yangxin Palace with her attendants. Upon seeing Su Xuanfu emerge, she forced a smile. Master Su, has the Emperor concluded his audience? I have come to bring him a bowl of sweet soup. Your Highness, Yuepin.
Su Sunfu bowed respectfully.
His demeanor courteous, though he did not immediately grant her entry. The Emperor has just concluded his audience and is fatigued. Please wait outside for a moment while I report to him. Yuepin nodded, adding, please inform the Emperor that this soup was personally made by me this morning. Su Xuanfu nodded in acknowledgement, but inwardly rolled his eyes. Having been in the palace for many years, he had seen all manner of concubines. If Yuepin had truly cooked herself, he would sooner believe the Emperor had done so. For these concubines, merely observing the cooking was already considered an accomplishment. The Emperor was evidently aware of this. He kept his gaze fixed on the memorial, not even lifting his head. Not seeing her, Su Xuanfu anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. He internally chuckled at Yuepin's temperament, knowing she would likely cause a commotion outside. Indeed, the moment the Emperor heard a woman's sharp voice from outside, he felt a wave of irritation wash over him. How could the Emperor refuse to see me? Release me. I must inquire directly. The Emperor rubbed his temples, feeling a tinge of annoyance. What kind of decorum was this? Creating a ruckus at the entrance of the Yangxin Palace? He initially intended to instruct Su Xuanfu to pull Yuepin away to spare them both the embarrassment before the palace attendants. However, when she cried out, Your Majesty, did you not profess your affection for me? He recalled the words he had spoken to deceive her. Now that the net surrounding the Yu family had been cast, and Yu Tsongyan had taken his soldiers to the front lines, he did not wish to incite the cunning old fox Yu Jisong at this juncture. Thus, he took a deep breath and conceded, Very well, let her in.
Yes.
Su Xuanfu was somewhat surprised. That night, he was left outside by the emperor and did not overhear the conversation between the two inside. Now, upon hearing the sudden emergence of the emperor's affection for the favored concubine Yu, he found it utterly ridiculous. Yet the emperor, after hearing this, granted her entry to the palace. Su Xuanfu was perplexed, suddenly feeling that his previous entanglement was perhaps a blessing in disguise. The matters of love between men and women are truly intricate. The emperor sensed that concubine Yu's loud exclamation would likely lead to rumors circulating throughout the palace by the next day. Although allowing such rumors to spread could ease the worries of the Yu family, he couldn't help but feel a headache at the thought of Yue hearing such rumors and feeling wronged, only to inwardly scold him. He had reached a point where he considered his daughter's silent reproaches as a sign of her grievances, and he could only imagine the uproar it would cause if the other members of the harem were to hear it. The emperor was pulled back to reality by concubine Yu's shy and timid voice. "What is it, my beloved?" Shen Shiyan thought the term beloved had never felt so ardent on his lips. However, the enraptured concubine Yu remained oblivious to the awkwardness. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze and presented a bowl of sweet soup to the emperor. "This is what I made early this morning. Please do try my culinary skills, your majesty." The emperor was not particularly inclined to drink it, genuinely fearing that she might have added something nefarious. After all, she was capable of orchestrating a scheme as audacious as switching airs, so who knew what she might have concealed within?
Fortunately, Su Xunfu,
who prided himself on understanding the emperor's thoughts, immediately grasped the situation upon seeing his silence. He promptly approached with 2 young eunuchs and a silver needle to test the soup. Concubine Yu's expression darkened, contemplating. How can this wretched eunuch think I would harm the emperor? Yet, it was indeed a customary practice to test any food entering the emperor's mouth for poison, so she could only pout in displeasure as she watched. Thankfully, the soup was indeed safe. The emperor reluctantly took a spoonful, finding it quite palatable. Standard for the Imperial kitchen. You dare claim you made this? He did not wish to confront concubine Yu directly, but he could still afford to deliver a pointed remark. Thus setting down the spoon and blandly remarking, "Your culinary skills are truly commendable, rivaling those of the chefs in the Imperial kitchen." However, blinded by love, concubine Yu bit her lip and shyly replied, "Your majesty flatters me. Perhaps it is my affection infused within the soup that makes it taste especially sweet." The emperor thought to himself, "I feel nauseated. How could she not see that if my father had taken a sip, he would have spat it back in her face to remind her of her affections?" The emperor was startled. "Wait, how did you end up nearby?" The voices in his mind felt hazy, as if shrouded in mist. He lowered his eyelids and silently surveyed the hall. There was no one present. Most likely, she was eavesdropping. He imagined the chubby little girl, ears perked up, pouting in annoyance at having summoned concubine Yu, and found it somewhat amusing. In recent days, thanks to the continuous nourishment from the Imperial kitchen, Shen Wenyu had transformed from a frail child into a more rounded figure. Although she was alarmed by her own little pudginess, the rest of the family was quite pleased, especially the emperor himself, who often found delight in pinching her cheeks. His genuine smile naturally illuminated his face. The emperor, already handsome, inherited the striking features from the Empress Dowager, which not only did not diminish his masculinity, but rather accentuated the heroic lines of his face. At that moment, his thin lips curled slightly, and the fine lines at the corners of his eyes added an air of imperial majesty, which made concubine Yu feel even more bashful. Surely, the emperor must have sensed her affection. Thinking this, she felt that their intimate exchange in front of the palace attendants was somewhat undignified, and thus chided, "Your Majesty. How unseemly. There are others present." Shen Wenyu's pupils widened in shock. "What does that mean? What are the two of you doing in there, in broad daylight, in front of everyone? Oh no, are they really doing that? My ears. They're tainted." The emperor was at his wit's end. He prided himself on understanding the sentiments of women, having so many concubines. Yet, he simply could not fathom concubine Yu's line of thinking. She had clearly provoked him moments ago. Why was it his fault? If he were in the 21st century, he would have understood that the discomfort he felt was akin to social embarrassment. But alas, he was unaware. Thus, he transferred all his vexation onto concubine Yu, believing it was entirely her fault. He could hardly imagine the look his daughter would cast upon him when he visited the Yonghe Palace later that night. Therefore, he spoke each word with deliberation. "Enough, I've had my soup. Concubine Yu, you may return. I will visit you when I have time." Then he heard a faint voice in his mind. "Is this soup genuine, or have I misconstrued its meaning?" The emperor's expression fell. He wished for nothing more than to turn back time and cast this woman and her troublesome soup out just moments ago. Chapter 34. The Director of the Nursery. When the Emperor pulled Shen Wenyu from the wall corner, she was bewildered. Wait, how did my father know I was here when there were no attendants passing by? The Emperor, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. However, Shen Wenyu had a tendency to take advantage of the situation. Seeing that her father did not reprimand her for eavesdropping, she found the courage to confront him. What were you doing with concubine Yu in the Yangxing Palace just now? To her it was a question, but to the Emperor, it was not so. He perceived that the little girl was clearly angry but too timid to raise her voice, glancing at him as if she had done something wrong, which he found rather endearing. Yet, thinking of the misunderstanding she must have harbored from her earlier eavesdropping, his expression darkened. Who had filled her head with such notions in her previous life? He longed to rid her of the yellow filth cluttering her mind, and thus earnestly explained. She merely came to deliver some sweet soup. It was too noisy outside, and I had no choice but to let her in. Shen Wenyu cast a skeptical glance. Liar. I saw that the previous concubine had delivered countless bowls to you, and you never once let her inside. Concubine and was merely the daughter of an 8th-rank official, lacking the decorum of those from noble families. She was all about being carefree, and would often loiter around the Yangxing Palace, hoping to catch the Emperor in a good mood. Seeing that she was not easily swayed, the Emperor had no choice but to reveal his thoughts to her. You are quite the father I never expected. Deceiving a woman's affections, alas. But if the target is concubine Yu, I can only say, well done. Recalling concubine Yu's peculiar utterances earlier, Shen Wenyu finally empathized with her father, looking at him with sympathy and saying, Father, just hang in there for a few more days. Once news arrives from the front lines, you will be free. The Emperor did not conceal his plans from his daughter, for he believed that the reborn Shen Wenyu would surely stand on the same side as him when facing the Yu family. Sharing his plans with her would allow him to gauge the viability of his strategies through her perspective. Now, Shen Wenyu felt akin to a step-by-step guide for her father, pinpointing exactly where he needed assistance. With the Emperor's tacit approval, Shen Wenyu became privy to numerous affairs of state, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was now more informed about the previous dynasty's matters than any of her brothers. Trust is built gradually. Initially, the Emperor may have hesitated to confide such matters to Shen Wenyu, even though he could hear her thoughts, but he still felt a twinge of unease. However, after taking that first step and receiving positive feedback, he became increasingly comfortable with the idea of having no secrets before her. He had mastered the art of self-strategy, leaving Shen Wenyu somewhat dumbfounded. But truth be told, are these affairs of state something I should be privy to? I remember, wasn't he like this? Was he? Father, please do not squander your throne before I have the chance to enjoy a life of luxury. I am eagerly awaiting my time to revel in the pleasures beyond the palace walls. This lamentation left the Emperor feeling that his earlier unease was entirely self-inflicted. Why had he ever presumed that a person whose sole ambition was to indulge in frivolities would have any interest in the intricacies of court affairs? After being coaxed and gently urged out of the hall of nourishing the heart by his own father, Shen Wenyu met the obsequious gaze of Eunuch Su as he escorted her out. Eunuch Su, is there something you wish to discuss? Unfazed by having his thoughts laid bare, Su Xuanfu merely smiled and inquired, Are you aware of the current situation between the Emperor and consort Yu? This question had troubled him for quite some time. While the concubines in the harem relied on favor for their standing, he believed his own understanding of the Emperor granted him an edge. He prided himself as the one who knew the Emperor best, capable of interpreting his every glance. Yet today, he had faced a significant setback concerning consort Yu. Furthermore, the 6th princess appeared to share the Emperor's mindset, prompting him to seek her counsel. Shen Wenyu was uncertain how to respond. As her father had not volunteered this information to Su Xuanfu, it was clear he preferred it to remain undisclosed. Thus, she vaguely replied, You may consider her to be still in the cold palace. Shen Wenyu felt justified in her assertion. It seemed inevitable that once her father dealt with the Yu family, consort Yu's position would be untenable, likely relegating her to the cold palace to share a bond of affection with the previous empress. However, Su Xuanfu's interpretation diverged significantly from her own. Watching the young princess depart, he felt a flicker of gratitude, as if he had gained insight. Consort Yu must be treated in the harem as if she resided in the cold palace. He promptly instructed his apprentice, Go and convey this sentiment to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Should consort Yu suffer any misfortune henceforth, do not offer her any reparations. The youthful eunuch scratched his head and replied, Master, consort Yu is just summoned. According to palace customs, a concubine recently graced by the Emperor's presence should be afforded some leniency. Why are you so talkative?
Susumfu whispered.
Any privileges that exceed the norm should be financed by the little ladies themselves. We are merely adhering to regulations. Falu agreed, recognizing the wisdom in this. In the palace, rules are a curious entity. When one is favored, the rules bend in their favor. Ultimately, the emperor is the greatest rule of the harem. Yet when one falls out of favor, an array of rules can suffocate them. In the afternoon, the imperial garden basked in perfect sunlight. The gentle, cool breeze of early autumn caressed the faces of several young girls in the pavilion. Shen Wenyu sipped her floral tea, the fragrance of petals harmonizing beautifully with the tart sweetness of plums, leaving a delightful aftertaste. However, this delectable tea could not soothe her heart, which felt wretched at being summoned to serve as a caretaker for these children. The predicament arose when the princess of Hengqin entered the palace with her child to see the Empress Dowager, coincidentally colliding with Shen Wenyu, who had been called to hear a tale from the Dowager. Given that the two elders had pressing matters to discuss, a group of children was ushered outside to play. Although Shen Wenyu was technically the youngest among them, her age from her previous life rendered her capable of playing the role of a mother figure in this era, thus amplifying her sense of being a mere companion. Fortunately, the girls from the Hengqin prince's household showed little interest in the palace toys. This was hardly surprising, given that the palace's selections were predominantly safety-oriented, leading to the rejection of many popular toys from the common folk. However, after personally experiencing the scheming and rivalries among the sisters, Shen Wenyu felt that being a mere playmate was far preferable. Even playing with a clapper would be more enjoyable than this. Chapter 35. Princess Daager. 3 girls accompanied the princess of Hengqin into the palace, one of whom was naturally her only daughter, Princess Daager. It was said that the princess of Hengqin lavished her only daughter with affection, endowing the young girl with an air of carefree innocence and a hint of disdain toward her half-sisters. The other 2 princesses were born to a favored concubine, for only the legitimate daughters of a prince could be titled as princesses in this dynasty. Shen Wenyu found it perplexing that the princess of Hengqin would bring her 2 illegitimate daughters into the palace. After all, if the Empress Dowager favored them, they would not merely be minor princesses. There was a stark difference between having a title and receiving tangible rewards. For instance, Daager, being the daughter of the emperor's brother, was granted a fief upon her birth, placing her in the upper echelons of society within the capital. Why, then, would the princess of Hengqin strive to elevate the status of children not her own? Moreover, Daager appeared to regard her 2 half-sisters with evident animosity. Your Highness, this is my first visit to the Imperial Garden, and it is truly magnificent. Might I trouble you to show me and my sisters around? This proposal came from the elder of the 2 princesses. While her intention may have been to foster camaraderie, recollections of a sister's deeds in the narrative led Shen Wenyu to form a negative impression. Upon hearing the invitation, she frowned. I have grown weary of wandering. If you wish to explore, the palace attendants will accompany you. Shen Wenyu struggled to maintain her smile, initially reluctant to appease a girl 3 or 4 years her junior. She felt slighted and promptly pulled her sister away. Shen Wenyu did not lift her gaze, merely gesturing for the attendants to follow the pair, lest they fall into the water. Princess Daager observed the sisters' misfortune, astonished at their audacity to disregard the imperial princess's authority, yet secretly reveling in the moment. Feeling a newfound closeness to her cousin, united by a common adversary. Are they not quite rude? Shen Wenyu silently nodded. It was not merely a matter of rudeness. Ever since her arrival as a princess, she had seldom encountered anyone bold enough to openly dismiss her in such a manner. Were they so brazen in their own household? Daager sipped her tea, disdain evident in her exquisite features as she scoffed. Not merely that. Today, they were fortunate to be granted any leeway at all. The narrative scarcely delved into these supporting characters, and Shen Wenyu had only known the sisters to be overbearing, never anticipating their behavior to reach such extremes. Do the prince and princess not intervene? How could they? If my mother punishes them, my father would be furious.
Daager sighed. Today,
my mother intended to enter the palace to negotiate a marriage for me, yet now my father insists on having those 2 accompany us. Although she was nearing 13 and thus of an age to be engaged in this dynasty, she felt a pang of injustice, seeing her father's favoritism toward her half-sisters. Engaged? Shen Wenyu recalled the narrative surrounding this princess and frowned. It was not in her nature to thrust a girl into a perilous situation. However, she could not risk exposing her identity as a transmigrator for the sake of a stranger. Thus, she carefully considered her words. Your 2 sisters must frequently seize your belongings at home, do they not? Indeed, Daager nodded. Shen Wenyu could only infer as much, but she posed the question merely to elicit her next reply. Are you not concerned they will take your fiancé from you? Ijia paused for a moment before laughing. I know my cousin has my best interests at heart. However, Feng Lang treats me very well. We grew up together, and our feelings are mutual. Otherwise, my mother would not be so eager to secure a marriage decree for us. Shen Yunjing observed her silently. That may not be the case. After all, the narrative indicated that your fiancé was entangled with both your half-sisters, and while they were both talented, he had the audacity to wish to marry all three. Such absurdity would not be tolerated by the prince, let alone the emperor. So, your Feng Lang may very well resort to deceitful means to achieve his ends. Do be wary. However, she could not articulate her thoughts so plainly. 2 years remain until this event transpires, and Shen Wenyu mused over the days, smiling as she remarked, what a truly enviable love it is. At grandmother's birthday banquet, sister, why not invite young Master Feng? I shall ensure your interests are safeguarded. Naturally, Princess Ijia responded with delight, for it was a fortuitous opportunity for young Master Feng to make an appearance before the princess, who in the capital is unaware of the 6th princess's favor. Sister. A timid voice interrupted their conversation. Ijia, engrossed in sharing gossip with Shen Wenyu, initially thought it was her own misfortunate sibling, and her expression soured momentarily. However, upon turning to look, they discovered it was Shen Wenyu. Ijia quickly rose and greeted her with a bow, her expression brightening. Ah, it is the 7th princess. Why do you stand out here? Come, sit with us. Hearing her hospitable invitation, Shen Wenyu pressed her lips together and glanced at Shen Wenyu. Strangely, Shen Wenyu felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for her. As if she were a forsaken puppy in the rain, her eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. Won't you be scolded by concubine Yu for coming out now? Shen Wenyu gently pulled her into the pavilion, taking a toy from a nearby maid and placing it into her hands. The 7th princess obediently embraced the ball. Revealing a smile, I sneaked out to see my sister. She doesn't know. Shen Wenyu was somewhat incredulous. This timid 7th princess. How could she dare to sneak out from concubine Yu's side? Thus, she patted her head and advised, you should return soon. If concubine Yu sees you, she will surely punish you. Unbeknownst to her, her delicate and bashful sister was already contemplating ways to evade concubine Yu. The 7th princess shook her head, stubbornly clinging to Shen Wenyu, manipulating the colorful ball in her hands. Seeing her reluctance, Shen Wenyu did not press the matter further, instead offering her some pastries and turning to Princess Ijia. Please continue. Princess Ijia, astonished by the harmonious relationship between the sisters, reflected on the common notion that royal siblings often navigated a web of intrigue. Yet, the 7th princess appeared remarkably docile in the presence of the 6th princess. After hearing Shen Wenyu's voice, she regained her composure and chuckled. It would be rather dull for me to speak alone. Why not share some amusing anecdotes from the palace? Dear princesses? The three fell into silence, contemplating the palace's amusements. Was it the whispers of someone's miscarriage, the tales of a cold palace, or the news of a death? Such topics hardly seemed appropriate for discussion. Ultimately, the scene devolved into Princess Ijia watching Shen Wenyu play with the 7th princess's toy. Before departing, Princess Ijia wiped her face, resolving to bring them some storybooks on her next visit, for the palace was indeed exceedingly dull. Chapter 36. Intrigue. How could Heng commit such an act? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow as she regarded the distraught Lady Heng, who was weeping inconsolably below, her heart laden with doubt. How could I dare deceive you, your majesty? If you send someone to inquire in the residence, it will be apparent. Everyone in the Wang household is aware of concubine Yun's standing, yet what place do my daughter and I hold? Indeed, such matters could be easily uncovered. And it was unlikely she would concoct lies about it. Yet, how could her son be one to favor a concubine over his wife? The Empress Dowager, having endured significant grievances during her tenure as empress due to the favored concubine's undue influence, could only reflect on the current emperor's respect for her to gauge her stance. In light of such conditions, could Prince Heng truly favor a concubine at the expense of his wife? Even Granny and shared her skepticism. However, it was not a solution to allow Lady Heng to remain in distress. The Empress Dowager sighed, conceding, very well, cease your weeping for now. I shall summon Prince Heng tomorrow along with that concubine. Thank you, your majesty. Lady Heng's tears dried up instantaneously, and she forced a smile. What of Ijia's marriage? The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. Ijia is also my granddaughter. How could I impose difficulties upon her? Simply await news at home. In the carriage back to the Wang residence, upon hearing that the Empress Dowager intended to summon the two into the palace the following day, a joyful expression spread across Ijia's face. However, the calm Lady Heng did not share her exuberance. After all, this is our family matter. The Empress Dowager can only reprimand the prince a few times. Can she truly force him to rid himself of that woman? The prince may yield to the Empress Dowager. But once the doors are closed, who knows what he will do? Indeed, reality aligned with Lady Heng's conjecture, at least in the narrative. Such was the trajectory. Prince Heng would feign compliance before the Empress Dowager, then return to the Wang residence and continue to dote on his side concubine. However,
Circumstances had changed.
Shen Wenyu, the onlooker, arrived on the scene. Your Majesty, is this not sheer folly? The Empress Dowager observed the Emperor, who was cradling his daughter as he prepared to meet Prince Heng, feeling as though she would soon be driven to the brink by these two increasingly unreliable sons. The Emperor, feeling guilty, placed his daughter onto a nearby chair. How could he explain this? Did he wish for Yue to provide him with hints on how to handle the situation? He turned his gaze towards Shen Wenyu, who silently returned it. Don't expect me to take the blame for you, the Emperor replied. It is Yue who cares for her royal uncle. She simply wishes to see him. Spare me. Do you truly believe that? The Empress Dowager was equally unconvinced. I know you dote on Yue, but this is a matter of family. How could you allow your royal brother to be observed by a child? The Emperor found her reasoning sound. Thus he directed Su Xuanfu to bring in a screen to shield Shen Wenyu from view. Mother, see? This way he will not feel awkward. Shen Wenyu, forced to contemplate her own transgressions. What a clever maneuver you have devised. The Empress Dowager exclaimed in astonishment. Must you insist on bringing Yue? Taken aback, the Empress Dowager felt a twinge of concern for her granddaughter, who was now separated by a large screen, and quickly pulled her into an embrace. Casting a glare at the Emperor, very well, if she is to stay, you must take responsibility if your brother inquires later. The Emperor readily acquiesced. Ridiculous. How could he exploit his own child? In an unnoticed corner, the second prince, attempting to provoke the second young master of the Zhou family, remarked, You weren't saying this earlier. Shen Wenyu obediently sat beside the Empress Dowager, her heart brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. My royal uncle's concubine is quite the formidable character. If they are already en route, oh dear, the spectacle must have already commenced. How delightful. The Emperor's expectations soared. If the Empress Dowager harbored some concern for her own son upon hearing this, the Emperor was utterly reveling in the misfortune. His royal brother had never been on good terms with him since childhood. Were it not for the Empress Dowager's influence, would he even be able to enjoy life in the capital? He was secretly cursing his brother. Did you not see what happened to me in my past life? You, as a younger brother, cannot follow suit? The Emperor was not surprised to find that his speculation had proven accurate. Though it was clear that his brother had surpassed him in this regard, the hue of his crown even more pronounced. As the concubine, appearing fragile and delicate, nestled against Prince Heng as they entered the hall to pay their respects, the Empress Dowager's brow twitched violently. What a display of impropriety! The woman seemed startled, trembling as she shrank into Prince Heng's embrace. He, concerned, gently patted her shoulder and glanced reproachfully at the Empress Dowager, saying, Mother, Qian'er is timid. Do not frighten her. Timid? If she were truly timid, how could she have entered the palace with her mother-in-law? She was surely aware that you would treat her daughters kindly rather than toss them into the lake. What are you trembling for? Have you suffered a stroke? The Empress Dowager maintained a stern demeanor as she directed them to take their seats. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyu, who had been squinting to observe the concubine, finally detected some clues. On her neck, there are marks. Goodness, they must have been quite playful in the carriage, and her hem is wrinkled. Upon closer inspection, her lipstick is also hastily reapplied.
Oh dear.
As these thoughts escaped her lips, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's faces darkened. Both being experienced individuals, could discern the implications within her words. The Empress Dowager felt as though she might soon be rendered faint with indignation. How long could such a journey by carriage take? Was there truly such urgency? I recall the guard with whom she engaged in an affair was indeed a close attendant of the Prince of Heng. How scandalous that was. Ultimately, they were caught in the act by the Prince of Heng himself, but that was a revelation that came 5 years later. Empress Dowager. Would it not be better to inform her that her son was indulging in such indiscretions in a carriage? Emperor. He barely managed to contain his expression, casting a glance at the Prince of Heng, which bore a hint of pity and mockery. Look at you now. Even if we have both been cuckolded, the fact that you were so oblivious while it happened right before your eyes speaks volumes. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager struggled to maintain her composure, fighting against the impulse to apprehend the pair of adulterers, fearing it might raise suspicion in Yue, who stood nearby. However, the Emperor was already adept at this game. He glanced at Su Xuanfu and made a gesture of capture. Su Xuanfu was taken aback. Capture? Who am I to seize? Which of these individuals dares to confront me? Yet, the emperor, as if shrouded in deep taboo, merely made that gesture and turned his gaze away. Taking a deep breath, Su Xuanfu resolved to act. Whatever it takes. I shall go all in. Chapter 37. Profound Affection. Thus, the Prince of Hung and his concubine were seized by the guards outside. What is the meaning of this, Su Xuanfu? The Empress Dowager chided, hastily commanding a nearby guard to release her younger son. The emperor interjected with a cough. It was my decree, though I failed to articulate it clearly. Su Xuanfu must have misunderstood. Su Xuanfu. QAQ, he quickly knelt in a show of contrition. Upon hearing this, the recently unshackled Prince of Hung could not contain himself any longer. He stepped protectively in front of his beloved concubine, exclaiming, "Royal brother, mother, regardless of what the princess said to you yesterday, Qian'er is truly a good girl. Ha 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 ha, a good girl. I cannot contain my laughter. Bring her forth for inspection." The emperor disregarded his pleas. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing the emperor's words, narrowed her eyes, a flicker of doubt igniting within her. Was it mere coincidence that Yuer had spoken just before the emperor took action? Yet, her apprehension was swiftly quelled by the emperor's subsequent statement. "I had commanded Su Xuanfu to keep watch over your concubine yesterday. Pray, observe the mark upon her neck. A dignified prince cannot even manage his own woman." Upon hearing this, Su Xuanfu trembled as he lay prostrate on the ground. Am I truly so unfortunate today? Why must I constantly serve as a shield for the emperor? The matron tasked with the examination deftly revealed the telltale mark on the neck of concubine Yun. The Prince of Hung felt as though the world had dimmed around him. He had never been one to indulge in such acts. With the prince's obstruction removed, the matron led concubine Yun into the side chamber, without hindrance. The prince, seated, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His emotions were tumultuous. He could not discern whether uncovering the truth was a blessing or a curse. The latter merely suggested that this pair of scoundrels had not strayed too far, yet the mark on her neck stood as irrefutable evidence of her betrayal. In any case, whether or not anything else was discovered, his dignity had already been tarnished. Meanwhile, the emperor, having pieced together the clues provided by Shen Wenyu's incessant chatter in his mind, soon identified the paramour. Indeed, when the man was dragged forth, he knelt, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. The Prince of Hung scrutinized the man's features. Though he possessed a certain handsomeness, he was no match for the exquisite lineage of the royal family. This only served to intensify his frustration. Why had Qian'er chosen to consort with one so inferior? Before long, concubine Yun was ushered out between two stern-faced matrons. They bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, this woman has indeed engaged in illicit relations." Nearby, the palace attendants covered Shen Wenyu's ears. The Prince of Hung felt a thunderous roar in his mind. Unable to contain his fury, he rose and kicked the guard, sending him sprawling to the ground. Clutching his chest, "No! How could my concubine break free from their grasp and rush towards that man?" The Prince of Hung bellowed. The woman bit her lip, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "I cannot discern the origin of my feelings. My heart has long been entwined with his. We loved one another before I came to the royal residence." A heavy silence enveloped the assembly. "Please, do not tarnish such words. This is merely an affair. You are quite the humorist. You nearly brought me to laughter. Very well, I shall send you both to a remote estate to toil the land. Let us see how well you fare without wealth, living in a world devoid of luxury." Shen Wenyu could not help but scoff. What a facade of deep emotion. Yet, during the ensuing quarrels over the dowry, you did not hesitate to entice the Prince of Hung. Speak of love. No one forced you into the royal residence. You could have chosen to remain with your lover. Although Shen Wenyu looked down upon the Prince of Hang's antics, his foolishness did not diminish her disdain for the couple before her. The Empress Dowager coldly huffed, directing her gaze at her son, who appeared lost in thought. "You shall decide how to deal with these two." The Prince of Hung, numbly observing the entangled pair on the ground, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "Let them be executed. I wish to see them no longer." Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a hidden relief. He was certain he had not heard Yuer's thoughts. Only he could hear his daughter's inner voice. As Shen Wenyu's mind raced with thoughts of the three cunning individuals before her, she suddenly caught the emperor's affectionate gaze. "Why is father so pleased when my brother has been betrayed?" The Empress Dowager turned at this remark, only to find the emperor wearing an odd smile. She shot him a glare, commanding the servants to swiftly remove the two wretches sprawled on the ground like defeated hounds. Concubine Yun, suddenly aware, clutched the Prince of Heng's leg, pleading, my lord, you cannot be so heartless. We have 2 children. The Prince of Heng offered a bitter smile. Whether those children are truly mine remains uncertain. While the emperor reveled in the spectacle, he feared the woman might provoke his younger brother to his demise, urging the servants to hasten their removal. The Empress Dowager, observing her youngest son slumped in his seat, felt a pang of sympathy despite recognizing that sending these 2 calamities away was ultimately a blessing. Next time you take a favor, be more discerning. Your consort possesses a good temperament. Show her some respect. Recalling the sacrifices he had made for the mother and daughter duo, the Prince of Heng shook his head with a wry smile. Mother, grant me some time to gather my thoughts. The Empress Dowager understood that no words would penetrate his current state, and with a resigned sigh, she allowed him to depart. Within the Prince of Heng's residence, Shen Wenyu anxiously awaited the return of her father and mother. Though her mother had reassured her before leaving that all would be well, an ominous premonition gnawed at her. As she witnessed her father return alone, devoid of her mother's presence, her mind was flooded with dread. Rushing forward, disregarding the customary greeting, she implored, Father, have they harmed Mother? Where is she? The Prince of Heng had always favored his second daughter for her candidness, a refreshing contrast to the other noble women. However, seeing her in such distress stirred an uncharacteristic annoyance within him. Qing'er, have you forgotten the manners taught to you by the matrons of the household? Shen Wenyu gazed at him in disbelief. When had her father ever held her to such standards? She offered a perfunctory bow before pressing on with her questions. The prince, growing increasingly irritated, struggled to find the words. Your mother has betrayed me and has been executed. His pride prevented him from voicing such a shameful truth. And after nurturing this daughter for so many years, even if she might not be his, he could not bring himself to be cruel. Thus, he simply instructed the guards to escort his second daughter to her chambers. Father, Shen Wenyu was reluctantly led away by the guards, her heart heavy with the certainty that her mother had encountered trouble. But why did her father respond in such a manner? His profound affection for his mother consort would undoubtedly render him sorrowful should she face punishment. The King of Heng gazed silently at her departing figure for a moment before summoning the physician he had brought from the palace. Fetch a sample of blood from the second and third young ladies. Chapter 38. The Satchel. The steward, though unaware of the events that had transpired during the prince's visit to the palace, instinctively thought of paternity testing upon hearing the request for blood. The thought of the lingering absence of consort Yun further troubled him. Lowering his head, he pondered, could it be as he feared? The King of Heng sat in his seat, retrieving a pale bone fragment. This had been entrusted to him by his elder brother after the execution of those 2 wretches. In addition to blood tests, there now existed a method of testing familial ties through bone. If blood could seep into the bone, it would indicate a blood relationship. He had no desire to carry the man's bone with him, feeling it would bring ill fortune. Yet, it was only after executing the man that he remembered his 2 daughters were still unaware of their parentage. His trust in the deceased consort Yun had plummeted to an all-time low, and he even envisioned the scenario of confronting the man's lover, wielding a knife, only to find that none of the daughters matched his bloodline. Such a thought was too beautiful to behold, and he dared not entertain it. Fortunately, fate was not so cruel. Ultimately, his blood successfully merged with that of his 2 daughters. The King of Heng sighed in relief, as did the steward and the physician. The physician hastily took his leave, leaving the steward, who nervously addressed the king, Your Highness. When I accompanied the physician to draw blood from the second and third young ladies, both insisted on seeing you. Do not let them in. The King of Heng replied irritably, rubbing his temples. Guard this courtyard well. Do not allow anyone to disturb me. Understood. Additionally, the king sighed. If anyone inquires about consort Yun, inform them she has succumbed to a sudden illness in the palace. Despite his feelings for his daughters, he wished to spare them the shame of their mother's infidelity. In the Ci Ning Palace, the Empress Dowager was preparing items for Shen Wenyu's schooling alongside Mama, and when they received news from the Emperor's emissary, they exchanged glances. Those 2 young ladies do not seem like obedient daughters of the prince. I fear they may cause some trouble. Typically, Hien would not speak ill of the princesses before the Empress Dowager. However, given the recent events and her fondness for the King of Heng, having watched him grow, she could not bear to see him hurt by his paramour only to be stabbed in the back by his daughters. The Empress Dowager, placing a garment into Shen Wenyu's satchel, glanced at Hien, who she had come to know over the years as a diligent caretaker, and chose not to reprimand her, simply sighing in silence. Hien smiled, remarking, Your Majesty truly cares for the 6th princess. This fabric for her little coat is from the tribute offered by the outer court, is it not? You have only received 2 rolls. And yet you have made one for the 6th princess before even using it yourself. Upon hearing Shen Wenyu's name, a smile graced the Empress Dowager's face as she stroked the soft fabric with her hand, casting a side glance at he and you. With the weather gradually turning cold, I worry for Wenyu, who loves to roam about. I merely fear she may catch a chill. He stifled a laugh. Choosing not to expose the Empress Dowager's stubbornness, it was evident that a garment for Huipin would suffice, so why use such rare fabric? The Empress Dowager inspected the contents of the satchel once more before musing, children have their own fortunes. The emperor was already capable of handling affairs at court at his age. Experiencing some setbacks is beneficial. He understood. Realizing the Empress Dowager had resolved to let the king of Hung stumble, lest he continue to appear naive at such an age, the Empress Dowager summoned a young eunuch, instructing him to deliver the satchel to Yonghe Palace and to convey to the emperor the need to protect the king's consort and daughters. My daughter-in-law appears astute, yet she possesses a gentle disposition. Should those 2 sisters engage in behavior detrimental to Ijia, I too would bear some responsibility. As a grandmother, she regarded the 3 girls of the king of Hang's household as her granddaughters, especially since the blood test had proven successful. However, one could never truly achieve impartiality. While Ijia was somewhat impetuous, her heart was kind, and her mother was a well-behaved woman, thus the Empress Dowager naturally favored her. If the daughters of Consort Yun were to harm Ijia, the Empress Dowager would not show them mercy. Within Yonghe Palace, Huipin gazed at the satchel sent by the Empress Dowager, glancing at Shen Wenyu, who sat innocently beside her, as if everything were unrelated to her. She gently tapped the top of her head. You, my dear, possess quite the audacity. Did you request the Empress Dowager to prepare this for you? Upon being exposed, Shen Wenyu merely laughed, embracing the satchel. I noticed that my great-grandmother has many fine items. Grandmother spends her days idly in the palace, occasionally venturing out to listen to Buddhist scriptures. Keeping her busy with tasks brings her joy. Shen Wenyu had thought of her grandmother, also a lonely elder, who had lost her husband early, while her parents were perpetually engrossed in their scholarly pursuits, leaving her to grow up and attend school away from home. When unable to accompany her children and grandchildren, she delighted in making garments and preparing treats for them, filling her busy days with a sense of purpose. In modern times, there were televisions and other distractions for the elderly, but in ancient times, there was little to alleviate their solitude. Shen Wenyu was genuinely concerned for the mental state of her family. Upon hearing this, Huipin refrained from further admonitions, for even she had been contemplating the future days when she would not see her daughter, longing to occupy her hands to ease the pain of separation. Huipin affectionately stroked Shen Wenyu's fluffy head, deliberately putting her in a difficult position. What shall we do about the gifts sent by your father? Now that you have received so many items from your great-grandmother? Oh, I almost forgot. Father also sent several rabbit fur cloaks. Perhaps I shall wear 3 different ones each day to indulge them, she mused aloud. Huipin rolled her eyes in exasperation, too weary to engage with this capricious girl. So reminiscent of her father. Just then, the emperor, on his way to Yonghe Palace for dinner, unexpectedly sneezed. However, it soon became evident that if Shen Wenyu were to bring all those garments, she might end up summoning an elephant to carry them. She put on a serious expression. Perhaps I should send some to my elder and second brothers. Judging by Concubine Shu's demeanor, she likely won't remember to prepare seasonal clothing for the second brother. Huipin silently agreed. When she paid her respects to the Empress that morning, Concubine Shu had still been wearing summer attire. Truly, she was the daughter of a military general, with a robust physique. She herself had forgotten to change her clothing, so how could a child, who was already distant from her, remember? Thus, when Huipin observed Shen Wenyu stealthily passing garments to the palace staff to deliver to those unfortunate brothers, she chose to turn a blind eye. Wan Shu mimicked the princess, stealthily approaching Huipin, and whispered, Your Highness, will the emperor be angry with the princess for doing this? Chapter 39. The Phoenix Hairpin. He can go pound sand. Huipin shot a glance at Wan Shu. Did you not notice that some of those rabbit fur cloaks are not in Wenyu's size? Wan Shu shook her head in confusion. Never mind. Huipin regarded her fondly. Thinking that her naivety only served to make her own cleverness shine brighter, the emperor likely intended to use Wenyu as a means to send clothing to the 2 princes. Wan Shu instinctively opened her mouth to ask why, only to realize the question was somewhat redundant. What other reason could there be? To foster good relations between the little princess and the princes. In the Imperial harem, the status of a princess was largely contingent upon the favor of the king. Should the emperor pass away in the future, and one of these 3 princes ascend the throne, they would certainly remember the bond formed during their childhood with the princess, affording her some protection. As Wan Shu felt a sense of relief at the emperor's attentiveness towards the little princess, she could not help but subtly encourage her own empress to strive for progress. After all, they are not biological siblings. The emperor has been favoring you so much this past month. Have you not considered giving the little princess a brother? Her voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes darting around as if fearing eavesdroppers. Hui Pin replied, "There is no need for such caution, as if one were guilty of thievery. She is not about to steal a child." She gently caressed her flat abdomen, gazing towards Shen Wenyu, who was smiling and welcoming her father. She spoke softly. "Let nature take its course. I worry that you may not be able to accept it." Upon hearing this, Wan Shu responded with an acknowledgement, yet she found herself puzzled. Surely, having a brother or sister in the palace could elevate the princess's status as they grew, especially if one of them were to rise to prominence or ascend the throne. Why would that be unacceptable? Little did she know, Hui Pin was filled with both love and concern for her daughter, pained by the neglect Yuer suffered in her previous life. Now that their lives had finally found some stability, introducing another child might cause Yuer to feel neglected once more. Moreover, bearing a child was not something she could simply will into existence. As Hui Pin watched the emperor approach her, she smiled and curtsied, her eyes discreetly glancing towards a certain direction. It had been a considerable time since a child was born in the palace. Perhaps the issue lay with the emperor himself. Unbeknownst to him, the woman before him was contemplating such audacious thoughts. Today, he had finally attended to matters from the previous dynasty and had indulged in more romantic musings. Shen Wenyu sensed something amiss when she noticed her father's expression shift to one of distraction. "Wait, hold on, we haven't had dinner yet," she exclaimed as the two, lost in a tender gaze, suddenly froze. Consequently, Shen Wenyu was escorted away by Su Xuanfu. The little princess was astonished by the sparks flying between the two. Fortunately, the emperor was mindful of the needs of children and instructed Su Xuanfu to take her to the Empress Dowager for a meal. Upon arriving at the Sinang Palace, Mama he greeted her with unending smiles. "What brings the little princess to Sinang Palace for dinner today?" Mama he warmly welcomed her inside, setting the table for her, and thought that with the princess's presence, the empress could perhaps eat a few more bowls. Su Xuanfu awkwardly chuckled and explained that the emperor had urgent matters to discuss with Hui Pin, hence he was tasked with bringing the little princess for dinner. The Empress Dowager offered Shen Wenyu a serving of Longjing shrimp, glancing at Su Xuanfu. As the emperor's chief secretary, he had a remarkable ability to conceal his emotions, yet the Empress Dowager, a master of palace intrigue, could discern the tension in his clenched hands hidden within his sleeves.
Indeed.
Urgent matters to discuss, likely concerning the continuation of life, she mused. Today, father was like a vicious dog, immediately shooing me away upon seeing mother.
Alas.
Such is the nature of men. Yuer lamented, causing the Empress Dowager's expression to darken. This child. She was aware that he was preoccupied with court affairs today. But was it necessary to hastily dismiss Yue? Meanwhile, Mama Hie's eyes lit up as she whispered a few words into the Empress Dowager's ear. The corners of the Empress Dowager's mouth curved into a smile that was difficult to suppress. Since the emperor and Hui Pin were deliberating urgent matters, it would be best for Yuer to spend the night with her, lest she disturb them. With an exaggerated sigh, she feigned reluctance. "At my age, I suppose I must reluctantly take care of their child." "Really?" Yuer exclaimed, her face lighting up. "Can I sleep with grandmother? How wonderful! Your bed looks so soft." Su Xuanfu thought to himself that he could hardly detect any reluctance from her. However, with the Empress Dowager having spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, he took the little bundle of joy away, returning empty-handed to Yonghe Palace. The emperor had planned to enjoy his daughter's favorite cheese bowl in her presence upon her return, but instead, he received news that the Empress Dowager had whisked her away. Hui Pin shot the emperor a reproachful glance. Tomorrow, their daughter would attend the Guozijian for her studies, and she had hoped to spend some quality time with her today. The emperor too felt a pang of reluctance at parting with the little one, but he realized that asking the Empress Dowager for his daughter was beyond his current fortitude. Meanwhile, in Yonghe Palace, Hui Pin was attempting to pierce the emperor with a glare, while a serene atmosphere prevailed in Sinang Palace. The Empress Dowager ordered Mama He to retrieve her makeup box from her younger years. She carefully removed her protective finger covers and delicately laid out each piece of jewelry on the table. Shen Wenyu, leaning nearby, was mesmerized. "Such craftsmanship is truly remarkable," she exclaimed. "Alas, I lack education and can only say that they look exceedingly expensive." The Empress Dowager cast a glance at this aimless child. "Your elder sister will soon reach the age of marriage. I perceive that your father does not intend to keep her for many more years and is preparing to find her a suitable match during my 60th birthday celebration. It will be a grand occasion, allowing the eldest princess to seek a worthy suitor among the nation's finest youths. The Empress Dowager's 60th birthday would indeed be a grand affair, and she intended to bestow some of these jewels, originally gifted by the late emperor in her youth, as dowry for her eldest granddaughter. Come here, dear Yuer, choose the pieces you like, and I shall keep them for you, she said warmly, wrapping her arms around Shen Wenyu. Grandmother is so kind, Yuer exclaimed, snuggling against her. However, her gaze fell upon a particular phoenix hairpin, causing her to freeze momentarily. It was an unusual piece, as the Empress Dowager's collection of phoenix hairpins were all of the nine-tailed variety, granted upon her entry into the palace as the primary consort. This one, however, was a seven-tailed pin. I recall that you granted this to my elder sister, Yuer remarked.
Yet.
I once saw it on the head of the prince's concubine during a palace banquet. A prince's concubine? The Empress Dowager felt as if she were in a dream. When had the princes of this dynasty been permitted to take concubines? Was the eldest princess truly so feeble? Unbeknownst to her, the true turmoil was yet to unfold. Chapter 40, Firecrackers. The Empress Dowager felt as if she were in a dream. When had the princes of this dynasty been permitted to take concubines? Was the eldest princess truly so feeble? Yet, Shen Wenyu, after saying a few words to herself, focused intently on selecting jewelry. This left the Empress Dowager in a state of suspense. Reluctantly, she picked up the seven-tailed phoenix pin and held it before Shen Wenyu, prompting her gently. Isn't this pin quite lovely? Does you not fancy it? Swallowing hard, Shen Wenyu quickly shook her head. Though I cannot refuse gold, this pin carries an air of misfortune. That concubine is particularly fond of this phoenix pin, as if wearing it grants her the essence of a true princess, she continued. However, her audacity knows no bounds. She brazenly wears my sister's clothes and adornments, parading before everyone as if she belongs. Since the prince is stationed at the borders and seldom appears in the capital, when Lady Nye finally noticed something was amiss with her daughter. It was already 2 years after my sister had passed. In that remote borderland, few had ever glimpsed the true visage of the eldest princess, and thus they could not recognize the impostor. As for the family, they could only catch a distant glimpse of her during palace banquets a few times a year. Ultimately, it was Lady Nye's longing for her daughter that compelled her to beseech the emperor for a favor, allowing her to stay in the palace for a few nights, which led to the revelation of this impersonation. The Empress Dowager felt her blood pressure rising. She began to entertain conspiracy theories. What was the prince's intent? Why was there a need to exchange the royal princess? Where had he found such a strikingly similar woman? As the Empress Dowager's thoughts spiraled towards rebellion, Shen Wenyu slowly began to elaborate. This substitute literature is truly wretched. The prince, upon finding someone he truly adores, could simply express his feelings to the emperor. Yet, he stubbornly chooses to suppress his emotions. When the emperor arranges a marriage, he does not refuse, and shortly after the elder sister marries, that woman returns to seek him out. It is then that the elder princess realizes she is merely a stand-in, a reflection of his beloved white moonlight, leading her to a melancholic demise. Subsequently, the prince allows that woman to impersonate the elder princess. The Empress Dowager feels utterly out of place among this gaggle of individuals. While she remains entrenched in the realm of political intrigue, they are all consumed by matters of the heart. Each one seems to have lost their senses, akin to being kicked by a mule. Take the elder princess, for instance. If only the Empress Dowager had been summoned, she would have swiftly pierced the two with a blade, thus averting any further complications. Although she is curious about the audacious prince, she finds herself at a loss as to how to coax her granddaughter into mentioning him, and thus she resigns to silence. However, once Shen Wenyu drifts into slumber, the Empress Dowager discreetly opens her eyes. After all, she is a woman who, despite the former emperor's lavish affection for the consort, managed to secure her and her son's position within the palace. Even after years of cultivating her spirit in Ling Mountain, she still possesses some influence. The Empress Dowager rises slowly, lighting a candle to pen a letter. In the end, she blows the ink dry and hands it to a nondescript little eunuch as she exits the palace. Beneath the cool moonlight, the Empress Dowager squints her eyes. Her gaze filled with an unpredictable array of emotions. Deliver this letter to the usual place. Observing the little eunuch bow respectfully before departing, she lets out a cold snort. Should she uncover the identity of this prince, who is stationed at the borders and has a beloved resembling the elder princess, she would undoubtedly have eliminated this menace beforehand. As the night is still, the Empress Dowager strides back to her quarters, her expression still clouded with resentment. At that moment, she encounters Shen Wenyu, who is rubbing her eyes, still half asleep. Grandmother, why do you look so peculiar? The Empress Dowager's expression shifts instantly. She approaches affectionately, tucking Shen Wenyu's hand beneath the covers to prevent her from catching a chill, her demeanor returning to its usual warmth. Oh, dear heart, why are you awake? Did I disturb you? Still dazed from her slumber, Shen Wenyu pauses momentarily, her thoughts quickly swept away by the Empress Dowager. Allowing herself to be cocooned in the blankets, she shakes her head. No, I merely had a nightmare and awoke to find you gone. The Empress Dowager lies beside her, gently patting her back. Then sleep early. You have classes at the Taishua tomorrow. Remembering that she must rise early for her lessons, Shen Wenyu's head droops, and she falls into a deep sleep, leaving the Empress Dowager momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to her, this also reflects the passive remnants of her high school days. Late at night, even the bustling Forbidden City falls silent, save for the night watchman patrolling. However, the prince's residence is ablaze with light. The cause? Princess Ijia, elated by the news of Consort Yun's demise, has secretly set off firecrackers in the courtyard. The dilemma lies in how to do so discreetly, as the sound cannot be muffled. Consequently, she is caught red-handed by her two half-sisters who are unable to sleep due to their recent loss. The three of them, tugging at one another, find themselves before the prince. The prince gazes at his three feuding daughters and the large bundle of firecrackers, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. What on earth are you three making such a ruckus about in the dead of night? Shen Wenyu, tears streaming down her face, points accusingly at Ijia. It's her fault. Upon hearing of our mother's death, she set off firecrackers in the middle of the night. My sister and I couldn't bear it, so we confronted her, only to be met with violence. Although the prince usually favored Consort Yun, leading to the neglect of his official wife, he tends to indulge Ijia, his firstborn. Thus, when caught by her two half-sisters, Ijia does not show any sign of backing down. Who said I did this because of her death? She boldly retorts, meeting her father's gaze defiantly. Someone has died in the household. I merely set off a couple of firecrackers to ward off evil spirits. What's wrong with that? Father, just look at her. Shen Wenyu can no longer contain herself, exclaiming that Ijia's actions clearly stemmed from their mother's passing. When the prince's wife arrives hastily, draped in a cloak, she hears her daughter exclaiming, It's not just one person who has died in this household. Are we only allowed to mourn our mother? The prince's wife dares not look at the prince's expression, fearing that the events surrounding Consort Yun's entry into the palace may have been influenced by the Empress Dowager and the emperor. How could Ijia dare to touch upon such a taboo? She had prepared herself to defend her daughter, if necessary. However, the prince merely responds with a low, stiff acknowledgement. It is indeed time to ward off evil spirits properly. The two sisters are so astonished by his words that they forget to cry. The prince's wife stands frozen, bewildered. Could it be that the prince was so affected by his visit to the palace that he has lost his wits? Only Ijia, after a moment of surprise, fearing her father might change his mind, rushes towards the confiscated firecrackers. Moments later, the celebratory crackle of firecrackers echoes throughout the prince's residence. Chapter 41. The Third Prince. The next day, as Shen Wenyu sits in the lecture hall of the National Academy, the surrounding noble youths are still discussing the commotion at the prince's residence the previous night. Upon seeing the sixth princess, they pause momentarily, and then, recognizing her attire and the maid accompanying her, they rise to pay their respects. Shen Wenyu waves her hand, relieved she does not have to bow to so many people. Otherwise, given her 2 years of university studies spent merely recognizing her classmates, attending this place would feel akin to imprisonment. Curiously, she leans in to ask, what happened at the prince's residence? It is often said that gossip serves as the primary catalyst for social interaction. Initially, the children were somewhat reserved upon encountering the sixth princess, but hearing her inquiry, they become animated. I heard my father say that he was awakened in the middle of the night by the sound of firecrackers, nearly causing him to tumble into the latrine. It must have been at the prince's residence. My home is nearby, and it was chaos there last night. You won't believe it. This morning, the 3 young ladies from the prince's residence even got into a fight on the way to the National Academy. A ripple of excitement spreads through the crowd. So, who won? The girl who shared the juicy tidbit smirks. Who else could it be? Of course, it was Ijia. That wild one nearly tore the other 2 scalps off. The crowd gasps in astonishment. At that moment, a slender boy enters the lecture hall, with his head bowed. The previously clustered children scatter, like birds, hastily returning to their seats. Shen Wenyu queries, what? Turning to glance back, she recognizes the boy by his distinctive curly hair. Qin Huai. Having missed breakfast due to his mother's recent bout of madness, is in a foul mood. Upon hearing his name called, he glances toward the direction of the voice with an unfriendly expression. Upon seeing the girl smiling and waving at him, his demeanor falters. He approaches her, looking down. Your Highness, the sixth princess, what brings you here? To attend school, of course. Shen Wenyu recalls the earlier scene where the crowd had gathered to gossip, only to disperse upon his arrival. She feels certain he must be feeling somewhat out of sorts. Thus, she takes the initiative to ask, where do you sit? May I join you? Qin Huai looks at her quizzically, but does not refuse. Consequently, Shen Wenyu secures a coveted seat in the last row. Zun du jiao du. I thought you would be a studious child. But then again, it makes sense. Many bullied children seem to end up relegated to the last row. Qin Huai watches the little princess with a bemused expression, filled with pity. At that moment, several boys in the front row exchange glances. Wait. This little princess is quite bold, daring to sit next to him? Didn't we just show our respect for this madman? Shen Wenyu initially believed Qin Huai to be a disinterested student. However, when the teacher finally arrives and the steady, unwavering voice begins to speak, she finds herself unable to contain her laughter. How could this be more hypnotic than any lesson she had ever attended? Not wanting to leave a poor impression on her grandfather on the very first day of class, Shen Wenyu could only discreetly pinch the palm of her hand. At that moment, the emperor, who had changed out of his royal attire and was covertly observing outside, certainly did not miss his daughter's subtle actions. He felt a twinge of sympathy for her. The emperor, who had always advocated for diligence and education among children, thought to himself that it was perfectly acceptable for such a young child to take a nap if she was truly tired. However, he did not extend the same mercy to his son. Upon witnessing the third prince slumped in front of the tutor, fast asleep, he could no longer contain himself and strode inside to thump the table. The third prince rubbed his eyes, and before he could utter an exclamation, he was startled into silence by the enlarged visage of his father before him. Father, father, father? What is this? Has the third prince suddenly developed a stutter? The emperor's mocking voice echoed in the tutor's ears, prompting the elderly man to bow his head and say, No, your majesty. It is merely that his highness mentioned upon arrival today that he had studied late into the night and needed a moment to rest his eyes. The emperor, not wishing to burden him further, waved him away. The old man left as if liberated, moving with surprising agility for someone in his 70s. The emperor watched his retreating figure in silence before turning to his disappointing son. Look how your tutor disdains you. Unlike princesses, princes were required to study statecraft and could not be educated alongside other children. Thus, each prince had a personal tutor for one-on-one instruction. The other two children fared better. The eldest prince had recently been in a state of despair due to their mother's confinement in the cold palace, but after being reprimanded, he had returned to his studies. The second prince, while not particularly lively and often perceived as somewhat gloomy, was, at his core, a diligent student as well. Only the third prince, in contrast to his two siblings, appeared particularly indolent. The esteemed scholars he had painstakingly invited had left in frustration more times than he could count. At times, the emperor felt that if he were to become bald in middle age, he would bear half the responsibility. Eventually, when he could not secure a reputable tutor willing to teach the third prince, he allowed him to choose for himself, and lo and behold, he selected a kindly old man who was now completely at the mercy of this mischievous child. The emperor pondered, with a mix of pride and concern, that if it were not for witnessing Wenyu's diligence, he could have accepted his son's laziness. Your sick sister is attending school for the first time today and is too anxious to sleep, yet you, being so much older, find it perfectly acceptable to doze off? The third prince pouted. Well, first it was my elder brothers and now my sixth sister can serve as my comparison group. He felt indignant. He refused to believe there could genuinely be children who loved to learn. Perhaps they merely pretended to please the emperor. Thus, when Shen Wenyu finally endured until the break time, she was intercepted by a flamboyant young boy. She stared blankly at the prince's attire, suddenly coming to her senses and calling out, Third brother. The third prince, who usually preferred to remain secluded in his chambers, only interacting with his sisters distantly at royal banquets, was unexpectedly charmed by Wenyu's dazed voice, causing his outstretched hand to clench into a fist without his realizing it. Third brother? Seeing him stunned, Wenyu raised her voice again. Do you need something from me? The third prince snapped back to reality, remembering his purpose for approaching her. He forced a stern expression and growled, Today, father reprimanded me for seeing you feigning innocence, saying I was not diligent enough. At such a young age, you've learned to curry favor with father. No wonder he has been visiting the Yonghe Palace so frequently. His words were harsh, And Shen Wenyu was not one to tolerate insults. Although she had initially intended to foster a good relationship with her brothers, that was under the assumption of mutual respect. If someone came at her without reason, as he was doing now, she would not hold back. If she had to accommodate everyone, what was the point of her daily efforts to please the emperor, empress, and the queen mother? Thus, she retorted with a roll of her eyes, "Step aside. The break is short, and I have matters to attend to. If you're that bored, why not go lick the latrines at the Guozijian?" The third prince watched as his sister walked away, forlornly standing in the corner. Woe is me. I need to enroll in a language improvement class. Why can I only curse using foul language? Unfortunately, he was a somewhat cultured version of a delinquent youth from ancient times, and it was utterly impossible for him to use vulgarities against his own sister or resort to violence. Thus, having been bested in their quarrel, the third prince reignited his resolve to study. Sitting upright before his tutor, he earnestly said, "Tutor, your knowledge is vast. Could you teach this prince how to insult without using foul language?" The tutor, having hoped that the third prince had finally come to his senses after being reprimanded by the emperor, trembled as he stroked his beard, forcing a smile. "Your Highness, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy." "What?" The third prince watched in alarm as his tutor clutched his forehead and began to groan, feeling a surge of panic. The emperor, originally planning to leave the Guozijian for the Yangqing palace, found himself interrupted by the third prince's unfortunate predicament. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman moaning in pain, he instructed Su Xuanfu to summon the royal physician. He could not help but cast a reproachful glance at the helpless third prince. If anything were to happen to the tutor, not only would the child be unable to find a new instructor, but his reputation would also be tarnished. The physician rushed in, carrying a medical kit, barely pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow before kneeling to take the tutor's pulse. The third prince anxiously inquired, "How is he?" The physician furrowed his brow and checked again. At that moment, the emperor could no longer remain calm. "Is there a serious issue?" The physician replied, "The absence of a problem is the greatest problem. He appears to be in excellent health, thriving and well-fed. Yet here he is in this state. If I were to tell the emperor that he is perfectly fine, I might as well pack my things and leave the Imperial medical department." Therefore, wiping the sweat from his brow, he clasped his hands and said, "The tutor's pulse is weak and thin. He may have been startled, and given his advanced age, he should rest well. It is nothing serious, and I will prescribe a few restorative remedies." The emperor sighed in relief and shot a glare at the third prince, dragging him to a secluded corner. There, he suppressed his anger and inquired about what had transpired. The third prince was also taken aback by his teacher's earlier demeanor, and at this moment, he lowered his head in guilt, wiping away his tears, too afraid to lie. He relayed the conversation he had with the teacher to the emperor in all honesty. The emperor was almost amused by this rebellious son. "What were you thinking? Allowing the teacher to instruct you in such matters?" The third prince, sobbing, recounted the few words his sister had said. The emperor instinctively retorted, "Impossible." But he soon recalled the things that girl often voiced in her heart. He fell silent. Yet, he quickly defended his daughter, saying, "Surely you must have said something first." The third prince did not dispute this, but instead, he bowed his head and repeated his own words verbatim. Seeing his honesty, the emperor's expression softened somewhat. "This afternoon, go to Yonghe Palace and properly apologize to your sister, understand? As for your teacher's situation." The emperor felt a headache coming on, but he couldn't allow the child to become illiterate. Thus, he declared, "I shall find you another teacher one last time. If you remain as obstinate as this, do not blame me for disregarding our father-son bond." He was not threatening the third prince, he was stating a fact. When the former emperor was alive, he had demoted several princes to commoners. However, the current emperor's offspring were few, and the third prince had never felt the danger of demotion. Hearing the seriousness in his father's words, he quickly replied, "I understand, and I will sincerely apologize to my sister and the teacher." "Did he bully you just now?"
Huh?
Shen Wenyu looked at Qin Huai with some confusion. "You mean my third brother?" Qin Huai nodded. "I can help you take revenge on him. He disliked being indebted to others, and if he could repay in this way, it would be ideal." However, Shen Wenyu could only sigh at the thought of this unfortunate child, who had been bullied himself yet was still considering avenging her. "No need, he didn't bully me." Qin Huai frowned, puzzled by the inexplicable look of affection that had suddenly appeared in her eyes, which made him feel a bit uneasy. At that moment, Shen Wenyu was already lost in her own thoughts. The young nobles who had bullied the second prince were not in the same school as them. Just now, Shen Wenyu had gone out during the break to scout the area. After secretly observing the group of individuals gathered together, she had devised a corresponding plan. If they enjoyed forming cliques to ostracize others, then she would return the favor in kind. Chapter 43. The True Father. The tedious morning made Shen Wenyu feel as though her return to school had finally come to an end. Due to her young age, the emperor had specially permitted her to return to the palace early in the afternoon. After all, children still need their afternoon naps. However, on the way, she unexpectedly encountered someone. Sister Ija? Shen Wenyu called out uncertainly. The woman, with disheveled hair and a swollen left cheek, turned her head upon seeing her and broke into a wide smile, though the movement seemed to cause her pain, making her wince and cover her jaw.
What happened to you?
I heard from the people at school that you fought with your two sisters? Ija nodded, rolling her eyes. My father actually thinks I can coexist peacefully with them. This morning, he insisted on cramming us all into one carriage, claiming it was to foster sisterly bonds. Foster my foot. As soon as the carriage door closed, Shen Wenyu lunged at me and pulled my hair. If it weren't for your cousin's penchant for martial arts, I probably wouldn't have made it to school today. Shen Wenyu looked at her disheveled appearance in confusion. Why didn't you have a servant tidy your hair? I heard your teacher is quite strict. Ija, feeling guilty, touched the messy hair on her head. Well, I was indeed severely reprimanded by the teacher today. Otherwise, why would I need to return home at noon? I have to preserve evidence of that lunatic's crimes. I'm going home to report it now. Shen Wenyu was greatly shocked. But why did she suddenly attack you? I don't know. Did I infuriate them by setting off firecrackers in front of them last night? Shen Wenyu looked at her cousin with newfound respect as she watched her return home. Late last night, within the Hongwangfu, Shen Wenyu paced anxiously in her room. The maid beside her dared not say anything, silently praying for the second miss to return quickly. Otherwise, they might suffer the consequences when the third miss's temper flared. Fortunately, Shen Wenyu did not keep her waiting long. Moments later, a woman with a sullen expression pushed open the door. Sister. Shen Wenyu eagerly approached, asking anxiously, did they reveal anything about her mother? Mother has been in good health in the Wangfu. How could she suddenly fall ill and die in the palace? Shen Wenyu frowned impatiently, pushing her aside and ordering the waiting maids to leave. Taking a deep breath, she coldly scoffed, Mother did not fall ill. She was poisoned to death by a cup of toxic wine. Shen Wenyu, initially feeling wronged by her sister's roughness, was now too shocked to care about her feelings. Why would father deceive us? If she was forced to death by those in the palace, how could father, who loves mother so much, remain silent?
Why?
Because the emperor discovered that mother was having an affair with a guard in the carriage on the way here. Do you understand why father did not make a fuss? It was his decision. Pausing for a moment, Shen Wenyu bitterly recounted the phrase a young maiden before marriage, her voice tinged with shame and anger. How could this be? Shen Wenyu murmured, disbelief flooding her heart. She looked at her sister with a hint of hope. The person who told you this must be lying, right? It must have been the Wang Fei's doing. Yet, Shen Wenyu mercilessly shattered her last shred of illusion. The person who told me this is our true biological father. Seeing Shen Wenyu's stunned expression, unable to utter a word, Shen Wenyu even smiled, recalling how the two of them had guarded this secret with bated breath for years. Why should her younger sister be able to enjoy the lavish life of the Wangfu without any burden? But shouldn't father have killed that guard as well? That's because the guard in the carriage was merely another one of mother's lovers. Our true father is still serving as a guard in the estate. Do you think that, if father had issued a gag order, anyone would still dare to tell me? Although Shen Wenyu muttered that it was impossible, deep down, she had already begun to accept this explanation. After all, she had never seen any resemblance to the Hongwang. But what about father? Hasn't he ever suspected we aren't his children?
Impossible.
The royal family has always valued bloodlines. Even if the Hongwang does not wish to investigate, the emperor and the Empress Dowager would never allow him to raise two children that could potentially confuse the royal lineage. The blood test for kinship is inherently unreliable. Perhaps we are just lucky. Shen Wenyu grew anxious. It can't be that we aren't really father's children, can it? Why are you so pessimistic, sister? Pessimistic? Shen Wenyu looked at her with pity. If you had seen our biological father, you would know who we resemble. In that instant, Shen Wenyu was stunned by this revelation. The obvious resemblance turned her confusion into determination. We must resolve this tonight. Otherwise, if father sees... Shen Wenyu's gaze grew serious as she pulled out a blood-stained dagger from her bosom, the cold glint sending a shiver down Shen Wenyu's spine. What do you think I was doing for so long? Shen Wenyu tucked the dagger away in the hidden compartment beneath her sister's bed, then turned to leave. But she was seized by the sleeve from behind, and the other person, eyes red, looked at her and asked, "Don't you want to avenge mother?" Shen Wenyu raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. If it weren't for the Wang Fei insisting on going to the palace to report to the Empress Dowager, Mother would never have been summoned to the palace, and naturally, she would not have died. Shen Wenyu found the conversation tedious and brusquely shook off her sleeve, departing into the biting cold wind. Initially, she had contemplated seeking vengeance against that woman, but upon uncovering the truth, her resolve dissipated. If that woman could not even endure a mere moment on the road, failing to consider her own circumstances, then why should she entertain thoughts of revenge? She recalled the repugnant affection with which the man she had just slain had spoken to her, claiming that her mother, in her dying moments, thought only of not burdening him, misrepresenting that guard as her lover and concealing Shen Wengyu's existence. The absurdity of it all made her laugh. Such a spineless man was unworthy of being her father. Her true paternal figure could only be the Prince of Heng. As for her sister, while somewhat foolish, she was not yet aware of who stood alongside her. Shen Wenyu was not mistaken in her assessment. Although Shen Wenyu felt anger towards her sister's selfishness, when a maid entered and inquired about her pallid complexion, she instinctively shielded her sister, merely attributing it to the chill she had encountered earlier. However, Yijiao was oblivious to the tumultuous events of the previous night. After setting off firecrackers, she had slept soundly, initially surprised by Shen Wengyu's absence from the morning skirmish. Upon seeing her now bowing her head and addressing her as sister, Yijiao could not help but glance at the sky, pondering why it seemed like any other day and not the apocalypse. Chapter 44, Apology. Yijiao had assumed that following her back to their residence was an attempt to preemptively lodge a complaint with their father, but to her astonishment, she came before him to apologize on behalf of her sister. Xian'er has recently lost our mother and has behaved somewhat recklessly. I hope father and sister will not hold it against her too harshly. I am willing to accept punishment in her stead. Her words not only confirmed that Shen Wenyu had indeed instigated the conflict, but also showcased her responsibility as an elder sister. Upon hearing this, the previously dark expression of the Prince of Heng softened considerably. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no reason for an elder sister to bear the punishment of a younger sibling. Let Xian'er remain in the residence for the time being, transcribing Buddhist scriptures. And do not let her attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet in a few days to avoid any embarrassment." "Yes, father." After the Prince of Heng departed, Yijiao adjusted her hair, casting a wary glance at Shen Wenyu. "What is with your peculiar demeanor today? What do you intend to do?" "I have merely come to some realizations." Shen Wenyu responded with a smile, bowing slightly. "I wish for sister and young Master Feng to share a blissful life together." The suddenness of her statement caught Yijiao off guard. For some inexplicable reason, it reminded her of the sixth princess's earlier words. "Are you not afraid they will steal your betrothed?" She watched her sister's retreating figure, a sense of wariness creeping into her heart. Meanwhile, upon returning to the palace, Shen Wenyu was met with Hui Pin's concerned inquiries regarding her first day at school and the well-being of her classmates. Shen Wenyu answered obediently on the surface, while internally she was already plotting. "Oh dear, it's not as if this is my first day at school. Perhaps it's best if you think of me as a little child, then I'll have an excuse for not grasping the lessons, huh?"
Deepens.
Although somewhat speechless at her daughter's lack of ambition, nonetheless affectionately ruffled her hair. If her daughter could live happily, what did it matter how well she learned? During their lunch together, a young eunuch suddenly reported that the third prince sought an audience. The third prince? Hui Pin was a woman who rarely stepped outside the palace, having been there for 7 years without ever encountering this prince up close. Naturally, she felt puzzled. What could he possibly want? Meanwhile, Shen Wenyu, engrossed in her meal, sensed the impending visit and recalled her earlier confrontation with the third prince. She prepared to give her mother a heads-up, recounting their earlier dialogue. Hui Pin did not perceive her daughter's words as offensive. Rather, she believed the third prince was being unreasonable. As for Shen Wenyu's comments, children bicker. It's all trivial. Thus, she looked at her daughter, who had unjustly borne the brunt of the blame, and comforted her. "My dear, if you do not wish to see him, then do not. If your father inquires, simply say you felt unwell upon your return." Hui Pin knew well that the Imperial Medical Office could not guarantee the little princess's well-being. However, Shen Wenyu shook her head. "Let him in. We have nothing to fear." Both expected the third prince to be ill-intentioned. To their surprise, the boy who appeared before them was blushing, holding a box and casting furtive glances at them. "I pay my respects to Princess Hui." Rising, he took Shen Wenyu's hand and placed the box into her palm. "I am flabbergasted. Who are you? You cannot be the third prince. I preferred your defiant attitude from this morning. Are you suggesting that the contents of this box are poison, bugs, or perhaps a bomb?" "I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks." Father sent me to apologize, and I found this jade pendant from Mother's dressing box. I believe it would suit you beautifully. Observing the boy's increasingly lowered gaze, Shen Wenyu quietly opened the box, revealing a lustrous white jade pendant of exceptional quality. Adorned not with the usual fashionable Buddhist motifs, but rather a delicate landscape painting. This is too precious. Third brother. Shen Wenyu quickly attempted to return the box to him. The third prince turned his back, unwilling to accept it, his bright eyes blinking at her. Then can you forgive me? Goodness, our family genes are truly unbeatable. How can everyone be so good-looking? Isn't that unfair? Your seventh sister looked at me with those same eyes last time, and I couldn't resist. Well,
I suppose I can't resist again this time.
Shen Wenyu nodded. As long as you refrain from making such remarks in the future, I will certainly not make things difficult for you. Noticing the third prince's pitiable expression, she added a friendly tone to her words, hoping it would soothe his feelings. The third prince, finding her quick forgiveness far more gracious than his older brother, who still harbored grudges from a year ago, smiled and pushed the box into her embrace. Consider it a small token of my affection as your brother. Remember to wear it. With such fair skin, this pendant will surely look lovely on you. Leaving that remark, fearing Shen Wenyu might decline again, the third prince turned and dashed away, leaving Hui Pin even more bewildered. This child seems quite different from what I have heard. Wasn't he described as a hot-tempered scoundrel? Yet he appears, at least seemingly, rather well-behaved. Moreover, this Zhuang Pin was exceedingly generous. Such a jade was rare, especially with such exquisite craftsmanship, likely created by a renowned artisan. And she had given it as an apology gift to a child. One could not help but marvel at the wealth accumulated by these consorts who had maintained their positions for so many years. At that moment, Zhuang Pin, with her wealth and established status, anxiously searched for the landscape jade pendant she intended to present to the Empress Dowager as a birthday gift. Has anyone come by this afternoon? Zhuang Pin could not help but entertain conspiracy theories. Could it be that someone learned of my intention to gift this hard-to-find superior jade and sought to seize it first? The senior palace, maid beside her, shook her head. Your Highness, only the third prince visited today. No one else was allowed in. The third prince was her own son. How could he harm her? However, this maid was one she had brought from home, and with the family's bonds of servitude firmly in hand, she should have been the least likely to betray her. Zhuang Pin racked her brain, utterly unable to comprehend how her son, who struggled with his studies, would remember her mother's belongings as if they were his own, carrying them with no hint of guilt. Chapter 45. Selection of Palace Maids. Although the emperor had previously informed consort Hui of her elevation, the news had only recently been confirmed within the palace. As a result, the palace was preparing to allocate additional eunuchs and maidservants to accommodate her new status, increasing her retinue by 2 attendants. Consort Hui had intended to visit the Ministry of Internal Affairs in a few days to select 2 capable handmaidens. However, to her surprise, in the afternoon, the head of the ministry, Chief Steward Cui Ping, personally arrived at Yonghe Palace with 8 attendants in tow. Your Highness, I come to pay my respects. Upon hearing the splendid news of your elevation, I have taken the liberty of bringing some attendants for your selection, hoping to bask in your joy, Cui Ping declared. Noticing the flicker of hesitation on consort Hui's face, Cui Ping, having spent many years in the palace, could easily discern her uncertainty. He reassured her, rest assured. All these individuals come from reputable families and possess commendable character. I would never dare to bring anyone unsuitable before you. Should any issues arise, you may hold me accountable. Watching this exchange, Wan Shu was filled with emotion. Just a month prior, she could hardly have imagined her mistress achieving such fortune. The chief steward wielded considerable influence within the palace, and even the less favored concubines dared not provoke him, lest they face repercussions in their allowances. Upon hearing Cui Ping's words, consort Hui nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the thoughtfulness in his selections. This was not mere flattery, it was a reflection of reality. The attendants chosen represented the palace's image. It was not merely about physical beauty, which could be a source of jealousy, but rather about having an upright appearance, appropriate attire, and a demeanor that exuded brightness. This may sound metaphysical, but in essence, it boiled down to being pleasing to the eye. The attendants brought by Cui Ping largely met these criteria. As consort Hui's gaze scanned the room, the attendants instinctively straightened their posture. When consort Hui was still known as Hui Guerin, many attendants from the ministry had already set their sights on the 2 vacant positions in Yonghe Palace following her elevation. While a new consort was soon to enter the palace, rumors hinted at potential candidates, but most believed that consort Hui was the more promising option. Thus, the 8 attendants brought by Cui Ping had navigated through numerous obstacles to reach Yonghe Palace. Consort Hui found each of them commendable, unable to make a choice alone. She summoned Shen Wenyu. Do take a look and see if there is anyone here that catches your fancy. But I'm visually challenged, dear mother. Shen Wenyu lamented, prompting Consort Hui to request that the attendants introduce themselves by name. Upon hearing a few names, Shen Wenyu was taken aback. This Han Chan, the one who died shielding her master? How loyal. But it seems she hasn't entered the palace yet. How has she come to us? Oh, and there's Shui Xiao. She is an excellent cook and has nearly managed to create a feast for the national banquet from the palace's small kitchen. If we had a kitchen in our palace with her, we'd surely be blessed with delicious meals. Consort Hui's eyes sparkled. My dear child, we must ensure that such talent remains in our palace. After listening intently, Shen Wenyu realized that all the attendants were well-known figures. It was no surprise, as those who made it to Yonghe Palace were undoubtedly capable and would not fare poorly elsewhere. In the end, Shen Wenyu succumbed to the allure of the national banquet and selected Shui Xiao along with another young eunuch named Chang Shi, who had strong connections within the narrative. As she watched Cui Ping lead the remaining 6 attendants away, Shen Wenyu felt an inexplicable melancholy. Alas, it feels as though I'm in an Imperial examination where all candidates are talented, yet only one can emerge as the champion. I truly wish I didn't have to let this group go, she sighed. Consort Hui gently stroked her daughter's head, acknowledging the truth of her sentiment. She had also found the literate attendant appealing, as she could share stories with her. However, with an increase in attendance, the palace dynamics would inevitably become chaotic, leading to higher monthly expenses. Consort Hui abandoned the thought of asking the emperor for a favor. In a corner unnoticed, the second prince, emboldened by the emperor's assigned guards, no longer feared those who had previously bullied him. It seemed that the emperor had warned their fathers after verifying the situation, for the second prince had recently noticed their bruised faces. They even came to him with apologies, their demeanor sincere. Yet, the second prince remained troubled. Reflecting on the task assigned to him by the emperor that day in Yangxing Palace, he felt the weight of impending worries. Perhaps the elders from both families had caught wind of something and instructed their children to behave. As the second prince had never seen those 2 young lords so well-behaved before, it was quite surprising. The normally arrogant Zhou Ergongzi, who would boast of his father's military prowess, was now offering apologies when they crossed paths. And then there was Yu Jia, who had been flaunting his brother's achievements in class, yet today had not uttered a single word. Had it not been for the second prince witnessing him venting his frustrations at a tree at noon, he would have thought he had turned mute. They were not foolish. Given that the other party was on high alert, it was indeed challenging to provoke them. The second prince began to dream. If only something sensational could occur regarding them, something that would disrupt their composure. A gust of autumn wind blew by, and he tightened the rabbit fur cloak gifted by his sister, realizing it was the first time someone had remembered to provide him with warmth. Little did he know, this seemingly obedient and endearing sister, who had not forgotten her brother even after receiving rewards, would soon create that very opportunity for him. Chapter 46. The Prime Minister's daughter. This year's selection of candidates was scheduled for the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Although Shen Wenyu inwardly criticized her grandmother for perhaps wanting to gather more birthday gifts from the new consorts, it indeed provided these newcomers an opportunity to present themselves before the emperor. Otherwise, given the current frequency of the emperor's selections, it would take an eternity for each to have their turn. After all, Yonghe Palace had monopolized the emperor's attention, leaving the remaining high-ranking consorts with little time to share. The emperor was human, not merely a vessel for procreation, and couldn't he possibly indulge in nightly festivities. This was Shen Wenyu's heartfelt concern for her father's middle-aged health. The selection event could not rely solely on Consort Hui's current status. They could only wait in the palace for the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Emperor to make their choices. Fortunately, palace regulations did not prohibit the consorts from discreetly inquiring about the selected candidates. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. And you can fight 100 battles without danger. Thus, Yonghe Palace dispatched the newly arrived Chang Shi to gather information. It soon proved that the original text's portrayal of Chang Shi's connections was no exaggeration, for he quickly returned with results. This time, the emperor had set aside 3 candidates, 2 chosen by the Empress Dowager and 1 by the Empress. The 2 selected by the Empress Dowager came from ordinary backgrounds, but were noted for their gentle temperaments, making them seem agreeable. Is it truly enough to stand out merely for being gentle and amiable among such a multitude? Consort Hui was skeptical and gestured for Chang Shi to continue. The emperor's initial intention for this selection was merely to bestow marriage upon the royal relatives, he did not intend to retain anyone for himself. However, these two young ladies possess exceptional backgrounds, reputedly assessed by a local shaman from Yuzhou to have auspicious destinies. He looked up at Consort Hui, stepping closer to whisper. It is said they will bring fortune to their descendants. Consort Hui nodded in understanding. It is hardly surprising that the Empress Dowager finds this fate alluring. Indeed, the current emperor's progeny are rather scarce. However, when compared to the offspring of emperors from previous dynasties, the count is not particularly low. The splendor of the late emperor's 16 sons vying for succession starkly contrasts with the mere 2 or 3 kittens that currently frolic at the emperor's feet. Moreover, these children were born within the confines of the royal manor. Since the emperor ascended to the throne, no royal sons have graced the palace. Such a situation inevitably leads some to murmur in secrecy that the emperor's ascent was marred by the blood of his brothers, thus deterring male heirs from taking birth in the royal lineage. Although these are mere rumors, they are undeniably distasteful, and the emperor's notorious reputation for cruelty cannot persist indefinitely. How could the Empress Dowager not feel urgency in this matter? Yet, Huipin finds the notion of destiny laughable. Numerous concubines have conceived over the years within the palace. But the challenge lies in bringing those pregnancies to fruition. How could this be attributed to a curse? Shen Wenyu, as a proponent of socialist ideals, cannot abide such feudal superstitions. Does this dynasty still harbor sorcerers who can predict such destinies to ensure 2 births within 3 years? Moreover, the emperor's progeny are not so few. If necessary, he could hasten his brothers to marry and provide him with some grandchildren, rather than bearing the burden himself. Huipin initially concurred with Shen Wenyu's sentiments. However, upon further reflection, she pondered the implications of these metaphysical beliefs. What then? Of her daughter, who has been reborn with memories intact? Huipin, it is indeed difficult to explain outside the realm of metaphysics. She discreetly averted her gaze, directing it towards Changxi. What of the remaining individual? Changxi, evidently on guard, wore a serious expression upon her otherwise cheerful visage. The remaining young lady is the second legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Su. Upon entering the palace, she was granted the title of noble consort, though the emperor has yet to select her quarters. The Prime Minister's legitimate daughter. It is no wonder. Considering the familial ties between the Prime Minister's household and that of the Empress, such a status would indeed enable the Empress to secure her position. Yet, Huipin suddenly recalled something, her brow furrowing. Prime Minister Su. Oh, the one with nearly 48 concubines in the inner chambers, nearly rivaling the number of the Emperor's consorts? Huipin sighed heavily within. Ever since hearing her daughter's gossip, she could scarcely muster any respect for Prime Minister Su. However, with the entry of these 3 young ladies into the palace now a fait accompli, she could only silently hope that they would not be accommodated in Yonghe Palace. Since ascending to her primary position, they had moved from the side halls into the main palace, and now, relishing the vastness of Yonghe Palace, why would they wish to share it with others? Furthermore, especially with 3 individuals of such notable backgrounds, until she could ascertain the attitudes of the 3 above towards them, Huipin could only choose to treat them with courtesy. Unfortunately, nearly the entire palace shared this sentiment. Who would wish for a competitor to suddenly appear next door? No one dared to trouble the emperor over such trivial matters of relocation. Thus, the threshold of the Empress's Jiaofeng Palace was trampled upon by the throng. Inside Jiaofeng Palace, the charming and lively and caning lounged in a chair brought by the palace maids, sipping tea. Your Highness, the tea here is delightful. Unlike the bitter brews found elsewhere in the palace, which I truly cannot endure. Gontang observed and Caning's boisterous manner of drinking, considering it a waste of fine tea leaves, and silently averted her eyes. The Empress, casting a glance at her, spoke coldly. Speak your purpose swiftly. I have matters to attend to. And Caning let out a nervous laugh, realizing her flattery had missed the mark, but this awkwardness did not deter her resolve to continue, regarding the 3 new young ladies. Your Highness, the palace I reside in is quite small, and should they share it with me, it may prove cumbersome for them. The Empress, fully aware of her insinuation, cast her a fleeting glance and replied, Prior to you, 3 other consorts have approached me about this. However, how can one expect an entire palace to be monopolized by a single person? Would you not agree? And Caning could hardly contest this, forcing a strained smile and nodding in agreement. With her objective now unattainable, she was eager to depart. And Caning, the Empress's icy voice startled her.
Koseherz sieht upright, responding promptly.
Are you willing to share my burdens? And Caning wore a pained expression, fully aware of what the Empress was likely to say next. Silently, she chastised herself for daring to approach with complaints, reckless in her boldness. Nevertheless, She managed to maintain a smile, respectfully stating, "Your Highness, I shall follow your commands without hesitation." "Very well." The Empress finally displayed a hint of a smile, declaring, "I shall assign noble consort Su to your palace. As an elder within the palace, you must guide her well. Understood?" "Yes, I understand." The ascending tone of her reply revealed Encaning's disbelief. "Wait, who?
Noble consort Su?
Is she the one I think she is?" Encaning was taken aback. Was it not rumored throughout the palace that the Empress had retained noble consort Su's position due to their past connections? Why did she now appear to harbor animosity? It was clear that her residence in Gongquan Palace posed more than just a minor inconvenience. It was particularly isolated. And Caning felt that had she not been accustomed to aiding her parents with chores, strengthening her constitution, she might well have fainted several times on her way to pay respects to the Empress. However, this was merely a trifling matter compared to the Emperor's unpredictable whims. The primary concern lay elsewhere. After a moment's hesitation, Caning finally spoke, "But Your Highness, the main hall of Gongquan Palace has not been cleaned in ages. It may not be suitable for noble consort Su to move in." The Empress chuckled softly. Taking a sip of tea, how could a mere noble consort occupy the main hall? Caning fell silent for a moment, growing increasingly anxious. If she were to be moved to the western side hall, would that not be an excessive commotion for merely relocating two consorts? "You need not move. She may reside in the western side hall."
Ah?
Caning could not suppress her exclamation. It was well known that the eastern side hall of Gongquan Palace was vastly superior in both decor and orientation compared to the western side hall. Why then would the Empress assign noble consort Su to that dilapidated western side hall, which was nearly akin to a cold palace? "Enough, I have matters to attend to."
You may leave now.
Caning felt as though she might choke on her words. "Just say it plainly, with the attitude you have towards her. Do you desire me to poison her discreetly, or deliver her a quick demise?" After this series of maneuvers, even if noble consort Su were as pliable as clay, she would surely explode in rage, and should she unleash her fury upon Caning. However, it was evident that noble consort Su was no mere clay figure, and Caning suspected she was more akin to a firecracker. This was distinctly manifested by the incessant sound of porcelain shattering following her relocation to the western side hall. Her personal maid, Gua, cautiously peeked her head out, only to retreat silently, gravely informing Caning, "It's like a battlefield out there. I dare not venture outside." Caning reclined in defeat. "No worries, my lady. I too am reluctant to step outside. Let's endure this together for now." Just as they were beginning to acclimate to the cacophony outside, a sharp female voice of reprimand pierced the air. Caning mused, "How delightful. The palace is bound to become lively. It seems noble consort Su is even more tempestuous than you are." At this moment, Yuer, honored with the title of the second most tempestuous within the palace, wore an unhappy expression. The Empress must be doing this on purpose, with so many palaces available. Why must she cram two into mine? My Yongshou palace has suddenly become overcrowded. The sounds of items being moved filled her ears, and Yuer could hardly contain her annoyance.
Scoffing.
What fate is this? Surely there are others in the palace capable of conceiving. Is the Empress deliberately seeking to irritate us? Initially, when the Emperor declared that no newcomers would enter the palace this year, Yuer felt a flutter of excitement, believing it was for her sake, to spare her the jealousy of newcomers. The Empress Dowager then pointed to two lowly commoners. The little deer in Yupin's heart was instantly crushed. As she watched her mistress berate the prominent figures above, Chunyu could no longer contain herself and quickly interjected, "Actually, this isn't entirely a bad thing, Your Highness."
Oh.
With the new concubine entering the palace for the first time, the Emperor will surely summon her. Won't she come to Yongshou Palace and see then?
Iwepinzito.
You are truly a genius. So, I am to watch the Emperor indulge those two wretched women next door? Seeing Yupin's fury escalate. As if she were about to smash the tableware in front of her, a small maid who was tidying up immediately knelt and exclaimed, "Your Highness." The Internal Affairs Court said that if we break any more items, we will have to pay for them ourselves. The thought of the gleaming silver slipping away from her grasp rendered Yupin momentarily silent, and she eventually relented. At that moment, the seventh princess peeked her head in.
Yaner?
"Didn't Mother ask you to practice your dance? What are you doing here?" The seventh princess smiled shyly and replied, "I was thinking about the new mother entering the palace, but Lady Zhou is still alone in the cold palace. It seems rather pitiful, so I thought I would visit her." Yupin was incensed by her daughter's saintly words. "What Lady Zhou? She is now just a commoner. And you wish to visit her? What connection do you have? What would you even say?" Today, 3 new concubines entered the palace. And you will spend your life in the cold palace. As she spoke, Yupin suddenly realized. Yes, she could go to Zhou's side and say such things to agitate her. Yupin was still seething over how Zhou had plotted against her, causing Duan Kaier to miscarry and attempting to frame her for it. The thought of inflicting a significant grievance upon Zhou invigorated her. However, the child certainly could not accompany her, otherwise, she might learn bad habits and cease to be as obedient as she was now. Chunyu, keep an eye on the princess and ensure she studies diligently. I shall pay a visit to Lady Zhou in the cold palace as a gesture of sisterly affection. Watching Yupin depart with 2 palace attendants, Chunyu turned to the 7th princess and asked, Your Highness, was that deliberate? The 7th princess tilted her head, her tone innocent yet unyielding. She was too noisy. She needs something to occupy her. Chunyu had no objections. After being struck by the shards from Yupin's explosive outbursts a few times, she was eager for her to leave. Since the Empress Dowager has left, Your Highness, you should take a break as well. Chunyu tenderly wiped the sweat from the princess's brow. Having danced almost the entire morning, she couldn't fathom how the Empress Dowager could bear it. However, the 7th princess shook her head, revealing a rare lively smile. I want to dance for my sister. Chunyu sighed and affectionately patted her head, uncertain whether encouraging her closeness with the 6th princess was a blessing or a curse. At this moment, Shen Wenyu, the object of this pair's concern, unexpectedly encountered Su Guerin. Noticing the sweat at her temples and her slightly smudged makeup, Shen Wenyu remarked, The Imperial garden is vast. A concubine must go out of her way to reach Yonghe Palace, even ruining her makeup in the process. You seem quite fatigued. Shen Wenyu found it hard to believe this was a mere coincidence. Meanwhile, Su Guerin, with an air of familiarity, squatted down, struggling to maintain a cheerful facade.
Oh,
What a lovely little girl.
whose are you?
Shen Wenyu was speechless. Sister, do you take me for a fool, or are you the fool? Look at my palace attire. Do you really think I belong to anyone other than the royal family? As is well known, the appearance of brackets typically signifies the introduction of significant characters. Hence, I am currently experiencing writer's block and can only manage for 000 words today. Sobbing. In chapter 48, you understand metaphors. The emperor, on his way to Yonghe Palace, faintly heard his daughter's thoughts. He waved his hand, halting the palanquin. The well-trained palace attendants came to a stop. Su Xuanfu curiously leaned in to lift the curtain, asking, Your Majesty, is there something amiss? The emperor glanced at him and quietly replied, Lower your voice. Let us pause here for a moment. I wish to admire the autumn scenery. Su Xuanfu observed the withered branches before him, recalling a place to the west where maple trees were in full bloom. Your Majesty, I recall there is a scenic area with maple trees that should be splendidly red at this time. Shall we visit there? The emperor, engrossed in listening to his daughter's sounds, found Su Xuanfu's interruption disconcerting as the voice became indistinct again, prompting him to shoot him a glare. Receiving an inexplicable glare, Su Xuanfu quickly dropped the curtain, rubbing his nose, pondering whether the emperor had discerned his intentions regarding the Empress Dowager. Alas, he did not wish to play matchmaker. Yet, the emperor himself could not defy the wishes of his doting mother, who was desperate for grandchildren. What could a eunuch do? However, the emperor, who was silently critiquing Su Xuanfu, was entirely consumed by thoughts of his daughter, oblivious to the 2 newly presented beauties. Do I know you well enough for you to pinch my cheeks? I can't believe you would speak ill of my mother in front of me. Do you think I lack sense, that I would fall for your provocations? Alas, Lady Huipin is devoted to the emperor. Neglecting the little princess is not her intention. This tea is suffocating me. Hearing his daughter mimic the other's affected tone, the emperor couldn't help but chuckle softly. It had sounded like a fine voice from a distance, yet upon her imitation, it came across as rather mocking. While he enjoyed the spectacle, he would not allow such ill intentions to approach Yuer. Thus, he gestured in the direction of the voice and had the palanquin proceed there. Currently, Shen Wenyu's feelings towards Su Guerin had shifted from initial resistance, who are you, to a curious inclination to see what absurdities she might utter next. She stood her ground, watching Su Guerin perform, occasionally smiling and nodding, thinking it delightful. Noticing the 6th princess's relaxed demeanor, Su Guerin assumed her previous words had struck a chord, eliciting a disdainful smile within her. Children were easily deceived, she thought. Surely the emperor must value something unique about her. After watching the spectacle for a while, Shen Wenyu grew weary and was about to have her maid lead her away. However, a glimmer of gold fabric caught her eye as she noticed the approaching palanquin. An idea sparked in her mind. You dare speak ill of my mother in my presence. I shall teach you a lesson. The emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what mischief this little one might inflict upon Su Guerin, signaling for the attendants to slow their pace. The innocent child's voice rang out, feigning naivety. But my mother said that the new concubines entering the palace are here to steal father away from me. Is Lady Su here to take father from me as well? Su Guerin felt another wave of derision. Indeed, what a foolish child. Did the concubines enter the palace for the emperor? Surely not for the stringent palace rules, or to bow and pay respects at every turn. Yet, one could not express such thoughts openly. So, with a hand covering her mouth, Su Guerin smiled and replied, "Your Highness, you worry too much. I am merely fulfilling a friendship with the Empress. Having been close friends in our youth. You are nearly 10 years younger than her. Can you still be considered close friends? You were only 8 when the Empress married. Were you not?" Shen Wenyu thought Su Guerin truly regarded her as a simpleton, internally rolling her eyes, yet on the surface, she maintained a sweet smile.
Oh.
It seems I misunderstood, Lady Su. It is just that there have been so many concubines lingering by Yonghe Palace that I hope to encounter father. They refuse to leave. Like flies drawn to summer's refuse. The emperor, described by his daughter as refuse, naturally did not take kindly to such mockery, and Su Guerin's expression was hardly improved, forcing her to mentally reassure herself. This is just a child. She is merely a child. This, indeed, is still a child. With that, she managed to maintain her composure. Before she could collect her thoughts, Shen Wenyu posed another question. "Sister, what brings you here?" The tone of her voice was markedly different from her earlier innocence, now tinged with a serious inquiry. Su Guerin's expression tightened as she recalled her father's earlier warning about the emperor's suspicious nature, noting that even he had faced reprimands recently. Gaining the emperor's trust in the palace as the 6th princess should not be underestimated. This stark contrast heightened Su Guerin's vigilance, rendering her momentarily speechless as she struggled to recall the excuse she had prepared. Her gaze caught sight of the small Buddhist altar in Yonghe Palace, and inspiration struck her as she gestured towards it. "I have heard from the palace attendants that the small Buddhist altar in Yonghe Palace is particularly efficacious, perhaps blessed by concubine Hui and your Highness, the 6th princess. Thus, I thought it fitting to pay my respects on my first day in the palace." Upon uttering these words, Su Guerin mentally applauded herself. Look at how adeptly she crafted a reasonable explanation while simultaneously flattering the mother-daughter duo. With such skill, how could this little girl not be easily manipulated? Shen Wenyu had not anticipated Su Guerin's thoughts would extend to the small altar, but it mattered little. Does the lady share the same reverence for Buddhism as the Empress Dowager? Upon hearing the mention of the Empress Dowager, Su Guerin's eyes sparkled. If she could establish a connection through the 6th princess to the Empress Dowager. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she immediately responded, "Indeed. I uphold the teachings of Buddhism at home and greatly admire those as devout as the Empress Dowager." Shen Wenyu summarized her thoughts succinctly. So, the lady entered the palace to foster a good relationship with the Empress, out of respect for the Empress Dowager, rather than for the Emperor? Su Guerin furrowed her brow in contemplation. It seemed to convey a similar sentiment, yet something felt amiss. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. Shen Wenyu smiled slightly, gazing toward the approaching Imperial sedan chair, meeting the Emperor's gaze with a hint of regret in her expression. "Alas, poor father. Your allure pales in comparison to that of the Empress and the Empress Dowager. The Emperor has arrived." The eunuch's sharp announcement jolted Su Guerin from her daydream of ascending the ranks due to the Empress Dowager's favor. The Emperor? Why would he appear at this hour? How much of what she just said had he overheard? Yuera pays her respects to father. The 6th princess's formal greeting prompted Su Guerin to instinctively bow as well. No need for formalities. Upon hearing this, Su Guerin felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and stood up. At this distance, considering the speed of the sedan chair, the emperor should have conveniently missed her words, right? Chapter 55, The Broken Sleeve. Shining Xian? Is this not the headstrong and thoughtless half-sister spoken of by Yijia? When concubine Yun was still present, Yijia would often complain to Feng Yunkai about the grievances suffered at the hands of her and her mother. Originally, Feng Yunkai believed that, as Yijia's fiancé, he should stand by her side. He had even spoken ill of the trio behind their backs. However, upon seeing Shen Xian in person, his stance wavered. This frail young woman, in stark contrast to Yijia's accounts, hardly resembled someone who would inflict grievances upon her. Reflecting on the tactics of the women in his father's harem, Feng Yunkai frowned, realizing that Yijia too was of this ilk. Yet this girl was merely a concubine. Although his family did not possess the wealth of the Prince of Heng, with Yijia's status preceding her, he did not look down upon Shen Xuan's lineage. Thus, while he felt a flicker of sympathy for the wronged beauty, he still maintained a cautious distance. Is it Miss Shen who seeks Yijia as company? He deliberately mentioned Yijia, intending to clarify his own status and indicate that he was only willing to converse further out of respect for her. However, this cold demeanor did not deter Shen Wenyu. Men, she thought, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. Did he think she was blind to his previous actions? As tears, long in the making, began to flow down her cheeks, she feigned heartbreak, her voice catching slightly. Master Foam, I came solely to extend my congratulations to you and my sister. Congratulations? What is there to celebrate? Foam Yunkai's irritation flared at the thought of his still non-existent marriage, causing him to lose his composure, even in the presence of a beauty. Observing his expression, Shen Wenyu, already on the verge of tears, seemed to recoil as if struck. I know, Master Foam, that you are to marry my sister, and thus must keep your distance from other women. Yet, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt you were my confidant. Why must you avoid me like a venomous serpent? Before Foam Yunkai could react to the ambiguity of her words, he stepped forward, gripping her shoulder with excitement. Mary? Where did you hear such news? Shen Wenyu averted her gaze, fearful that he might perceive her disdain. What judgment did Yijia possess to think this man was suitable? I accompanied the princess into the palace to seek the Empress Dowager's decree for marriage. Foam Yunkai's previously tense demeanor instantly relaxed. Since the Princess of Hung had approached the Empress Dowager for a marriage edict, she must be satisfied with the arrangement. In that case, their first child could be welcomed into the world peacefully. He felt a surge of paternal affection. If Yijia objected, he could simply dismiss the concubine and ensure the child bore her name, as his father had always done. As the weight of his thoughts lifted, he suddenly became acutely aware of his proximity to Miss Shen. Her delicate shoulder trembled slightly beneath his touch, the warmth of her skin unmistakable even through her garment. Foam Yunkai was no naive youth unfamiliar with romantic encounters. Rather, due to his parents' indulgence, he had often frequented the pleasure houses. Naturally, Yijia, a sheltered lady, remained oblivious to such matters. Sensing the exquisite softness of her skin, he marveled at the refinement of a daughter raised within the royal household. Even if she was a concubine, he quickly pulled his hand away, attempting to suppress the rising thoughts. Yet, recalling her earlier ambiguous remark, he couldn't resist stealing another fleeting touch. I apologize, Miss Shen, for my earlier emotional outburst. As he offered his apologies, he found it curious. Did the perfumes used by these noble ladies possess such a captivating scent? He had merely brushed against her clothing, yet his hand returned reeking of a fragrant aroma. Shen Wenyu lowered her head, feigning shyness, while her eyes discreetly scrutinized him. Noticing that he appeared entranced by the scent, even leaning against the railing for support, she felt assured. Clearly, the secret concoctions left by her mother were effective, and she had not been misled. Foam Yunkai leaned against the railing, gradually losing clarity in his thoughts, to the point where Shen Wenyu seemed to split into three figures before him. Master Foam? Master Foam? What ails you? Your complexion seems quite poor. Shall I assist you to a nearby chamber to rest? Foam Yunkai responded drowsily, paying no heed to the propriety between men and women. With her outstretched hand providing support, he struggled to rise from the railing. The hidden guards, stationed nearby, were at a loss. With so few people around, they finally had the opportunity to speak freely. Should we intervene? The leading guard paused for a moment before responding. The sense surrounding Miss Shen is unusual. Those suited for the role of hidden guards possess senses far sharper than the average person. The breeze had just carried a fragrance reminiscent of an intoxicating essence. It remains unclear how the third young lady remains unaffected by this turmoil. The leader of the shadow guards hesitated for but a few seconds before arriving at a decision. You two follow closely. Ensure they do not cause any fatalities. I shall return to inquire with His Majesty. Understood. The remaining two responded with a fist salute. However, after he departed, a youthful-looking shadow guard could not contain his curiosity. Kong Qing, does causing a fatality refer to an unwanted pregnancy or actual death? The man named Kong Qing fell silent for a moment.
Qian Shan.
What do you wish to call me for? Based on our leader's temperament, which do you think it pertains to? Well, that old stickler would probably mean the latter, right? Then why do you even ask me? You would do well to start behaving like a mute right now, lest I truly render you one. I have no colleagues who care for me, Qian Shan muttered, silently mimicking a zipper over his mouth. Yet, as the two arrived at the entrance of a secluded chamber, they indeed heard some indescribable sounds emanating from within. Qian Shan silently cast a glance at Kong Qing, his eyes pleading. See, I told you there was a possibility of this. You actually wanted me to keep quiet. Is there no law left? Kong Qing shot him an impatient glare and whispered, did you not discern that only male voices can be heard inside? Qian Shan's eyes widened in shock. Ignoring Kong Qing's earlier threat, he exclaimed, are you suggesting that this Miss Shen is disguised as a man? Or that this young Master Feng is a broken sleeve? His voice was filled with astonishment and excitement, akin to a child who, having forgotten to bring toilet paper, found a roll conveniently dropped from above while in a restroom. I am weary. Let it all end. Someone, please take this mad dog away. Chapter 56. Instant Understanding. What I mean is, this young Master Feng has been drugged. He is likely ensnared in a delusion. Qian Shan grasped the implication immediately. Oh, you mean he is engaged in that sort of activity? Kong Qing dismissed him with indifference. Using a nearby tree branch, he deftly ascended to the roof and cautiously lifted a tile. Fortunately, the noise within was considerable, and his slight disturbance went unnoticed by the two inside. However, upon discerning the situation within, he nearly gouged out his own eyes. Young Master Feng was pressed against a pillar, his waist thrust forward. He ought to be grateful that the palace's pillars were exceptionally smooth. Otherwise, there could have been rivers of blood by now. Qian Shan, seeing him ascend, pursed his lips and followed suit. He too was momentarily stunned. This Miss Shen was indeed a remarkable individual. Was she not supposed to be a demure young lady? How could she remain so composed in the face of such a scene, even more so than the two men? They exchanged glances, each silently thinking, Leader, please return quickly. We are at a loss regarding this situation. The leader they called upon had just returned to the Emperor's side. Due to the necessity of shadow guards remaining unseen by outsiders, he had hastily donned a set of eunuch garments, though the deep azure patterns on the collar betrayed his true identity. Upon seeing the azure patterns, the Emperor immediately recognized him and, feigning to pour wine, furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, Did I not instruct you to guard the princess? She is presently within the palace. What brings you to me? The shadow guards of this dynasty were distinguished by color, and the Emperor naturally recognized that the azure faction was dispatched to accompany Yijia. Song Lang whispered a few words, and with each word, the Emperor's expression grew increasingly grim. So, Yijia's third sister has drugged that Feng fellow. Now his reputation is in jeopardy? Such an incident occurring in this dynasty was indeed shocking. Although the current dynasty was relatively lenient regarding matters of intimacy between the genders, a woman's loss of innocence bore far graver consequences than that of a man. Moreover, should this incident be discovered, the woman's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Ordinarily, as a royal princess's illegitimate daughter, she could still aspire to marry into a respectable household. Yet, after this debacle, her fate would likely culminate in being carried into the Feng household as a concubine. The Feng family was hardly among the most esteemed. Having been ensnared in such a scheme, she would find herself subjected to the scorn of both her husband and his family. Furthermore, the Emperor cast a suspicious glance towards the location of the Prince of Heng's estate. He distinctly recalled that they had only brought one illegitimate daughter, and she was the second in the family hierarchy. Could it be that he had erred? However, recalling what Yuer had said about Feng Yunkai's past actions, the Emperor found a sense of amusement in their predicament. You go guard the area, and when the time is right, bring some palace attendants to catch them in the act. Ensure it is loud enough. Just as the Emperor finished speaking, he halted.
No.
This is the Empress Dowager's 60th birthday. If this matter were to unfold, not only would her celebration be marred, but the royal family would also be shamed. Approaching middle age, with children on the verge of marriage, I would prefer to avoid incurring the Empress Dowager's wrath. While it was likely she would not take action given his status as emperor, the shadow cast by her authority loomed large since childhood. Thus, he quickly amended, first, capture those two for me. After the banquet, I shall personally handle them. Inside the dim chamber, Shen Qing held her nose, impatiently observing the man before her, who resembled an amorous dog. How much longer must this continue? She distinctly remembered that whenever her father visited her mother, it would not be long before he would call for water. The Prince of Heng sneezed, thinking to himself that autumn had indeed arrived, and he had likely caught a chill from wearing too little today. He glanced at the time and then at the empty seat beside him, feeling a twinge of confusion. How long has Qinger been gone for some fresh air? However, considering she had her maid with her and was in the heavily guarded palace, he assumed she was safe from harm. Little did he know that she was indeed safe from harm, as she was the one orchestrating it. Watching as the intended victim let out a low growl and gradually slumped to the ground, Shen Qing tugged at her clothing, deliberately making it appear disheveled. She also bit her arm to leave several red marks. Counting the time until he would awaken, She slowly moved beside Feng Yunkai and even procured a chair for herself to sit upon. Observing the man sprawled on the ground, whose murmurs over the past quarter hour had varied in name, Shen Yingqing found herself unexpectedly feeling indignant for her sister. Although her sister was indecisive and had a fiery temper, occasionally committing foolish acts, such a foolish man as Feng Yunkai was truly unworthy of her. She applied some white powder to conceal the birthmark on her arm and used a small knife she carried to make a cut on her heel, allowing a few drops of blood to fall to the ground. Other locations were too easily discovered. After completing this act and setting the scene, Shen Yingqing propped her head up, awaiting her counterpart's awakening to continue the charade. At that moment, the three individuals atop the roof were utterly bewildered. Is this truly a woman? Qian Shan swallowed hard. Observing the two wooden figures beside him, who appeared stunned into silence, he poked Kong Qing's side. Hey, why don't you ask the leader what the emperor said? What nonsense! The leader is right beside us. Kong Qing shot him a glance. Song Ling, overhearing their exchange, replied coolly, if you continue to make a fuss, I will throw you both down. The emperor has ordered to first subdue these two. He will handle them afterward. Upon hearing this, Qian Shan's youthful face contorted into a bitter expression. That man looks so filthy. I refuse to deal with him. I will handle the woman instead. Moments later, the emperor hastily sought an excuse to arrive. He feared that if the banquet concluded and the effects of the drug were too potent, it would be troublesome if Feng Yunkai faced issues within the palace. Su Xuanfu, holding a lantern in one hand, slowly pushed open the door with the other. What greeted his eyes was a man crudely wrapped in a piece of cloth, likely a bed curtain, and a youthful-looking shadow guard with a grave expression standing behind him. On the other side was a disheveled woman, struggling continuously, flanked by two burly men with dark expressions. Su Xuanfu remarked, What is going on? I recall that this young Master Feng is skilled in martial arts. Why is there only one shadow guard assigned? This distribution of personnel seems off. Chapter 57, Secrets. At the outset, when Shen Yingqing was subdued, she initially believed that the commotion caused by Feng Yunkai had attracted the attention of passing palace attendants, which incensed her enough to kick him a few times. However, upon observing the attire of her captors, she began to suspect they might be intruders attempting to rob the palace. She contemplated enticing them with promises of gain in hopes of securing her release. It wasn't until she laid eyes on the emperor that she felt her body weaken as though terror had rendered her powerless, collapsing to the ground in a flurry of confusion. How could this happen? She had been so discreet. How could she have drawn the emperor's attention? Initially, her only concern was that this incident might be exposed, forcing her into a marriage with someone as insipid as Feng Yunkai. Yet, if the emperor discovered that she had smuggled aphrodisiacs into the palace, her fate would be dire. To her astonishment, the emperor proposed. If you disclose to me the origins of this drug and your motivations for this act, I can arrange a marriage for you with him. A marriage? Shen Yingqing looked up at the emperor in disbelief. It was unheard of for a sovereign to bestow a marriage as a reward for such candor. He was offering her the status of Feng's legitimate wife in exchange for her honest confession. Shen Yingqing clenched her fists, quickly making a judgment. This drug was left to her by her mother, intended to facilitate a match between Feng and her sister. Sister? The emperor furrowed his brow. Are you not the third Miss Shen? My sister has been confined at home by our father, so I have assumed her identity. Oh my, how dramatic. Please continue. I'm not done listening. The emperor fell silent. Why had this girl come along again? He hastily instructed Su Xuanfu to drape a curtain over the unconscious Feng Yunkai. Such matters were inappropriate for a child to witness. Shen Yingqing understood that she needed to clarify everything with the emperor before Feng Yunkai regained consciousness. Otherwise, if he were to learn the truth, that she had orchestrated the ruin of his marriage, her prospects of marrying into the Feng family would be bleak. Without needing the emperor's prompting, she divulged all. It turned out that she had intended to thwart her sister's happiness and ruin her sibling, seizing the opportunity while her sister was confined to use the secret drug left by their mother to abduct Feng Yunkai, planning to feign violation afterward and compel him to propose to the crown prince's residence. Shen Yingqing believed she had anticipated all outcomes. What if Feng Yunkai refused to take responsibility, or if her father disapproved? She even stationed a maid in the corridor to prevent any palace staff from passing by. However, she had not anticipated that the emperor would send hidden guards to keep watch over Feng Yunkai. Although this was merely an unfortunate misunderstanding, the emperor frowned as he listened, having not encountered such unscrupulous scheming in quite some time. Yet, recalling Feng Yunkai's even more disgraceful reputation, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps fate had deemed these two a fitting pair, thus bringing them together. But, Shen Yingqing, your sister? Why would you harm her?
Ah,
Why can't I rush in and ask? I'm dying of curiosity. The emperor, initially poised to depart, turned back. Shen Wenyu, wary, anticipated he might reconsider, only to hear him ask, "Why would you harm your sister? Since childhood, I have witnessed my mother engaging in infidelity with various men. She compelled me to keep her secrets, or else she would strangle me. Initially, I envied my sister for her ignorance, but over time, that envy morphed into jealousy, leading me to act irrationally." The emperor cast her a cold glance, aware that her words were not entirely truthful. Yet, listening to the voice in his mind that seemed to revel in satisfaction, he chose not to pursue the matter further. "I shall arrange a marriage for you, but you must explain everything to Feng Yunkai yourself. As for those secret drugs, I shall have them confiscated. Should you ever engage in such behavior again, I will not be lenient." The hidden guards behind her suddenly relaxed their grip, and it dawned on Shen Wenyu that her ability to stand had been supported by them. She collapsed to the floor, her attire disheveled, yet a sense of having narrowly escaped calamity enveloped her. In truth, she had sensed the emperor's disbelief from his response, but for some reason he did not delve deeper. Her mother had not threatened her with death, but rather with the revelation of her origins to the emperor. For years, she had harbored the illusion that she was also a beloved child of her parents, for as long as she did not touch upon the matter of infidelity. Her mother was compliant, even bestowing upon her the secret drug from Miaojiang for her future safety in marriage. Yet it was merely an illusion. From the day her mother passed away, Shen Wenyu felt as though the secrets she had concealed for so long were on the verge of being exposed to the light of day. Thus, she killed her biological father, and out of jealousy for her sister's innocent demeanor, she acted as she did now. Perhaps binding her life to such a man was her just deserts. The emperor cornered the little one attempting to flee. "Oh dear. How did you discover me, father?" The emperor playfully teased her. "Because our air is quite odorous. I followed the scent to find you." Shen Wenyu exclaimed, "What nonsense! I bathe every day." The emperor chuckled softly, lifting her into his arms, as she protested with muffled sounds, "If you think I smell, then don't hold me."
enough.
"I was merely teasing you. Our air does not smell at all. It's just that your father has a sort of telepathic connection to you, allowing me to find you wherever you are." "That us, just you teasing me again?" The emperor chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. "Father, can you arrange for some hidden guards to protect me as well?"
Why?
"Afraid of retaliation for your misdeeds?" "Absolutely not," Shen Wenyu retorted, her heart racing. "It's just that my father attracts too much animosity. I'm afraid one day someone might seek revenge on this innocent little princess. Rest assured, I have already arranged that. Just call for them, and they will come to you." "Oh yay, you're the best, father." "What does that hiss mean? You actually doubt my heartfelt affection for you?" The emperor fell silent. "A love that is felt to the core, I suppose?" Chapter 58. The plan is set. Imperial concubine Shu, feeling utterly bored, nibbled on the pastries on her plate, her gaze flickering to the second prince, who wore a sullen expression as he stared across the table. This situation had persisted throughout the entire banquet. The presence of such a gloomy companion was enough to spoil her appetite, and she finally could not restrain herself from asking, "What are you staring at? Eat something to fill your stomach. Aren't you hungry?" Since the last incident of complaints, their relationship had softened somewhat, reflected in the fact that at least the second prince would respond when she spoke to him. "Isn't that cloak your brother's a bit familiar?" At this, Imperial concubine Shu raised her gaze, uttering a non-committal sound before returning to her pastry. "It was sent by your sick sister. It's the same style as yours." "Of course, it looks familiar." Unexpectedly, the second prince became animated. "She even sent it to elder brother?" Imperial concubine Shu was startled by his sudden outburst, nearly choking on the pastry that had not yet been swallowed. "You child. You both are her brothers. What's the big deal about her giving gifts to both of you?" The second prince turned his gaze away, his ears flushed with embarrassment. How could he articulate it? That he had felt special and had reveled in it for several days? It was too humiliating. Imperial concubine Shu pointed at the third prince and reassured him. "At least the third prince didn't receive one, right? Besides, you don't play with her or engage in conversation. That you are even thinking of you is quite good. Why are you still dwelling on this? Shouldn't you reflect on your own issues first?" The second prince pondered this and had an epiphany. His sister was like their father. They were merely concubines in the palace, needing to constantly assert their presence before the emperor to be favored. The noble consort, in a state of bewilderment, sensed an inexplicable jealousy emanating from the second prince's gaze towards the first prince, reminiscent of the way the favored concubine would eye other consorts during their daily greetings.
Ah?
In a flurry, She hastily stuffed 2 more pieces of cake into her mouth to quell her astonishment, dismissing it as mere exhaustion, leading to hallucinations. As tears welled in her heart, she mused that the date paste cake from the Imperial kitchen had become increasingly delectable. Perhaps she could request to spend the night there. Seizing the moment while the second prince and the first prince were engaged in their silent duel of glances, she stealthily maneuvered the dish in front of him to her own side, relishing her delightful feast. Success, due to the Empress Dowager's fondness for concubine Hui, and her concern that she might feel lonely down below, she decided to have concubine Hui accompany her mother, Shen Wenyu, once the emperor returned with her. Thus, Shen Wenyu found herself placed between concubine Hui and concubine Yu as a buffer. Feeling the original protagonist's murderous gaze, Shen Wenyu thought to herself, "Truly, you are my dear mother." Having previously scurried about without eating much, she finally seized the opportunity to indulge in the meal prepared for her by the emperor. Seeing her consume such copious amounts, concubine Yu frowned and turned to grasp her daughter's hand, admonishing, "All you do is eat. If you gain weight, will your father still favor you?" Yet, while she spoke, her eyes darted towards Shen Wenyu, clearly implying something deeper. To be frank, such veiled sarcasm hardly distracted Shen Wenyu from her food. Compared to the eloquent quips of contemporary netizens, this was far inferior. However, witnessing her sister's pitiful gaze fixed on the meal, Shen Wenyu could no longer contain herself. "How can you be such a mother? Damn it, I'm done." In an instant, the gazes of the emperor, Empress Dowager, queen, and noble consort converged upon them.
Concubine vue discreetly shifted acide.
Under the spotlight of these onlookers, Shen Wenyu reached for the fruit tea before her, feigning difficulty. Then, with exaggerated flair, she toppled the teacup, and the tea splashed directly onto concubine Yu's face. Before her expression could contort in anger, Shen Wenyu theatrically shrieked and retreated into the arms of the startled concubine Hui. "Child, if she goes mad, neither of us may escape. I cannot protect you." Concubine Yu, incredulous, wiped her face with her hand, revealing a smear of white powder. Her makeup. She had spent the entire morning preparing it for her appearance before the emperor. Before she could spiral into a frenzy, concubine Hui preemptively took charge. "Wanshu, what were you doing? The princess couldn't reach that cup of tea, and you just stood there watching? You've made concubine Yu a victim. Slap yourself 20 times. Her voice boomed like cannon fire, leaving concubine Yu unable to interject. Wanshu, suddenly sharp-witted, began to slap her own face vigorously. Internally, she reveled, thinking, "This is something I learned from the seasoned courtiers. All flash with little substance." Indeed, after 20 slaps, her face showed no sign of redness. Concubine Yu, fully aware that the pair were merely deceiving her, promptly stood, intending to administer a slap of her own to demonstrate the proper force required in the palace. "Concubine Yu." The emperor's voice halted her in her tracks. "What is happening here? Why this uproar? The emperor called for me first. He must have seen my grievance, and is here to defend me." In a moment of infatuation, concubine Yu's anger morphed into a sense of victimhood as she turned towards the emperor, her eyes glistening with tears. "Just now, I was sitting here peacefully when the 6th princess insisted on splashing tea in my face. Concubine Hui even sheltered her. How can a mother raise a child like this?" Understanding the Empress Dowager's recent favoritism towards Shen Wenyu, she feared that the matter might escalate, so she redirected the blame towards concubine Hui. However, her current appearance failed to evoke sympathy from the onlookers. Rather, it incited a sense of horror. Good heavens, her face was an unsettling blend of black and white powder. The queen averted her gaze, unwilling to witness any further. The emperor opened his mouth to speak, but found himself unable to utter the words "beloved consort."
Meanwhile,
Shen Wenyu was already preparing for her next act. Chapter 59. The flavors were overpowering. While concubine Yu was still playing the role of the tragic beauty before the emperor, her countenance resembling that of a murder scene, Shen Wenyu was in concubine Hui's embrace, her small shoulders trembling with suppressed sobs.
concubine vue.
Numbly taking the 3rd handkerchief from Wanshu, pressed it against her face. 3 handkerchiefs. How could this child cry so much? Once Shen Wenyu realized that her commotion had drawn everyone's attention, she opened her swollen eyes to gaze at concubine Yu. A sudden jolt hit concubine Yu's heart as she heard Shen Wenyu lament, "I'm sorry, concubine Yu. Woo. You are shootin' Tia gone to drink water when she was thirsty, woo-woo." Concubine Yu's eyes nearly flared with fire. Who had prevented her from drinking water? How dare she slander her? But the mother-daughter duo spoke with such rapidity that concubine Yu found herself interrupted at every turn. "It's all my fault. Please don't blame Wanshu, woo-woo. She has already slapped herself many times. Her face is unrecognizable. If you wish to punish someone, punish me. Wan Shu instantly caught on, lowering her head to cover her face and feigning sobs. Well done, Wan Shu, you are teachable. Shen Wenyu bestowed her an appreciative glance before turning back to Concubine Yu. But, woo-woo, if Concubine Yu wishes to strike me, could it wait until after grandmother's birthday banquet? I don't want to disrupt the celebration. Having concluded her performance, she wiped her tears while eyeing Concubine Yu. Now it's your turn to perform. Do you detect the scent of green tea and white lotus emanating from me? I shall suffocate you. You wouldn't feed the seventh princess, you wicked thing. Not feeding the seventh princess? Several gazes turned to the seventh princess, and indeed, the dishes on the table had barely diminished. How could such a well-behaved child like you splash water on others without reason? Clearly, Concubine Yu must have provoked her first. Alas, what a dutiful sister who cares for her younger sibling. How could such a perfect child exist? As for the green tea and white lotus remarks, what did they even mean? They had no idea. In an instant, Concubine Yu felt the weight of several scrutinizing gazes upon her. Almost in disbelief, she turned to Shen Wenyu, questioning whether this little brat had truly become sentient. For how could she utter such infuriating words at her tender age? Emperor, please allow me to explain. I had no intention of harming the sixth princess. It is merely that my face has become this way, and naturally, I felt angered and wished to give Concubine Hui's servant a lesson. Wan Shu, sensing her moment to shine, pressed her palm to her face and dramatically raised her head to reveal the red handprint imprinted on her visage. Until now, everyone had been focused on the drama between Concubine Yu and Shen Wenyu, who would pay attention to a mere servant. Yet, upon seeing her face, many were taken aback, and whispers began to circulate behind Concubine Yu. Wan Shu hastily knelt before Concubine Yu, pleading, Your Highness, spare me. I have already slapped myself 20 times. The princess is timid. If you truly destroy my face, she will cry out in the middle of the night, disturbing both the emperor and you. Well, now the emperor was brought into the fray. Concubine Yu could no longer endure this master and servant pair, one invoking the Empress Dowager and the other the emperor, threatened to entangle her in an even larger predicament. She chose to retreat to advance, turning instead to the emperor, who had professed his mutual affection for her. It is indeed my fault. I should not have sat beside the sixth princess, provoking her displeasure. Furthermore, I should not have raised a fuss about the water being splashed on me, for after all, Sister Hui is so favored. I am unworthy to discipline her maidservants. She anticipated that the emperor would refute her self-deprecating words and offer her comfort. To her astonishment, he merely nodded and replied, Indeed. Yu Pin was taken aback. Indeed. What of your mother? The emperor recalled the recent intelligence from the front lines, reporting that the Yu family, led by Yu Tsomyun, had failed in a surprise attack and had been captured as hostages. He realized that Yi Xian would also soon take action. In an instant, he felt a surge of liberation. Finally, he no longer needed to maintain the pretense of appeasing the Yu family for Yu Pin's sake. He found himself speaking with greater candor. The sixth princess is but a child. As her elder, you should exercise some tolerance. Besides, she is inherently innocent and would not intentionally seek trouble with you. My goodness, I never imagined that such words, suggesting she is merely a child, would sound so soothing when applied to me. The emperor felt a new understanding dawn upon him. Alas, what a pitiable child, who has never experienced familial affection in her past life. Even such a statement could touch her heart. Thus, his gaze towards Yu Pin bore a hint of reproach. And what of your words? How can you assert that you are unworthy to discipline a maidservant? Such a statement could lead others to misinterpret Sister Hui. Yu Pin felt numb. Surely you can discern that? Yet you fail to notice the overt favoritism shown towards your daughter? Sister Hui had already preemptively severed her ties with her maidservant. Why must you be so confrontational? This is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. One must show forbearance. Do you not live with more clarity than a mere child? The Empress Dowager, too disinterested to lift her gaze, merely remarked, Someone, assist Yu Pin in attending to her appearance. Yu Pin, she could no longer articulate a response. If previously she could convince herself that the emperor harbored feelings for her and that his attentiveness to Sister Hui was merely a facade to protect her from harm, now, before her very eyes, the blatant favoritism shattered her self-deception. Could it be that all her affection over the years was but unreciprocated yearning? With a choked sob, Yu Pin followed the palace attendants dispatched by the Empress Dowager to change her attire. Truthfully, she did indeed appear as though she had been wronged and bullied. Yet, Shen Wenyu felt no pity for her. Her gaze drifted towards the previously overlooked little seventh princess, who was watching her mother being led away with an expression of calm detachment, lost in her own thoughts. Although she was the biological daughter of Yupin, her mother seemed entirely disinterested in her existence. She was either consumed by her own grievances or plotting her vengeance. Shen Wenyu bit her lip and quietly approached to pat the girl's shoulder. She has left. You may eat now. In truth, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Although Little Seven occasionally sought her out for play, she was still her biological mother. What if Little Seven were to become upset? To her surprise, the seventh princess's voice, more anxious than her own, reached her ears. Sister, do you think I am useless?
What?
Shen Wenyu was baffled as to how she had arrived at such a conclusion. I dare not resist, mother, and I rely on you to stand up for me. Does that make me very useless? Good heavens, what a wonderful child. In an instant, Shen Wenyu's eyes brimmed with compassion. However, Chen Yue beside her looked on with disbelief. Dare not resist?
Who?
You? Chapter 60, Madness. Chen Yue gazed at the seventh princess, who obediently nestled beside the sixth princess. Accepting even the dishes she typically refused without protest, resembling a mere puppet at the mercy of others. She silently averted her eyes. It was truly unbearable to witness. Upon seeing that the atmosphere had eased, and that Shen Wenyu had not suffered any grievances, Xuxi returned to her meal. Alas, she could never satiate her hunger. Yet, as if the heavens conspired against her concentration, the second prince's ethereal voice once again infiltrated her thoughts. Mother, do you think the sixth sister prefers the seventh sister a little more? Xuxi quietly set down her chopsticks to prevent herself from choking on the potential heretical remarks that might ensue. She mused, if I were in her shoes, I would already feel that the seventh princess is indeed more endearing than you. Nevertheless, Xuxi refrained from voicing such thoughts. Their mother-son relationship had finally begun to mend, and she was reluctant to let a single comment send the child spiraling back into resentment. Thus, she carefully considered her words. Boys and girls should not sit together after the age of 7, you know? Even if you wishes to be close to you. Her brother, she cannot do so in public. However, the seventh princess may. Seeing the second prince nod in agreement, Xuxi thought he had genuinely understood and felt reassured about her child-rearing efforts. Yet, the second prince was busy calculating the implications in his mind. So, this means the seventh sister can be in public with the sixth sister, but he, being of the opposite gender, must maintain distance? He subtly glanced at his father. Beside him, Su Xuanfu seemed to be eternally situated at the emperor's side. Suddenly, he comprehended. So, the seventh sister is just like him. In an instant, he felt no jealousy. How could a eunuch compare to a concubine? After this farce, Prince Heng finally encountered Shen Wenyu. He noticed her dress bore unsightly stains and frowned, asking, what have you been doing outside? How did your clothes get dirty? Shen Wenyu forced a smile. I was merely brushed against by a clumsy little maid on the way, father. I am perfectly fine. After addressing Prince Heng's inquiry, Shen Wenyu sat beside Yijia, her mood complicated, but recalling the emperor's warning, make sure to clarify your sordid deeds to Yijia. Should I witness her grieve over you too, you can imagine the consequences. She shuddered at the memory of the emperor's words. Determined to confess to Yijia upon returning home, she thought, what? Yijia could hardly believe her ears. Staring incredulously at Shen Wenyu, you truly have some nerve. I thought you had turned over a new leaf, yet here you are, proving that a dog cannot change its nature. The revelations of Shen Wenyu's entanglements with Yun Su and the guards, the truth of their sisterhood, the hypocrisy of Feng Yunkai, and her own madness in plotting against her sister were all too shocking. Yijia felt as though the pages of a tale had morphed into her reality. Her mind was a chaotic tangle, the weight of information so overwhelming that she scarcely had time to mourn her own feelings. You truly haven't deceived me? The emperor's decree to bestow marriage shall arrive tomorrow. I certainly lack the ability to fool the emperor into granting me a marriage. Indeed. Yijia paced back and forth, realizing that if their father were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken. I beg you, do not tell father. Why not? Shen Wenyu lowered her gaze. Although I know you may find it hard to believe that a person like me could commit such acts, I do not wish for father to know that I am not his daughter. I truly regard him as my biological father. Yijia could not restrain herself and slapped her. Have you even considered that your actions would also anger and hurt father? Is it so difficult to admit that you killed your own father for the sake of this county lord's title? Familial ties? How could someone like Shen Wenyu speak of familial ties? Yijia found it utterly laughable. If there were any genuine affections in her heart, she would not hastily sever ties with her biological mother, betray her innocent sister, murder her biological father, and attempt to deceive her own father. Though she had just struck her merciless sister in a fit of rage, Ijia found herself increasingly wary of the cold-hearted sibling. Seizing the moment while the other remained on her knees, stunned and clutching her face, Ijia hastily lifted her skirts and rushed to the door of her father's study, rapping upon it. When Shen Wenyu was awakened from her slumber by a maid, she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, upon donning her garments and entering the hall, where she beheld her sister prostrate on the ground, her heart plummeted. Could it be that father had uncovered her involvement in a murder?
Xuan'er.
The Prince of Hung rubbed his temples, the effects of the wine mingling with the sudden influx of revelations. Faced with this daughter he had once cherished, albeit one not of his blood, he found himself at a loss for words. With a heavy sigh, he beckoned her closer. Come here and listen. Shen Wenyu, still in a daze, complied and stood to the side. Ijia recounted all that Shen Wenyu had confided to her earlier. Shen Wenyu felt numb. After all, she had not even attended a banquet. How could so much have transpired? Her own sister sought to cast her aside as a concubine? She couldn't help but echo Ijia's earlier question, why? Yet Shen Wenyu remained silent, her head bowed in submission. Were it not for your elder brother the Prince of Hung exhaled deeply, the weight of the world seemingly pressing down upon him. If your brother had not discovered your actions and compelled you to explain to Ijia, would you have kept this from me for a lifetime? His reluctance to voice his own feelings was palpable, revealing his inner turmoil. Shen Wenyu continued to kneel, unwilling to utter a word. The Prince of Hung snorted coldly. Since you harbor no remorse, I shall petition to have you removed from the family register come tomorrow. With a furious flourish of his sleeve, he turned to leave with Ijia and Shen Wenyu in tow. At that moment, Shen Wenyu, who had remained as still as a statue, finally gathered her wits and grasped his sleeve. Wait, what of her? She is not your daughter either. Her finger pointed accusingly at Shen Wenyu, who was inching toward Ijia, attempting to flee amidst the chaos. Are you serious? Shen Wenyu exclaimed incredulously. Must you bring that up now? Can't you see I was nearly escaping? Before the Prince of Hung could respond, a maid beside Shen Wenyu knelt and pleaded, Your Highness, please show mercy. Ever since Miss learned she was not your flesh and blood, she has longed to explain the truth to you. She hurriedly offered a folded note from her sleeve. The Prince of Hung unfolded it, revealing a detailed account of the truths Shen Wenyu had concealed from him. Shen Wenyu silently thanked her astute maid. After much deliberation, the prince finally spoke. Given the years of our father-daughter bond, I shall allow you to retain your title of county princess. However, before your marriage, you must reside at the estate. Father, Shen Wenyu protested in a flurry, I would rather forgo my title as county princess. Please allow me to remain here to honor you. You are my only family. As for Shen Wenyu, she had no desire for a sister who would conspire against her. Yet the Prince of Hung, who had always indulged her, now resolutely shook off her grasp. I believed you to be a good child, but my judgment has faltered. It was my leniency that nearly harmed Ijia. The prince gazed upon the familiar face he had cherished since childhood, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. Despite her not being his biological daughter, he had nurtured her for many years. Even a dog breeds affection, let alone a living being. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his decision to send her away. You are to leave at once. I shall send someone to escort you to the estate. Fear not. The scenery there is lovely. Should you grow weary, you may venture into the city, but do not return. With that, he departed, leaving Ijia in a state of disbelief. Shen Wenyu collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. What did it matter that she lacked blood ties? The Prince of Hung still conferred upon her the title. What then had she achieved through her previous machinations? Gazing at the royal residence where she had grown up, she felt an absurd, dreamlike detachment. She heard her sister's frantic screams as she charged toward her, demanding answers, yet Shen Wenyu felt no pain, only a low, mirthless chuckle escaping her lips. You are truly insane. She heard her sister's terrified voice ring out, and with that, the last remnants of kinship she had clung to slipped away. The following day, news reached the court that the Prince of Hung had removed Shen Wenyu from the family register and that the emperor had decreed her marriage to the Feng family. Despite his affection for his son, Minister Feng could not restrain his ire as he confronted him. Didn't I instruct you to charm Princess Ijia yesterday? Whose heart did you win instead? Feng Yunkai shrugged. Father, though Wenyu is a concubine's child, her talents and beauty far surpass Ijia's. And with the emperor's decree, what is there to be dissatisfied about? Humph, a concubine's child? She is not even a county princess. She is merely a commoner now. What? Feng Yunkai's composure shattered. Father, what do you mean? Minister Feng, forcing himself to sit in a chair, leaned against the backrest. His spirit waning as he recounted the events of the court to his son. Upon finishing, he dismissed his son's inquiries and strode out the door, muttering about retribution. Retribution. Previously, his family had schemed against a young lady in hopes of marrying her as a stepmother, and now they had been outmaneuvered themselves. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. In the Sinang Palace, the Empress listened to Mama and recount the day's events, nodding in rare satisfaction. If Hunger could maintain this level of clarity, would he still blame his brother for not entrusting him with important affairs? Blood ties certainly inspire more trust than others. Had the Prince of Hung been reliable, the Emperor would have sent him to fulfill significant duties instead of relegating him to a nominal position in the Ministry of Revenue. Look, this fabric is quite suitable for young maidens. Mama leaned in for a closer look and nodded in agreement. Your eye for quality is ever impeccable. But it seems the sixth princess may not be able to utilize it for a few more years. This is not for you. It is a dowry for the eldest princess. The Empress felt a headache coming on. She had already uncovered the identity of the vile creature behind the prince's substitution. Yet the cunning of the opponent had left her without tangible evidence. She had intended to ask the Emperor to investigate further, ideally to bring the culprit to justice. Having encountered countless individuals in her lifetime, the Empress was certain that one who could compel a concubine to act in such deceitful ways would not be without their own dirt. Ironically, the Emperor had set his sights on that very individual as a potential son-in-law. The Empress felt an urge to chastise her son. Your judgment remains as poor as ever. Of course, showering affection upon Yuer was the only instance where his judgment had proven sound. The Empress had no desire to cast aspersions upon her little lucky star. Yet, having resided in the depths of the palace for so long, how could she explain her investigation into Fong Wensheng? Thus, the Empress instructed the Emperor to conduct a more thorough inquiry. However, Fong Wensheng had likely caught wind of the situation. His household was fortified like a fortress. And as a local power on the border, no one dared risk offending him by leaking information. This predicament left the Empress at a loss. A thought struck her. Why must she unearth concrete evidence? The pursuit of evidence was merely to ascertain whether the other party held any wrongdoing. Since she was already aware of their guilt, why not fabricate evidence to frame them instead? Thus, Shen Wenyu, who had been lurking in the academy with the intent of alerting her elder sister, learned that the prince named Fong Wensheng had been implicated in treason, leading to his family's downfall. Ah? She exclaimed, this cannot be true. Although he is indeed an undercover agent from a neighboring country in the story, yet, how could one of the most deeply buried conspirators be dismissed so easily? Akin to a mere pawn? She recalled that in the narrative, it was the Grand Princess's identity that was discovered by consort Nya, leading the Emperor to imprison both of them in the dungeon and turn the Fong family upside down to uncover the truth. Little did she know that, at this moment, Fong Wensheng, awaiting execution in his cell, was utterly bewildered.
Who am I?
Where am I? What am I to do? Ironically, upon receiving the undeniable news of his capture, the Emperor of Zhou promptly abandoned him as a mere chess piece. Fortunately, he still had a fiancée who bribed the guards to deliver a letter to him. He initially believed it contained instructions on how to escape, but upon reading its contents, he understood why it had been permitted. He had promised that upon marrying the princess, he would immediately imprison her, allowing his fiancée to assume the role of the princess. He had thought that his genuine feelings might at least elicit some concern from her. Instead, the letter starkly stated, Fong Lang, I have learned of your plight, and I am deeply saddened. I know you love me, and to spare you from worrying about my future in the afterlife, I have become betrothed to the fourth prince. Do not concern yourself with me. Go in peace. What in the world was this? Now, Fong Wensheng truly found it impossible to close his eyes in death. The only piece of good news was that he at least did not know that the evidence of his capture was not hidden in the family's secret passages, but rather fabricated by the Empress Dowager. Otherwise, he would likely have risen from the grave in the dead of night. Chapter 62. Protecting One's Own. The Grand Princess rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Beside her, a young lady from the Ministry of Revenue leaned closer with a smile, glancing in the same direction, understanding immediately. Fear not, your sister did not come today. The sixth princess had been persistently lurking around, claiming she wished to see the Grand Princess. However, it seemed the Grand Princess had no desire to meet the sister who had usurped their father's and the Empress Dowager's affections. She had instructed her entourage of sycophants to deceive the sixth princess into believing she was unavailable. Noticing the Grand Princess's lack of reaction, Daxia wore a sardonic smile and whispered to her, that girl is quite persistent. It took 4 or 5 days of persuasion before she finally stayed away. If you truly cannot bear her, I could arrange for a few people to teach her a lesson. What on earth are you implying? Unexpectedly, the Grand Princess stood up, refusing to grant her any face. Xianya's smile froze as she took a deep breath to maintain her composure. Just to give your sister a little education. You dislike her most, don't you? She spoke in a hushed tone, wary of being overheard. Although they were alone in the study, walls have ears. And if her words were reported, it could spell trouble. The Grand Princess glanced out the window once more, confirming that the familiar figure was absent before turning back, exasperated. Is she your sister or mine? Of course, she is yours. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. It is not your place to educate my sister. With that, she stormed out, not forgetting to warn Xianya, I know you are crafty, if you dare to act behind my back. Do not blame me for skinning you alive. Left alone, Xianya could only silently lament her predicament. What manner of person is she? Did she not claim to despise that girl? How infuriating that these princes and princesses are all so difficult to please. When Shen Wenyu was intercepted by the Grand Princess, she was taken aback. The sight of the Grand Princess shoving aside the standing Qin Huai filled her with dread. Sister, my own sister. This is the villain. We are but cannon fodder. What are you doing? Why didn't you come today?
Huh.
Shen Wenyu observed the Grand Princess, who was breathless from rushing, and after some contemplation, finally understood what was being asked. However, at this point in the narrative, the scoundrel husband had already met his demise, and she felt it strange to discuss him further, especially since she had little interaction with the Grand Princess. Thus, she ambiguously changed the subject. Your friends said you weren't here. I thought I might disturb you. They are not my friends. The Grand Princess quickly distanced herself from them.
Oh.
Shen Wenyu nodded in understanding, then awaited the next sentence. Yet, she waited in vain, even as the Grand Princess's ears turned crimson. Wait. Was that last sentence supposed to end with a period? An awkward silence enveloped the two, who were almost face to face for the first time. Shen Wenyu quietly shifted her feet. Well, since you're not busy, I shall take my leave? She glanced pleadingly at Qin Huai, who stood idly by. Villain. Exert your narrative authority over the cannon fodder. This atmosphere is far too uncomfortable for me to endure.
Wait.
The Grand Princess, seeing them about to leave, seemed to gather her resolve and hurriedly called out, I am not busy at all. What I mean is, if you have time, you may come find me again. The last sentence tumbled out in a rush, leaving Shen Wenyu nearly unable to comprehend her words, responding with a confused, Huh? The Grand Princess, embarrassed and vexed, closed her eyes briefly. I merely found you pitiable, walking alone, and was reluctantly willing to spend time with you. If you do not wish to come find me again,
So, be it.
With that, she stomped her foot and departed, leaving Shen Wenyu and the seemingly nonchalant Qin Huai behind. Qin Huai, unable to contain herself, remarked, Is she insane? Shen Wenyu watched the Grand Princess's furious retreat, perplexed by the mind of a teenage girl, and could only scratch her head. I don't know. Perhaps she is in a bad mood? Quite inexplicable. Qin Huai quickly offered her assessment. See, even the usually mild-tempered Qin Huai cannot help but react. Over the past few days, Shen Wenyu had sensed that this person did not appear as gentle as described in the original text, but upon further reflection, she surmised that he was likely still grappling with the shadows of childhood. Boys grow and change. Eventually they would be different. Enough about her. Shen Wenyu pulled him into a shaded area away from the sun and eagerly asked, How is that business you mentioned before coming along? Initially, Qin Huai believed it best to clarify the use of the money he had taken from her, mentioning his desire to start a small business in the capital. Little did he know, this piqued Shen Wenyu's interest. Of course, Shen Wenyu was not particularly interested in commerce. She spent most of her time in the palace, far removed from merchants. What intrigued her was the prospect of becoming a shareholder, earning dividends each year. After all, who could resist the allure of wealth? Qin Huai, upon realizing her interest, did not hold back and shared his business aspirations. When he mentioned wanting to open a security agency, Shen Wenyu was somewhat surprised, as he still appeared quite slender, even though he had gained some weight recently. Compared to other children, he was still too thin. Most of those in the security business were burly men. How could a child manage such a venture? You need not worry about that. I have my ways.
Well,
I suppose I am your creditor, aren't I? This is all thanks to my grandfather's connections. Shen Wenyu understood his reluctance to speak, as their family had gradually fallen into decline and even become taboo since the concubine's failed coup ended in her death. It was no wonder Qin Huai was hesitant. I will seek someone tomorrow to draft an official contract. If you find it satisfactory, we can sign it. But then he remembered that the other party was only a little over 5 years old and might not recognize many characters, so he added, "Find an intermediary to read the contract to you." The intermediary would serve a role akin to a modern notary public. Shen Wenyu fell into contemplation.
Who should she seek for this task?
Chapter 63. Sweeping out the door. In truth, Shen Wenyu had not initially considered the matter of finding an intermediary. After all, the character of this individual is manifest in the original text, and she currently holds the title of princess. A reasonable person would not contemplate deceiving her for money. However, upon Qin Huai's mention of this matter, Shen Wenyu suddenly experienced a genuine sensation of investment, which she referred to as a sense of ritual. Furthermore, having an additional contract indeed provides an extra layer of security, safeguarding the assets of both parties. Thus, Shen Wenyu genuinely took this matter to heart. Even when the emperor arrived for dinner that evening, her mind still lingered on the subject. Hui Pin had long been informed of this matter by her daughter. Although she considered it merely a game among children, she wholeheartedly supported her daughter's interests. However, being confined to the palace, the acquaintances she had were mostly of little use. So she resolved to keep this in mind and mention it to the emperor later that evening. When the emperor arrived, he casually handed his cloak to Su Xuanfu, rubbed his hands together, and lifted Shen Wenyu into his arms, exclaiming, "Ah, let Father Emperor see. Have you gained weight again?" At this remark, Shen Wenyu pouted. And even Hui Pin could not help but chide, "We just saw each other this morning. How could you have gained so much in just half a day?" Shen Wenyu was not one to indulge him. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she playfully retorted, "Father Emperor, how can you say such a thing about a girl?" Internally, she thought, "Father, you wouldn't be using this as an excuse because you're getting older and can't hold your own child, would you?" The emperor, feeling somewhat wounded by the dual reprimands, experienced a peculiar sensation akin to compounded injury. To assert his vigor, he deliberately bounced the little bundle in his arms, which inevitably caused her to cling to his clothing and squeal. Hui Pin, for a fleeting moment, felt as though she were tending to two children. Of course, one of them, an oversized infant with a temper, ought to be ushered out sooner rather than later. Despite these thoughts, Hui Pin maintained her composure and said, "It's time for the meal, Your Majesty. Do not tease her any longer. Yue has yet to have any pastries today." The emperor, upon placing Shen Wenyu back in her seat, noticed that the yam-filled dumplings from the Imperial kitchen had yet to be touched. Rather than waiting for a taste test, he casually grabbed one and popped it into his mouth. "And tea, this your favorite? Has the Imperial kitchen concocted a flavor that doesn't tea suit your palate?" As he savored the rich filling of salted egg yolk that melted on his tongue, the perfect balance of sweet and salty flavors compelled him to take several more. When he finally became aware of his surroundings, he realized that the plate had dwindled to merely half its original content, with his daughter's voice echoing in his mind.
"Ah,
that was meant for dessert after dinner. Haha, how could someone compete with their daughter for food? Who is to blame? Your Majesty. I meant to save it for after the meal, not that I dislike it." The emperor, catching the accusatory glances from both mother and daughter, cleared his throat and turned his attention to Su Xuanfu. "Why are you still standing there? Have the Imperial kitchen send more." Shen Wenyu quietly edged closer to him, contemplating her forthcoming request, inwardly regarding the remaining dumplings as her reward. "Father Emperor, may I ask you for a favor?" The emperor, recalling her usual antics, eyed her warily and replied, "You must first tell me what it is." Noting his reluctance to immediately acquiesce, Shen Wenyu sighed internally, aware that her father was not easily swayed. Given that the current dynasty had always looked down upon merchants, she was uncertain whether her endeavor would garner his support. Hence her desire for his initial agreement. Since he had posed his inquiry, Shen Wenyu had no choice but to lay all her cards on the table. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor remained silent. "Oh no, will father really refuse? Merchants are crucial. What will happen if the economy collapses without them?" As she pondered this, she noticed the emperor seemed to have discerned her thoughts, chuckling softly. "Why do you conceal your intentions? Do you think I would not agree?" Shen Wenyu sheepishly nodded. The emperor shook his head. "I am not one of those antiquated aristocrats who, in their arrogance, belittle others. Do you know why these noble families live in such extravagance? Is it due to the high salaries of court officials?" He posed a question, only to dismiss it himself. These individuals possess private assets. The shops and residences in the capital yield them substantial profits each year, far exceeding their official salaries. They disdain merchants, yet their opulence relies on the wealth generated by those same merchants. He gently ruffled Shen Wenyu's hair and smiled. "It is also my fault. For I forgot that your mother's family was merely a humble officials. Prior to entering the palace, they likely did not provide her with any assets. Relying solely on the palace's monthly allowances must be somewhat strained, compelling our Yuer to earn her keep. Hui Pin stood by, smiling silently. In truth, the gifts received in recent days sufficed for their daily expenses, allowing them to comfortably indulge in additional meals from the Imperial kitchen. The palace was filled with astute individuals who understood that for a consort of modest means, tangible wealth was far more appreciated than ostentatious jewelry. Thus gifts would often include practical contributions. However, who would ever complain about having too much money? She contemplated how, when her daughter eventually married, a more substantial dowry would not only bolster their standing but also allow for more lavish expenditures in everyday life. Therefore, she refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting the emperor to draw from his own private coffers to provide for their daughter. As expected, the emperor commanded Su Xuanfu, "Fetch the land deeds for the properties I have on Taiping Street." Instantly, Shen Wenyu beamed as if she had struck the jackpot with a lottery ticket, experiencing a thrill akin to sudden wealth. If these houses were situated in modern times, they would be prime real estate in Beijing. Thus, she unusually approached the emperor with enthusiasm, playfully punching his shoulder. "Father Emperor is the best. Yuer loves you the most."
Thank you, Moi.
The emperor basked in his daughter's sweet words, even casting a rare, smug glance at Hui Pin. "See? My daughter clearly prefers me." Hui Pin replied, "That's fine. You may give her money, and I will manage it for her. When she requests it, I shall also be her most beloved mother." Nonetheless, even after receiving the houses, Shen Wenyu did not forget her anticipated investment endeavor. "Father, will you act as a mediator for me?" The emperor's expression stiffened, having long been accustomed to wielding authority. The notion of being called upon to mediate between two children felt somewhat undignified, akin to presiding over a game of house. He proposed to Shen Wenyu, "What if we ask your elder brother? At least he is a prince, and his status is sufficient." "No way. He who mismanages his own estate and still begs father for financial assistance will only bring misfortune to my business." The emperor sighed. "What a useless child." Without waiting for Shen Wenyu to concoct an excuse to decline, he lamented, "Very well, I shall handle it myself." He had not anticipated that among his three sons, the one he deemed most sensible, his eldest prince, could not even manage his own estate. They say one should cultivate oneself, manage the family, govern the nation, and bring peace to the world. If one cannot even manage their own household, how can they govern a nation or bring peace? After expressing his regret over his unfortunate offspring, the emperor comforted himself with the thought that perhaps the blessings bestowed by their ancestors were manifesting in Yuer, explaining the extraordinary fortune that transcended lifetimes. With this in mind, his spirits lifted considerably. Shen Wenyu was equally satisfied with the emperor's support. Her inaugural small investment was bound to be a resounding success. However, the emperor still had to attend the morning court, so the following morning, he directly ordered the palace attendants to bring Shen Wenyu to the Yangxin Hall, intending to send her to the Guozijian after the morning court, thereby avoiding the need to travel back and forth. In response, Shen Wenyu quickly adapted, reclining against the cushion in the Imperial carriage and swiftly sinking into a sleep reminiscent of an infant's. Beside her, Su Xuanfu observed with amusement and lowered his voice to address the emperor, saying, "The sixth princess must feel quite close to you, if she were not entirely at ease. How could she sleep so soundly?" He had inadvertently projected the emperor's habits onto the sixth princess. Nevertheless, while the emperor believed the child could fall asleep anywhere, Su Xuanfu's words still elicited an uncontrollable smile from him. "Indeed, this child is fated to be connected with me." Amid her drowsy state, Shen Wenyu overheard their conversation and turned over with a touch of exasperation. "Feel free to speculate as you wish. Today, I shall indulge you both a little. But please let me sleep." The emperor remarked, "It seems that hearing one's thoughts is not always a blessing." Although he felt a bit embarrassed for misinterpreting the situation, he ultimately felt a pang of pity for his daughter being disturbed from her slumber. Thus, the previously content Su Xuanfu found himself inexplicably on the receiving end of the emperor's glare. He nearly shed tears, bewildered by the increasingly unpredictable nature of the emperor's mood. Casting a glance at the sixth princess, who had rolled over and fallen back asleep, he resolved to seek an opportunity to consult her further. In a haze of slumber, Shen Wenyu reveled in the entirely automated royal morning routine as maidservants assisted her in washing, dressing, and grooming. Nestled in the arms of one maid, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of bliss. Wasn't this the very treatment she had longed for during her early school days? When the emperor returned from court to find his daughter enjoying her morning, already directing the maidservants to feed her breakfast, he couldn't help but notice how Given her youth and adorably charming demeanor, she spoke in a soft, endearing manner that left no impression of being bossy. He even observed the maidservants' faces lighting up with delight as they tended to her. He vowed that the maidservants before him were all diligent, having been carefully selected by the Empress Dowager to ensure good character, especially after the disturbances caused by previous incidents during the late emperor's reign. Now, however, these once stoic maidens had been rendered utterly disarmed by his daughter, who sweetly referred to them as sisters. As he watched her sleepily puffing her cheeks like a little hamster, he felt an irresistible urge to intervene. Approaching, he signaled to the nearby maidservants to remain silent, then snatched the spoon filled with porridge from one of them and playfully stuffed it into his daughter's mouth. Shen Wenyu nearly choked on the unexpected spoonful. Startled, she looked up to see her father, a playful smirk on his face. "I am thoroughly impressed, but could you be a tad more considerate? If you can't serve others, then perhaps you shouldn't attempt it." Initially shocked by the sight of his daughter choking, the emperor found himself unable to be angry when she silently chastised him in her heart. Quietly, he retrieved a small trinket and placed it in her arms. Shen Wenyu looked down to find a jade-inlaid golden pai xiao, immediately embracing it. In that moment, her previous irritation vanished, and she felt as though she could lean in further for him to continue feeding her, relishing the idea of being pampered all day. "Thank you, moi." Dressed in a bright yellow imperial robe, the emperor was an unmistakable presence wherever he went. Naturally, several of the princes studying at the academy noticed him. The eldest prince, having recently emerged from the shadow of his mother's fall from grace, could not contain himself upon seeing his father and the sister who had comforted him that day. Excusing himself from his teacher, he rushed outside. "Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Greetings, sixth sister." Observing his elder son, whose face radiated with a bright smile, the emperor was reminded of Shen Wenyu's previous comment regarding his inability to manage his own household. Consequently, he responded somewhat curtly, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be studying with your teacher?" However, the eldest prince, ever lively and cheerful, dismissed his father's fluctuating demeanor with a grin, taking Shen Wenyu's hand. "I have spoken with my teacher. Sixth sister, are you here to see me?" Faced with the sun-like presence of her brother, Shen Wenyu found it impossible to deny him. So, she reluctantly explained, "I sought father to discuss matters regarding a matchmaker, and I thought I would stop by to see you." The eldest prince's excitement grew at the mention of a matchmaker. "A matchmaker? What business are you pursuing, sister?" Shen Wenyu recounted her earlier conversation with the emperor, leading the eldest prince to insist on joining her. The princes were all studying in the same vicinity, albeit separated by walls into individual chambers. Thus, his exuberance prompted the previously hesitant second prince to seek permission from his teacher to pay his respects as well. The second prince, now acutely aware of the lessons learned during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, felt compelled to compete for attention upon seeing his brother and sister together. His eager gaze, coupled with memories of his earlier misfortunes, made it difficult for Shen Wenyu to refuse him. Consequently, their small party inexplicably grew by two. It is said that sharing food enhances its flavor. The third prince, embodying this sentiment, felt an urge to join them. Though he feared the emperor and was not particularly close to his sister, he found himself unable to remain seated, watching the lively gathering of four. Chapter 65. A Contest of Jealousy. Due to the third prince's previous antics that had left their teacher bedridden with frustration in front of the emperor upon returning, the emperor arranged for an esteemed elder who had served as a tutor during the previous emperor's reign to take him on. This pleased consort Zhuang immensely, who was eager to send gifts to the elder as a token of appreciation, hoping he would effectively discipline the third prince. The third prince stood out among the emperor's few remaining heirs, especially when compared to his siblings, who were all diligent in their studies, even the eldest princess, who appeared to squander her days with a group of ladies, managing to excel academically. Consort Zhuang worried that one day the emperor might simply abandon him to fend for himself, relieved that he had at least secured a reputable teacher for him. She frequently reminded the third prince that if he made his teacher ill again, he would no longer be welcome in the prince's residence. Faced with the looming threat of becoming a wild dog rather than a pampered pet, the third prince kept his tail tucked, daring only the occasional furtive glance out the window at the lively group, let alone seeking permission from his teacher to join them. However, Su Huai, his teacher, observed his every move, and with a cough, he noticed the third prince stiffen in surprise. After a moment of silence, he reflected that the third prince did not seem to embody the notorious reputation of being a troublemaker, not one to be excessively harsh. He believed in the balance of work and leisure, and seeing the prince's eager expression, he directly asked, "Would you like to join them?" The third prince, relieved by the absence of anger on his teacher's face, nodded eagerly. Go on, but return promptly. We still have lessons to cover today. The third prince leaped to his feet, shaking off the stiffness from sitting too long, and dashed outside. Thus, the already peculiar atmosphere among the four was soon joined by a fifth, if one were to overlook Su Xuanfu. Shen Wenyu, feeling somewhat numb after having explained her investment plans on multiple occasions over the past few days, opted to let the enthusiastic eldest prince take the lead in the conversation. The two brothers, closely aged, maintained a rather amicable relationship, one being extroverted and the other playful. However, due to an incident at the birthday banquet, the crown prince harbored intentions to oppose the second prince. At present, he was jovially draping his arm around the third prince's shoulders, engaged in light-hearted banter, completely disregarding the second prince walking nearby. Naturally, the second prince was unfazed. He walked alongside Shen Wenyu, parting a branch that obstructed their path. To his delight, she turned her head and smiled at him. Shen Wenyu had long perceived the undercurrents among the three half-grown boys and felt a twinge of sympathy for the isolated second brother. Observing his considerate gesture towards her, she reached out, grasping the sleeve of his robe and giving it a gentle shake. The second prince, sensing her action, looked at her with a hint of confusion. Shen Wenyu bit her lip and softly murmured, "They aren't playing with you, so Yuer will keep you company." The second prince raised an eyebrow, glancing at his two brothers, who were still frolicking about, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. It was hardly appealing to mingle with the group of sweaty boys. Yet, upon witnessing his sister's empathetic gaze, he suddenly understood. So this was what Mother referred to as palace intrigue? It turned out that feigning vulnerability could indeed garner affection. The crown prince observed as the second prince drew ever closer to his sister, his typically aloof eyes inexplicably brimming with a nauseating semblance of tears. The crown prince was taken aback. How had his brother become so insufferable, now adopting the art of victimhood? Upon closer inspection, he saw his sister, who appeared to be entirely enamored by this charade, transitioning from clutching his sleeve to holding his hand, both engrossed in whispered conversation. A memory struck him. Recalling the day he had first met Shen Wenyu, the day their mother had been relegated to the cold palace, while he wept inconsolably in a corner. He wasn't foolish. He quickly grasped that his sister was simply gentle-hearted, unable to bear the sight of others in distress. His second brother was indeed a master of disguise, the crown prince silently seething, realizing that his sister's affections would now be diverted towards his brother. He could hardly tolerate the notion of his own sister's support being funneled towards someone else. Meanwhile, the third prince remained blissfully unaware of the competitive affection brewing between his brothers, proudly boasting about his soccer skills to the crown prince. "Elder brother, you have no idea. That group invited me for a match, intending to teach me a lesson, but little did they know, I am a natural talent. I trounced them effortlessly. And now they refuse to play with me." The crown prince merely nodded along, his thoughts drifting to the other two siblings. The emperor, overhearing, furrowed his brow and could not help but admonish the third prince, "You are of an age to leave the palace and establish your own estate. Yet you remain so engrossed in play. You would do better to engage more with your tutor." Before he could finish, Shen Wenyu's excited voice chimed in, "Soccer. I have never seen a soccer match. I want to watch. Three brother is so impressive." The emperor smiled, swallowing the latter part of his sentence. Maintaining his composure as he amended, "Engage with your tutor regarding soccer skills. Is it merely a sport reliant on brute strength?" The others exchanged puzzled glances. The third prince, grappling with existential doubts, thought of his tutor, an elderly man who walked with a tremor. How could he possibly exchange soccer techniques with him? Only Shen Wenyu remained oblivious to the tutor's true condition, her starry-eyed gaze fixed upon the emperor. "Oh my, father is truly the most enlightened of all. I thought three brother was about to be reprimanded. It seems I misjudged father. How wonderful." The emperor ignored the curious glances from his three sons, lost in the adulation of his daughter. Shen Wenyu, having released the second prince's hand, approached her third brother. "Three brother, I also wish to see you play soccer. Can you take me along to your next match?" "Take her along?" The third prince felt a flicker of annoyance. A child as small as she would only be an added burden, hindering his ability to enjoy himself. However, upon witnessing the envious gazes of his two brothers, he reconsidered. Perhaps this was a delightful opportunity after all. He smiled at his brothers, a hint of pride in being chosen, and readily agreed. "I shall take you along." A cold voice interjected, "I wish to join as well." The third prince's annoyance evaporated upon recognizing his second brother, who weakly retorted, "Second brother, you rarely engage in this. Why join the fray?" "Perhaps I too possess the soccer talent you speak of," the second prince countered. The third prince was flabbergasted. "Elder brother, why do you wish to join? Don't tell me you too are a soccer prodigy?" The crown prince, unfazed and with the same thick skin as the emperor, nodded affirmatively. Thus, it unintentionally transformed into a collective affair. When they reached the academy, Qin Huai was taken aback by the imposing entourage. Upon learning that they were all summoned by Shen Wenyu, he momentarily pondered his standing in her eyes, questioning how wretched he must appear to warrant such caution. Fortunately, despite his youth, he had prepared the necessary documents without resorting to half-hearted efforts for a child like Shen Wenyu. The emperor, after a careful review, found himself somewhat impressed by the child, considering that the third prince at his age had been preoccupied with evading lessons to engage in cricket fights. However, he silently lamented, recognizing that the child's lineage as the younger sibling of the late emperor's favored consort would likely preclude him from attaining any notable position in the court. On the frontier, a battalion led by Yi Xian finally breached the enemy's defenses, forcing the disorganized enemy soldiers to retreat with their commanders. They found themselves cornered by a river, its depths unfathomable. Not long before, when they had first set up camp, a young soldier had accidentally fallen in, disappearing without a trace, having shown no signs of struggle. It was worth noting that the troops dispatched were meticulously selected for their prowess in water, intended to expand their territory across this water-laden land. Yet, even such a soldier had vanished as though he had plunged straight down into oblivion. This site was informally dubbed the River of the Damned by the troops, as whispers of sorrowful wails from lost souls echoed at night. Now, they stood before that eerie river. "General Wei, we have nowhere left to retreat," the vice-commander said, his hand trembling around his sword as he glanced at the solemn-faced commander beside him. Wei Zheng'en stood tall, his stature imposing even when surrounded by men. His gaze pierced through the ranks, locking onto a youth astride a magnificent black steed. Just a boy, he thought, a sense of despair washing over him. How had the emperor of the Great Xia discovered such a talent? They had believed victory was assured upon capturing the esteemed Yu Tsongyun, only for this youth to emerge and disrupt their formation. Could it be that Yu Tsongyun was merely bait? He found it hard to believe. After all, Yu Tsongyun was the direct heir of the Yu family. How could the emperor afford to send him to his demise? Thus, with a commanding gesture, he ordered a blindfolded man, gagged and bound, to be brought before the two armies. Perhaps due to being captured for several days, the man was rendered immobile, resembling a corpse as two soldiers dragged him to stand before Yi Xian. Yi Xian squinted at the man who had once thrust him into despair, realizing that if he simply rode forward a few paces, his sword could pierce this enemy's chest, staining the battlefield red, heralding his assault. Yet, he restrained himself. The transgressions of this individual remained shrouded in secrecy, and a mere death would be far too lenient a consequence for his misdeeds. Here stands General Yu Tsongyun, now in our grasp. Should you desire our release, we shall refrain from inflicting harm upon him. The words spoken by the vice-commander indeed stirred a commotion among the unaware soldiers present. General Yi, save General Yu. Though he possesses a notoriously irritable temperament, it is largely thanks to his strategies that we have survived thus far. Voices echoing from the crowd were plentiful. Yikin, with a countenance gentle and refined as that of a scholar, revealed a hint of derision. Yu Tsongyun, you have committed numerous heinous acts without remorse. It is no wonder you executed your plans with such proficiency. He averted his gaze, already concocting a scheme within his mind. General Yu has devoted his life to the country and its people. We shall not abandon him. Very well, you may leave. As the blindfold was abruptly removed from Yu Tsongyun's eyes, he scarcely had time to bask in the long-lost light before he heard those words from the man, causing him to inwardly curse his ill fate. What nonsense is this? Why does it sound as though he is already dead, invoking the term a lifetime? He was eager to discern who possessed such audacity. The surname Yi. Stumbling forward, Yu Tsongyun squinted to identify the figure before him, only to be met with the visage of one who should have perished long ago. His piercing scream resonated as Yi Xian issued orders for further pursuit, and countless steeds thundered past him, rendering Yu Tsongyun once again collapsed upon the ground. What in the world is happening? That soldier. He should have long since been dead. Does he not realize the extent of his actions? Was it all deliberate? A torrent of questions flooded Yu Tsongyun's mind, and in a haze, he even believed he heard the anguished wails of countless souls from the fabled River of Souls. Damn it, what are they doing? How dare they strike before Yu Tsongyun even approaches their ranks? Do they wish to forfeit his life? The vice-commander, reluctant, turned back, intent on loosing an arrow to spill Yu Tsongyun's blood upon the ground, yet he was halted by Wei Zheng. Yu Tsongyun is likely but a pawn. Our lives are paramount. We must not fall for their ruse. Wei Jing'en had anticipated that the enemy would secure Yu Tsongyun before pursuing them. Yet he was astonished that the esteemed scion of the Yu family could also face abandonment. Despite soldiers bravely sacrificing themselves to buy time, a man cannot outrun a warhorse. Wei Jing'en watched as his vice commander fell, having taken an arrow for him, while his heels grazed the precipice. General, flee quickly.
Wei Zhengen chuckled bitterly.
Bending to close the man's eyes, then gripped his sword, staring defiantly at the advancing soldiers of the Great Xia. Even in death, he would drag a few down with him. General Wei, our emperor has decreed that if you are willing to surrender, you shall be treated with the utmost courtesy. Wei Jing'en spat, surprisingly devoid of fear in the face of death. He laughed heartily. Boy, you possess talent as a general. I would concede defeat to you.
Yet,
the fate of kings and the vanquished is but death, and I shall not commit such an act of betrayal. What if the emperor you serve is the very enemy who annihilated your family? Yi Xian slowly arched his lips into a smile, observing the man before him stiffen in shock. Chapter 67. The Spy. Wei Jing'en did not begin to harbor suspicions merely from this disjointed remark. Rather, he was astonished that this individual knew of his background. It was likely that their emperor had taken particular interest in his history. Furrowing his brow, Wei Jing'en expressed his disdain for such tactics, coldly laughing as he panted. Do you think I would heed the words of such divisive provocateurs? Kill me if you wish. Go ahead. Spare me your prattle. Yi Xian disregarded his sarcasm and continued. Have you never questioned why he rescued you from the flames at such a precise moment? For all these years, you have regarded him as a benefactor. How has he treated you in return? Gazing at the still wary Wei Jing'en, Yi Xian added the final piece of incriminating evidence. I possess the secret decree he issued to conspire against your entire Wei family. Upon hearing this, Wei Jing'en's expression shifted, for he understood that the other would not fabricate such elaborate tales merely to toy with a dying man, and he masked his inner turmoil with an impassive facade. And where is this decree? You do not expect me to trust your words alone? Surely you are aware of Fang Wenxin? Yi Xian received the secret decree from General Li, who had been stationed at the border, and tossed it to Wei Jing'en. We unearthed this from the hidden passages of his residence after his recent downfall. Recognizing the name, Wei Jing'en felt a premonition, and as he opened the decree, he found it bore the emperor's handwriting, accompanied by the seal of the dragon. While the script could be forged, the dragon seal could not be replicated. For even in the renowned craftsmanship of the Zhou kingdom, only one individual possessed the exceptional skill required for its creation. That artisan, as Wei Jing'en knew, had been executed by the emperor on the very day the seal was unveiled, to ensure no one could replicate it. Once a seed of doubt was planted, the rest required no further persuasion from Yi Xian. He simply observed as Wei Jing'en clutched the decree, his complexion paling, until beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his face. So you divulged this to me, intending what? Surrender.
Impossible.
Wei Jing'en shook his head, dismissing the notion with disdain. Even if I were to surrender, would your emperor trust me with a position of equal weight? I have my own pride. Or perhaps, do you believe your emperor would allow him to yield his place to me? The general indicated towards General Li, whose expression was one of innocent bewilderment.
Ye Qinpo said,
finding himself somewhat exasperated by the seemingly overly competitive enemy general. General Wei, the path is narrowing. Have you considered becoming a spy?
Ah?
We are willing to permit your return. What of you? Do you seek vengeance? If you are amenable, we shall ensure our people contact you when the time is right. Wei Jing'en felt as though he had been thrust into a loud conspiracy, yet this was precisely how it unfolded. The audacity of their plan reflected Yi Xian's confidence in his control over the soldiers. Were it not for the assurance that no one among them would leak their intentions, he would not have been so brazen. Vengeance? Naturally, it was a thought that crossed his mind. He could not comprehend why the Wei family, who had so fervently supported his ascension, would turn against him with such ferocity while feigning camaraderie for years. Only through collaboration with the enemy before him could he hope to attain equal footing in dialogue with the emperor. Yet, in the end, he hesitated. If the Zhou kingdom were to fall, how many families would be torn apart and left destitute? I concede, your proposition is enticing, however. I am first and foremost a human being, and then Wei Jing'en. I shall not abandon the greater good for personal grievances. Moreover, my vice commander has shown me loyalty. Should you harm him, I will not spare you. General, you need not worry. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian felt a newfound respect for the seasoned general, and his tone shifted to one of reverence. Our emperor shares your desire to shield the common folk from the ravages of war. Rest assured, we merely wish to support a prince who is amicable and cherishes peace to ascend the throne. Very well.
Wei Zhengen exhaled.
finally taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, yet the animosity in his eyes remained unyielding.
Yekin similet, dismounted.
And retrieved a silver needle from the sleeve of the fallen Vice Commander's armor. Our Emperor has commanded me to persuade you both to surrender. Can you guess why I am targeting him? He dangled the needle, its tip glimmering ominously, and Wei Jingyan, not one to be easily fooled, swiftly discerned its purpose. He could no longer contain himself. How unfortunate it is for a person to discover, in a single day, that they have been betrayed by two individuals. He heard his own voice, dulled by disbelief, utter, I have agreed to your terms, provided you fulfill your promises. Very well. Yi Xian rolled up his sleeves, revealing the smooth muscle contours of his forearms, and flashed a smile at General Wei Jing. I kindly ask for your understanding, General. If you return unscathed, it will undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, with a head full of questions, Wei Jingyan returned, nursing a painful bump. Damn, that kid truly strikes hard. The news of the victorious military return was undoubtedly the talk of the entire capital these days. As Yi Xian, temporarily bestowed with the title of general, led a surprise attack, he gradually entered the public's consciousness. Most within the court were eager to investigate the background of this rising star, while only Yu Zizmong broke into a cold sweat.
Yekim?
Wasn't he that the rookie he had previously ordered a lesson for? He was still alive. Connecting this to the earlier capture of his son, the realization that Yi Xian now took his place on the battlefield filled Yu Zizmong with a foreboding sense of dread. He hurriedly summoned his steward. Send the young master away, the farther the better. To Xiangzhou, yes, Xiangzhou. Deliver him there, the governor has old ties with me. Take some treasures from the storeroom, and leave quickly. Sir? The beautiful concubine, holding their newborn son, was confused by his agitation and stepped forward to hand the child to him. Yu Zizmong, deeply fond of the son born in his later years, usually found solace in the child's presence, but this time things did not unfold as she had anticipated. He snatched the infant from her arms and thrust him into the steward's hands, dismissing her screams as he hastily departed with the steward. The steward, cradling the baby carefully, hurried after Yu Zizmong, influenced by his anxious demeanor, and asked, Sir, what about the second young master? He is still at the National University. What on earth is happening? Chapter 68. Protecting the Emperor. The autumn wind outside finally brought Yu Zizmong back to his senses. He thought it through. There was no need for such haste. If Yunmer's actions were truly exposed, he could simply distance himself from her, and at worst, he would just incur some additional suspicion from the Emperor. Moreover, there was still the Empress. Recalling his daughter's earlier words about the Emperor's interest in her, he thought perhaps she could whisper sweetly in his ear, and they might avert disaster. With this thought, Yu Zizmong paused his steps, yet he had no intention of explaining to his subordinates. He simply instructed, follow my earlier advice. You will take the young master away tonight, traveling by horse-drawn carriage, and then by water to Xiangzhou. Ensure no one sees you. The steward, accustomed to his ways and sensing his reluctance to divulge reasons, nervously stammered, But, should I not inform Aunt Xiao to keep quiet and not spread rumors? Yu Zizmong sighed as he caressed his son's soft cheek, but his words sent a chill down the steward's spine. Let her remain silent forever. However, unbeknownst to Yu Zizmong, the steward he believed to be loyal revealed a sly smile in the shadows. In the dark and grim prison, the occasional squeak of rats could be heard as they scurried from the corners, only to vanish swiftly into the darkness. Until now, Yu Tsongyun felt a sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. It was not a feeling of reassurance, but rather a shattering of his heart into a million pieces. Even he, despite his usual dullness, understood that the Emperor must have been aware of his previous actions. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly reinstated Yi Xian and imprisoned him. Yet, he could not fathom where things had gone awry, or whether he should have simply eliminated Yi Xian from the start. But there was no time left for such musings. Two burly jailers opened the cell door and dragged him out. He was about to face the judgment of justice. After handling everything, receiving the Emperor's commendation, and learning that Yu Tsongyun was imprisoned awaiting execution, Yi Xian felt as though he had shed an immense weight from his shoulders. In truth, during that earlier time, he had often felt as if he were battling fate itself, akin to walking along the edge of a cliff, where one misstep could send him plummeting to his doom. Thankfully, all injustices were eventually rectified. The Emperor, aware of his concerns for his blind mother at home, graciously permitted him to return early and rewarded him with a house and a carriage for his convenience in attending court in the future. With gratitude in his heart, Yi Xian pushed open the door to his new home. The heavy redwood door creaked open slowly, and as he stepped over the threshold that symbolized his newfound status, he beheld his mother, dressed neatly and supported by several attendants. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep, as though this ordinary scene was something he had once deemed unattainable. His mother's rough yet warm hands enveloped him in an embrace. Unperturbed by his towering stature or the tears streaming down his face, gently patting his back and saying, "We must always be grateful. Tomorrow, you shall go and express your thanks to our benefactor. If it weren't for his timely assistance, we would not have our current life." Yi Xian muffled a response, for his mother was unaware that the very person who had visited their home that day was the emperor himself. He only realized the truth when he returned from the battlefield and beheld the emperor's true visage. Sighing inwardly at the ease with which his journey to the frontier had unfolded, all thanks to the assistance of a noble benefactor. Yet, knowing his mother was timid, he chose not to present her with such a monumental surprise, as it would likely frighten her. Thus, he discreetly wiped his tears away and smiled as he said, "I shall go tomorrow. Perhaps I should prepare some gifts as well, and for our benefactor's daughter, I shall also prepare something. If you find yourself short, my dear, here is some money. Use it freely." A simple cloth pouch was thrust into Yi Xian's hands, and as he looked down, he found it filled with scattered coins, clearly saved from his mother's daily expenses. In that moment, his tears once again overflowed, and he returned the pouch to his mother's palm. Grasping her wrinkled hand earnestly, "Mother, I now have money. Please keep it for yourself. You need not be so frugal anymore. We should spend what we need." Yi mother smiled in response, gently patting his head. "Why must I accompany Brother Yi Xian to meet the emperor?" Shen Wenyu asked, puzzled. "Although I am delighted he is fine, it seems I have not truly participated in this matter at all. Is the emperor a child? Why does he require someone to accompany him everywhere?" The emperor, he was distinctly aware of his own unacknowledged sentiments regarding her absence, and he knew that this victory would not come so swiftly. Well, perhaps there was a smidgen of selfishness involved. Previously, he felt indifferent when observing court officials boast about their sons and daughters, thinking they ought to spend their time working instead. But now, his heart swelled with pride for his daughter, finally understanding the behavior he once dismissed. He too wished to display his daughter's charm to those courtiers outside. Introducing Yi Xian to the Imperial study was the perfect opportunity, allowing Yue to show herself off before the inner officials. Eager to share the joy of appreciating his daughter's beauty with someone else, he longed to whisk Shen Wenyu away from Yonghe Palace. Thus, upon hearing her internal complaints, he felt no embarrassment. Instead, he unabashedly asserted, "Because Brother Yi Xian has been to battle, he is now fierce, and the emperor fears him. So, we must accompany Yue to protect him." Shen Wenyu, her pupils trembled. Help me, must you say more? I have already agreed I can go. I can go. Very well, father, Yue will definitely protect you well. Huipin originally held a tray, intending to let them taste the delectable pastries freshly made in the Yonghe Palace's kitchen, a favor previously bestowed upon her by the emperor. However, upon hearing the conversation, she promptly turned and left. "Do not inquire, it is too embarrassing. If asked, I shall feign ignorance of this man." What truly shattered Shen Wenyu's composure was the following morning when her stepfather insisted that she adorn herself with 2 tufted rabbit fur pom-poms. "These were specially prepared for you by the palace embroiderers, courtesy of His Majesty. Just look how adorable they are. Kill me now, father. Why are you still so infatuated with plush items?" Chapter 69, Prepared for the Future. Yet the emperor perceived nothing amiss. "Did you not find your attire during the Mid-Autumn Festival quite charming?" he remarked. Huipin, do you not agree? Huipin, for once aligning with him, nodded in agreement, recalling that the 2 little pom-poms had indeed been her suggestion. "I too find them delightful, much like a little jade rabbit, just as you said, Your Majesty." It is somewhat inauspicious to liken children to mythical creatures within the palace, prompting the emperor to cast a reproachful glance at Huipin. Though his hand naturally found its way to hers, his tone playful. "What are you implying? Our child is not a creature, is she? Though she does bear a resemblance. Is no one speaking on my behalf? Truly, is there no one? Woe is me. Mother no longer loves me. She has joined father in conversation." Huipin steadfastly affixed the 2 pom-poms to her daughter's pigtails, stepping back to admire her handiwork. Shen Wenyu, recognizing her resistance was futile, shook her head in embarrassment, attempting to remove the whimsical adornments from her head. Yet, the craftsmanship of the palace artisans was undeniable. The rabbit fur pom-poms swayed gently with her movements, far more lifelike than those from the Mid-Autumn Festival. In that fleeting moment, both Huipin and the emperor felt their hearts soften. In modern parlance, one might say they were utterly smitten. Today, the emperor intended to take his daughter to the military affairs office, a privilege bestowed upon princesses. Should a common prince be taken there, even at an age when memories are fleeting, the harem and the court would speculate whether the emperor favored that child, deliberating whether to place their bets. However, princesses were treated with a degree of leniency. In this realm, no female emperor had ever emerged, nor had any powerful princesses existed. Thus, the court's response to a princess entering the military affairs office was one of acceptance. As Shen Wenyu was led into the room by the emperor, she found a number of military officials engaged in discussions regarding military matters. Their presence did not provoke surprise. Many held high positions and had seen the favored sixth princess at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. However, being escorted by the emperor into the military affairs office represented a new acknowledgement of her favored status. Salutations to His Majesty and to the sixth princess. No need for formalities, the emperor replied calmly, scanning the room for the familiar figure. Where is Yi Xian? Is today not his first day in office? Report to your majesty. Lord Yi is in that small chamber, requesting a private audience with you. Shen Shurian paused, glancing down at Shen Wenyu. What say you, Yue? Shall you accompany father to meet your brother Yi, or remain outside to play? Shen Wenyu regarded the stern-faced ministers, most of whom were old enough to be her grandfathers, and resolutely decided to see Yi Xian. They say that at 3 years of age, a chasm opens. After so many years, it felt as though a Mariana Trench separated them, yet she still wished to play with them. The emperor had indeed taken the sixth princess directly inside, a testament to the trust he placed in her. What of it? Commented a stern-faced military official with a white beard, stroking his whiskers. The sixth princess. So exquisitely chiseled and doll-like. If I were in His Majesty's shoes, I would indulge her even more. Laughter erupted among those present. I recall that you have several grandsons of similar age to the sixth princess. Why not encourage them to win her hand? The official shook his head, sighing. They are all unworthy. My house is plagued by raucous boys, making it impossible to consider marrying a princess into our family. While a group of ministers engaged in whispered banter, Yi Xian was overwhelmed with emotion. He lifted his robes and knelt before the two. Your Majesty has bestowed upon me both recognition and salvation. I, Yi Xian, vow to heed your commands for life. This was the gift Yi Xian had prepared for the emperor. He was not a boastful man. Yet he was aware of his capabilities and was willing to contribute to the expansion of the great Xia kingdom, dedicating his life in return. The emperor, naturally, had little interest in material gifts. His treasury was already overflowing with treasures. Yet talents like Yi Xian were rare, and the sincerity of his words struck a chord within the emperor. Thus, he bent down to assist Yi Xian to his feet. Your intentions are commendable. Since my ascension, I have always valued merit, and I shall ensure you are duly rewarded. Shen Wenyu, initially inclined to sidestep Yi Xian's act of reverence, felt uncomfortable with the custom of kneeling, particularly since she believed she had done nothing to warrant it. She struggled to reconcile herself with this archaic tradition, finding it rather distressing. However, the emperor understood that without Yue, he might have once again missed the opportunity to recognize the valor of Yi Xian. He was not the sort to take familial ties for granted. Rather, he felt it was his duty to elevate his quietly devoted daughter, ensuring no one dared to harm her. He had even contemplated matters posthumously, such as subtly encouraging his daughter to deliver clothing to her brothers, or introducing her to these prominent ministers. Now, he aimed to ensure Yi Xian would remember her contributions. The more individuals who acknowledged Yue's worth, the smoother her life would unfold. Thus, he adjusted Shen Wenyu's posture and declared, "This is my sixth princess. Had it not been for her, I would not have discerned your situation in time." Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Xian did not hesitate to express his gratitude with another profound bow. I shall forever be mindful of the kindness bestowed upon me by your Majesty and the princess. He had developed a certain fondness for this little girl, perhaps unbeknownst to her. When she had accompanied the emperor to visit him, Yi Xian had been engulfed in a phase of existential doubt, perceiving humanity as inherently flawed. For the sake of a mere accolade, the noble class had resorted to mistreating him, a mere orphan. Yet, witnessing the tender bond between this distinguished father and daughter, and the purity in the little princess's eyes, he felt his previous judgments were misguided. As a man, he should strive to protect such purity rather than succumb to despair. Thus, although he believed it improbable for a 5-year-old girl to comprehend so much, he was willing to embrace this notion. He understood the emperor's intent. Regardless of which prince ascended the throne in the future, he would dedicate himself to safeguarding the little princess. Huh? But it seems I have done nothing at all? Why does father speak so strangely? Oh no, Yi Xian is not refuting anything. Have their thought processes aligned? Chapter 70. Audacious Thoughts. Until the trio exited the small chamber, Shen Wenyu's mind lingered on their previous conversation. Why must they say such things? I truly cannot comprehend. Shen Wenyu recalled that the background of this narrative was set in an ordinary ancient world, perhaps steeped in superstition. Much like the two so-called fortunate consorts previously summoned by the Empress Dowager. Yet the notion of mind reading was something she had never contemplated. Moreover, her mind was inundated with thoughts day by day, likely causing her to forget what had occupied her heart that day. Consequently, having dismissed the correct answer from consideration, Shen Wenyu's thoughts began to wander increasingly astray. Could it be that I gazed too long at that Yutsomyun, thus arousing my father's suspicions? After all, his appearance is rather unimpressive and hardly seems the type capable of leading troops into battle. Far away in the borderlands, the unremarkable General Li inexplicably sneezed. Pondering whether that rascal Yi Xian was thinking of him in the capital, he was then struck by a wave of disgust at his own conjecture, only to be teased by a passing soldier. Oh, generally it's barely October, and you're already freezing. Are we to return to the capital for the winter? Scram, scram. If you have the guts, try wearing just 3 layers and then laugh at me. Or perhaps my father harbors resentment for consort you out of love, and coincidentally decided to investigate the Yu family, discovering such matters? The bemused emperor mused. When will she ever forget that she once favored consort Yu in her previous life? Unable to endure the incessant chatter, he stuffed a piece of cake into his daughter's mouth, attempting to divert her attention with food. Indeed, it wasn't long before Shen Wenyu concluded that the mystery arose from her father's advancing years and faulty memory, and she busily began to devour the cake. Your Majesty, the 6th princess is indeed well-nourished, appearing robust and healthy, remarked a minister with a kindly countenance, observing Shen Wenyu consume the cake with alarming speed. Shen Wenyu nearly choked on her bite. Robust. Is that even a compliment for a girl? The emperor stifled a laugh. That term feels rather inappropriate to describe a young lady. Indeed. The minister chuckled, realizing that the plump princess, so evidently lacking in exercise, was not deserving of such a descriptor. Shen Wenyu internally shrieked like a gopher. As a girl who had always been praised for her slender figure before her transmigration, such an assessment was somewhat overwhelming. Thus, her joyful cake-munching transformed into sorrowful nibbling. Nevertheless, she resolved not to forsake her indulgence in food. Fortunately, although the emperor enjoyed playfully teasing her, he adhered to the notion that only he could bully his child, swiftly silencing the martial general. Given his level of education, it was no wonder he became a military officer. Yet, perhaps it was fate that closed one door and opened another, for this general named Cui Wu was endowed with innate strength, excelling in the art of swordsmanship. He was also one of the emperor's preparations for Shen Wenyu's support. The emperor tacitly permitted Shen Wenyu to remain in the military council, listening to the ministers debate how to utilize the recently surrendered Wei Jing'en to achieve their goals. The ministers were engaged in a fervent discussion, nearly ready to upend the table in their fervor against dissenting opinions. Shen Wenyu stifled a yawn, finding their discourse unsatisfactory. Let that Wei Jing'en choose an honest and timid prince, providing him with several Han teachers, so that he might naturally grow close to us under our cultural influence from a young age. Ideally, one of lesser favor, so that when he ascends the throne, neglected by the emperor, we may extend a helping hand, and he would surely be eager to accept it. Moreover, he should be taught to be somewhat foolish, so that when he realizes he is incapable of governing, he will think of us and consequently become reliant upon us. The emperor listened intently to his daughter's insights. His heart stirred slightly, as her ideas mirrored those he had previously discussed with Yi Xian. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Over the years, he had not anticipated that the child most resembling himself would be this Princess Wenyu. If she were a prince, although the heir must compete for power based on ability, Shen Shiyan believed that nearly every emperor harbored dreams of immortality. He had no desire to experiment with the bizarre pills offered by alchemists. His concept of longevity lay in the perpetual legacy of his spirit, rather than an extraordinarily capable heir whose governing philosophy diverged entirely from his own. He preferred a somewhat less competent individual who perfectly inherited his vision for governance. As long as this was the case, his aspirations could be realized through generations of succession. Thus, he felt a twinge of frustration, thinking that if Wenyu were a prince with such fortune, he would surely take great care to educate her for the future inheritance of his empire. Yet, glancing at his daughter, the emperor realized that this current reality was indeed her own. Loving his daughter meant embracing all aspects of her. Should she transform into a prince? Would he then be inclined to value her more? What sort of paternal love would that be? Simultaneously, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Is a princess truly inferior to a prince? Why must only princes engage in political maneuvering, while his precious daughter must strive to curry favor with others to ensure her future prosperity? This sentiment, long concealed, flared up at this moment, compelling him to contemplate that rules are human constructs. Since his ascension, he had diligently served, believing he owed a debt to his ancestors. Thus, allowing his daughter the privilege of power was a trivial matter. Had he been the founding emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty, he would never have established the absurd rule that princesses were barred from participating in governance. Shen Wenyu was inherently an emperor unbound by conventions, and the thrill of challenging ancestral authority invigorated his mind. Indeed, he was the emperor now, the one who set the rules. Those who had long since perished had no say in his reign. Why should he cling to the decrees of the dead? If Wenyu possessed power and her own following, he need not worry about her being bullied in the future. Moreover, Wenyu was naturally kind-hearted. Even in power, she would not adversely affect others. With this thought, a daring notion crystallized in Shen Wenyu's mind. Chapter 71. The so-called Imperial Princess. In essence, no matter how many supporters he sought for her now, once he passed, his daughter would still have to navigate life by others' whims. However, if she could possess the ability to protect herself, the situation would be entirely different. The emperor, having never properly raised a daughter in his earlier years, became increasingly fervent about his child now that he was invested. The root of his concern that his daughter would be bullied after his death lay in her lack of power. His treatment of his brothers upon ascending the throne revealed that the more capable they were, the more cautious he became. Thus, if he could endow his daughter with a power similar to that of a future ascendant brother, while still being an imperceptible influence on the throne, she would become a coveted prize, and everyone would vie for her favor. All of Shen Wenyu's indulgences toward his daughter were overtly displayed before the world, such as the bountiful tributes flowing into Yonghe Palace during foreign visits, and he never shied away from showing affection for his daughter in any setting. Therefore, rather than keeping her pampered behind closed doors, he preferred that she enjoy the adoration of all around her in public as if she were the moon amongst the stars. Imagining a future where the noble families would bow before Wenyu's power sent shivers down his spine. This was the essence of a princess. This was what it meant to be an imperial daughter. Rarely excited, he felt a surge of restlessness akin to a child who had just received a new toy. And he promptly took Shen Wenyu back to the Yangxin Palace to change into casual attire, eager to take her out of the palace for a glimpse of the world. In truth, there was no deeper intention. He simply felt elated and desired to explore. As the emperor, witnessing the flourishing empire he had built was indeed a delightful endeavor. However, to Shen Wenyu, his behavior appeared rather peculiar. She had never seen her father act with such restless energy. Before she could settle into her seat, he was already eager to venture out again. She hastily swallowed the last bite of cake, calmly contemplating in her mind. Is he out of his mind? The emperor has reached a point where he feels no shame, but rather a sense of pride, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. Instead, he smiles as he playfully tugs at her two little braids, only to have her squeal and evade his grasp. The Empress Dowager and mother and present a bowl of bird's nest porridge before her. As the Empress Dowager has grown older, she has begun to prioritize her health, adhering to the advice of the monks from Lingshan, who recommend that one should take a few leisurely walks before having breakfast each morning. Recently, the noble consort had visited, discussing the matter of selecting a proper wife for the second prince. It was then that the Empress Dowager realized that the emperor's oldest children were nearing the age to leave the palace and establish their own households. Stirring the bowl of bird's nest porridge with a small spoon, the Empress Dowager's thoughts lingered on this pressing issue. The birthdays of the first and second princes are quite close, and given the emperor's disposition, they should ideally leave the palace together to establish their own residences. However, the emperor has been intent on suppressing the Zhou family, who are the maternal relatives of the first prince, even though he harbors no dissatisfaction towards his eldest son. To demonstrate his regard for him, the emperor has chosen the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yan family for him. The Yan family is known for their integrity in court. Minister Yan, serving as the Minister of Personnel, holds considerable power, and the brothers of this young lady are all quite accomplished, many of whom are already active in the court. It is indeed rare to find another noble lady of such esteemed lineage. Thus, when the noble consort came seeking the Empress Dowager's assistance in finding a suitable match for the second prince, the Empress Dowager understood that the noble consort was not motivated by personal gain for her adopted son. Rather, she simply believed her child should not be inferior to others. However, Being of a different generation, the power to decide her grandson's marriage ultimately rests with their father. Empress Dowager? Mother Anne's call interrupted her contemplation. The Empress Dowager chuckled. Placing a hand on her forehead, look at me. I seem to be distracted in everything I do, even losing focus during breakfast. What is it?
Speak.
Mother Anne replied, her expression somewhat perplexed. Earlier, you instructed me to investigate which individuals the young lady from the Duke's residence has been associating with recently. However, she hesitated before continuing. It appears the young lady rarely leaves her residence, and when she does, she is always accompanied by attendants, never engaging with outsiders. The Empress Dowager frowned. Never leaves her residence, and doesn't he interact with outsiders? How then is it that this foreign prince has established a connection with her? Very well. I understand now. Have someone keep watch over her for a few more days. Let me ponder this matter further. The last time she heard from you about the peculiarities surrounding the situation, she had unilaterally decided to withdraw that child's name from consideration. Although nothing definitive has been uncovered thus far, it could be said that this has likely averted a predetermined fate. Nevertheless, the Empress Dowager still harbors some reservations, prompting her to have Mother Anne continue the surveillance. Mother Anne, puzzled, could not comprehend why the Empress Dowager would be so vigilant regarding an ordinary young lady of a respectable family.
Yet,
as a loyal servant who had stood by the Empress Dowager from her days as Empress to her current status, she firmly believed that the Empress Dowager's actions were justified. As it turned out, some encounters indeed require a fortunate twist of fate. For instance, after nearly half a month of surveillance on the young lady from the Duke's residence, Mother Anne observed that she ventured out only once. Yet, on this occasion, the Emperor, in high spirits, took his daughter out and fortuitously encountered this young lady. Miss Shu of the Duke's residence, hailing from noble lineage, immediately recognized the Emperor, but seeing him in plain clothes and noting that Su Xuanfu appeared as a servant, she understood his desire to keep his identity concealed. Thus, she merely offered a slight bow and stepped aside. By familial ties, she could be considered a cousin of the Emperor, and so he acknowledged her with a nod, calling her Miss Shu-san. To Shen Wenyu, their interaction seemed like a typical exchange between unfamiliar individuals. However, to Qi Xian, it was something entirely different. Upon hearing the Emperor address the young lady by name, Shen Wenyu instantly shifted her gaze to the exceptionally handsome guard by her side. Oh dear, is this the little prince who has turned dark and mad?
His name is Qi Xian, right?
He seems quite innocent at the moment. TSK, he is indeed handsome. No wonder Miss Shu is willing to elope with him. Oblivious to his background, the Emperor thought to himself, am I mad, or is this world simply too insane? How can a mere outing lead to such a tumultuous revelation about someone's life? Initially, he observed the two with a detached curiosity, unaware that this matter would soon involve him directly. Alas, it's a pity that in the end, Xu Ning was chosen and ended her life by hanging, thwarting their planned elopement, only a step away from freedom. It's no wonder that this prince of the southern Ming has relentlessly attacked our great Xia after ascending the throne. The Emperor was taken aback. Who was it that submitted such candidates, allowing those with romantic interests to be presented to his harem, only for him to bear the blame in the end? Chapter 72. Marriage by Adoption. The Emperor was no stranger to the southern Ming, which shares a border with Great Xia. For centuries, since their ancestors established the Great Xia Dynasty, the relations between the two nations have been relatively amicable. Thus, the Emperor merely pondered briefly why a prince from the southern Ming would come to Great Xia, especially to elope while serving as a guard. Had it not been for Yuer's account, he might have thought he was reading a fictional tale. Sensing the vigilant gaze of Qi Xian upon him, the Emperor scoffed inwardly at this protective pup and turned to leave. However, Shen Wenyu's next words halted him in his tracks. If he had not experienced the loss of his beloved, he could have potentially been a remarkable emperor. He seems to possess a natural talent for leadership, having led troops into battle and captured several cities along the Great Xia border. What? The Emperor immediately lost interest in departing. Upon hearing of a capable military leader, he was like a dog spotting a meat bone, his eyes lighting up with eagerness, wishing to return immediately to arrange a marriage for the two and ensure that this talent remained in Great Xia. Marriage by adoption. It was imperative. Miss Shu. The Emperor turned back to glance at the two individuals across from him, smiling. Might I have a word with you? I have matters to discuss. Xu Ning's pale lips moved slightly, but she ultimately dared not defy the Emperor, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Yet, she could not help but question his motives. Did he sense her affections for another and report her name? In recent days, the Shu Duke's residence had been rife with unrest. Hardly anyone believed she would be eliminated from consideration. Yet such events transpired, and her mother had even grown reluctant to speak with her. Though Xu Ning felt a sense of relief at not being chosen, witnessing her family's discomfort brought her no joy. Meanwhile, Qi Xian regarded the older man who shamelessly approached her while holding his daughter with disdain. Thus, the four of them ascended to the second floor of the renowned restaurant, Rui Lu, where an awkward silence fell over the atmosphere. Even the waiter, who had initially approached with excitement at the prospect of welcoming esteemed guests, now hesitated to remain in their presence. Would you like to order something? Typically, this inquiry would be followed by his recommendations of their signature dishes. But today he found himself at a loss for words, highlighting the grave atmosphere in the private room. Seeing the waiter drenched in sweat under the pressure of the emperor and a prince, Shen Wenyu felt a pang of sympathy and took the order list from him. Allow me to order. What would you all like to have? The latter part was directed at the other three. The emperor was the first to respond. Gently touching his daughter's forehead, order whatever you desire, but refrain from anything too greasy. Your mother mentioned that your stomach hasn't been well lately. Shen Wenyu smiled in understanding. Xu Ning felt a sense of trepidation towards this emperor cousin, yet found the little princess, rumored to be dearly cherished, but exhibiting no trace of arrogance, rather endearing. She managed a reluctant smile and said, I found their dragon well shrimp quite delightful during my last visit. You might want to give it a try. Whoa. The beautiful sister's voice is so gentle. The refined you should be paired with the unruly me. The rose appears. The emperor? No. Previously you only praised me with the adjective handsome. So, what's the situation now? Sister, what flavors do you prefer? I'll order a few more, otherwise, there won't be enough to eat. Xu Ning blinked, puzzled by the notion of insufficient food, but when it came to flavors, she couldn't help but glance at Qi Xian beside her, pursing her lips with a smile. Let's have something spicier and bolder. Upon hearing this, Qi Xian, neglecting the silent battle of glances with the man opposite, couldn't conceal the smile tugging at his lips. Oh dear, this is quite different from the dishes you mentioned before. Such fragrant dog food, I'm dazzled. The emperor cast a final glance at the menu, sneering coldly as he noted the spiciest dishes. You brat, daring to glare at me, enjoying spicy food, flirting in front of me, and feeding my daughter dog food. Although he was unclear about the term dog food, which generally carried negative connotations, the emperor resolved to make this young rascal experience the consequences of offending him. As the waiter departed with the order, the emperor finally turned his attention to the two across from him, saying, Enough of this pretense, sit down and eat with us. Xu Ning's immediate reaction was to recall the moment when she and Qi Xian had exchanged glances, caught by the emperor. After all, she was still an unmarried young lady of high status. Despite the relatively relaxed norms between genders in this dynasty compared to previous ones, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush as she lowered her head. Qi Xian, however, was unfazed, seeing that Xu Ning did not refuse. He boldly sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Cousin, our household has wronged you. Xu Ning clenched her fingers before speaking. Although they were of the same generation, the emperor had watched this young lady grow up and understood she was not the type to conceal truths for the sake of wealth and status. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, What does it matter? It was your family's decision to send you here. Xu Ning bit her lip, glancing at Qi Xian beside her. Upon noticing the calluses that had formed on his once smooth hands over the past few days, she ultimately made a decision. Please, help us. The emperor frowned. What has happened? Hearing Xu Ning address the man before her with such reverence, Qi Xian instantly comprehended the identity of this man and knelt down alongside Xu Ning. Shen Wenyu, observing the two kneeling in a row, quietly blocked the door to the private room. Let us hope no one sees you kneeling and becomes suspicious. The emperor remarked. Is it possible that people are not as fragile as they seem? From the two of them, the emperor learned the entire chain of events. It turned out that Qi Xian had been pursued by his royal brother in the southern Ming and fled to the central plains, sustaining grave injuries before being rescued by Xu Ning. In gratitude and to escape danger, he took on the role of a guard in the duke's residence. They were a perfect match, and over time, their feelings deepened. However, they both understood that the combination of a noble lady and a guard would never gain the support of their families. Furthermore, Xu Ning dared not reveal Qi Xian's identity as a prince from a neighboring country to her parents, fearing it would attract pursuers, and thus they kept their relationship hidden. As the major elections approached, with Xu Ning being the only eligible daughter in the duke's household, her parents reported her name to seek wealth and status, disregarding her wishes, leading to the well-known subsequent events. Oh my, how tragic. I'm tearing up, the emperor sighed deeply, forcing a smile. So, dear fourth prince, do you plan to stay in the Great Xia or return to the southern Ming? Qi Xian was momentarily taken aback. He was not yet the formidable emperor of the Southern Ming, but rather a youth forced to flee by his envious brother, incapable of protecting the one he loved. Thus, hearing that the emperor of the Great Xia was offering him a choice, he couldn't help but chuckle. Your Majesty of the Great Xia, do I really have a choice? Nevertheless, you are quite impressive. Your governance of the country is commendable. Setting aside his animosity towards a potential rival, Qi Xian could now regard this emperor with respect and articulated his impressions upon arriving in the Great Xia. The order and prosperity here far surpass my homeland. Moreover, with Ning'e here, I naturally wish to stay. Xu Ning smiled at him, their hands secretly clasped beneath the table, fingers intertwining. Of course, this did not escape Shen Yuan's notice. Perhaps this was the advantage of being shorter. She could simply lower her head to observe the movements of the two beneath the table. The emperor suddenly felt as though he were enticing two innocent youths. And thus he said, if you wish to stay, I can arrange for you to separate from the duke's household and live independently. If you can contribute to the Great Xia, I shall treat you as my own subjects. He was contemplating having Qi Xian train in the military and assist him in securing his reign. But he felt it inappropriate to speak this way to a foreign prince whose abilities had yet to be revealed, fearing it might raise suspicions. After all, nothing comes without a cost. As a prince who had fled from another nation, receiving shelter and a position in the capital was indeed an extraordinary offer. Moreover, it was known that the Southern Ming's crown prince was the son of the legitimate wife, both legitimate and the eldest, and had always been favored by their emperor. To put it dramatically, this emperor cared only for his legitimate firstborn. Qi Xian had managed to survive to adulthood despite his mother's early death and his father's indifference, even becoming an emperor in his past life under such circumstances. The emperor did not perceive him as possessing a simple nature, hence his demeanor remained appropriately restrained, which inadvertently led the two across from him to believe that he was merely acting out of regard for Xu Ning's status, igniting a spark of hope in their hearts. Qi Xian had always been adaptable, otherwise he could not have concealed himself within the duke's residence for so long without raising suspicion. These days, he had faced considerable challenges from others in the household that Xu Ning was unaware of, and his hands, once pampered in the palace, had developed calluses. Thus, upon hearing that the emperor of the Great Xia was willing to take him in and even promised Xu Ning to him, he felt overwhelmed with emotion. Kneeling down and bowing deeply, Your Majesty, I shall forever remember your kindness. If given the chance, I will repay you with my life. This statement made Shen Yuan uneasy.
What do you mean by that?
If you die, my beautiful sister will be left alone. What a dreadful thing to say. Spit it out. She jumped down from her chair, helping Qi Xian up, pouting, Big brother, if you die, what will happen to my sister? You must live well. Otherwise, I will certainly find her several more husbands. Qi Xian brushed off the dust from his forehead, and far from being offended, he genuinely cared for Xu Ning. If he were to pass away prematurely, he would indeed wish for her to forget him and live on happily. Thus, he regarded this little princess, who looked out for Xu Ning with a measure of affection, bending down to meet her gaze. Rest assured, princess, I will strive not to let your sister remain alone. This made Xu Ning blush deeply, unable to suppress herself from delivering him a light punch. The emperor, still mulling over his daughter's calling him cousin and addressing him as sister, wondered if his recent concerns over state affairs had caused him to develop wrinkles. This hierarchy was all wrong. He then witnessed Xu Ning, a sheltered young lady, deliver a punch that sent Qi Xian staggering, nearly face-planting. The emperor. Can this individual truly lead troops into battle? Surely, it cannot be that Xu Ning is exceptionally strong? Shen Yuan, who had almost been knocked over, quickly retreated 3 steps, her eyes wide with astonishment. The two could hardly conceal their shock as they watched Qi Xian skillfully rise to his feet, rubbing his waist. Turning back to grasp Xu Ning's hand affectionately, asking, Did it hurt? Feeling the gaze of the father-daughter duo upon them, Xu Ning, in a mix of embarrassment and anger, delivered him another punch. This time, Qi Xian genuinely fell to the floor. The emperor exchanged a glance with Shen Yuan, both involuntarily swallowing hard. Is it possible that this sister Xu Ning possesses extraordinary strength? The emperor pondered that had this young man not been infatuated, he might very well have been sent to join his harem by the duke's residence. In a fleeting moment, he felt an unusual sense of gratitude towards Qi Xian, whose youth and vigor stood in stark contrast to his own aging limbs. Well then, it seems the dishes are about to be served. Let's take our seats, he declared. Indeed, the private room finally descended into tranquility. The innkeeper, who had previously trembled outside, mistakenly believing a brawl was underway, now dared to knock and inquire, Gentlemen, may I bring out the dishes? Sitting nearby, Su Xuanfu, who had been merely an observer, responded affirmatively, and soon after, the attendants outside began to file in, nearly presenting the entire array of dishes. Operating a tavern in the capital naturally came with some connections, and the proprietor, keenly aware of the identities of his esteemed guests, waddled in with a round belly. Upon catching sight of the middle-aged man's face, his smile broadened even further. "Gentlemen, our establishment's private rooms are renowned for their tranquility. To ensure your discussions remain undisturbed, I took the liberty of having all the dishes brought out for you. Would you care for some fine spirits as well?" The emperor waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at him. "No need for wine. It muddles the mind." As the proprietor prepared to retreat with a smile, Su Xuanfu lowered his head slightly and whispered as he passed, "Mind your tongue." The innkeeper's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding vigorously. Watching the departure of the others, Qi Xian, with a mouthful of spicy steamed fish, mumbled, "This establishment doesn't seem particularly clean." Shen Ning shot him a side glance and murmured, "Silence is golden when dining." Fortunately, the emperor paid no heed to this, chuckling as he offered a pair of chopsticks filled with shrimp to Shen Wenyu, remarking that they were now akin to family and needn't be so formal. "I am aware that this establishment has connections, but you surely understand the principle that clear waters harbor no fish. It is perhaps wiser to retain him rather than eliminate him and invite someone with unknown affiliations in his stead." Observing the emperor's actions, Qi Xian inexplicably recalled his own father, who, despite showing great concern for his elder brother, had never displayed such gestures during meals. Little did he know that the man before him had been similarly trained by Shen Wenyu and concubine Hui. Chapter 74. Father. The emperor had once been a staunch advocate of silence at the dining table until he encountered Shen Wenyu, a woman who could fill the silence with her incessant chatter, leaving him feeling suffocated if he dared to refrain from speaking for even a while. Previously, he had harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness, believing that if a dish was not served by a palace made using public chopsticks, it was not worthy of consideration. However, he found himself helpless. Shen Wenyu, with her insatiable appetite yet modest cravings, would only request the tiniest morsels from the palace maids. Her dainty hands, fluttering before the emperor, irked him. Yet he could not bear to witness the look of disappointment in his daughter's eyes. Thus, he resigned himself to the task. The emperor mused with fondness, reflecting on how well he had raised his daughter, who now displayed an admirable composure, no longer needing to express gratitude for the morsels he offered her. "Father, why did you not remove the bones from the fish?" "I nearly choked." The emperor silently turned to Su Xuanfu, who, understanding the cue, stepped forward with chopsticks to expertly debone the fish for the little princess. Observing Su Xuanfu's skilled movements, the emperor began to introspect. How was it that he, as the emperor, could not even compare to his eunuch in the art of deboning fish? Shen Wenyu remained blissfully unaware of her father's peculiar thoughts, engrossed in the delectable feast before her. Typically, she did not eat with such urgency, but Qi Xian's voracity compelled her to hasten her own pace. In mere moments, he had nearly devoured an entire leg of lamb, his speed reminiscent of a famished dog that had not eaten for days. Having seldom indulged in the rich flavors of the Imperial kitchen, which often exercised caution regarding the children's digestion, Shen Wenyu found herself unable to resist the tantalizing aroma of the spicy roasted lamb leg. Without a second thought, she swept the sizzling platter towards herself, justifying, "But father hasn't he eaten yet?" Upon hearing that the emperor intended to partake, Qi Xian immediately ceased his attempts to claim the dish, understanding the necessity of maintaining good relations, especially in the capital. Nevertheless, despite his outward compliance, the emperor ultimately ended up serving the tender meat from the lamb leg to his daughter, allowing her to relish it to her heart's content. After the meal, the emperor recalled the purpose of their outing. Once they had bid farewell, he took Shen Wenyu to a bookstore, his eyes filled with affection as he gestured towards the shelves brimming with tomes. Look at all these books. Which ones pique your interest? We shall take them home." While the palace possessed a fair share of literature, openly presenting such works to a newly enlightened princess would likely attract scrutiny. Thus, he devised a plan to acquire them discreetly for delivery to Yonghe Palace. However, Shen Wenyu's mood was less than ideal. It was not due to a lack of interest in learning. Her parents, both scholars, had always kept a watchful eye on her studies, ensuring she remained diligent and hardworking despite their busy schedules. But who among us has not been tormented by classical texts throughout our youth?
Now,
with her father pointing to the very pile of texts that typically incited tears during her exams, she felt compelled to respond, "I find them all quite fascinating, truly. Though the thickness of these books seems capable of crushing me, they are undeniably intriguing." The emperor remarked, In this age, the art of papermaking is still in its infancy. The palace still possesses some bamboo scrolls, and outside the palace, even a child's primer like the Sanzi Jing is wider than a palm. Yet, Shen Wenyu was no longer a simple 5-year-old child. Observing the scholarly figures entering and exiting the bookstore, she began to harbor doubts. Father, what purpose do you have in bringing me here? Surely a princess need not learn the principles of governance. The emperor, now filled with the delight of having accomplished something remarkable in his youth, pointed to the multitude of books lining the walls. These books are for those learned individuals to study, and the princes of the palace as well. Does our not wish to partake? Passers-by regarded this father-daughter duo with incredulity. A girl interested in such matters? What utility is there in that? It would be far better for her to learn the teachings of women, preparing her for the roles of wife and mother. Yet the whispers of those around her did not disturb Shen Wenyu, as she felt a surge of excitement from her father's declaration. If scholars may read, and princes may read, then so can I. Could it be that her father's intention was to grant her the same starting point as them? I, too, can attend court and wield the power to protect myself. Shen Wenyu gazed up at her father, struck by a realization. In that moment, this man before her truly embodied the role of a father. She longed to voice her thoughts aloud, but with so many eyes upon them. She bit her lip and delicately asked, could I be like my brothers? Though her brothers were not unkind. The mere fact that her gender necessitated deference had troubled Shen Wenyu for some time. If I can protect myself, how could I ever willingly submit to inferiority for a semblance of safety? The emperor discerned her unspoken ambitions and felt a swell of pride, recognizing that she was indeed his daughter. He had never doubted her willingness to embrace this possibility. Indeed, our Yuer will be just like her brothers. In that moment, Shen Wenyu no longer found the classical texts daunting. She felt empowered and ready to conquer even the most complex of writings. Elated, she leaped into her father's embrace, exclaiming, Father, you are the best. Let us buy these all to take home. The emperor, taken aback, stammered, What? Isn't this a bit excessive? We should proceed gradually after all. Indeed, although the emperor harbors intentions to encourage his daughter to study diligently, he is undeniably more tender-hearted towards his daughter than his son. He believes that at her tender age, she should not be confined to the study all day like the princes. Thus, he selected a few books that he frequently read during his own childhood to bring back to the palace. In the Yonghe Palace, Huipin was engaged in a discussion with Shueishiu regarding how to celebrate Shen Wenyu's upcoming 6th birthday. This age is indeed a delicate one. In the palace, children are susceptible to early mortality, so reaching the age of 6 is considered a significant milestone. Previous birthday celebrations were simplified out of concern that young children could not bear the weight of such blessings. Chapter 75. All his fault. Huipin was particularly invested in this birthday celebration for Shen Wenyu. Although she felt that, given the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's affection for Shen Wenyu, they would ensure the event was well organized without her prompting, she still wished to compensate for all the regrets from her daughter's past life. The thought that her daughter may not have experienced a complete birthday celebration in her previous life filled Huipin with a sense of melancholy. At that moment, when the Emperor brought Shen Wenyu to Yonghe Palace, he happened to catch sight of Huipin's troubled expression. What troubles you? The Emperor inquired, puzzled. Huipin suddenly realized that tears had welled in her eyes without her noticing. She hastily dabbed at them with her handkerchief and replied, It's just that I was thinking about how Yuer is soon to turn 6, and I have not properly celebrated her birthday in the past few years. I can't help but feel inadequate as a mother. Upon hearing her words, the Emperor felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If Huipin felt she had failed as a mother, then what could be said of him, a father who had not even visited his daughter once in 6 years? That would be even more absurd. He ordered Su Xuanfu to place the scrolls he had brought from outside the palace into the small storage room of Yonghe Palace, then sat beside Huipin and gently patted her shoulder, saying, It is not entirely your fault. The palace rules dictate that grand celebrations should not be held before the age of 6. Furthermore, no one is infallible, who among us is without fault. It is merely a birthday. If Yuer desires, we could celebrate her birthday every day. Continuing, he added, the Empress Dowager had previously suggested hosting Yuer's birthday celebration herself. I did not refuse at the time, but if you wish to take charge, I shall discuss it with the Empress Dowager in a few days. Huipin naturally wished for the Empress Dowager to preside over Yuer's birthday banquet. It is known that no prince or princess before had been afforded such an honor. And if Yuer were to be the first, surely it would elevate her standing in the eyes of the court. After all, does a princess not rely upon her family's affection? However, considering that her daughter would only celebrate her 6th birthday once, especially since this would be the first birthday since her rebirth, Huipin felt a pang of reluctance. Perhaps I should handle it myself. The Empress Dowager is of advanced age. It would not be right to trouble her with Yuer's affairs every day. The Emperor nodded. Although the palace permits grand celebrations post the age of 6, the children remain exceedingly young. If outside guests are to be invited, let it be only your family. Family? Shen Wenyu inquired, intrigued, as it was the first time she had heard mention of Huipin's family. The book had not previously addressed this matter, and her mother had never spoken of it either. Hearing it now sparked a sense of curiosity within her. Mother, will my grandparents come on my birthday? Huipin thought of her parents and several brothers and turned to her daughter, saying, not only your grandfather and grandmother, but your uncles will likely come as well. Would you like them to attend?
What kind of question is that?
Does mother not like her own family? Huipin sighed inwardly. Shen Wenyu felt a bit perplexed. After all, they were the ones who had raised her mother. Whether good or bad, they must be acknowledged. Thus, Shen Wenyu looked up and smiled at her, saying, I wish to meet my mother's relatives. The emperor made a decisive statement. I shall send someone to issue invitations. It was then that Huipin remembered to inquire. What were those scrolls that you had Su Gonggong take to the small storage room? The emperor suddenly realized he had not consulted Huipin about this matter. Recalling that Huipin, despite her gentle demeanor, possessed her own opinions, he felt inexplicably guilty and awkwardly chuckled. Perhaps it would be best if Yuer explained it to you. After saying this, he excused himself from Yonghe Palace, citing official duties. This left Su Xuanfu, who had just finished arranging the books, alone in Yonghe Palace, bewildered. Wait, Your Majesty. What am I to do now that you have left? Yuer, explain to your mother what is happening, he urged. Although Shen Wenyu now understood that Huipin genuinely loved her, she was uncertain whether her unconventional thoughts would be accepted. Considering her mother was merely an ordinary woman who had endured decades of traditional teachings about female virtue in this era. Thus, she muttered softly, it's nothing much. Just that father wants me to learn the same things as my brothers. Her words were quiet and vague. Yet Huipin immediately understood. You mean the emperor wishes for you to join your brothers in court affairs? Shen Wenyu realized this must be a universal maternal instinct. Much like how her mother would always catch her sneaking a phone during her school days, every time she tried to shift the topic or conceal something from Huipin, her mother would perceptively notice. Reluctant to lie to her mother, Shen Wenyu could only grimace and nod, asking, You won't disapprove, will you? Seeing Huipin's silence, Wanshu presumed she thought the emperor unreliable and quickly interjected, Our Daxia has never had a princess involved in governance throughout its history. If you were to set this precedent, it could tarnish your reputation. Enough, Wanshu. There is no need for further discussion. Huipin interrupted, turning to Shen Wenyu. Tell me, Yuer, is this something you wish to do, or is it your father pressuring you? Deep down, she already had her suspicions. Why would the emperor compel Yuer to undertake this responsibility? It offered him no benefit, and he could not force her if she disagreed. Surely Yuer must have consented. As expected, when Huipin saw Shen Wenyu nodding her head shyly, almost imperceptibly, she understood her daughter felt guilty. Thus, she softened her tone. I am not blaming you. Do you think I would oppose you? Could it be that you would actually agree? My goodness, I did not anticipate you to be so open-minded. I initially thought you would not agree, and I felt guilty for making such a significant decision without informing you. Good child. Huipin embraced Shen Wenyu. As long as it is something you wish to pursue, I will not refuse. Although I hope for you to live your life joyfully as a beloved princess, ultimately, this life belongs to you. It's all right, mother. Shen Wenyu declared with conviction. Even if I can attend court like my brothers in the future,
They will still look after me.
I will always be your most cherished little princess. Huipin had no objections. She felt her daughter was absolutely correct. If, in the future, her daughter faced bullying in court, it would all fall upon the emperor's shoulders. If anyone claimed a princess should not participate in governance, the blame would rest with him. After all, her daughter could do no wrong. Any faults would lie with the emperor for not fulfilling his role adequately. Chapter 76, Brainstorming. Frankly, the palace is filled with astute individuals. Even though the emperor intended to conceal what he had brought for Shen Wenyu from outside, the news of their departure from the palace could not be hidden. In Gongguan Palace, and Kaijin once again heard the familiar sounds of playful scuffles from next door. How could Su Guoran, who daily visited the empress to pay respects and transcribe Buddhist scriptures, still find it impossible to settle her heart? She heard the sound of porcelain shattering upon hitting the ground, prompting her to remark to her maid, In due time, they shall all end up like consort you. And the Imperial household department will need to procure double the amount of porcelain each month. Guyu hurriedly whispered, My lady, it would be prudent to hold your tongue. If the lady next door were to overhear, your night would be restless. Recalling this, and Caning felt somewhat disheartened. Initially, she had taken great pleasure in the unexpected punishment of Su Guerin, who had been sent to the Empress to transcribe Buddhist scriptures. Had there been open flames permitted in the palace, the number of firecrackers that day could have ignited the entire Imperial residence. However, one day, Su Guerin caught her, and Guyu mocking her. It seemed that she was aware the Empress would not advocate for her, so she devised ways to torment Caning. For instance, she would suddenly create a ruckus in the middle of the night, preventing Caning from sleeping, which forced her to visit the Empress the next day with dark circles under her eyes. Moreover, upon seeing her, Su Guerin would bark like a mad dog, at times. And Caning was genuinely startled when unprepared. Damn it, that lunatic is truly barking. Yet, when Caning reported to the Empress, Su Guerin merely claimed she had been unable to sleep and had accidentally broken the porcelain in the night. As for her barking at Caning, Su Guerin's exact words were, "Is it not that Caning herself is a dog, interpreting normal speech as barking?" Furthermore, in the Gongquan Palace, only the two of them resided, and aside from their own maids, there was no third person to corroborate their claims. Although the Empress was well aware that Su Guerin was certainly causing trouble, she lacked the evidence to act against her. Unsure of the Emperor's stance on the Su family, she merely imposed a brief confinement or a task of transcribing scriptures. After all, the palace regulations did not specify the punishment for a consort barking at another. Yet, it appeared that Su Guerin had recently adopted a carefree attitude, showing no fear of either the confinement or the scriptures, embodying the spirit of someone unafraid of the consequences. Little did they know, Su Guerin had no intention of tormenting her at that moment. She was quite overwhelmed herself, ever since her failed attempt to curry favor with the sixth princess, which resulted in her being sent to the Empress for scripture transcription. She had been receiving a plethora of secret messages from her family. She had barely entered the palace when her parents expressed intentions to bring her half-sister into the palace, even planning to present her to the Emperor in her name. Su Guerin was taken aback. She had yet to consummate her position, and now she was expected to assist her half-sister in doing so. If she possessed such abilities, she would not be residing in the nearly desolate Gongquan Palace, spending hours daily transcribing scriptures for that wretched Empress. Su Guerin felt that her existence in the palace was swiftly becoming unbearable. Compounding her distress, her family had warned that should she refuse to help, they would cease sending gold and silver to the palace. It was well understood that, given Su Guerin's current lack of favor and the Empress's continuous harassment, her survival in the palace relied entirely on her family's support. Depending solely on her meager monthly allowance would hardly suffice, especially considering the porcelain she had just broken. No, this young mistress must devise a plan. Her maid, even more anxious than herself, recalled how, in the past, her mistress had often oppressed her half-sisters, taking advantage of her status as a legitimate daughter. Naturally, she had played a part in those schemes. If that half-sister were to enter the palace, she could not guarantee her mistress's safety, but as a mere servant, she certainly could not safeguard her own position. "My lady, what shall we do? The Emperor does not even cast a glance our way. What options do we have? Your half-sister is not a docile one. Her alluring appearance could very well catch the Emperor's eye, and should he favor her, she might turn against us in the future." Each word she uttered made Su Guerin's head throb. Enough. Silence. This young mistress is already troubled. Do not add to the chaos. Leave at once. And allow me some peace. The maid, feeling aggrieved, exited the chamber. Su Guerin remained inside, engaged in a mental storm. If she wished to recommend someone to the Emperor, she must first see him, and the only individuals in the palace who frequently encountered him were those she recalled, Shen Wenyu. Despite the heavy blow she suffered in her previous attempt to ingratiate herself with her, which had resulted in her being delivered to her bitter rival, the Empress, Su Guerin remained a staunch materialist, convinced that even a 5-year-old child could not possess the cunning to orchestrate such a scheme. It was likely mere coincidence that the Emperor passed by, and that she had posed those questions. She consoled herself in this manner. Surely she was not more foolish than a 5-year-old child. Her father had previously mentioned in a letter that in a few days, her half-sister would be sent to the palace as a maid, at which point her task would be to arrange for her to ascend to the Emperor's dragon bed. Her half-sister would undoubtedly handle the rest. She felt a twinge of disdain. If she struggled to manage such a situation, how could her half-sister, who possessed beauty but little intellect, possibly succeed? This thought lightened her spirits, and she began to consider how to use Shen Wenyu to approach the Emperor. This time, she did not intend to curry favor with the little princess. As long as she could use the princess to slip the emperor an aphrodisiac and lead him to a side chamber, her half-sister could take over. Everything would be accomplished. With this plan in mind, Su Guiran felt exceptionally clever. She then pondered that since she had yet to consummate her position, if she successfully drugged the emperor, she could take the lead before allowing her half-sister to take over, thus not only irritating her but also securing favor for herself. If she happened to conceive, it would be a double triumph. However, Su Guiran may have overestimated the stamina of a middle-aged man. Shortly thereafter, she heard news that the emperor had taken Shen Wenyu outside the palace to purchase something, filling her with envy for the little princess, who received such affection from her father. She reminded herself that even in the Su family, her father, a mere minister, could not compare to the emperor and had never taken her out to buy anything. This made her revise her previous plan. Initially, she had feared that if someone close to the emperor discovered she had drugged him, she would suffer the consequences even if she gained his favor. However, since the little princess had returned with items from outside, it was likely that, in accordance with a child's nature, she had acquired numerous delightful trinkets. If she could disguise the aphrodisiac as something inadvertently brought back by the little princess, she might evade disaster, and should the emperor become disoriented under the influence, she could claim that he had forced himself upon her, thus earning some pity. The more she contemplated this, the more feasible it seemed, and the following day she hurried to Yonghe Palace. Upon hearing the name of the visitor, Su Guiran, Huipin appeared somewhat surprised. She had no prior acquaintance with this newcomer who had been sent to accompany the empress shortly after entering the palace. She had only heard from Changxi that Su Guiran seemed to have a history with the empress's family, which was why the empress had specifically kept her during the selection process. The emperor's earlier punishment of Su Guiran had been concealed from Huipin to prevent such sordid matters from tainting their mother-daughter relationship. However, as the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's heart. Upon seeing Su Guiran's countenance, Huipin felt she did not appear to be a virtuous person, so when Su Guiran inquired about her daughter, she asked, "May I inquire what matter brings you, Sister Su, to seek out Yuer?" Su Guiran thought to herself, "Am I to disclose my intentions to you?" Thus, she could only force a smile and reply, "Upon seeing the sixth princess in the Imperial garden of your esteemed Yonghe Palace, I was quite taken with her. However, the farewell was rather abrupt, and I regrettably did not have the opportunity to converse with her properly. Now that I have some leisure, I thought to come here and humbly request an audience with the sixth princess." Huipin found her words rather absurd. It is important to recognize that although the daughter appears to be quite young, her mental age, having been reborn, far exceeds her outward appearance by at least 5 years. Furthermore, she is inherently cautious, often presenting herself to the outside world with the demeanor of a mere child. What could a noble like Lady Su possibly discuss with a 5-year-old? Nevertheless, Huiping still instructed a palace maid to inquire about Shen Wenyu. Upon hearing the name announced by the maid, Shen Wenyu was momentarily taken aback. She had presumed that after the previous incident, Lady Su would surely be more vigilant upon returning, yet she was surprised to find that Lady Su dared to approach her again. Was it merely to reminisce? Or had she grown weary of the Empress's company and now sought to engage with the Dowager Empress instead? Shen Wenyu found the notion amusing. However, just yesterday, when the Emperor had been driven away by Huiping's questioning, he had not forgotten to send her a tutor. Typically, men were not permitted in the inner palace, but this tutor was an exception, being a woman. The emperor mentioned that this lady hailed from a scholarly family, but during the reign of the previous emperor, her father had been falsely accused of a grave crime and executed along with his entire family. The former empress, out of compassion for her youth, had sheltered her in the Shu household under a guise. She was not constrained in her education and grew up alongside the young gentlemen of the Shu family. After reaching maturity, rather than seeking a prestigious marriage like most, she followed the Dowager Empress to Ling Mountain, becoming a Taoist priestess. The emperor realized that given the current conservative court, it would be a lengthy endeavor to have his daughter assume power, so he decided to proceed gradually. Consequently, he could not summon the esteemed scholars to teach, and thus, he asked the Dowager Empress to invite the priestess from Ling Mountain to provide an initial education for Yuer. The previous day, this priestess had been disguised as a palace maid and sent into Yonghe Palace. At this moment, Shen Wenyu had already been studying diligently under her guidance for an entire morning, akin to an early morning university lecture in her past life. Just as boredom began to set in, encountering Lady Su brought a sense of amusement. She smiled and said to Huiping, "Mother, there is no need for concern. Father has dispatched some covert guards for my protection. Should Lady Su dare to harm me, these guards would likely apprehend her without hesitation. A direct attack is easily thwarted, but a hidden one is much more treacherous." Huiping remained somewhat apprehensive. Since the sixth princess was not receiving guests, they might as well continue with their studies. The maid disguised as a priestess had evidently assimilated into the role of a palace maid, yet the thick bamboo slips she held were clearly not items a typical maid could possess. Observing the substantial bundle in the priestess's hands, even Huiping felt a twinge of concern, not to mention Shen Wenyu. Help me, mother? If you keep watching, your beloved daughter will be doomed. Ah. In response to her daughter's desperate gaze, Huiping ultimately relented, saying, Please wait a moment. I shall go out to see what Lady Su desires, lest it be improper. When Shen Wenyu saw Lady Su after several days, she felt the difference was striking. Lady Su had once appeared as a delicate beauty, but now, whether from the fatigue of her daily travels or the rigors of reading scriptures at the Empress's side, her cheeks had slightly sunken. However, what surprised Shen Wenyu even more was that there was not a hint of resentment in Lady Su's eyes. She was taken aback and widened her almond-shaped eyes in astonishment. Could it be that she had misjudged her? Was Lady Su perhaps more astute than she had anticipated, merely feigning innocence to lower her guard? Or could it simply be that she was too naive to recognize the deliberate nature of her actions?
Lady Su, what brings you to seek me?
Lady Su, having racked her brain to find a way to ingratiate herself with the young princess, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Shen Wenyu's straightforward inquiry. It is as such. Within the palace, I possess several sachets brought by my parents, containing tranquil herbs. I heard that the princess has been experiencing poor sleep recently, and I thought to offer you a few. This statement was not entirely inaccurate. Shen Wenyu's sleep disturbances stemmed primarily from her father, who had recently developed a habit of sleeping intertwined with others, a stark departure from his previous stillness. Akin to a mummy. Now, he would stir in his sleep and kick others, leaving Shen Wenyu, caught in the middle, to endure the brunt of his nocturnal antics. The emperor, initially believing that his daughter's dark circles were due to sleeplessness, had instructed the Imperial Medical Bureau to prepare herbal remedies for her. Upon catching a whiff of the bitter herbs, Shen Wenyu could no longer contain herself. She chastised her father for his ludicrous sleeping posture. Fortunately, the artisans from the palace were skilled, quickly crafting a larger, wider bed. Thus, the so-called sleep issue was resolved effortlessly. Moreover, Shen Wenyu understood that one does not enter the Hall of Three Treasures without reason. Lady Su had previously exhibited a desire to leverage her connection with the emperor to her advantage. How could she now trust that her inquiries into Shen Wenyu's ailments were purely benevolent? There was undoubtedly something dubious about those sachets. Feigning innocence, she replied, If I were to accept Lady Su's sachets, what would happen should Lady Su herself suffer from insomnia? Observing the child's naive expression, Lady Su felt that her previous concerns had been excessively cautious. After all, she was merely a 5-year-old child. With a smile, she replied, To alleviate the sixth princess's worries would be my greatest honor. Yet, internally, she mused that if the princess were to wear the sachets continuously, it would resolve her pressing issue, allowing her to sleep soundly as well. Of course, Lady Su understood that should anything happen to the emperor, those around him would be scrutinized, and her sachets would be among the first to be suspected. Thus, she ensured that the aphrodisiac she prepared was no ordinary concoction. The fragrance was indeed calming under normal circumstances, but when combined with a particular catalyst, it transformed into a potent aphrodisiac. By ensuring the emperor was frequently exposed to this scent, she anticipated that the next time she encountered him, he would inevitably carry the catalyst, activating its effects. She had also bribed a servant from Yonghe Palace to discreetly store some ordinary aphrodisiacs in a small storeroom, creating a diversion when the time came. With these thoughts in mind, she grew increasingly confident in her plan and instructed one of her maids to present Shen Wenyu with several exquisitely crafted sachets adorned with contemporary designs. These had been commissioned at great expense, aimed at enticing children. When Huiping next saw her daughter, she noticed that Shen Wenyu was already concealing 2 sachets. What are these? She inquired, somewhat perplexed. They were just given to me by Lady Su. She said they could alleviate my fatigue. Huiping, well aware of how her daughter's fatigue had arisen, dismissed it casually, saying, Since she has given them to you, you may keep them for now. However, I'll have once you dispose of them later. Shen Wenyu shook her head, replying, There's no need for that. After all, it is Lady Su's goodwill. Besides, she leaned closer to Huiping and whispered, I sense that Lady Su harbors ulterior motives towards father.
Ulterior motives?
Huiping echoed, puzzled. At that moment, she watched as her daughter opened one of the sachets, revealing the herbs contained within. Father previously dispatched Dr. He to supervise my diet. I suggest we have him examine this. I suspect there may be harmful substances within these sachets. When he hurriedly arrived at Yonghe Palace. Drenched in sweat and carrying his medicinal box, he was greeted by the sight of the two exquisite sachets spread out on the table, clearly extraordinary items. Having spent considerable time in the inner palace as a physician, he was well aware of the devious tactics employed among the concubines. At this point, he had already begun to suspect that these sachets contained some form of abortion-inducing herbs meant to prevent the favored Huiping from conceiving again. He could hardly fathom the audacity of Lady Su, outright attempting to harm the emperor. Yet, as he carefully pinched some of the powder and brought it to his nose, he detected no abnormalities. "Is there something amiss?" Huiping inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Your Highness, there is nothing wrong. From my humble experience, the majority of these spices are tranquilizing in nature, posing no harm to the princess's health." This sparked a thread of curiosity within both mother and daughter, casting doubt upon the sincerity of Lady Su's intentions in presenting a mere calming sachet. With the palace's myriad of treacherous schemes, even physician, he hesitated to assert the infallibility of his judgment. Thus, he performed a courteous bow and proposed, "If it would ease your Highness's concerns, I shall take this sachet back to the Imperial Medical Institute for thorough examination." "Very well. Should you inform the emperor?" Changxi interjected unexpectedly. "Indeed, do mention it to father. He has his own methods of dealing with such matters. Perhaps he will send her to the Empress Dowager for some admonition." Huiping remarked. So his solution is merely to send her away. Although Huiping felt it might be inappropriate to trouble the emperor over such an unsubstantiated issue, the safety of her daughter took precedence. She therefore instructed Changxi, "Then please make a trip to the Yangxin Hall." Inside the Yangxin Hall, the emperor was engrossed in a multitude of memorials, diligently writing. Typically, he was not so rushed, as he did not need to visit the harem daily. On this particular day, however, he chose to remain in the hall and devote an entire evening to the documents at hand. Today was different. The thought of his daughter studying under the guidance of the scholar he had previously sent filled him with anticipation, compelling him to visit Yonghe Palace to observe her progress. The emperor reflected on the distinct nature of his daughter, compared to his son. When he inquired about his son's studies, it was primarily to ensure his diligence. Any shortcomings would result in reprimands. Yet, with Shen Wenyu, he found himself longing to witness her expressions of distress or pride, whether she frowned in frustration or beamed with accomplishment. Both scenarios drew him irresistibly toward Yonghe Palace, making him wish to hastily conclude his affairs. Naturally, such a course of action was impractical. He could not replicate the negligence of his own father, leaving behind a mess for his children. Upon learning that Su Xuanfu had accompanied physician He to offer counsel, the peculiar combination led him to suspect something troubling had transpired concerning his daughter. He promptly summoned them into the hall, casting a reproachful glance at Su Xuanfu for the need to report such matters. What if there were an urgent issue? Su Xuanfu met his gaze with an expression of innocence and confusion. "Oh dear, sixth princess, come to rescue your servant." The emperor's thoughts grow increasingly inscrutable. The emperor, not waiting for their formal greetings, urgently inquired, "Is there something wrong with Yuer's health?" Physician He, witnessing the emperor's stern countenance, quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty, rest assured. The sixth princess is in good health and poses no cause for concern." Changxi proceeded to relay the earlier incident involving Lady Su. The emperor did not regard this matter as a trivial disruption. On the contrary, he praised Changxi, saying, "You are quite astute. Should anything arise in Yonghe Palace, do not hesitate to inform me, regardless of the scale. Do not heed your lady's caution. She is excessively considerate." The emperor understood that no one was infallible and that everyone could err, often failing to perceive the machinations of others. Even the Empress Dowager, during her tenure as empress, had fallen prey to the scheming of the favored concubine, despite her vigilance. Moreover, the emperor had previously encountered Lady Su and was aware of her dubious character. Not to mention, in a casual conversation with the empress, he had learned of the enmity between her family and the Su household. The empress had indeed frequented the Su residence in her youth, where Lady Su had grown up alongside her. However, one fateful day, when robbers invaded the Su household, the empress and Lady Su sought refuge in a small chamber. To their horror, a robber evaded the guards and approached their hiding spot. The empress had intended for them to remain concealed under the bed until the guards subdued the intruders. Instead, overwhelmed by fear, Lady Su had pushed the empress out into the open. Had the empress's family not brought some guards that day to contain the situation, she might have suffered greatly. This betrayal left a significant mark on the young empress, who, though still a child at the time, understood the gravity of the act. Nevertheless, The adults dismissed it as mere childish folly, failing to grasp the implications. The Empress endured yearly visits to the Su household, where she was forced to confront the loathsome visage of Lady Su. Thus, when Lady Su was selected to enter the palace, the Empress was taken aback that they had seemingly forgotten their past grievances. Having her adversary enter the palace presented the Empress with an unexpected opportunity for retribution, one she would not refuse. The Emperor could hardly fathom that someone capable of such treachery would genuinely care for a child who was not her own, especially given the suspicion that Lady Su had previously exploited the girl. Physician Wei, who had served the royal family for nearly 40 years since the Empress Dowager's pregnancy, was experienced enough to detect something amiss with the sachet's fragrance. Your Majesty, the scent within this sachet appears to differ from the usual calming ingredients. However, I regret my inability to discern the exact nature of its peculiarities. The Emperor furrowed his brow. Physician Wei, do not underestimate your capabilities. I have faith in your expertise. Su Xuanfu, instruct the palace seamstresses to replicate this design and produce 2 more sachets, ensuring that no outsiders are privy to this matter. His plan was to have Yuer wear a similarly styled sachet, which would reveal Lady Su's true intentions in due time. The other 2 would be entrusted to the Imperial Medical Institute for thorough investigation. That very evening, the Emperor visited Yonghe Palace. In truth, he had nearly forgotten his earlier intentions to assess his daughter. However, upon observing the scholar he had engaged, wielding a ruler while overseeing Yuer's studies, he felt a familiar itch of excitement. Of course, the ruler was merely for show. Should she actually strike, Huipin would likely spring to intervene. How has Yuer fared in her studies today? Perhaps father could quiz you? How cruel. Daytime study followed by evening assessments. Shen Wenyu felt utterly overwhelmed. Is there any difference between this and a high school teacher immediately testing us after finishing a chapter? The Emperor found himself somewhat perplexed by her words, but managed to grasp their essence. She was implying he was being excessively demanding. Observing her furrowed brow, he suddenly took delight in the situation, pretending to pick up a book from the table, adopting an air of seriousness that made the nearby scholar anticipate the possibility of reward should Yuer answer correctly. Then, under her eager gaze, the Emperor solemnly perused the scroll, poised to pose a question. Ahem, Yuer, I inquire of you. In your heart, who holds more significance, the Emperor or the Empress? Shen Wenyu, I wondered why it hadn't reigned. Turns out it's because you, father, left me speechless. The Emperor and Empress have returned. The Emperor's expression stiffened, hastily bypassing the query. If his concubine were to witness him posing such a question to their daughter, wouldn't that be a considerable embarrassment? Yet, given Huipin's impression of him these past few days, upon catching sight of the tutor's expression, she likely surmised what had transpired. With a smile, she removed the Emperor's cloak and placed it in the hands of the attendant waiting nearby, inquiring, what did the Emperor just say? I see Yuer smiling so happily. The Emperor, feeling indirectly betrayed by his daughter, was at a loss, casting a meaningful glance at Shen Wenyu, hoping she would refrain from divulging secrets to her mother. Preserve your father's dignity, and I shall reward you with a gift tomorrow. Shen Wenyu understood his intent, responding with an affirmative gesture. However, he evidently overlooked the presence of another individual. Fu Min, might you elucidate what just occurred? Fu Min was the name of the tutor. The Emperor's countenance changed. He was acutely aware that Fu Min was not one to be easily swayed, and indeed, she recounted his earlier question verbatim to Huipin. The Emperor, thank you. I suddenly feel like I might perish from embarrassment. Even Su Xuanfu felt a twinge of awkwardness for the Emperor, or perhaps he felt more embarrassed himself. Quickly averting his gaze to detach from this sovereign, Huipin regarded the suddenly juvenile Emperor with a knowing smile, causing him to lower his head in discomfiture. Your Majesty, what were you thinking, posing such inquiries to Yuer? Parents, can they truly be weighed separately? Naturally, both father and mother hold equal importance. Shen Wenyu rejoiced inwardly. You thought you could put me in a difficult position earlier, but now, look at you, being schooled by mother. Mother, I suggest you ask him. If both the Empress Dowager and the late Emperor were to fall into a river simultaneously, and neither could swim, whom would he save first? Upon hearing this question, Huipin's eyes sparkled. Yet, she lacked the audacity to comment on the Empress Dowager and the late Emperor. Thus, the two missed a splendid opportunity to discover that they could both hear their daughter's thoughts. Of course, had the Emperor known of this question, he would have answered without hesitation that he would certainly save the Empress Dowager, perhaps even giving the late Emperor a swift kick to ensure he didn't escape. After all, he had once faced difficulties due to the favored concubine affecting his mother. Although the Emperor had appointed Fu Min as Shen Wenyu's tutor, attendance at the National Academy was still obligatory. The reason the National Academy became a coveted institution for the children of high-ranking officials was precisely due to the esteemed connections it nurtured. Within its walls, one could encounter both noble offspring and royal princes, and such connections were immensely beneficial, especially for the royal children. Chapter 80. Disrobe You. The Emperor understood that friendships forged in childhood are the purest of bonds. The companions one meets at this tender age could potentially offer significant assistance in the future. For instance, the most competent Minister of Personnel, who now stood by his side, was a childhood companion who had grown up alongside him, a rare individual he could trust. He hoped his child could cultivate relationships with promising peers at the National Academy, as the aristocracy placed great emphasis on their children's education. A far more favorable scenario compared to the daunting odds of discovering suitable talents among the impoverished. However, Shen Wenyu had other plans, for the time had come to avenge her second brother. The recent events surrounding the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration and the selection of palace concubines had left her feeling restrained, fearful that any discord might affect these significant matters. But now that the storm had passed, she was ready to take decisive action. Her initial thought was to repay the bullying her second brother had endured at the hands of these young lords, particularly since they had not only beaten him but had also deprived him of food. She intended to replicate their past misdeeds upon them. To deal with such individuals, one ought to retaliate with force. Yet, she reasoned that simply sending her dark guards to thrash them would not truly constitute avenging her brother. Moreover, these dark guards had been sent by her father. Should she employ them in such a manner, the court officials would surely condemn the emperor's actions. The emperor's reluctance to address this situation stemmed from the view of the ministers, who regarded it merely as childish scuffles. After all, this was an ancient era. The concept of bullying had yet to take root in societal consciousness. Consequently, she realized this was a matter that required her personal intervention, leveraging her status as a mere 5.5-year-old child to avoid implicating others. Those who derive pleasure from bullying others are particularly sensitive about their own reputation and standing within a crowd. She envisioned humiliating those ruffian young masters at the National Academy, allowing others to mock them, thereby tempering their arrogance. Thus, on the following day, Shen Wenyu lingered outside the courtyard of those young lords. Recently, the second prince had moved to an independent residence, receiving one-on-one instruction from a tutor arranged by the emperor to prevent his third son from facing similar issues. The emperor had also taken the third prince away, resulting in numerous tutors fleeing in exasperation. Consequently, these young lords had found a new target for their bullying. When Shen Wenyu stumbled upon them, they were in a corner, mercilessly beating a frail boy, seemingly accustomed to such behavior, striking only the tender areas to avoid leaving visible bruises, all amidst laughter. From a distance, she observed that the boy's clothing was made of decent material, though it lacked the current fashionable patterns of the capital, suggesting he hailed from a once noble but now fallen family. Some of the old aristocracy in this dynasty were such. Their ancestors may have enjoyed past glory, thus passing down titles that had diminished in stature with each generation, ultimately leaving just a name. Moreover, having once been affluent, they barely managed to meet the admission standards of the National Academy, yet found themselves in the lowest echelon within its ranks, making them easy prey for bullies. Shen Wenyu arrived just as they had finished their assault, preparing to leave the alley while warning the boy not to report them. Fugue, quietly follow him and loosen his belt for me. Fugue was one of the dark guards sent by the emperor for her protection. Presumably, the emperor feared that older guards with bloodlust would frighten her, hence he dispatched younger ones. As such, the youthful guard, still naive to the treachery of human nature, blushed crimson upon hearing the princess's words. Was this something he could truly do? Your Highness, are you certain you want me to cut his belt? His voice was somewhat hoarse due to the onset of puberty, and combined with the shock from Shen Wenyu's suggestion, he sounded as though he might faint at any moment. While it wasn't particularly difficult to accomplish, merely tossing a hidden weapon from a distance to avoid detection, he felt it was too crude an act for the delicate girl before him to utter. Shen Wenyu felt no embarrassment. Rather, she asserted confidently, "Of course. Very well. You are the princess. I shall heed your command." Thus, Fugue took a deep breath and stealthily followed the group of young ruffians. As they moved toward the street, he deftly unsheathed a glimmering blade, swiftly severing the belts of the young lords. "Ah!" A collective scream of terror echoed from the distance. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyu watched with great amusement, tugging at Fugue's sleeve. "I want to learn that." Fugue's eyes widened in horror. "Your Highness, you absolutely mustn't. The Emperor would have me executed if he learned I taught you how to disrobe others." Shen Wenyu mused, intrigued about what image she projected in the mind of this dark guard. Could it be that she was merely wishing to learn how to throw those flying darts? Fugue replied, "Everything is contingent upon the Emperor's will. Please, for the sake of our friendship, grant me this favor." What is friendship? Fortunately, within the confines of the Guozijian, where education is segregated by gender post the age of 10, this is the very reason Shen Wenyu dares to allow Fugue to take action. She has no desire to taint the innocent eyes of young girls. Their current predicament does not seem to affect the opposite sex, hence it does not elicit much shrieking. Yet the sight of this group still causes the brows of several well-mannered young men to furrow in disapproval. Meanwhile, a flamboyant youth, languidly perched atop the furniture and awaiting the arrival of the master, catches sight of their disarray and cannot help but erupt into laughter. I must say, you lot have truly become more bizarre. Haven to you? The group feels an uncomfortable chill below and immediately crouches down to retrieve their trousers. However, Lianian is not inclined to grant them this mercy. He strides over, firmly pressing down their hands, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he states,
Hold on a moment.
"Where has my desk mate gone? Have you dragged her off to the alley to bully her again? In the brief time I've been away, you wretches have committed such acts. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Enough." The leader of the group, Zhou family's second young master, sent by the emperor to provoke, casts a glance at Lianian, his eyes unexpectedly filled with pleading. If this scandal reaches his father's ears, the old man will surely drag him by the ear and admonish him against causing trouble. If he learns of this, his very life might be at stake. Who has committed such a disgraceful act? We have not provoked you in any way. Kindly allow us to put our trousers back on. Chapter 81. The Kingdom of Huagua. He has always been sensitive about his reputation, and now it seems he can almost hear the murmurs of the crowd regarding him. Nonsense. How have I not provoked you? I've repeatedly expressed my disdain for your bullying. How many times must I thrash you before you understand? You seem to have developed a taste for tormenting others while I am absent. Damn it. Zhou Changyan, too disinterested to engage in debate with this muscle-bound simpleton, quickly yanks another lackey from the side to shield himself. He has no desire to be the subject of public spectacle. Unfortunately, the lackey, caught off guard, stumbles forward and collides headfirst into Zhou Changyan's groin. Instantly, a piercing scream reverberates throughout the academy. At this moment, students are arriving in small groups for class. Although the commotion is significant, the throngs of onlookers obscure the unfolding scene from the newcomers. Yet, upon hearing the scream, a few can no longer contain their curiosity, pushing their way through the crowd, only to discover one person's head buried in the nether regions of the Zhou family's second young master. At once, the onlookers exchange glances, each experiencing a thrill akin to being struck by a falling melon while walking down the street. What is happening? I never anticipated witnessing such scandalous events at the academy. This dynasty is not particularly tolerant of same-sex relationships. Most deem it a harmful, unrefined inclination that contradicts the balance of yin and yang. Moreover, for these aristocratic families, if their son were to favor a man, it would spell disaster. The family's honor would be irrevocably tarnished should word spread. Thus, none of the students present have ever encountered such a situation. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the recently arrived students display a mix of excitement and trepidation. They huddle together, muttering, "The Zhou family's second young master is a, what do they call it, broken sleeve? He seems to have shown me more than a passing interest." Don't flatter yourself with your looks. How could he possibly take an interest in you? But soon after, as the second young master pushes aside his lackey, the crowd sees his appearance and instinctively takes a step back. If someone of such a countenance could garner his attention, then the onlookers feel an involuntary chill run down their spines. Get the hell away from me. The Zhou family's second young master, known for his vanity, feels a surge of unbridled rage as he is subjected to the bizarre gazes of the spectators. He turns and forcefully shoves aside the lackey who had originally shielded him. The crowd is once again treated to the sight of their half-clad forms. Well, not only is he a broken sleeve, but he is also an exhibitionist. The onlookers cover their eyes, grimacing in disgust, and hastily vacate the vicinity, unaware of whether they will spread this shocking gossip far and wide. Shen Wenyu had never anticipated such a turn of events. She had merely intended for them to embarrass themselves and experience the scrutiny of others. In a few days, she would feign an accidental encounter with him, compelling him to retaliate, and subsequently deliver a well-deserved thrashing. Should he dare to strike first in a public setting, the officials would have no grounds to object. Yet, she did not expect the outcome to be so spectacular. Observing Zhou family's second young master's ashen face, she suddenly feels as if she has accomplished something monumental. Her initial plan could be revised. At this moment, Lianian, who had been pressing down on Zhou's hand, slowly loosens his grip, exclaiming in shock, "You can't possibly be a broken sleeve, can you? So you strike at those I favor?" He quickly withdraws his hand, wiping it on his clothing in disgust. "Listen, I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts towards me." Zhou's second young master feels as if he might faint. What kind of notions could he have regarding this brute? Why must he adopt a demeanor as if he were a maiden being harassed? Nevertheless, his reputation is paramount, even if it is likely in tatters at this moment. He hastily pulls up his trousers, awkwardly tying a knot with the broken belt, and scurries away, determined to discover who is behind this mischief. Surely, all their belts could not have come undone by mere coincidence. As Zhou Changyan approaches, brimming with fury, Fugui displays an unusual hint of anxiety on his otherwise calm face. If his colleagues were to learn that his martial prowess was merely employed to assist others in adjusting their waistbands, he would surely be the subject of ridicule.
Oh.
And the most dire consequence would be if the Emperor found out. That could truly spell his doom. "Princess, what shall we do now?" Shen Wenyu scoffs derisively, then commands.
Run.
He asks nearly upon us. The most ferocious expression accompanies the most cowardly words. Fugui, speechless, observes Zhou's menacing approach, gulps, and quickly tucks the young princess under his arm, leaping onto the roof with urgency, swiftly departing the scene. Shen Wenyu muses, is this the legendary Huagua Kung Fu? Terrifying indeed. Yet, the bumpy ride evokes memories of her childhood travels on a rickety train, reminiscent of the sensation of losing one's meal after a hearty feast. Compounding her anxiety is the fact that Zhou's second young master, now humiliated, is hot on their trail like a wolf. She dares not utter a sound. Fortunately, this royal guard version of a rickety train is swift, and they soon leave Zhou Changyan behind, setting her down safely. Shen Wenyu, finally able to catch her breath, clutches her chest and inhales deeply. "Must you carry me in such a manner?" Fugui's expression is one of innocent bewilderment. "I have never transported a living person before. When the Emperor tasked us with a mission, I only carried the deceased." Realizing that speaking of the dead may be too frightening for the young princess, he hastily corrects himself. Transporting those who do not move is always done this way. Shen Wenyu, fully aware of his implication, acknowledges that it is indeed a challenge for a capable guard to escort a mere child. Thus, she regains her composure and allows him to proceed. The flickering light brought comfort to her heart as she mused that although the little princess was mischievous, she was nonetheless reasonable. With that thought, she deftly ascended to the eaves, preparing to continue her role as a silent statue atop the roof. Do not inquire, for the answer lies in the comfort of this position, which serves as an essential vantage point for a hidden guard. Chapter 82, A Minor Flaw. And let's not forget the child, who is just bullied. Ensure that a maid is sent to provide him with a change of clothes and some ointment for his wounds, while also inquiring about the identity of his guardians. In this ancient society where hierarchy reigned supreme, she could not ascertain whether the child's guardians would be willing to confront the Zhou family on his behalf. So she must first gather intelligence. If they dare to step forward, she would certainly advocate for them to the Emperor. Zhou Changyan, walking on the ground, was no match for the hidden guard who accompanied the little princess as they gracefully traversed the rooftops. It was not until they reached the end of the alley that they discovered no trace of anyone. What on earth is happening? Did this person sprout wings and fly away? Second young master, why don't we return? It is already time for class, and if the teacher does not see us, we may very well be punished, one of his companions urged, tugging nervously at his waistband as it slipped during their hurried pace. What are you so anxious about? Does that old fellow dare to lay a hand on me? The expressions of those around him were laden with unspoken words. Indeed, they did not dare to confront him, for he was the illustrious second young master of the Zhou family, yet the possibility of punishment for them remained. In the end, Zhou Changyan, indifferent to the thoughts of those around him, commanded them to search the vicinity thoroughly, determined to uncover the identity of the one who had dared to embarrass him. I refuse to believe that after such a significant blunder, this person can simply escape unscathed. However, at that moment, the true culprit had already skipped off to the academy, and they were unable to capture her fleeting silhouette. Ultimately, the group returned to the entrance of their academy, dejected. The teacher, who usually lectured while stroking his beard, had initially appeared furious upon seeing the tardy students, but the moment he beheld the face of their leader, his ire was swallowed down. He had intended to make them stand outside as a form of reflection, but considering Zhou Changyan's notorious reputation, he sighed and settled for a mild reprimand. After all, it was common knowledge that Zhou Changyan would certainly enlist someone else to draft his apology. Yet the atmosphere in the classroom was unusually tense today. He recalled that in previous instances, if Zhou Changyan was late, The surrounding students would remain silent, but today, the classroom buzzed with chatter. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the students whispering among themselves, accompanied by stifled laughter. As he pondered this, Zhou Changyan, having taken his seat, erupted in anger. They say a guilty conscience makes one perceive wrongdoing everywhere. Zhou Changyan, feeling the weight of potential ridicule from his peers, interpreted their hushed conversations as mockery of his recent misfortune. He strode forward, seizing the ruler with indignation, and banged it on the desk, declaring, "Silence. I dare anyone to mock me." This proclamation did not deter Lianian, who had been dozing off and was now wide awake. He slammed his fist on the desk, standing to meet Zhou Changyan's gaze, and retorted, "While you may not wish to learn, many are eager to do so. Do not disrupt the atmosphere of the classroom." The teacher felt a warm surge in his heart. Ah, this child, though often mischievous, neglecting his studies and arriving late, was still fundamentally a good kid. While Zhou Changyan may have displayed arrogance before others, he dared not act impudently in front of Lianian. The latter was the only son of General Li, who was stationed at the frontier, and the emperor held considerable regard for him. Should word spread that he had affronted Lianian, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of General Li upon returning home. Moreover, he knew he could not best him in a fight, which added to his frustration. Otherwise, it would be akin to when he had bullied the second prince, cornering him and asserting dominance. He had learned that boys of this age were particularly sensitive about their pride, reluctant to disclose to their parents that they were being bullied at the academy without daring to retaliate. Thus, he felt a surge of anger. Originally, the second prince had served as his perfect outlet for frustration, noble in status, yet soft in temperament. The emperor, preoccupied with state affairs, and the empress, rather oblivious, seldom interfered with him. Zhou Changyan had once relied on those circumstances to bully others. But now he was incensed by the actions of the second son of the Yu family, Yu Kongwu, who had the audacity to kick him while he was down. With a repugnant grin on his face, Yu Kongwu approached, inquiring with feigned innocence about whether anything had occurred at the academy that morning, offering his assistance to suppress the matter. Zhou Changyan, loathing this duplicitous character, rolled his eyes and turned his back to supervise his underlings as they penned his apology, ignoring him entirely. Seeing Zhou Changyan's indifference, Yu Kongwu felt a spark of calculation within him. He had initially come merely to observe the commotion, but now, realizing the morning's events were genuine, he was intrigued. With that thought, he jovially approached once more, saying, "Do not be shy. If you possess such a peculiar interest, share it with your brothers. Perhaps we can arrange a visit to the pleasure house someday." Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure had crept up behind them. Noticing their engrossed confrontation, the figure collided into Yu Kongwu, sending him crashing onto the table, his upper body landing right into Zhou Changyan's arms as he turned, mouth agape, ready to scold. Instantaneously, the once boisterous classroom fell silent, as if a spotlight had illuminated the two individuals, followed by a chorus of gasps that could not decipher whether they were expressions of astonishment or fear. Chapter 83, An Unexpected Embrace. What the hell? What is happening? The second prince stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. In recent days, having received orders from the emperor, he had been seeking opportunities to provoke trouble. Initially, he had covertly attempted to instigate conflict, hoping to draw attention to his comfortable life in hopes of inciting them to confront him. However, after receiving a reprimand from their elders, these two had suddenly become timid, ignoring him entirely. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative, deliberately bumping into them under the pretense of carelessness. In the past, such antics would have elicited their wrath, yet now they seemed unresponsive. The second prince, feeling helpless, realized he could not simply strike them. Doing so would only make him the guilty party. So, he persisted in his antics, returning to the classroom today and, fortuitously, witnessing the two of them together. He thought it the perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, and once more, he charged towards them. Unexpectedly, the outcome of this situation has proven to be remarkably favorable, so much so that it borders on the uncanny. Initially, he had swiftly recoiled, contemplating the urgency of summoning the Imperial guards his father had dispatched for his protection. Otherwise, he feared he might be torn to shreds by the ire of the two furious individuals before him. However, rather than immediately turning to chastise him, the rather rotund Yu Kongwu, who was nestled in Zhou Changyan's embrace, hastily scrambled to his feet, brushed off his attire, and unleashed a torrent of indignation upon the bewildered Zhou Changyan. "What the hell, you pervert? Where were your hands just now?" His demeanor, protective of his front like a naive maiden besieged by unwanted advances, was almost comical. The second prince struggled to comprehend the unfolding drama. How could everyone appear so utterly deranged after merely a brief separation? Zhou Changyan, suddenly accused, was not one to take such an affront lightly. Nonsense. What could you possibly have to touch? You are the one who collided with me out of nowhere, and I merely attempted to push you away. But you were too hefty to budge. Yu Kongwu, typically favored by his mother and indulged with the finest delicacies, had grown rather rotund. Yet he harbored a deep-seated aversion to comments about his physique. In this moment of crisis, Zhou Changyan inadvertently breached that taboo, prompting Yu Kongwu to react as if he had been stepped on, mockingly retorting, "Huh, do you think I'm unaware? I've heard it from others that you, pervert, were getting up to antics with someone earlier and flaunting your undergarments like some exhibitionist. With your reputation as a broken sleeve, how could you claim it was unintentional?"
What?
The revelation that Zhou Changyan was indeed a broken sleeve sent shockwaves through Yu Kongwu, who was more than accustomed to the gossip that accompanied his ample appetite. His voice boomed, drawing the attention of passing scholars. Their curiosity piqued as they peered in to witness the unfolding spectacle, leaving no crevice at the door unfilled. Indeed, gossip is an intrinsic part of human nature. The second prince was taken aback. He had not anticipated such gossip would reach his ears. Did this mean that all the times he had inadvertently bumped into Zhou Changyan, he had effectively been courting him? The thought revolted him. No wonder Zhou Changyan had refrained from expressing anger towards him lately. He had assumed it was due to familial constraints, but perhaps it was actually a form of enjoyment? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, sending a shiver down his spine as he regarded Zhou Changyan with a newfound trepidation. In the distance, a shadowy figure clad as a scholar, one of Zhou Changyan's secret protectors, rushed forward to shield the second prince. If the emperor's son were to be molested by this perverse broken sleeve before him, it would cost him his life. Even Yu Kongwu's attendant, witnessing the scene, could not restrain himself, positioning himself protectively before his master. "Young master, you must exercise caution at the academy. If Madame learns of your association with this pervert, she will surely berate you again." To understand the dynamics of the Yu family, one must consider that since the eldest son, Yu Tsongyun, had been imprisoned for his tyrannical conduct and treachery against loyal officials, Madame Yu had taken to guarding her second son with an almost obsessive fervor, wishing to tether him to her sight at all times. Moreover, with the recent birth of a son to a favored concubine in the household, though the child was swiftly dispatched to Xiangzhou and the concubine discreetly dealt with, Madame Yu harbored an unsettling anxiety, sensing an impending storm. Thus, each day as he departed for the National Academy, she commanded his attendants to keep a vigilant watch over him to prevent any missteps.
Yet,
Yu Kongwu was inherently restless, and no amount of admonition could alter his nature. Hearing his classmates gossip about his ambiguous relationship with Zhou Changyan ignited a spark of fury within him. He forcefully shoved aside the feeble scholar blocking his path and stormed towards Zhou Changyan, seizing his collar and demanding, "You'll clarify this to them." What could Zhou Changyan possibly explain? He felt a surge of frustration coupled with a sense of helplessness. He finally grasped the hurtful nature of rumors. Previously, he reveled in the notion that the second prince, due to his royal lineage, looked down upon him, causing others to avoid him. Yet now, experiencing such a situation firsthand, he understood the pain of being the subject of scorn. He surveyed the onlookers, those of lesser pedigree who had once sought his favor, now bowed their heads in silence, some even audibly snickering. "Second master, the master and the grand scholar are approaching. You must compose yourself." Zhou Changyan was momentarily shaken from his thoughts by the voice of the very junior who had instigated the rumors earlier that morning. Despite the anger and shadows that loomed over him, the information he conveyed was of utmost importance. The grand scholar? Why is he here? The grand scholar was a highly esteemed figure, chosen by the emperor to preside over the newly established National Academy, akin to being a mentor to the emperor himself. In his youth, he had garnered great respect in the Hanlin Academy, often consulted by the then crown prince. His reluctance to accept the emperor as a pupil rendered him only a partial instructor, and thus his reputation eclipsed that of the emperor's actual tutor. Though many might perceive him as somewhat arrogant, to the literati who valued integrity, this venerable gentleman embodied the ideals of noble character and scholarly excellence. Following the establishment of the National Academy, the emperor had eagerly summoned him back to oversee the institution, even making multiple visits to his abode. A testament to his esteemed status, which sparked ample gossip about the emperor's humility in seeking out talent. Regardless of the veracity behind these tales, the grand scholar was undoubtedly one individual Zhou Changyan wished to avoid offending within the academy. Therefore, upon hearing the attendant announce the grand scholar's imminent arrival while still being grasped by Yu Kongwu, Zhou Changyan felt a surge of urgency. He hastily shoved Yu Kongwu, attempting to straighten his attire, but in his panic, he inadvertently pushed him with considerable force, causing the rotund youth to stumble backward, crashing into the tables and chairs behind him. Unfortunately, the sharp edges of the furniture jabbed at his waist, sending him lurching forward, colliding directly into Zhou Changyan. And in that moment, before the astonished gaze of the approaching Grand Scholar, the two found themselves entangled in an unexpected embrace. Outrageous. Wenbin, the Grand Scholar, felt as though steam might erupt from his head. This is the National Academy. What do you take this for? He had always considered the mingling of young men and women in the academy inappropriate, let alone the shocking display before him of two males in such a compromising position. Su En, taken aback, had initially summoned the Grand Scholar seeking justice for the repression he had endured at the hands of Zhou Changyan in class. He had not anticipated stumbling upon the second master of the Zhou family and the second master of the Yu family in such a scandalous predicament. A sudden panic surged within him, akin to uncovering dark secrets of noble families and fearing for his own silence.
No.
It's just that Zhou Changyan has been tardy too often, he thought, yet in light of the scene unfolding before him, even Wenbin found the issue of tardiness to be trivial. At that moment, the two individuals on the other side were too preoccupied to engage in further argument. They immediately released each other and stood at a distance, their expressions betraying a desperate desire to dissociate from one another, as if they had not just been in each other's embrace. On this side, Su En had completely liberated himself, thinking that the worst outcome would merely be a demotion. After all, he was not confined to this place. Thus, he began to confide in the Master of Rituals about the grievances he had endured over the past few days. Unsurprisingly, even Wenbin's anger escalated upon hearing this, as he seized the ruler from the table, intending to strike the two individuals. How absurd! Did they think the Imperial College was a place where they could indulge in romantic entanglements and bully their teachers? The phrase romantic entanglements struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the two individuals nearby utterly stunned. Good heavens, romantic entanglements. If one cannot use idioms properly, it is better to refrain from using them altogether. Zhou Changyan was thoroughly exasperated, fearing that the classmates gathering around would take this matter seriously and tarnish his reputation. He hastily interjected, "This is merely a misunderstanding. I have no connection with him. It was simply an accident." This display of evasion only served to infuriate Wenbin further. What? Just because the other party was a boy, one need not take responsibility? This manner of shirking accountability was hardly befitting of a true gentleman. The second prince, who had been lurking behind the guards, suddenly realized that the outcome he desired was unfolding before him, filling him with a sense of unexpected delight. He quickly emerged. Bowing to Wenbin, Master of Rituals, "I can attest that these two were indeed flirting openly in public. If this were to spread, it would bring disgrace upon the esteemed halls of the Imperial College. I hope that Master of Rituals will address this matter justly."
Wenbin,
recognizing the speaker as the second prince, felt obliged to reciprocate the bow, replying, "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall ensure these individuals receive a proper lesson." However, upon regaining his composure, Wenbin realized that the ruler could not be used. Should these individuals return home bearing injuries and complain to their elders, he would find himself in a precarious position. Those aristocratic families were notorious for their relentless meddling. Thus, he decided to take the initiative and feigned a look of grievance as he hurried to the Yangxin Hall to seek an audience with the emperor. The emperor was preoccupied with how to handle concubine Yu, as her brother, Yu Tsongyun, was currently imprisoned and was to be executed shortly. In truth, the Yu family had weakened significantly. It would not be unreasonable to cast her into the cold palace under these circumstances. Yet, he was a man who valued both face and benefit. He feared that the historians would record that he had taken advantage of a fallen family, becoming a paradigm of ingratitude for future generations. This was not a burden he was willing to bear. As he pondered these matters, he was informed of Wenbin's request for an audience.
Wenbin,
What could he want? Shouldn't he be at the academy at this hour? Although the emperor was considerably older, they shared common interests and thus had developed a cordial relationship. The decision to appoint him as Master of Rituals after the establishment of the Imperial College was a means of providing him with a position and salary, ensuring that his notoriously irritable temperament did not lead to his downfall. In the emperor's eyes, Wenbin was a genuine mentor, and as a student, he wished to ensure his mentor's comfortable retirement. He often advised him to take it easy and not overexert himself, yet now he was suddenly requesting an audience? The emperor felt a twinge of confusion and promptly instructed Su Xuanfu to summon Wenbin, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring Mr. Lian in. His health is not robust, and if he lingers here in this cold wind, he may fall ill." Su Xuanfu complied, though he found it somewhat amusing. After all, Mr. Lien appeared quite vigorous. Just moments ago, he had walked with a sprightly pace, even faster than Su Xuanfu himself. Only someone like the Emperor, with such a tendency to worry, would think that a mere breeze could chill him. However, as a subordinate, how could he harbor disdain for his master's heartfelt concern? It was precisely this kind of compassionate ruler that made him feel assured in his old age, knowing he could rely on past affections for support. Smiling, he exited the palace to welcome Wenbin. In the presence of the Emperor, Wenbin appeared considerably more relaxed, shedding the formal demeanor he held at the academy. He greeted the Emperor with a bow and let out a sigh. Understanding the Emperor's intent was a requisite skill for those in court, yet Wenbin had never excelled at it. Fortunately, their friendship allowed him to speak candidly. Your Majesty, might I inquire about your plans regarding the Yu and Zhou families? Chapter 85. A Scandalous Degradation. The Emperor, taken aback by Wenbin's troubled expression, did not rush to respond. Instead, he sipped his tea and smiled. May I ask why you are so concerned with this matter, dear teacher? Although Wenbin would not acknowledge his role as a teacher, it had become a habit for him to refer to him as such in private. Wenbin did not contest this, but sighed once more. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but this morning I was summoned by a teacher to mediate a dispute. Upon entering, I was met with the sight of those two embracing, surrounded by a throng of students. What a disgrace. If one were unaware, they might think our Imperial College was merely a den of performers. It is truly a scandalous degradation. Moreover, those two were not particularly handsome, and the sight of them was quite jarring. He still felt a twinge of pain in his eyes from the encounter. The Emperor was taken aback. He distinctly recalled that the second son of the Yu family had previously sent someone to investigate their crimes, which had involved the abduction of common women. How could Wenbin now be suggesting that he was involved in a scandal of this nature? Upon hearing the Emperor's rebuttal, Wenbin felt a surge of indignation. Your Majesty, though I may be advanced in years, my eyesight remains intact. I clearly saw those two entwined together, and with the second prince present. If you do not believe me, surely you must trust your own son. The Emperor paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to admit that he actually had even less faith, he reluctantly agreed with Wenbin. Indeed, it is rather inappropriate. Wenbin felt a profound sense of dismay. Throughout history, there had always been strict boundaries between men and women, yet he could not fathom when it had become necessary to impose such restrictions between men. If these two were allowed to persist, what might happen to other young men who fell victim to their whims? How distressing it would be for those children's parents. In that moment, Wenbin felt as though he had unwittingly allowed the Imperial College to resemble a brothel. The Emperor, too, was troubled. Setting aside the reactions of the Yu and Zhou families upon discovering their sons in such a predicament, he was concerned about how other families might respond if they were to learn of this. He himself would find it hard to rest easy knowing that his 3 sons were associating with such individuals. To be honest, one could engage in such affairs privately at home, without fear of consequence. History was rife with emperors who had indulged in same-sex relationships. However, one must not inflict harm upon others. As a father, he naturally wished for his sons to lead normal lives, marry, and have children. Yet he also recognized an opportunity. Perhaps he could use this situation to force the Yu family into a corner, thereby enabling him to deal with concubine Yu more decisively. However, the Emperor was not inclined to delay matters further. If they remained silent and continued to shrink back, he would have no qualms about tarnishing his reputation. He could simply execute concubine Yu, which would be far preferable to having someone so troublesome lingering near his wife and daughters. Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled the instructions he had given to the second prince earlier. Hadn't he asked him to deal with these two? Moreover, Wenbin had mentioned the second prince's name. Could it be that this incident was orchestrated by his son? If that were the case, was this tactic not a bit too underhanded? Yet, as an emperor, he quickly suppressed any lingering compassion. After all, he had once been deceived and usurped by a bastard child. Was that not more tragic than their current plight? With this thought, he felt a newfound sense of justification and declared, "Rest assured, I shall summon Yu Jiming and Zhou Jin to the palace immediately. Please bring those 2 troublemakers here." By the way, just as Lien Wenbin was about to take his leave, the Emperor suddenly seemed to recall something and halted him, saying, "Also, bring along the second prince. This child, after all, is either a suspected mastermind or a mere eyewitness. The Emperor requires his testimony." Lien Wenbin acknowledged with a nod and prepared to depart after bowing. Hold on. The Emperor remembered something else. Lien Wenbin was beginning to feel impatient, a vein throbbing at his temple, yet, given the Emperor's status, he managed to muster a smile and inquired, "Your Majesty, Is there anything else you need? Strangely, that expression reminded the emperor of the fear he felt as a child under Lien Wenbin's authority, but he swallowed hard and said, trembling, while you're at it, go to the Imperial Academy and fetch the sixth princess as well. Why bring the sixth princess? If Lien Wenbin weren't already overwhelmed, he would recall that this sixth princess was merely 5.5 years old. Has the emperor truly descended into madness to the extent of exposing a child to such matters? Can the throne truly drive one to insanity, much like the late emperor? Seeing the expression on Lien Wenbin's face, as if he were gazing upon a beast, the emperor felt no guilt about having his daughter take the blame. There was no alternative. He had reached a point where he felt he could no longer judge others accurately without her. My dear minister, you know how children are. They are curious, and Yuer loves to see such things. I am merely indulging her wishes. As you command. When Shen Wenyu was summoned by her teacher, she feared she had committed some offense, perhaps caught passing notes to the little girl beside her. Upon seeing the head of the Imperial Academy, her terror deepened. How is this any different from being summoned by the homeroom teacher and then the disciplinary head back in school? Surely, she was not about to be expelled? But then she remembered. No, her father is the emperor. How could she possibly be expelled? So, with a hint of bravado, she smiled and saluted the head before following along. As the primary school was conveniently close to the entrance, perhaps to prevent children from wandering too far, Lien Wenbin's first stop was to fetch Shen Wenyu. To be honest, he had never truly understood what made children so endearing in his prior impressions. They were as noisy as the ducks his wife kept in the backyard. Furthermore, those ducks could at least lay eggs, while children could do little. The couple had never been blessed with children. Despite consulting doctors who claimed there were no issues, they remained childless. Yet his wife had a particular fondness for children, often shedding tears over their absence, which only deepened Lien Wenbin's indifference towards them. Moreover, he was naturally serious and stern in demeanor, as evidenced by how even the young master, Zhou, dared not misbehave in his presence. Yet, the sixth princess seemed undeterred by him, and instead of worrying about her potential missteps, she smiled up at him. At that moment, he felt as if the child had successfully captured his attention. Chapter 86. The husband and wife follow each other. Shen Wenyu was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. To be frank, what could be more terrifying than the face of her homeroom teacher peering in through the back window while she attempted to sneak a look inside the classroom during her school days? After all, he was merely a rather stern-looking old man. She smoothly began to execute her own plan to curry favor. Whoever her father favored, she would favor. As soon as they met, she even called him grandfather. Grandfather, has father summoned you for something specific? Lien Wenbin, who prided himself on being articulate and eloquent, found himself at a loss for words before this overly familiar little girl, who made him feel as though she could easily be whisked away. He realized he could not bring himself to utter those few words, fearing he might tarnish the child's pure heart. Thus, he could only silently blame the emperor for exposing such a delightful child to these matters. What a sin! Unable to voice his thoughts, he let the emperor, the true culprit, do the talking. Once the sixth princess arrives, you will know. It is the emperor's command. Oh, it is his father's messenger. Shen Wenyu suddenly felt an intuition that this was likely not a good sign. Recalling her actions from the morning, a pang of guilt struck her. Surely, the light would not be running off to lodge a complaint? But then she reconsidered. Hey, I'm just a 5-year-old child. What do I understand? What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? However, when Lien Wenbin fetched the second prince and the Zhou family members, Shen Wenyu found herself struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. If it were just her and Zhou Changyan, she would naturally think it was her morning misdeeds that had caught her father's attention. But why were the second prince and Yu Kongwu involved? Yet, she immediately recalled that day in the Yangxin Palace, when her father had instructed her brother to provoke both the Zhou and Yu families. But what did that have to do with her? As someone who typically thrived on gossip online, she could not bear the sense of being left in the dark, as if a tantalizing treat dangled just out of reach. The aroma wafting to her, making her mouth water, yet remaining unattainable. Thus, she tugged at the second prince's sleeve and whispered, "Second brother, do you know why father has summoned us today?" The second prince appeared equally bewildered. He shared Shen Wenyu's thoughts. If it pertained to the earlier matter he had been ordered to address, why was their sister being summoned too? The two of them were left in the dark, while the other two fidgeted anxiously. "Master of the Academy, we realize we were wrong," Yu Kongwu said earnestly, his usual domineering demeanor absent. "I assure you, I have no connection with Zhou Changyan. It was all a misunderstanding." Zhou Changyan immediately added, "Master Yan, I was indeed late today, and should have written an apology. It was my fault, and I promise to rectify it in the future. However, I truly have no ties with him. Please do not take us to see the Emperor. In a bid to dispel any insinuation regarding his orientation, he even divulged that he had recently visited a brothel, earning a disdainful glance from the second prince, who instinctively shielded his sister from such talk. Children should not hear such things. Lien Wenbin took a deep breath, reflecting on how deeply depraved these noble families had become. With a youth of their age frequenting brothels for debauchery, he had little patience for their excuses. Your words hold no weight with me. You should present your case before the Emperor. I am merely a minor official. How could I possibly intervene in your affairs? Do not expect me to collude with you. Damn it, collude? The two young men nearly choked on the term. The greatest difficulty they faced was that this situation was far from easy to explain. After all, it concerned matters of sexual orientation, which those who genuinely preferred men typically shunned from public discourse. Any attempt at clarification would only be perceived as an attempt to conceal the truth. Furthermore, if they required witnesses or evidence, would they really need to visit a brothel in front of Lien Wenbin? The two could only hope that the Emperor would not make this scandal public, for the sake of the Imperial Academy's reputation. However, the Emperor was indifferent to such concerns, even if a few oddities emerged from the Academy. It remained a privileged institution for the children of aristocratic families, a place that need not worry about its reputation. In any case, if one chose not to study here, they could always seek education elsewhere. At that time, the children of the prominent families would be studying at the Guozijian, while you would be attending a lesser academy nearby. The atmosphere would inevitably differ. Moreover, the connections formed at the Guozijian are an invisible resource in itself. Surrounded by the offspring of high-ranking officials, you would be left in obscurity, unfamiliar with anyone, which would place you at a natural disadvantage compared to others. The Emperor, having resolved to vex the Zhou and Yu families, directly ordered the heads of these two households to be summoned. When Yu Zhisong received the news, he initially suspected that his second son had committed some transgression. Upon hearing the scandalous rumors about public displays of affection, he furrowed his brow. Feeling the veins on his forehead throb, he wondered if the Emperor had truly dispensed with even a semblance of due diligence before tarnishing his son's reputation. If such slander were to spread, how could his son ever hope to marry? Although at that moment, his primary concern was for his youngest son, who was in Xiangzhou. He still had only this adult son, Yu Tsongwu, at home. Thus, he clasped his hands and remarked, "Surely, the Emperor has misunderstood. My second son already has a concubine. How could he be one of those in such scandalous affairs?" Standing beside him, Zhou Jin felt equally perturbed. Having encountered Yu's second son before, he knew him to be quite unremarkable in appearance, a rotund figure, hardly someone his own children would find appealing. The male companions he kept were not even worthy of Yu Tsongwu's attention, and given that such preferences were not uncommon in his household, why would he hide them? Yet, he understood that the Emperor must not be made aware of his own indulgences, so he echoed Yu Zhisong, stating, "Indeed, our children have reached the age of enlightenment. If they were truly inclined toward such matters, why keep it secret?" However, they were still in the Emperor's presence, and such words could not be uttered freely. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the two men. He recalled that the sons of both families were younger than his second son. At such a tender age, introducing concubines could pose risks to their health. You both have your justifications, but let us await the return of the children to clarify this matter. Chapter 87. Madness. Su Xuanfu welcomed the four arrivals into the hall, and as he turned back, he immediately sensed the unutterable tension in the air. Su Xuanfu had heard Lien Wenbin's earlier words and felt as though he had wasted his years. Each day's news seemed more shocking than the last. Both Yu Zhisong and Zhou Jin could scarcely believe that their children would develop affections for one another. Setting aside the matter of appearances, the two families were both prestigious, with daughters who had entered the palace as consorts. It was particularly galling that the Zhou family's daughter had given birth to the crown prince, while theirs had a princess. The animosity between the Yu and Zhou families had persisted for far too long. Yu Zhisong often dreamt of the crown prince ascending the throne and ordering a purge of his household. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he cast a disapproving glance at his son, who returned an innocent expression. He was not particularly pleased with this second son, whose mediocrity reminded him of his mother. Yet, had it not been for the support of their family, he would never have ascended to the position of head of the Yu family. Thus, he had always publicly displayed affection towards his children to ward off gossip. Despite his simmering anger, he feigned a benevolent demeanor and said, "Xiao Wu, you must explain to the Emperor how this rumor came to be." "Your Majesty," Yu Tsongwu stammered, recalling how he had bullied the second prince. Feeling an overwhelming dread before the Emperor, as if fearing a personal vendetta, Trembling, he managed to say, "I am being wronged. What transpired earlier was merely a coincidence." Coincidence? Su Xuanfu caught the emperor's eye and immediately understood, stepping forward to inquire, but did not the ritualist state that the two young masters embraced in public not just once? Su Xuanfu hesitated, feeling a pang of shame at being a eunuch forced to articulate such matters.
Iwe kong unen let.
His eyes flashing with resentment upon realizing he was conversing with a eunuch. How could the emperor demean him so, refusing to speak directly and sending a eunuch in his stead? Yet, experience had taught Yu Zhisong to dread such situations. The emperor's demeanor suggested that his second son's predicament would not end favorably today. It would be one thing if this were merely about his second son, but he had previously sent his youngest away. If this incident reflected the emperor's stance towards the Yu family, he couldn't help but resent his daughter. She had claimed the emperor held her in favor. That was why she remained in the palace. Yet now, with her brother in trouble and the family facing turmoil, she had not uttered a word in their defense. Little did he know that recently, due to the erratic temperament of consort Yu, the palace maids had grown estranged from her, failing to relay any messages. Had she not impulsively left the palace that day, she might have remained oblivious to her brother's incarceration. From the moment she began to form memories, her brother had been the one who cherished her most. In her recollections, he was valiant and favored by the emperor, often achieving great feats on the battlefield. It could be said that Yushiyu's previous audacity in the palace stemmed from her brother's influence. Yet now, she overheard two scoundrels in a nearby hall discussing when her brother would face execution. Execution? Yushiyu found herself engulfed in confusion, quickly followed by a surge of indignation. She lunged at them, furious, wishing to silence their slanderous tongues. Wretches! How dare you speak so lightly of a minister's fate? But her attempt was thwarted as fearful palace attendants restrained her and dragged her back to her quarters. They had received the emperor's orders to keep a close watch on consort Yu, preventing her from causing any disturbances. In truth, all of this was traceable. For instance, the recent indifference of the palace maids towards her, the evasive responses from the eunuchs of the Internal Affairs Office, and the emperor himself. Since that fateful day, he had neither acquiesced to her requests for an audience, nor sought her out. Mother, she realized, her daughter had come to her side. Are you well? In an instant, all the frustrations and grievances that had been building within Yushiyu found an outlet. She did not want to blame herself. She often pondered whether things would have been different had she complied with her brother and father's wishes to leave the palace for a peaceful life. She vented all her pent-up frustrations onto her daughter, thinking that if her daughter had been a son, she would not be in such a predicament. This line of thought strangely eased her burden. Yes, it was all her daughter's fault. If she had been a prince, she would have been honored as a consort. And even if she committed grave errors and was confined to the cold palace, she could still live in peace, with her family status remaining intact. Instead, her brother languished in prison, while she felt utterly powerless. No, it was not her fault. It was all her daughter's doing. She seemed to convince herself of this. Yushiyu felt on the verge of madness. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed in the air. When she regained her senses, she saw her daughter clutching her face. A trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth collapsed on the ground, fragile as if she could shatter with a single touch. She watched as the palace attendants rushed to her daughter's aid, lifting her and surrounding her to assess her injuries. Yet, no one was there to keep watch over Yushiyu. She expected to feel guilt towards her daughter, at least to check on her. But she found herself devoid of such sentiments. As she beheld the palace maid restraining her daughter, a grotesque smile of excitement curled at the corners of her lips. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted her skirts and, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around her, dashed towards the Yangshin Hall. Little Gizi, stationed at the entrance, was taken aback to see the disheveled Yu Pin rushing towards him, utterly alone. It was indeed a peculiar sight. The concubines in this palace valued their appearances above all else, fearing the emperor's gaze upon their less than graceful moments. Yu Pin had always been the epitome of this vanity, yet now she seemed utterly unconcerned. He furrowed his brow slightly and bowed, inquiring, "Yu Pin, what brings you here in such a state?" "I must see the emperor," she declared. Little Gizi hesitated briefly. "Your Majesty is currently in a meeting within the Yangshin Hall. It is customary for him to hold discussions at this hour." Yu Pin had reached her limit with the emperor's incessant evasions. Her heart raced with urgency, and she dismissed his words, shoving little Gizi aside as she attempted to storm inside. "You must not," he implored. "Please wait outside while I inform the emperor." Outside, the sounds of a heated argument reached their ears, accompanied by the voice of another palace maid. The emperor frowned, irritated by the commotion disrupting the sanctity of the Yangxin Hall, especially with the ongoing discussions involving the Zhou and Yu families. This was a humiliation he could not tolerate. Su Xuanfu, he said, weary, as he closed his eyes momentarily. Go, and see what is happening outside. Yes, your majesty. Su Xuanfu recalled that little Gizi was on duty outside. Usually clever, what had caused him to act so recklessly now? He beckoned Fu Lu to accompany him to investigate. To their astonishment, they discovered Yu Pin fiercely grappling with little Gizi, her hair in disarray, while he, merely a eunuch, dared not retaliate, instead dodging and pleading for mercy. What kind of madness was this? In all his years, Su Xuanfu had never witnessed a concubine engaging in a brawl with a eunuch. He and Fu Lu quickly intervened, separating the two. They then restrained Yu Pin while Su Xuanfu returned to seek the emperor's counsel. Under normal circumstances, he would have known the emperor would refuse Yu Pin entrance, yet today was different, especially with her two relatives present within the hall. Upon hearing her name, the faces of the two individuals standing nearby shifted to expressions of bewilderment. This was not the behavior they had anticipated from a favored concubine. Did she truly lack any maidservants to assist her? Seeing the confusion on their faces, the emperor's mind shifted. He initially intended to have Yu Pin removed but now felt compelled to allow her entry. Let her in. The more, the merrier, he exclaimed. He raised his gaze to meet his daughter's eager eyes, sighing inwardly. This little ancestor of his would surely find the situation lively. Yet he was tasked with maintaining order. What chaos would ensue if the Yangxin Hall were to crumble? However, seizing the rare opportunity for family unity, he decided against refusal and thoughtfully instructed Su Xuanfu, if she wishes to enter, then let her come. Yu Jisong's unease deepened. The emperor's tone resembled that of a ruler who had given up, rather than one addressing a beloved concubine. Upon Yu Pin's entrance, his expression soured further. How could she present herself in such a disheveled fashion? Was she not tarnishing the Yu family's reputation? At that moment, another voice broke the tension. Sister Yu Pin, what manner of attire is this? Yu Tsongwu's tone was laced with discontent, as he had always been at odds with his sister, competing for their elder brother's affections. Yu Tsongmyun, the favored sister, only added to his resentment. Yu Xiu, with her pampered disposition, had long been a source of irritation for Yu Kongwu, and now, witnessing her in such a state, he could not help but scoff, momentarily forgetting his precarious circumstances. Yet, Yu Xiu offered him no acknowledgement, though she harbored doubts about her brother and father, as well as the two members of the Zhou family present. Her primary concern lay with the fate of her brother. Your Majesty, my brother has been unwaveringly loyal to you since childhood, rendering considerable service over the years. Why has he been imprisoned? Yu Jisong felt a chill run down his spine. How could his daughter be so oblivious to such a monumental affair? While it was true that the inner court refrained from political involvement, matters of such gravity should have reached even the ears of the palace maids and eunuchs. Yet, his daughter, as a prominent concubine, remained entirely uninformed. A wave of shock washed over him as he cast a glance at the inscrutable expression of the sovereign seated above him. Perhaps the emperor's vendetta against the Yu family had been brewing far longer than he had imagined, perhaps even since that fateful mid-autumn night. Was it possible that he had manipulated his daughter to keep her from leaving the palace? As he pondered, a cold sweat broke upon his brow. If this were true, then it was conceivable that Yu Kongwu had fallen into the emperor's trap. He cursed inwardly, lamenting the depths to which a ruler could sink, tarnishing his own child's honor. The emperor, disinterested in the spectacle of Yu Pin weeping in a frenzy, felt an inexplicable pain surge through him upon seeing her. Memories, seemingly foreign, flooded his mind, causing him to grimace. Your Majesty? Su Xuanfu's anxious voice interrupted his reverie. The emperor shook his head, signaling that he was fine, though he pressed a hand to his forehead, massaging his temples. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had relived decades of his existence, now overwhelmed with nausea. As if awakening from a profound dream, was this the memory of his past life? He recalled the depth of his affection for Yu Pin and the offspring they had sired, love that had ultimately led to his own downfall. They had shown him no gratitude, instead conspiring against him while cloaked in his trust. He envisioned himself, subdued by the palace guards upon the dragon throne, bowing to that child, while Yu Xiu dallied with her lover in the palace. Everything aligned with what Yu Er had previously foretold. Setting aside the humiliation, the most absurd revelation was that he had discovered himself to be a mere character within a book. The emperor could scarcely believe his eyes. Not only was he a character, but the heroine was none other than the distraught Yu Pin before him, while the male lead was not himself. Did she deserve such a role? He was relegated to a supporting character, a stepping stone for their family to ascend to power. Even in death, another man had usurped his place as the true sovereign, as the crown prince had been but a child at that time. If Shen Wenyu were to hear this, she would be utterly astounded, having mistakenly believed her father to be the protagonist all along. It was no wonder that it seemed implausible for the heroine to betray the hero. Yet, it was perhaps for the best that she remained unaware, otherwise she might find herself racking her brains over the true identity of the male lead. The burden of this conundrum would rest solely upon the emperor, oblivious to the man's visage, as he lacked any recollection of his appearance. At this juncture, he could not afford to dwell any longer on these thoughts, and thus resolved to put them aside. He was consumed by a sense of guilt, having previously derided the dilapidated state of the realm his father had bequeathed him, lamenting the numerous hidden dangers it harbored. Yet, in an ironic twist of fate, it was he who ultimately brought ruin upon the Shen family's legacy. In the emperor's eyes as a sovereign, he was meant to be the most exalted individual in the realm. However, the recent recollection struck him like a slap across the face. This world was but a narrative, and he was not its protagonist. The realization was almost unbearable. The reason he came to understand this was due to the various evaluations he witnessed after his demise, awakening him to the truth. After swiftly processing this information, the emperor opened his eyes and lifted his head, his demeanor towards the concubine growing increasingly hostile. He was determined to eliminate this menace. Observing her weeping pitifully, he felt no trace of sympathy, only a flicker of relief. Had it not been for Yuer's rebirth, he might still be ensnared in ignorance, foolishly believing the concubine. He was uncertain about the cause of this memory's emergence, but a vague understanding began to dawn upon him. If everything unfolded as scripted in the narrative, he would never have acquired such knowledge. Since you claim your brother is innocent, the emperor sneered, Su Xuanfu, go and inquire of concubine about the misdeeds of her brother.
Susumfu post momentarily.
Meeting the deranged expression of concubine and inwardly sighed. Why was it always him? He genuinely feared that the madwoman might tear him apart. Cautiously, he took a small step back. The imperial edict was not to be defied, since the emperor was unwilling to converse with her. It fell upon him to relay the news. He shook his sleeves and began recounting the offenses committed by Yu Songyun. However, one can never awaken a person feigning sleep. In Yu Shiyu's mind, these were merely schemes designed to harm her family, driven by jealousy towards her brother. Such foolish words made Yu Zhizong unable to suppress a frown. He regretted having lavished affection on his only daughter, allowing her to enter the palace as she wished.
Now,
this foolish girl was threatening to drag the entire Yu family down with her. He glared at Yu Shiyu and spoke in a hushed tone. Silence. Yu Shiyu, her eyes brimming with tears, turned to look at her father in disbelief. She had never heard him address her in such a manner, and her face became a canvas for her tears. Yet, in Yu Zhizong's eyes, while he indulged his daughter in her youth, at such a critical juncture, family and status were of paramount importance. Gazing at the emperor's cold, detached visage, he felt a jolt of fear and instinctively pressed his daughter down to kneel on the ground, joining her in supplication. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Shiyu has been spoiled by me since childhood. Our family has no objection to the sentencing of Songyun.
Dad.
Yu Shiyu realized that her father was willing to abandon her elder brother. At that moment, she felt as though the ground beneath her was crumbling. She understood the significance of her brother to her father. After all, he was the legitimate heir, chosen to inherit the family legacy. But if he were to be forsaken in such a manner, she trembled as she looked towards the emperor, and upon witnessing the murderous intent in his eyes, she comprehended that the emperor intended to strike at the Yu family. Although the emperor's heart still simmered with rage at their display, he quickly regained his composure. Let it be known, concubine Yu has behaved improperly before the court, displaying madness unbefitting of a palace representative. She is hereby demoted to a commoner and cast into the cold palace. Father, you are, my God. Ah, such a swift and decisive course of action. Truly befitting an emperor.
Love you, moi.
Initially, the emperor had contemplated finding fault with her, but he was taken aback when she rushed into his presence upon hearing the news. The entire harem undoubtedly noticed her disheveled appearance, presenting a legitimate opportunity to deal with her. This marked her second time being cast into the cold palace. Concubine Yu collapsed to the ground, yet deep down, she understood that this time was different from the last. It was then she realized that the Yu family was her true support, not the emperor's favor. As the eunuchs dragged her away, she couldn't help but recall the Defei. When the new concubine entered the palace, she had visited the Defei, intending to provoke her, only to find her in a state of asceticism, seemingly detached from worldly desires. At the time, she had looked down upon her, believing that the Defei had lost her ambition by willingly residing in the cold palace. Now, however, she was engulfed by a sense of dread. The Defei thrived in the cold palace, largely due to the closeness she shared with the crown prince. The emperor, unwilling to place the crown prince in a difficult position, simply allowed him to remain in the palace. Although she had a seventh princess, the bond between them was tenuous. Recalling the expression on her daughter's face as she had rushed out, Concubine Yu felt an inexplicable sense that if she were to enter the cold palace, she would not be greatly saddened. If that were the case, would the emperor still wish to keep her? A discarded concubine, devoid of familial protection and children's affection. Perishing in the cold palace would be a natural occurrence, as countless palace women had quietly passed away throughout history. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed up at the azure sky above the forbidden city, finding it absurd that after years of languishing in the palace, she finally recognized that her true support lay not in the emperor's affection but in her family and the daughter she had never truly valued. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, that child was the emperor's flesh and blood. With this thought, she suddenly broke free from the grasp of the nearby eunuch. Kneeling before the emperor and fervently bowing her head, striking the ground with such force that it left red marks. I beseech your majesty for mercy. Allow me but one last glimpse of the seventh princess. How dare you? You never treated her well, and now you suddenly remember her? I could just die from your hypocrisy. My poor little Chi, your majesty would choose another foster mother for her with eyes closed. And it would be better than you. Since the last palace banquet, the emperor had dispatched individuals to guard the seventh princess, and thus he was acutely aware of the relationship between the mother and daughter. The reports from those entrusted with the seventh princess's safety had accumulated to no less than 10 times. And he had no desire for her to meet this venomous woman even once. Chapter 90. Double Happiness. However, the emperor was plagued by an ominous premonition due to the sudden memories that had surfaced, fearing that the events from his recollections might repeat themselves. To eliminate future threats, he contemplated quietly ending her life while she resided in the cold palace. After all, once the Yu family fell, no one would care about the fate of a concubine in the cold palace. Although the seventh princess was still young, she had begun to form memories, and he felt she might still harbor some expectations towards her birth mother. If he denied them the opportunity to meet and separated them, she might harbor resentment in the future. With this in mind, he averted his gaze. Once you are settled in the cold palace, I shall inquire whether the seventh princess wishes to see you one last time. Watching his sister being dragged away, Yu Kanwu felt a chilling sensation, akin to the teeth chattering when the lips have perished. Although he did not share a strong bond with her, witnessing the emperor convict her based on a minor transgression and recalling his previous mistreatment of the second prince made him wish he could turn back time and slap himself. How could you be so audacious? Do you have 9 lives or something? When the unwitting Yu Shiyu was taken away, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, a palpable tension rendering the remaining individuals hesitant to move, as if they wished to bury themselves and enter a long slumber. Zhou Jin felt the emperor's gaze upon him, one that seemed laden with significance. Although he usually wielded his status to act arrogantly, he was by no means foolish. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lead the Zhou family to its current standing. In light of the earlier punishment meted out to Yu Shiyu, he quickly grasped the underlying meaning behind the emperor's look. Since execution is not imminent, it implies there remains a glimmer of opportunity for negotiation. Throughout history, numerous instances exist of individuals who have transitioned from the cold palace back into the emperor's favor. The emperor's intent might be to present them with a choice: either acknowledge their guilt and implicate the Yu family, or return home to await their doom. It is no surprise that the seasoned official Zhou Jin has grasped the emperor's intentions with remarkable accuracy. He lifted his gown once more, kneeling heavily on the ground to prostrate himself, not forgetting to drag his second son down to kneel beside him. Your Majesty, I implore you to show mercy. The disgraceful conduct at the Guozijian is solely the fault of this rebellious son, and a reflection of my inadequate parenting. I humbly request to resign from my official duties. This statement unmistakably accepts the blame. The emperor responded with a look of approval. Zhou Jin, possessing a modicum of insight, demonstrated why the previous emperor had favored him. This tactic of retreating to advance, while appearing to accept punishment and relinquish his position, actually reveals the profound connections of noble families, with many members serving in the court. The absence of Zhou Jin would not strike at the very foundation. Upon receiving the emperor's approving glance, Zhou Jin knew he had made the right move and exhaled in relief, continuing, however, although my son is mischievous, He would not stoop so low as to commit such acts within the sacred halls of learning. Surely, he has been incited by others. I beseech your majesty to uphold justice for us. This unequivocally pointed the finger at the Yu family, suggesting that it was their son whose actions had enticed his own son into misbehavior. Zhou Jisong, witnessing Zhou Jin's sudden defection, nearly gasped for breath. The very fact that his daughter had been taken away before him was already distressing, although she held no official rank. She was still the beloved child he had cherished for years. Losing a cherished pet to theft would elicit a degree of sorrow. Yet, at this critical juncture, the man was secretly aligning himself with the emperor. Is it any wonder that daughters resemble their fathers? When tempers flared, their recklessness mirrored each other precisely. Zhou Jisong found himself in a heated debate with Zhou Jin right before the emperor. But Zhou Changyan, despite his usual disinterest in affairs of men, possessed a modicum of cleverness. Observing his father's demeanor, he instinctively echoed his father's words, "Your Majesty, please see clearly. Today's events are entirely due to Yu Tsongwu's coercion. We hesitated to speak the truth earlier because the Yu family exerted their influence over us. If we disclose this matter, it would expose the equivalence of our family's standings in the capital." For a moment, Zhou Changyan was at a loss for what further threats might be directed at him. After a brief silence, he caught his father's glare and reluctantly swallowed his words, stammering, "It is true. They are spreading rumors about me, claiming that I am to be ruined."
Ah?
Are you implying this or that?
Please clarify.
Is it true? You two don't actually have a relationship, do you?
Ah? So you are the one beneath.
The emperor fell silent, perplexed as to why his daughter would be so well informed about such matters. Yet, he was convinced it was not her fault. Someone must have been whispering in her ear. His gaze turned to the second prince. Since it was he who had devised this scheme, could it not be that he was the true mastermind? The emperor believed he had identified the genuine instigator and shot a fierce glare at his second son, preparing to assign him additional studies to rectify his corrupt disposition with virtuous teachings. However, the pressing concern remained the current situation. With Zhou's family providing him an opportunity to step down, he would naturally seize it. I shall certainly investigate this matter. How outrageous. How could anyone dare to threaten within the emperor's presence? The second prince immediately sprang forth to champion the cause of the unfortunate Zhou Ergongzi. Even Yu Jisong could not help but glance at his own son. Though he harbored doubts about his son's orientation, the method of intimidation indeed bore striking similarities to his usual conduct. He cast his son a knowing look. If you truly did this, it would be best for you to admit it. I, your father, am innocent. Yu Kanwu blinked his small, pudgy eyes innocently in response. Forget it. It's hopeless. Let it all perish. Ultimately, under the victim's tearful accusations, Yu Kanwu inexplicably bore the blame for coercing his classmate into inappropriate conduct at the Guozijian. Although both were expelled from the institution as punishment, Yu Kanwu faced further consequences, being sentenced to several months in prison by the emperor. It is often said that comparison breeds happiness. In this moment, Zhou Changyan found himself experiencing a rare joy of bountiful harvest. Compared to the unfortunate fellow beside him, he felt extraordinarily fortunate. He didn't even need to attend school anymore, and he bore the confidence of one who had emerged unscathed. It was truly a double blessing. Chapter 91. Just a man. He even felt a peculiar sense of gratitude towards the emperor, for had the emperor not chosen the Zhou family, he might have been the one destined for incarceration, entirely forgetting that he had been wronged from the beginning. Were it not for the emperor's insistence on stirring the waters, he would not have faced punishment at all. Shen Wenyu observed the genuine smile radiating from his face, momentarily taken aback. Why are you so happy after being expelled? Have you known all along that your scholarly pursuits have never met the mark, having spent 20 years at the Guozijian without success? Upon reflection, if you exert yourself, you may even outlast your father on the throne. The emperor pondered whether to lament Zhou Changyan's academic failures or his own inadequacies as a ruler. The news of Yu Shiyu's return to the cold palace quickly spread throughout the entire harem. Within the side hall of Yongshou Palace, Wu Yu felt that this was the most splendid news she had heard since entering the palace. Naturally vivacious, upon receiving such delightful tidings, she could hardly contain her excitement, pacing back and forth within the hall. Your scheme is truly remarkable. I once thought that with her temperament, her family must be utterly exasperated with Yu Shiyu. Who would have guessed she cared so deeply for her brother? Upon hearing the news, she dashed straight to the emperor. I wonder if he was startled by her presence. She, of course, had no concern for the emperor's sentiments. Rather, she felt a twinge of resentment towards him. Since her arrival in the palace, nearly a month ago, The emperor had not summoned any of the new concubines, spending all his time in Yonghe Palace. She could not fathom what allure lay within, as it seemed impenetrable, with all news kept tightly sealed, making it impossible to infiltrate with spies. Indeed, it was likely because her brother treated her exceptionally well. Yin Wanxian managed to muster a faint smile. Even someone like Yu Shiyu could have such a wonderful brother, while she had none. Nonetheless, with the main palace devoid of a primary consort, the two of them would undoubtedly find their lives considerably easier, no longer needing to navigate the whims of others. With a smile, she remarked, "I wonder who will take care of the seventh princess." Wu Yu, unconcerned, replied, "In any case, it won't be us. Why are you not the least bit anxious? Let us not forget the reasons we entered the palace. If we fail to bear a son or daughter, we shall be doomed. Why the rush?" Yin Wanxian sighed, perplexed as to why her lord had paired her with someone so impatient. Their personalities clashed, often leading to misunderstandings in communication. In her view, she would prefer the sixth princess. At least she received compliments on her beauty every day, providing some respite from the melancholy of the palace. Did we not devise a plan? We shall start with the sixth princess. Wu Yue found herself perplexed by the depth of her concern for the sixth princess. Sixth princess, you incessantly speak of taking action against her. Despite your prolonged acquaintance, there has been little progress. In my opinion, we should explore the Yangxin Palace more often. Perhaps the emperor will succumb to temptation, she mused. Both she and Yin Wanxian were unparalleled beauties, and Wu Yue believed she could rival the favored Huichen, especially since the latter had already borne a child and was no match for the youthful allure of a maiden. Wu Yue felt she had a fair chance. Each day, she found herself in this predicament, either lamenting the slow pace of Yin Wanxian's plans or questioning her loyalty to their master. Yin Wanxian, in turn, felt a growing impatience. Since you possess a superior suggestion, why not put it to the test? Wu Yue's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Initially, she had been instructed by their master to closely follow Yin Wanxian's directives. However, she deemed the latter's nature too sluggish. Waiting for her schemes to bear fruit could very well result in their demise within the palace walls. A hint of disdain flickered in her heart. After all, was he not merely an emperor? What man in this world could resist the allure of beauty? Furthermore, her desires were not for favor. If the emperor were to favor her even once, she was confident in her ability to administer that wondrous potion upon him. If she succeeded before Yin Wanxian, surely their master would reconsider the hierarchy of their relationship, and perhaps she would no longer have to remain in the shadows.
Give me that potion.
What potion? Yin Wanxian furrowed her brow, recalling the various rare elixirs they had brought from the western regions. Surely, it is the one that grants favor and fertility. This formula was discovered within a small tribe in the west, rumored to ensure a male heir if consumed, and one managed to conceive within 3 months, thereby enhancing the probability of pregnancy. Wu Yue's thoughts were consumed by the prospect. If she could bear a son for the emperor, half of their master's scheme would be accomplished. Once the child matured, they could effortlessly seize the vast empire of Daxia without shedding a drop of blood. She did not believe the current emperor would bequeath his empire to his 3 sons, all of whom were quite advanced in age. Surely, he would not wish to pass his throne to his offspring before he had fully enjoyed it himself. I am convinced my plan is far superior to yours. Absolutely not. While Wu Yue daydreamed, Yin Wanxian swiftly dismissed her. The ingredients for that potion are exceedingly rare. Let us not forget, we only brought 2 doses. If you use one now and fail to gain favor, what will you do then? Wu Yue was taken aback by her unreasonable stance. What? Even though he is an emperor, he is still merely a man. What man does not crave beauty? Have you forgotten how your mother was renowned for her beauty? Did your father not? She uttered those 2 words, and the woman's expression darkened instantaneously, the warmth in her demeanor vanishing. Realizing she had struck a nerve, Wu Yue fell silent, muttering, "All right, I understand. No need to look at me like that. It's unnerving. I acknowledge my error. I shall refrain from mentioning him henceforth." Yin Wanxian was too weary to engage further, simply waving her hand dismissively. "If you wish to entice the emperor, I bear no objections, but do not involve me. I will not part with that potion now. If you manage to gain favor, I shall grant it to you." Wu Yue feigned compliance, yet internally, she was brimming with eagerness. She knew the location of the potion, having glimpsed it during a furtive moment. If she could pilfer it, she could achieve remarkable success on her own. Over the past few days, while attending to the Empress, she had meticulously observed Huichun's appearance, analyzing her makeup. Surely, if she replicated a similar look, the emperor would inevitably favor her. In the everlasting longevity palace, Chunyu learned of Yu Shiyu's banishment to the cold palace and was torn between sorrow and joy, with a hint of melancholy. She applied medicine to the seventh princess's face, sighing, "Though she treated you poorly, she is still your birth mother. If the emperor were to find you a foster mother, who knows how much hardship you might endure." Yet she could not help but fantasize princess. If the emperor were to arrange for the empress to be your mother, you would instantly become a legitimate princess, would you not? The empress has no children of her own. If our princess were to be raised under her care, she would surely have more confidence when marrying. If the empress remains childless, she might even come to regard our princess as her own. Stop dreaming. Despite the medicinal wine applied to her skin, the seventh princess displayed no sign of pain and interrupted. Such fortunate circumstances are unlikely. Moreover, the empress surely desires a child of her own. How could she possibly accept me? There was an unvoiced sentiment within her. She was reluctant to be adopted by the empress. If she were to become the legitimate princess, what of her sister? Would her sister distance herself from her due to the change in status? Even though the seventh princess knew Shen Wenyu was not of such nature, she could not help but ponder this possibility. The more she cherished her sister, the more she feared the loss. She wished to avoid even the slightest risk. Just then, the sharp voice of the eunuch called out, "The emperor has arrived." Chunyu was startled by the announcement and immediately jumped off the princess's bed, realizing that she had inadvertently positioned herself half-kneeling upon it while applying medicine. The gentle-natured princess did not hold it against her, but Chunyu could not forget her manners, especially since the current emperor was one who valued decorum. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, and the scene went unnoticed by the emperor. "Your humble servant pays respects to his majesty." The seventh princess echoed, "Father." The emperor, having caught a whiff of the medicinal aroma, frowned as he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Yu Shiyu and had not yet inquired about what had transpired with his daughter. The scent prompted him to question, "As a princess, why are your attendants negligent? How did you sustain such grievous injuries?" The medicinal wine had obscured any fingerprints, leaving the emperor unable to discern the source of the injury. Typically, one would not suspect that a mother could inflict such harm upon her own child. The seventh princess shook her head. "Father, it was not Chunyu's fault. It was my mother's doing." "Your mother? You mean Yu Shiyu?" Although he had heard from the palace attendants that Yu Shiyu was not kind to the child, he had not anticipated that she could be so cruel to her own flesh and blood. The emperor's expression darkened. He initially thought to reassure her that it was of no consequence since her birth mother had been sent to the cold palace, and she would never have to see her again. If necessary, he could even turn a blind eye and allow her to retaliate. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the child still held affection for her mother, such words might wound her heart. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "If I were to punish your mother for this, how would you feel?" Chunyu was taken aback. Was the emperor testing the seventh princess's filial piety? It was often said that filial piety was paramount among virtues, and the palace instilled in the princesses the importance of valuing their parents. She discreetly tugged at the seventh princess's sleeve, urging her to temper her emotions, even if she harbored resentment toward Yu Shiyu. Yet the seventh princess understood that since her father had already banished her mother to the cold palace, he would not alter his judgment based on her words. His question undoubtedly had its purpose. Thus, she decided to speak frankly. "Mother." Then she remembered that her birth mother was no longer a concubine and promptly corrected herself. "Yushuren has always been harsh toward Yenner. If I fail to practice my dance to her satisfaction, she would deny me food. If I do not perfect my calligraphy, I am made to practice late into the night. If father does not visit the palace, she would unleash her anger upon Yenner." In truth, the emperor had already received reports regarding these matters from the palace attendants, and upon hearing the news, he had instructed them to care for the child diligently. However, to hear such words directly from the person involved is indeed quite shocking. It is often said that even the fiercest of tigers will not harm their own offspring. So how could Yu Shiyu bring such malice upon her own child? Should the emperor choose to punish Yushuren for this, Yenner would have no objections whatsoever. Chunyu listened in trepidation, fearing that the emperor might become angered with the princess due to this matter. With her birth mother already relegated to the cold palace, what would become of the princess if the emperor were to express further displeasure? To her astonishment, however, the emperor merely acknowledged her words and replied, "If that is the case, I shall feel at ease. Your birth mother certainly deserves her punishment, yet she had requested to see you before her confinement. I thought it prudent to inquire your feelings on this matter. Would you be willing?" This revelation took the seventh princess by surprise. She had not anticipated that Yu Shiyu would still think of her at such a moment. Yet, she felt a sense of derision within herself. What further designs could she have for me? Was she attempting to exploit my sympathy or our shared bloodline to manipulate me into pleading on her behalf? How naive she must be. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, she ultimately acquiesced. For she too was curious as to why her mother could be so ruthless towards her. Most concubines in the palace yearn for a son, not out of genuine affection but for the sake of having someone to rely on in their old age. If they could attain honor and be granted fiefs alongside their children, that would be considered a splendid outcome. Yet, despite this, a daughter is still a piece of flesh that has fallen from one's body. Even Yepin, who had gone to great lengths to bear a son, showed some degree of favoritism towards the eldest princess. No matter how mature she might seem, she was still merely a 5-year-old child. At this thought, her spirits inevitably sank. Familial love in this world is so fickle, wavering despite one's firm resolve to no longer care. The emperor, observing his daughter's demeanor, felt a pang of discomfort himself. Realizing he had previously overlooked the fates of his daughters, he was aware of the rumors circulating within the palace about his preference for sons over daughters, that he cared only for princes and neglected princesses. Yet, all of them were his children. How could he truly feel any distinction? Perhaps he would worry about succession if all he had were daughters, but now that he had 3 sons, he felt no fear. If these 3 sons proved useless and could not inherit the throne, he could simply have them father more children. He did not believe that there would be no capable descendants among his grandchildren. The principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change held true. In the emperor's mind, the 3 sons had inexplicably become mere vessels for breeding, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Chapter 93, Honorary Professor of Male Virtue Academy. The emperor had long been uncertain about how to relate to these delicate princesses. The eldest princess possessed a rather peculiar temperament. Being his first daughter, he had intended to cherish her. After all, daughters are meant to be nurtured. She had been quite adorable in her youth. Yet he had become so engrossed in political struggles with his brothers that he missed the opportunity to cultivate a bond with her during her formative years. By the time she matured, it seemed her disposition had been warped by Nyepin, making her hesitant to openly express her desires. The emperor, naturally suspicious by nature, was not one to readily guess at others' motives. Thus, the bond between father and daughter had inevitably grown distant. As for the 7th princess, her mother, as a legitimate daughter of a Yu family, had initially been intended by the emperor not to conceive. If she were to bear a son, the Yu family would surely become a formidable force. However, in a moment of carelessness, after a night of intoxication spent in her palace, he forgot to provide her with the contraceptive potion. That single incident resulted in a child. Since the child had come to be, he could not allow her to terminate the pregnancy, and thus permitted her to give birth. Yet, Yuxi was known for her tendency to leverage her child for favor. The emperor feared that indulging her would lead to calamity, especially since the empress had no children, should Yuxiu use her child to provoke the empress. The inner palace would surely descend into chaos. Consequently, he feigned indifference towards children. Over time, consumed by state affairs and the need to nurture his 3 grown sons, his attention naturally drifted elsewhere. As for Shen Wenyu, a flicker of confusion washed over the emperor. Why had he neglected this child for so long? While it was understandable to be enamored with Huipin, this child was still his own. How could he have treated her as if she were someone he had no care for? Was I truly so unworthy? The emperor suddenly felt a wave of headache, as if recalling such matters was an arduous task. The 7th princess, noticing his sudden pallor and furrowed brow, although unaware of the cause, kindly suggested, "Father, if you are unwell, perhaps you should return early." Her words elicited a twinge of embarrassment within the emperor. He had genuinely intended to spend quality time with his child. Moreover, his recent interactions with Shen Wenyu had eased his previously overly cautious demeanor towards his daughters. Yet, given his current state, it was indeed unwise to linger. The essence of a middle-aged man's health consciousness surged within him, prompting him to offer a few hasty reassurances, promising to consult her on the choice of a foster mother before hastily departing to summon the Imperial physician. After the emperor's departure, Chunyu, puzzled, asked, "Princess, after such a long time, you finally had the chance to be alone with the emperor. Why did you send him away? If he did not wish to stay, why force him?" However, Chunyu, the 7th princess, called her name. For reasons unknown, despite standing before her was a mere 5-year-old child, Chunyu felt an inexplicable sense that this child had endured far more than her years suggested. "I understand your thoughts and know you are looking out for me. However, our elder sister has treated us so well, we cannot be ungrateful. Have you forgotten who allocated their share of utensils to us when we were lacking in the palace?" Chunyu had initially sought to justify her actions, insisting she did not wish for the princess to compete for the emperor's affection against the sixth princess. Yet, upon hearing this, she was taken aback. The imperial household had inexplicably denied their requests to exchange porcelain from Yongshou Palace. Yet Yu Xiyu was a restless one. She would smash things when displeased, ultimately using up the princess's share to barely adorn Yongshou Palace. Given this, the princess had lost the utensils she should have had. Originally, the princess intended to endure, believing that some utensils were merely for display. Yet it was the sixth princess who proactively used her own share to replenish what was missing, finally giving the princess's palace a somewhat presentable appearance. Reflecting on this, Chunyu felt a wave of shame wash over her, but she still struggled to voice. But the emperor is also your father. A father's love can be divided. It is not as if it is taken away. As she met the seventh princess's dark gaze, Chunyu found her voice dwindling. Chunyu, it is precisely because you are Chunyu that I am willing to converse further with you. The royal family places great importance on the bond between father and child. My grandfather did not favor my father. Did my father do anything wrong? It was merely that the favored concubine's son captured his heart. Over the years, I have encountered the emperor far more than my elder sister. Yet she enjoys his favor while I do not. It is simply a matter of lacking that father-daughter bond. With that, she lowered her voice further, saying, if you were to ask me to curry favor with the emperor, I would find it quite distasteful. Having avoided him until now, I cannot suddenly feign affection. Whatever his grievances may be, they are his own. I can no longer draw close to him, even with her boldness. Speaking ill of the emperor sent tremors through her heart. Yet, articulating such rebellious thoughts alleviated much of the confusion and grievance she had felt over the years. Chunyu, naturally, dared not criticize the emperor openly. Sensing the princess's mood, she knew that any further persuasion might provoke her ire, so she could only murmur, I shall refrain from speaking of this again, and you too should not mention it. I fear my head might roll for such words.
Good, Chunyu.
The seventh princess rose on her toes to touch her head, reflecting that, after all, she too was a princess. Given her father's disposition, he would undoubtedly treat his daughters with kindness. In the future, she would reside in her own princess palace, reveling in the luxuries of the capital. Why should she concern herself with trivial matters? Chunyu found it amusing that such a young child spoke with the gravitas of an adult, and couldn't help but laugh. When that time comes, the princess must take me along. I have yet to witness the splendor of a princess's residence. With this new anticipation, Chunyu's thoughts began to wander further. Our princess is so remarkable. I wonder whom the emperor will decree as your consort. I believe that no young lord would be worthy of you, and perhaps it would be better to keep a few male companions in the princess's palace for comfort. The seventh princess felt that Chunyu was thinking too far ahead and quietly interrupted. There was a princess who kept male companions in her residence, and due to the abundance of suitors, 2 of them fell in love and eloped. She certainly did not wish to be cuckolded by 2 individuals at once. Chunyu also recalled this incident, her voice filled with disdain. It is their honor to serve the princess as male companions. How dare they act in such a manner? A man who lacks self-respect is akin to spoiled cabbage. The emperor, overhearing this, coughed slightly, pondering whether he was suffering from a cold. Was he perhaps catching a chill? If Shen Wenyu were present, she would surely award this forward-thinking maid the honorary title of Professor of Male Ethics. Chapter 94, Unveiling. Huipin had been preoccupied with her daughter's first birthday celebration in recent days. The Empress, understanding her plight, graciously permitted her to forego the morning audience. However, she felt uneasy about leaving Huipin to single-handedly manage Yuer's birthday feast, as Huipin had previously held the status of a mere noblewoman and lacked experience in organizing banquets. In the Empress's view, this 6th birthday celebration was extraordinary and would be more judiciously managed by either her or the Empress Dowager. Yet, despite being her biological mother, Huipin's position was somewhat distant, and with the Emperor's orders, she refrained from intervening, instead allowing Huipin to focus solely on the banquet preparations. Nevertheless, Huipin was a stickler for propriety, or perhaps she simply did not want others to perceive her as dismissive of the rules. Thus, she naturally declined the Empress's consideration. Occasionally, during the morning audience, her mind would wander as she contemplated her upcoming tasks. It was only today that she noticed the familiar look on the face of the dark-skinned talent nearby. This dark-skinned talent, along with her chosen companions, generally maintained a quiet demeanor in the palace, seemingly uninterested in vying for favor. Although she occasionally saw them seeking Yuer, Huipin understood that her daughter had been reborn and possessed a psychological maturity beyond that of a mere 5-year-old child. Thus, as long as she did not voice her opinions, Huipin chose not to interfere in her social interactions. However, This newfound realization made her take note of the individual. Upon returning to the palace, as she compared the banquet dishes, she suddenly inquired, "Wanshu, have you noticed anything unusual about that dark-skinned talent lately?" Wanshu appeared puzzled, uncertain of what the lady meant by unusual. She racked her brain, trying to recall the dark-skinned talent's appearance. Could it be that she had recently looked somewhat haggard, with dark circles under her eyes that even her makeup failed to conceal? Huipin shook her head, aware of Wanshu's character. She merely sought to eliminate any incorrect assumptions. At that moment, Changshi, who had been quietly grinding ink, looked up and said, "In my humble opinion, that dark-skinned talentess makeup seems to bear some resemblance to the lady's." His words were like a wake-up call for Huipin, who finally recognized the peculiarity. Typically, her own makeup in the palace was quite understated, merely a light application of powder, as she believed her natural beauty required no embellishment. However, since her elevation to the rank of primary consort and with the arrival of a new consort in the palace, she wished to avoid appearing out of place. After all, a proper appearance was often a necessary reflection of status for a primary consort. Therefore, she would request the palace maids to apply more rouge during morning audiences. Yet, as she did not check her reflection beforehand, she was unaware of her own appearance. Today, however, upon this reminder, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror and indeed found that the dark-skinned talent bore a striking resemblance to her. While it remained uncertain whether this was mere coincidence, Huipin felt a twinge of discomfort. No one enjoys seeing another mimic them. A hint of irritation flickered in her eyes as she coldly addressed Changshi. "I remember you have extensive connections. Go find out from the servants around that dark-skinned talent if anything has been amiss with her lately." Changshi, even when given orders, exhibited no reluctance. On the contrary, he felt a surge of delight, recognizing this as a sign of the lady's intention to rely on him. He promptly replied, "I understand." He flashed a brief smile, revealing dimples at the corners of his mouth, his fair complexion radiating warmth. It was no wonder that people in the palace were drawn to converse with him. "I indeed have a familiar acquaintance among the servants of that dark-skinned talent. I even recommended her to stay close to the dark-skinned talent when the new consort entered the palace, thinking that with such a fortunate fate, she would surely rise to prominence." Upon hearing this, Huipin regarded him with renewed respect. Initially, she assumed he merely had some acquaintances for gathering information. She had not anticipated he possessed such abilities. In the palace, one could not fully trust what was spoken openly. The true intentions often lay hidden beneath the surface. Having navigated palace intrigues for some time, Huipin understood that Changshi's implication was that he had already placed an informant close to the dark-skinned talent when the new consort entered the palace, a feat not every young eunuch could achieve. Huipin bore no resentment toward him for not disclosing this earlier. Had she been in his position, she too would not have readily revealed her cards. It seemed he had sensed her intent to employ him more heavily, leading him to speak up now. She mused silently that appearances could be deceiving. This amiable Changshi was indeed shrewd. She cast a glance at Wanshu and sighed inwardly, accepting that perhaps a fool would find their fortune. Handle this matter well, and upon its successful completion, there shall be ample rewards for you here. It must be said that Changshi was indeed ambitious. The following morning, he relayed his findings to Huipin. "I heard from a fellow servant that the dark-skinned talent plans to impersonate you while you are busy to seduce the emperor." "Indeed." Upon seeing the dark-skinned talent today, Huipin observed that the resemblance was even more pronounced than the previous day. Though the spirited gleam in her eyes differed slightly from her own, she couldn't help but admire the impressive makeup skills of this individual. However, to usurp favor in such a distasteful manner at her expense was something Huipin would not allow. Yet, a trace of doubt lingered in her mind. Even if the dark-skinned talent succeeded in attracting the emperor's attention, how would she fare should Huipin become aware of her actions within the palace? Did she possess such confidence that a single encounter with the emperor would render him unable to forget her? Fortunately, Changshi was not one to keep secrets for long, and soon clarified her uncertainties. "My lady, I have heard that this dark-skinned talent possesses a miraculous herb brought into the palace. It is said that if the emperor were to favor her even once, she would be assured of bearing a child." Huipin understood, realizing that if this were true, if she were to become pregnant, it would complicate matters for her under the watchful eyes of the Empress Dowager. Moreover, if she were indeed with child, it would lend credence to the rumors of her fortunate fate. The world was still rife with superstition. If she could prove that this favorable fate was true, it would undoubtedly afford her greater protection both within and outside the court. Yet, was it possible for such a miraculous herb to exist? Even the esteemed empress could not procure such a remedy. Otherwise, why would she have suffered the anguish of childlessness for so long? Contemplating this, Huipin felt a stirring within her. If only the Empress were to learn of this news, not with the intention of plotting against her, but rather as a means of repaying the Empress for her kindness towards Yuer. An idea began to form in her mind. Changxi, come here. She beckoned Changxi to her side and whispered a few words to him. Chapter 95. The Unromantic. Is what you say true? Is there truly such a miraculous medicine in this world? The Empress's reaction upon hearing this news was in alignment with that of Consort Hui. She could not help but ponder, if this were indeed the case, what had been the purpose of all those bitter remedies and obscure prescriptions she had consumed? A smile unconsciously spread across Gontong's face. It is indeed true, Your Majesty. It was Su Zhongshi from the Ministry of Internal Affairs who mentioned it. She has always sought to curry favor with you, hasn't she? She told me that one of her apprentices has entered Lady Wu's palace and is held in high regard, which is how this news came to light. Naturally, she rushed to inform you.
Susansi?
The Empress had a vague recollection of this individual, remembering her to be quite accommodating. Although she harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Gontong's assertion of her motives, the long-awaited prospect of an imperial heir shattered her doubts, igniting a flicker of joy and anticipation within her. At worst, they could summon the imperial physician to ascertain whether the substance was toxic. Upon learning the reason for Lady Wu's use of this medicine, a surge of anger welled up within her. It was evident that Lady Wu sought to vie for favor. Having deliberately chosen this moment to do so, the Empress had grown accustomed to being concerned about Shen Wenyu, instinctively thinking that if such a scandal were to erupt during her birthday banquet, where the Emperor favored a woman resembling her own mother, how humiliating that would be. Her impatience toward Lady Wu intensified, rendering the idea of seizing her possessions all the more justified. After all, securing the remedy for herself was paramount. She had consumed countless strange herbs and remedies over the years, so what difference would one more make? Gontang, prepare me for my adornment. I shall confront Lady Wu. Gontang eagerly complied, almost yearning to whisk the Empress away to seize the medicine and swiftly bear a young master by the morrow. In the palace, autumn had cast a somber hue, even upon the Imperial garden. Yet, the craftsmanship of the artisans within the palace was undeniable, a grove of maple trees, ablaze with color in autumn, provided a breathtaking spectacle. Lady Wu had endured great hardship to discover that the Emperor had taken to visiting the maple grove lately. She had memorized numerous poems about maple leaves, preparing to engage him in conversation should he choose to speak with her. However, she had not anticipated that he would arrive accompanied by the sixth princess. Are you two conjoined twins? Observing the pair, it seemed that the princess was reluctant to be there, with the Emperor compelling her to accompany him. Wu Yu nearly gasped for breath. Having developed a fear of the sixth princess, who was as impervious as stone, smiling sweetly on the surface, but harboring a formidable psychological barrier, refusing to accept any gifts she had previously offered. Now, standing beside her, Wu Yu felt a twinge of hesitation, conscious of her own motives and appearance. After all, she still had her pride. Yet, thoughts of her parents confined in the kingdom of Zhou rekindled her resolve. The urgency of her current situation brooked no delay. The identity of Yin Wanqian's biological parents was noble, and she had willingly entered the service of the ruler, having grown up alongside him, which earned her considerable trust. Wu Yu, however, was in a different predicament. Her life and family were at the mercy of the ruler. Her parents had incurred substantial debts and, while relocating from the capital to their hometown, had unwittingly stumbled upon a clandestine meeting of the Shirshing Society, where they were captured as spies. They should have been executed on the spot, but the leader had been captivated by Wu Yu's beauty and, having been seduced by her, reported her to the head of the Shirshing Society, who was none other than the ruler she spoke of. Recognizing her allure, he took her family hostage in the kingdom of Zhou, compelling her to join Yin Wanxian in fulfilling his ambitions in the Daxia Empire. Their mission had two objectives: to bear a son and to weaken the Daxia Emperor through the secretive elixir of the western regions, creating an opportunity for them to support a young emperor's ascension. The Shirshing Society was deemed a rebel faction within Zhou, and even Wu Yu had initially believed they sought to usurp the Zhou throne. However, she soon realized their leader intended to lower the Daxia Empire's defenses while secretly undermining it. While her initial actions were born of coercion, her current resolve was laced with ambition. The debts her parents owed were no trifling matter, even if the plan succeeded and they released her family. The burden of such debts would likely prevent them from enjoying a peaceful life. Yet, should she gain the leader's trust and become a core member of the Shirshing Society, it would undoubtedly lead her family to wealth and prosperity. Moreover, should the future Daxia Emperor emerge from her womb, her status as his mother would naturally forge a closer bond, potentially elevating those around her as well. Wu Yu recognized that she was not particularly clever. Her only asset was her beauty. She was aware that her actions might be viewed unfavorably by others, especially by consort Hui, whom she secretly admired despite the latter's affable demeanor towards her. Nevertheless, her family's welfare transcended all else, followed closely by her own status. Matters of reputation and dignity paled in comparison to the imperative of survival. With this clarity, she steadied herself, donning a visage reminiscent of consort Hui as she approached the emperor and the sixth princess to pay her respects. However, it was worth noting that consort Hui typically adorned herself in a natural manner within the palace, reserving such elaborate displays for public audiences with the empress. Thus, the emperor had never witnessed consort Hui in such splendor before. Upon encountering Lady Wu, rather than being captivated by her beauty, he frowned, expressing his disdain. The floral adornment on your forehead is not befitting your rank. Speak. Did you bribe someone in the Ministry of Internal Affairs to acquire it? Or have you overstepped your boundaries? Wu Yu's lofty ambitions were abruptly shattered by this unromantic emperor, forced to choose between two accusations. Stunned, she knelt before him, her heart racing as her romantic fantasies and petty schemes evaporated, leaving her at a loss for words. Your Majesty, she stammered, struggling to articulate a defense, only to be cut off by the emperor's stern gaze, which deepened with displeasure. Stop stammering. Answer my question. Wu Yu closed her eyes, her mind racing. In moments of peril, her instincts kicked in, and she managed to respond, Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I recently entered the palace, and was unaware that this adornment was inappropriate for someone of my status. I merely asked Sister Yu, a commoner in the cold palace, to lend me some embellishments. She threw the commoner from the cold palace under the bus, knowing that the emperor was unlikely to believe a disreputable former consort. I only wished to adorn myself in harmony with the picturesque scenery of the Imperial garden today. Upon hearing the name of the commoner, the emperor's irritation grew, and as he processed her words, his frown deepened, as if he could crush a mosquito with it. It does not match at all. The emperor remained utterly unmoved by the pale visage of the beauty kneeling before him, dismissively questioning her worth in comparison to others, particularly the likes of Feng Yi. He was well aware that, even during the Empress Dowager's moments of vanity, he could retort with a sharpness that often led to his rebuke as an unfilial son. Su Xuanfu, he commanded, bring Lady Wu back to the Yongshou Palace for some deep reflection. Additionally, summon a reputable matron to instill in her the proper decorum, lest she remain ignorant of the palace's rules. I do not wish to witness such errors repeated within these walls. Lady Wu's excuse for her actions was rather astute, for she had been chosen from the commoners and personally appointed by the Empress Dowager, thus lacking the guidance typically afforded to other ladies of the court. Moreover, given that Yu Shiyu was not particularly clever, it was reasonable for her to lead a lower-ranking concubine astray. The emperor found merit in this rationale. As Su Xuanfu acknowledged the command and prepared to escort Lady Wu away, he was interrupted by the voice of the empress. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty. Mother, what brings you here? Shen Wenyu, who had been watching the scene unfold from behind the emperor, peeked out to greet the empress, causing Lady Wu, who had just been assisted to her feet by a palace maid, to stumble and fall once more. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty, the empress. Lady Wu exclaimed, wincing at the pain in her knee. Amidst her misfortune, she felt a sense of dread. It seemed she had angered the two most powerful figures in the palace simultaneously. Had she somehow offended the heavens? As if she had burned down a garden in her past life? The empress stepped forward to assist Shen Wenyu, taking note of the peculiar situation. It was evident that Lady Wu's intentions had backfired, leading to her punishment instead. A sense of relief washed over the empress, for she had feared that the emperor might have developed an interest in Lady Wu before her arrival, complicating her own efforts to claim his favor. She gently squeezed Shen Wenyu's hand, seeking reassurance, and inquired, It seems I have interrupted a private moment. The emperor shook his head, always respectful of his wife in public, leading her into a pavilion while leaving Lady Wu kneeling outside. Zidong, you arrived at the perfect moment. I have matters to discuss with you. The empress was perplexed, wondering how this could possibly relate to her. Surely, the issue of Lady Wu's attempted seduction did not fall within her purview. The emperor gestured towards Lady Wu. Do you notice anything unusual about her countenance? The empress, ever attuned to the emperor's emphasis on decorum, immediately recognized a breach of propriety in Lady Wu's appearance. But this adornment, she began, recalling a prior conversation with Gontang, and continued, Your Majesty, do you not find that Lady Wu bears a striking resemblance to one of the concubines in the palace? The emperor looked at her in confusion. Is she not merely another with red lips and pale skin? What sets her apart? His bewilderment was palpable, as he had never considered aesthetics a subject of importance. However, Shen Wenyu, having observed closely, discerned a hint of truth in the Empress's words.
Ah,
Why does she appear so similar to Mother? Similar to Huipin? The Emperor was taken aback. He squinted at Lady Wu, unable to find any resemblance. A cold scoff escaped him. Yuan was still a child, lacking an understanding of beauty. He believed Huipin to be unique in her own right. Yet, as the Empress and Yuan both echoed the same sentiment, a seed of doubt began to germinate within him. Meanwhile, Lady Wu, under the scrutiny of their gazes, felt increasingly anxious. She was but a common merchant's daughter, ill-equipped to withstand the pressure of such formidable figures, though, admittedly, one of them could easily be disregarded. Fortuitously, her kneeling position spared her from the need to stand, as her legs threatened to buckle under the weight of their scrutiny. The Emperor, observing her trembling form, realized that she had indeed imitated Huipin's style. He understood that his recent favoritism towards Huipin had stirred envy among certain courtiers, and his tone grew decidedly frosty. I shall grant you one final chance to speak the truth. Did you model your appearance after Huipin? Understanding the gravity of the Emperor's gaze upon the maidservants around her, Lady Wu comprehended that the implication was clear. Should she withhold the truth, the maidservants would face dire consequences. Although she had been lulled into believing in their loyalty, they were still relative strangers to her. In a hushed tone, she confessed, "It is true, Your Majesty. I have long admired Lady Huipin's grace, believing her to be like a celestial being. I merely wished for a semblance of her beauty, and I thought that would suffice." As she spoke, she discreetly pinched her own flesh, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing almost contrite. Yet, her inability to convincingly feign innocence, coupled with her flamboyant makeup, created a jarring dissonance in her demeanor. "Enough, take her away. This display is unbecoming," Shen Wenyu remarked, her chin resting upon her palm, indifferent to the spectacle. The Empress was taken aback by her daughter's bluntness, hastily adjusting her expression to avoid disapproval. As she aged, the lines on her face had become more pronounced, prompting her to be increasingly mindful of her appearance, especially when compared to the youthful beauty before her. However, a warm little head nuzzled against her. "Mother is still the most beautiful." The Empress found it remarkable. As the Empress, she was often showered with flattery from countless courtiers. Yet she felt that Yuan's praise carried an authenticity that resonated deeply with her. Gently, the Empress caressed Yuan's head within the folds of her sleeves, ensuring that no one else perceived her tender gesture. The Emperor, still watching Lady Wu kneeling in disgrace, silently agreed with his daughter's sentiment. In truth, imitating the attire of others within the palace could be a trivial matter. After all, there were no copyright laws in ancient times, and beauty itself was a trend. Yet, to mimic Huipin at this juncture, especially given the recent events surrounding Shen Wenyu, stirred a protective instinct within the Emperor. He was inherently defensive of those he cherished, and seeing someone attempt to replicate Huipin's likeness sparked irritation within him. Had he engaged in conversation with Lady Wu today, it might have led to gossip among the court. And by the next day, rumors of Huipin's fall from grace would circulate within the palace. Thus, Lady Wu was destined for severe punishment. However, before the Emperor could formulate a decisive course of action, the Empress interjected, "Your Majesty, the breach of decorum by a concubine is ultimately my responsibility. Please allow me to handle this matter." The Emperor had no intention of reprimanding the Empress. She had always managed palace affairs with great adeptness, and her offer to take charge of the situation was welcomed. However, as he pondered, he considered that this matter was indeed related to Huipin, and perhaps it would be best for her to handle it personally. Yet he quickly recalled that Huipin was merely a concubine, still far from holding the authority to deal with other concubines. Her rank was too low. It was quite astonishing that the Emperor, who was usually so frugal with titles and believed that every expense in the harem should be minimized, would entertain such a thought. This revealed the dual standards of humanity. Someone who typically valued rules would, when it came to those they cared for, not focus on the impropriety of the situation but instead ponder how to elevate the other's status in order to facilitate the matter. He contemplated promoting Huipin, feeling that those audacious enough to imitate her openly and flaunt their behavior before her, seeking to gain favor through her name, surely did so because they perceived her gentle nature and lowly rank as advantageous. Otherwise, in contrast to the likes of the once regal De Fei and the fiercely proud Yupin, who now languished in the cold palace, neither would dare provoke the former due to her elevated status, nor the latter because of her fiery temperament. His heart favored the gentle beauty akin to those from Jiangnan. Naturally, he would not wish for Huipin to alter her inherent character. Instead, He merely desired to bolster her prestige, ensuring that others would recognize her worth, thereby deterring any further harassment towards her. As he entertained these thoughts, he felt a sense of self-importance. Believing he had accomplished something commendable and thinking that even if Huipin were to learn of today's events, she would hold no resentment towards him. Thus, he acquiesced to the Empress's wishes. Since you are so intent, I entrust this matter to you. It must be resolved satisfactorily. I do not wish to witness such occurrences again. This servant understands. Wenyu knelt below, trembling. Strangely, one would think that having the Empress handle the situation would be far gentler than the Emperor's intervention, which should have been a positive development. Yet she felt as though the Empress's gaze could devour her whole. After all, she had not provoked the Empress. An ominous feeling crept into her heart, prompting her to cast a desperate glance towards Shen Wenyu, hoping that being merely a 5-year-old child, she might plead for her. However, it was evident that her hopes were misplaced. Shen Wenyu understood all too well that if this matter were not dealt with severely, more individuals would undoubtedly emulate her mother's style, leading to a situation where everyone looked the same, which would be utterly repugnant. Although she had a certain compassion for beauties, it was predicated on the condition that they did not bring misfortune upon themselves. Ultimately, Wenyu was taken away by the palace attendants under the Empress's command, while Shen Wenyu was entrusted to a maid and taken back to Yonghe Palace. If your mother inquires, speak to her honestly, ensuring she does not become too upset. The Empress will manage this matter well. Father wishes to discuss some matters with grandmother. May I return for now?
Wenyu understands.
What an oddity. Why must father discuss something with grandmother that I cannot hear? Could it be that he intends to speak ill of me? The Emperor remarked. Whose child is this? Hurry, and take her away. Within Sinang Palace, he and Mama stood by, pouring tea, the fragrant aroma quickly enveloping the entire palace. Your Majesty, this is the tea presented to the Empress Dowager by Prince Heng. She has yet to taste it. You have arrived just in time to enjoy the first sip. Prince Heng claims it is exquisite Westlake Longjing. Upon hearing that it was a gift from his most indulgent brother, the Emperor immediately recognized it as something of great quality, even surpassing his own offering to the Empress Dowager. He showed no reluctance and drank it all in one go, causing the Empress Dowager to frown slightly. It is not that I wish to criticize you, but you are quite grown. How can you be so reckless while drinking tea? The Emperor smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that if he were to voice the following words, she might consider him even more reckless. He signaled to Su Xuanfu, who promptly ordered the other palace attendants to leave. The Emperor then called him back, instructing him to stay. Su Xuanfu's face lit up with joy at being favored by the Emperor, clearly believing his presence was indispensable. Observing this, the Empress Dowager understood it was not a grave matter and did not rush to send he and Mama away, since the Emperor had said nothing more. She allowed her to remain. Thus, the vast Sinang Palace was left with only the 4 of them, master and servants. Su Xuanfu and he exchanged glances, suddenly filled with an exhilarating sense of anticipation for some significant revelation. Speak, what is it? The Emperor deliberated before speaking. I am considering promoting Huipin's rank. As soon as the words left his lips, the room fell into a profound silence. Su Xuanfu pinched himself fiercely beneath his sleeve, feeling the pain before realizing he had not misheard. The Emperor was indeed referring to Huipin, was he not? Su Xuanfu could not help but smile ruefully to himself, thinking that the Emperor might as well have dismissed him earlier. If memory served him correctly, Huipin had only been elevated to her concubine status a little over a month ago. It had barely been a short while, and now she was to ascend once more. One must remember that even the favored concubines during the late Emperor's reign had to endure 2 or 3 years before being promoted to the rank of a consort. Moreover, recalling the events during the late Emperor's time, he was hesitant to gauge the Empress Dowager's reaction. In the thick silence, the Empress Dowager slowly lowered her hand, which had been holding the teacup. She lifted her eyes to gaze upon her son across from her. The Emperor bore a striking resemblance to his father. It was instantly apparent that they were related. In a moment of reverie, the Empress Dowager perceived the shadow of the late Emperor, still in the prime of his life, sitting before her, nervously broaching the subject. Mother, I wish to promote the favored consort's rank. The Empress Dowager vividly recalled her confusion and anger at that time. Elevating a favored consort to a higher rank meant promoting her to the position of Imperial consort. Though the position of Imperial consort had been passed down from the previous dynasty, it was not conferred lightly. Such a title would only be bestowed upon the death of the Empress, or if the position became vacant, occasionally bestowing the rank of Imperial consort to manage palace affairs, thus making it equivalent to a deputy Empress. The distinction between this and the rank of favored consort was vast, and here she was, still firmly seated in her position as empress. How could he even contemplate elevating that woman? How was she to maintain her dignity within the palace? She remembered feeling utterly disillusioned with her husband at that moment. Hearing those words stirred no sorrow within her, only a sense of impending loss of her power. Reflecting on the years of conflict with the favored consort before the late emperor's passing, the Empress Dowager felt a lingering apprehension. It was precisely because she had suffered at the hands of the favored consort that she understood how vital imperial favor was for women in the harem. Thus, she had always been dissatisfied with the emperor's preferential treatment towards a single woman. She had previously cautioned Huipin regarding this matter, but had turned a blind eye later due to Shen Wenyu's influence.
Now,
Was her son about to tread the same path as his father? Was it the case that the Shen family was fated to produce romantic entanglements? The Empress Dowager suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over her. For years, she had feared the emergence of another favored consort like the one from years past, which could destabilize the realm and instill dread among the populace. The struggle for succession among the princes had the potential to inflict the most harm, first to the people and subsequently to the foundation of the state. Meeting her son's earnest gaze, she contemplated countless strategies, whether to firmly refuse or gently persuade. All crossed her mind. Yet, as her peripheral vision fell upon a bouquet of flowers on the table, her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, suddenly found solace. Like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, the Empress Dowager closed her eyes, silently mocking herself for allowing a mere elevation of rank to instill such fear in her heart. A fear birthed from the past misdeeds of the favored consort. The vase contained several clusters of begonias. While they were flowers, they were more accurately described as leaves of a peacock blue hue, a new variety reportedly cultivated by the palace gardener. The Empress Dowager was quite fond of this color and often dispatched her attendants to procure them. Later, Shen Wenyu seemed to have sensed the situation and eagerly volunteered to bring a pot of flowers to Sinang Palace while attending her morning class. Remembering the sweet smile on her granddaughter's face as she held the flowers that morning, the Empress Dowager felt a wave of relief wash over her. Times had changed. Huipin was no longer the favored concubine of yore, and Shen Wenyu was no longer the rebellious prince of the past. It was she who had yet to emerge from the shadows of previous years, inadvertently influencing her son, the emperor, to regard her feelings and emotions even as he reigned supreme. The Empress Dowager sighed inwardly, a smile of resignation gracing her lips. You are the emperor. This harem is yours, and naturally, you have the authority to make decisions. I have no objections. Meanwhile, Su Xuanfu and Hien, who were attentively observing, were taken aback by the astonishing speed of the conversation. They had anticipated that the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly refute the emperor's request, leading to a brief argument, after which both sides would reach a compromise. Instead, they were astonished to find her in complete agreement. Upon uttering these words, the Empress Dowager felt as though the burdens of the past years had been lifted from her shoulders, granting her a sense of lightness and the inclination to contemplate Huipin's future advancements. The date you have chosen is quite fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with our Yuer's birthday celebration. I had regretted that Yuer's birthday banquet could only be held at the standard befitting a concubine's daughter, as turning 6 is no trivial matter. It cannot be hastily arranged. Since you have come to this realization, we can proceed with the arrangements befitting a consort. I shall consider what additional items we should present. Her words flowed rapidly, resembling a stream of thoughts that she could no longer contain, leaving no room for the emperor to interject. The emperor was stunned by his mother's audacious leap from a mere noble title to that of a consort. Could it be possible that I was initially only considering a promotion to a noble concubine, thinking that elevating her to a consort would be too ostentatious? What is my mother thinking, jumping straight to the title of consort? Yet, the Empress Dowager was lost in her own fantasies, impervious to his protests as she continued. Since Yuer has already turned 6, she cannot forever be referred to as the 6th princess. Your father has already conferred titles upon your several sisters at this age. You might as well bestow a title upon Yuer during her birthday banquet. Wait, the emperor interjected, feeling as though he had missed an entire chapter of a story. How did we arrive at this point? If a title is to be conferred, then the accompanying fief should be granted as well. Your father has many princesses, and the fiefs bestowed upon them were rather meager. I find it quite pitiable to behold. You currently have only 3 princesses. I believe Yuer's fief should be somewhat more generous. I have heard from those around you that you previously provided her with several properties in the capital. They seem rather insufficient for her future expenses. When she moves into the princess's residence, there will be plenty of opportunities to spend. So it would be better to grant her the fief now and allow her to prepare in advance. The Empress Dowager grew more animated with each word. As if she had regained decades of youth, her heart set on providing the best for her granddaughter. Chapter 99. The title. The Emperor, unable to contain himself any longer, interrupted the Empress Dowager, fearing that if she continued, she would also finalize Shen Wenyu's marriage arrangements. I merely wish to promote her to a noble concubine. Is that too hasty? Observing the dangerous glint in his mother's eyes, he quickly added, I do not wish to impose upon you heir. I merely fear that the mother and daughter duo may attract too much attention in the palace, which could lead to them being harmed. Though the Empress Dowager had initially harbored similar thoughts when she brought Shen Wenyu to bolster her presence during her birthday banquet, people are inherently prone to double standards. She considered her own reasoning to be astute and sagacious, while deeming the Emperor's thoughts deserving of reprimand. With a hint of exasperation, she stated, You are the Emperor, the sovereign of the realm. If you lack the resolve to protect those close to you, how do you expect to fulfill your role as Emperor? Do not tell me that you cannot even safeguard 2 individuals within this harem. However, if that is the case, you should bring Yuer and Huipin to Sinang Palace. I have far more confidence in my abilities than you. The Emperor was taken aback, fearing that if this conversation continued, he would soon find himself stripped of parental rights. He hastily declared, We must promote her to a consort. The harem requires some restructuring. The last time that Su Guiran sent Yuer several sachets. The physicians of the Imperial Hospital have yet to uncover anything. They are truly a useless bunch. The Empress Dowager paid him no heed, thinking that if he found them incompetent, he should handle the matter himself. Her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Huipin and Shen Wenyu. The promotion of 4 consorts was not urgent. She believed the character Hui was quite fitting for her, if she were to be titled as a virtuous consort. It would undermine the significance of the consort decree. When does the Emperor intend to issue it? The Emperor, observing the Empress Dowager's eagerness, feared that she would issue a decree that would overshadow his own merits. He was counting on this opportunity to bask in the admiration of his daughter and Huipin in Yonghe Palace. Thus, he smiled and said, Once we return to Yangxing Palace, I shall draft the decree. Please do not be anxious. Realizing her impatience, the Empress Dowager cleared her throat and composed herself, taking her seat once more. She then calmly stated, You should inform the Empress as well. Promoting a consort is a significant matter. She is your first wife. Even if she has not contributed, she has endured hardships over the years, and you ought to show her some respect. As one who had once been an empress herself, the Empress Dowager understood the sentiments of a favored consort and thus took the time to advise the Emperor. I understand, Mother. At this moment, the Empress Dowager's thoughts had already drifted towards preparing gifts for Shen Wenyu's birthday banquet. She considered pulling some decorative items from her private collection to enhance the occasion and was no longer inclined to engage with her son, waving him off with an excuse of feeling unwell, urging him to leave and draft the decree. At this point, the Emperor realized that his mother was solely focused on her granddaughter, disregarding his own stance. However, he held a significant advantage that the Empress Dowager could not refuse. Since it was to be Yuer's birthday when the title was to be conferred, why not allow the Empress Dowager to select the title herself? The Empress Dowager's previously wandering thoughts were instantly anchored by these words. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as they locked onto the Emperor. Had it not been for the presence of others, she would have eagerly grasped the Emperor's arm to inquire if it was truly the case. Yet, for the sake of her dignity as the Empress Dowager, she feigned indifference, saying, Since it is the Emperor's request, I shall reluctantly take on this duty. A smile crept onto the Emperor's face, and he refrained from exposing the Empress Dowager's eagerness. Even he could not suppress a smile. The Empress Dowager's insistence seemed less like reluctance and more like impatience. After calming herself, the Empress Dowager recalled that there were 2 other princesses in the palace. Although she favored Shen Wenyu, she also loved her other granddaughters, so she gently reminded the Emperor, the eldest princess is of marrying age next year. I had originally planned to bestow her title only upon her marriage, with a fief of 400 households. The Empress Dowager paused. Historically, the fiefs granted to princesses were typically around 350 households. During the reign of the previous emperor, it was even fewer at 300. However, because the Emperor had so few princesses, she had taken it upon herself to increase the eldest princess's fief by 50 households. She had been quite satisfied with this number, especially since the eldest princess had 100 more than her aunts. Yet, the thought that Yuer could not be significantly different troubled her. After all, there had been instances of princesses receiving thousands of households in the past. If others could receive such honors, why should her Yuer be any less deserving? Was her granddaughter of lesser worth than others? Yet, deep within her heart, a sense of unease lingered. She pondered the possibility that a significant disparity might arise among the three princesses. Humans often lament not the scarcity of resources, but the inequity in their distribution. Should the other two princesses harbor resentment towards her, it would indeed tarnish the bonds of sisterhood. Moreover, as they were all granddaughters, her affection extended equally to them, leading her to contemplate bestowing additional benefits upon all. The Empress Dowager observed that since a title and fief were to be conferred upon Yuer, it would be prudent to celebrate collectively. Thus, she resolved to increase the eldest princess's 400 households to 500, intending to select an auspicious date in the near future for the granting of titles and lands. It would be improper for the younger sister to receive a title before the elder, and the seventh princess, being nearly as young as Yuer, should also not be overlooked. The emperor, despite his biases, could not show favoritism. When the seventh princess turned 6, she too would receive her title. The emperor, having contemplated this matter, agreed, acknowledging that while he did have a preference, they were all his kin. He mused that the young princes did not require such extensive fiefs and thought it wiser to redistribute those shares among the sisters. Thus, he acquiesced, stating, "I share your sentiments, and I must trouble the Empress Dowager to oversee the arrangements for the marriage of the crown prince and the eldest princess." As age often brings an excessive tendency to fret, the Empress Dowager had always hesitated to delegate the matrimonial affairs of these juniors to the emperor. Knowing full well the dubious character of his court, with a slight nod, she reassured him, "They are my own grandchildren, and I shall ensure that I look after their interests diligently." Rising to stretch his legs, which had grown stiff from sitting, the emperor felt a sense of satisfaction at the smooth resolution of this matter, even elevating a rank in the process. With a smile, he bid farewell to the Empress Dowager, preparing to return to the Yangxin Hall to draft the edict for the consort. Once the emperor departed, Grandma Hien stepped forward cautiously to inquire, "Your Majesty, what title do you intend to bestow upon the sixth princess?" Chapter 100. Zhaorui. To be frank, the Empress Dowager's and the emperor's affection for the sixth princess was astonishing even to Grandma Hien. In the palace, there had long been a saying that mothers gain favor through their sons, yet this often depended on the princes being particularly favored by their elders. During her decades of service in the palace, Grandma Hien had never witnessed a princess receiving such esteem as to elevate her mother to a consort's rank. Although she held a fondness for the sixth princess, appreciating her care for the Empress Dowager and her filial piety, her loyalty to the Empress Dowager compelled her to consider the potential consequences. Should the Empress Dowager select a title that was particularly unique, how might the other princes and princesses react with envy? She recalled a princess from the southern Ming dynasty, who, like the sixth princess, was cherished by both the Empress Dowager and the emperor, being the queen's child and the legitimate eldest princess. From birth, she had been granted a title and lands, and her father, believing that a two-character title did not adequately reflect her uniqueness and nobility, insisted on changing it to 5 characters. Eager to adorn her with every beautiful word imaginable, it was said that the decree of conferment overflowed with laudatory phrases. Grandma Hien, being somewhat superstitious, thought that such a princess could not bear the weight of her title's fortune, leading to her early demise. Her father was deposed, and she was ultimately harmed by those envious of her favor. She hoped for a different fate for their empire, wishing for Shen Wenyu to live a life filled with peace and happiness. Grandma Hien's inquiry indeed prompted the Empress Dowager to reflect. Traditionally, princess titles were derived from their fiefs, geographical names, or auspicious terms. Yet, the Empress Dowager was reluctant to use a simple place name for a title. Otherwise, why would the emperor have specifically requested her to select one? After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Grandma Hien to fetch paper and ink. As Grandma Hien complied, standing by to grind the ink, she noticed the Empress Dowager poised to write 2 characters on the paper, Zhaorui. The Empress Dowager's calligraphy diverged from the delicate style typical of palace ladies. It was bold and expansive, the 2 black characters standing out vibrantly on the white paper. Zhaorui? Grandma Hien murmured, contemplating the meaning and feeling her anxiety ease slightly. While the characters carried auspicious connotations, they were not excessively extravagant, merely signifying the elder's affection for the younger. The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Grandma Hien's reminder. She recalled a prosperous land in Xiangzhou that the emperor had previously mentioned, also named Zhaorui. She had felt that its geography was favorable and the name pleasant. This location was also referenced when the emperor spoke of the Yu family, noting that after the elder son's misfortune, the second son had been sent to Zhaorui County in Xiangzhou. The Empress Dowager had thought that while the man himself was lacking in character, he had chosen an excellent location. "What you chose for your son is commendable, but soon it will belong to my granddaughter." Grandma He En's heart sank once more. It seemed this was a geographical name, layered with double meanings. Is this Jarui County perhaps a bit excessive? One must remember that a fief is not merely about quantity. Quality matters too. Even if one grants several hundred households in a barren borderland, it may not compare favorably to a modest number in a bountiful region. By all accounts, Jarui County is the most affluent area in the southern part of our empire, being coastal, commercially viable, and possessing a temperate climate, arguably the economic center of Xiangzhou. The princess could enjoy a comfortable stay in her fief. The Empress Dowager shook her head, understanding Grandma He En's concerns. However, during her previous conversation with the emperor, she had reached a firm conclusion. I am aware that this place may seem rather conspicuous, but if I merely state these two characters without any ulterior meaning, they symbolize good fortune. Do you think they would presume that I and the emperor have set aside this fief specifically for you? After years in the palace, she had discerned the emperor's intentions when he had subtly suggested this location for the title. The Empress Dowager found her son's behavior somewhat exasperating. She wondered if she had been too harsh on him in the past, as he seemed unable to directly address matters like granting a fief. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, Grandma He En realized that the Empress Dowager had likely contemplated this place long before her reminder. Given how thorough her planning appeared to be, the sixth princess, at just over 5 years old, receiving such a notable fief was indeed striking. Yet, as she matured, the situation might shift. In the years to come, much could transpire. The emperor had managed to tidy up the mess left by the late emperor over the course of his rule, and he was now addressing the matters concerning the noble families with considerable success. By the time the sixth princess grew up, the imperial authority might stabilize, allowing the Empress Dowager to generously announce this fief without fear of reproach. At that point, who would dare to voice any dissent? Even in Jarui County, if it were compared to the previous 300 households granted under the late emperor, it would still be acceptable. With this thought, Grandma He En felt reassured. Realizing that the Empress Dowager's considerations were indeed astute, she smiled and remarked, "It seems I have been overly concerned." Such matters were not within her purview to comment on freely. It was only due to the bond formed over decades with the Empress Dowager that she dared to voice her thoughts. Aware that she had overstepped her bounds, Grandma He En quietly began to tidy up the tea set, unaware that her seemingly astute mistress was already contemplating whether to grant 800 or 900 households. 8 and 9, both auspicious numbers indeed. The Empress Dowager fell into deep thought. Otherwise, let it be divided into 2 installments, the first being 8 and the second 9. Together they sum to 17, a rather inauspicious number. Why not simply add 100 more households to make it 18? If the emperor were present, he would likely be driven to despair, contemplating how his own mother could entertain such thoughts, nearly parceling out the entirety of his realm as a fief for his granddaughter. Would he, a sovereign, find himself reduced to a mere figurehead while his daughter claims dominions across the land? Chapter 101. A transaction of coin without delivery. Since Yu Shiyu was once again cast into the cold palace, she has distinctly sensed the difference between this and her previous experience. Last time, the eunuchs from the Ministry of Internal Affairs at least put on a facade. Despite the palace maids they dispatched appearing indolent, they still attended to her, albeit with a lackluster attitude. However, the current situation is markedly different. Yu Shiyu now finds herself utterly alone in the cold palace. Unlike her neighbor, Zhou Shuren, who remains accompanied by numerous attendants, Yu Shiyu's maidservants, though willing to remain by her side in this bleak existence, cannot compare to the opulence she once enjoyed. Previously, driven by the fear that her past indiscretions might be discovered by her former maids, Yu Shiyu dismissed them and procured a new set of palace attendants. Yet, her notorious temper and harsh demeanor have rendered her undesirable, and not a single maid is willing to accompany her into the cold palace. Even the simple act of drawing water for a bath has become a torturous chore for her delicate hands, which had never known labor, resulting in painful blisters within mere days. As she hears curses emanating from the adjacent chamber, Zhou Huaning's recitations come to a halt. "Miss?" A nervous voice from one of the maids breaks the silence, uncertain of the reason for her sudden cessation. Since Zhou Huaning was relegated to the cold palace by the emperor, her demeanor has grown peculiarly strange, as if the palace has wounded her heart, compelling her attendants to address her as Miss, as though this might rekindle the carefree days of her youth. With her eyes narrowed, Zhou Huaning listens intently to the commotion next door and inquires, "Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" The young maid nods timidly. When the emperor sent her into the cold palace, it seemed the Ministry of Internal Affairs, perhaps considering the presence of the crown prince, turned a blind eye and permitted them to bring some possessions with them. Zhou Huining had initially hoped to use these resources to improve their circumstances. However, after Yu Shiyu's second fall from grace, she instructed her maid to use their belongings to bribe the palace attendants outside, seeking information from them. The young maid's mind is fraught with confusion. One might mistakenly believe that her mistress harbors secret affections for Yu Shiyu, lavishing her with money. This situation could easily be categorized as a tale of tragic romance. Unbeknownst to Zhou Huining, her seemingly loyal maid harbors her own thoughts, and satisfied, she twirls the prayer beads around her wrist, sneering, "Only when she is desperate will my remorse in this cold palace be perceived as sincere." She ought to know more of the happenings outside. Perhaps it will drive her to the brink, enabling the Emperor and the Empress Dowager to release me. She firmly believes that in comparison to the woman next door, she can restore some semblance of her image in the Emperor's eyes. Outside the cold palace, a stealthy little eunuch approached cautiously. Upon hearing the commotion, Yu Shiyu rushed outside to investigate and, upon seeing him, urged, "Is there any news from the palace? Speak quickly." She yearned to hear that Huiping would soon become her neighbor or, alternatively, that Zhou Huining had met an untimely demise. She was not particular. Alas, her hopes were dashed. The Emperor had gone to the Empress Dowager's palace, supposedly to elevate Huiping, or rather, now Huifei, to the rank of consort. The Emperor's actions were brazen. Having just returned from the Hall of Nurturing Heart with the edict to confer the title, though the formal ceremony had yet to occur, the palace had already tacitly accepted Huifei's new status. The little eunuch, feeling quite pleased with himself, patted the bulging pouch at his chest. Having been summoned by Zhou Shuren to relay the news to Yu Shiyu, and wisely inquired if she desired any information from within the palace, Yu Shiyu, ever the restless spirit, was quick to offer all that remained of her funds in exchange for news. Thus, the little eunuch reveled in the opportunity to earn double for his services, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence.
What? A promotion?
To the rank of consort? Would the Empress Dowager truly agree? Yu Shiyu thought it absurd to witness such a ludicrously swift elevation. Surely, the eunuch was deceiving her. Little did the eunuch realize how the Empress Dowager would respond to such matters, dismissing her doubts with an impatient wave. Had Yu Shiyu still been a consort, he would have faced dire consequences for his insolence, yet now, as merely a discarded consort in the cold palace, he found himself at her mercy. "Could you procure for me a set of eunuch garments?" The little eunuch, taken aback by the request of Yu Shiyu, froze in disbelief. "What on earth do you need that for? What concern is it of yours?" She replied defiantly, extracting a hairpin adorned with a ruby from her lustrous hair. She had stowed it away when she was sent to the cold palace, and now it proved to be of use. "I'll ask you again. Will you undertake this transaction? Bring me the garments, and this hairpin is yours." The little eunuch, eyeing the exquisite ruby hairpin, recognized its considerable value and found himself tempted by the prospect. If he were not so avaricious, he would not have been summoned by Zhou Huining. Now, with a fortune so close at hand, he could hardly resist. Though he knew he risked his life should the garments be discovered in the possession of a consort of the cold palace, he reasoned he could always backtrack if necessary. After weighing his options, he nodded. "Very well, I shall bring it to you tomorrow. What shall I bring?" Just as the two reveled in their newfound agreement, a youthful voice interrupted.
Yanea?
Yu Shiyu exclaimed in surprise, not expecting her daughter to visit so soon. Initially, she had thought that, in accordance with the Emperor's wishes, her daughter would refuse to see her. Her demeanor softened significantly upon seeing the seventh princess, and she instinctively reached out to embrace her, only to have the girl evade her as if her mother were afflicted with some contagion. Yu Shiyu felt a surge of indignation. Never had her daughter shown such defiance toward her. Now, even her own daughter was turning against her in the cold palace. However, recalling her need for her daughter's support in the future, she forced a smile. "Yenner, do you not miss your mother?" The seventh princess, unfazed by her mother's attempt to redirect the conversation, pointed at the little eunuch and asked, "What are you two discussing? What is he bringing you?" Chapter 102. After all, you shall spend the latter half of your life here. This servant greets the seventh princess. The little eunuch, flustered, protested, "I swear, I have promised her nothing." His anxious voice and the act of bowing before the seventh princess caused Yu Shiyu's anger to falter. It was only at that moment she realized her daughter now occupied a higher station than herself. If they were to quibble over rank, she would be obliged to pay her respects. Yet, instinctively unwilling to entertain such thoughts, she stood aside, attempting to evade the awkwardness. The seventh princess, aware of her mother's volatile nature, had brought several attendants with her, anticipating that her mother might act out. Initially, she had hesitated to visit Yu Shiyu, But after spending days in Yonghe Palace and witnessing the interactions between Huifei and her sister, she found herself harboring a complicated yearning for the maternal role, prompting her visit to the cold palace. As Yushiyu observed her daughter surrounded by others, she couldn't help but reflect on her own solitude over the past few days, devoid of a single person with whom to converse. Each day was spent hurling insults at Zhou Huining from behind a wall, only to be met with indifference, rendering her feelings akin to that of a jester, filled with discontent. Yenna, I acknowledge that I have erred in many respects, and I sincerely apologize for my actions.
Yet,
While your birth mother languishes in the cold palace, suffering in silence, you fail to express even the slightest concern for me. What has become of the filial piety I once taught you? Upon uttering these words, she realized she had once again adopted the same tone as before when addressing her daughter, fearing that Yenna might choose to ignore her completely. Thus, she hastily added, Dearest, I have longed for you during these days. Each night I dream of you returning to me. Do not hold my words against me. I am simply overwhelmed with urgency. Is that not so? In truth, upon witnessing her mother's disheveled state, the seventh princess felt a twinge of empathy. In her memories, her mother had always been adorned in opulence, seated in the palace, preening in anticipation of the emperor's arrival. Occasionally, she found herself lost in thought, perceiving her birth mother as a spoiled child yet to mature. She pondered whether this ordeal would lead her mother to recognize her role as a parent. However, today's encounter revealed a stark reality. The woman she had once hoped would be a nurturing figure was, in fact, a person of lamentable character. Noticing her daughter's silence and the small eunuch kneeling on the ground with shifty eyes, Yushiyu felt an unsettling panic rise within her. Should this eunuch speak first, the embellishments he would add could be quite damaging. She closed her eyes momentarily and said, Very well, I shall confide in you. I merely wish for him to bring me a few garments. You know I cannot wear linen, it causes me rashes. However, the clothing sent from the Internal Affairs Court is. The eunuch, still kneeling, nodded vigorously, fearful that the seventh princess might escalate the matter to the emperor. Yes, indeed, your highness. I swear, I am merely entrusted with delivering some clothing. The seventh princess regarded this explanation with skepticism. Naturally, as a child, she could not fathom the convoluted reasoning of her birth mother, who would consider borrowing clothing from a eunuch to escape the palace. Thus, she followed her mother's line of thought. In that case, you must become accustomed to your circumstances, for you shall spend the latter half of your life here. Yushiyu was momentarily at a loss for words, but as she observed the robust palace women flanking her daughter, she bit her lip and restrained her frustration. In truth, she could choose not to remain in this place. Yenna, would you be so kind as to plead my case with your father? Realizing the impracticality of this request, Yushiyu quickly added, or perhaps send 2 palace attendants to attend to me. The lady next door has her own maidservants, does she not? I've been living alone in this palace for quite some time. The words the seventh princess had intended to voice faded upon meeting her mother's perplexed gaze. She felt a glimmer of hope towards this woman, only to realize it was perhaps the most foolish decision of her life. How could she overlook the fact that a 5-year-old child would be frightened living alone in Yongshou Palace, only to be sent to a nearly unfamiliar concubine's quarters for upbringing? What would happen if that person treated her poorly? Yet her birth mother seemed utterly unconcerned, lacking even a single word of compassion. Her only focus was on her own grievances, the absurdity of her prior thoughts, that perhaps after this ordeal, her mother would undergo a transformation and seek a new path, now felt utterly naive. Suddenly, the seventh princess felt a profound weariness wash over her, her body devoid of strength. And she had no desire to continue this exchange. Take this eunuch away, she commanded, and 2 palace maids responded promptly, rolling up their sleeves to seize the trembling eunuch, who dared not resist. What do you intend to do? Yushiyu furrowed her brow in inquiry. If they were to take him away, would her hairpin not be rendered useless? The eunuch had yet to return it after taking it to assess its quality. To see the emperor, the seventh princess declared, leaving those 4 words behind as she departed without a backward glance, leaving Yushiyu in a state of stunned silence.
Well,
it was no longer merely a matter of a hairpin. She now had to contemplate whether she could endure remaining in this cold palace. In the Yangxin Palace, the emperor found himself at a loss for words regarding these 2. How could they cause such a ruckus after being sent to the cold palace? If only they could redirect some of that energy towards him, he wouldn't have to summon Su Xuanfu multiple times each day to rouse him. Was it possible that they bore a grudge against him, determined to disturb the tranquility of his harem? The emperor, unlike his daughter, was not so naive. He suspected that Yushiyu would not engage in any significant actions, and thus he promptly instructed his attendants to take her into the Shunqing division for a thorough interrogation. After arranging everything, he turned his gaze to his quiet daughter standing beside him. Despite her youth, she appeared remarkably mature. With a sigh, he inquired, "Have you given any thought to the selection of your future mother, as I previously suggested?" In truth, there were few high-ranking concubines remaining in the palace, and even fewer without children. At least, the emperor could only think of the empress in that regard. He was uncertain whether he hoped or dreaded to hear the name of the empress from his daughter's lips. It was not uncommon for the empress to rear a princess, yet he feared she might be unwilling, as she had longed for a child of her own, leaving the seventh princess to her own devices. Nevertheless, he wished to compensate this daughter of his, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Perhaps it would be best for her to be raised under Huifei's care until she was old enough to move into her own princess residence? Unexpectedly, the seventh princess lowered her head in contemplation and said, "I wish for Guerinduan to be my foster mother." Guerinduan? Chapter 103. The peculiarities of these individuals are increasingly perplexing. Su Xuanfu stood by, momentarily taken aback, before recalling the concubine who had previously suffered a miscarriage. It seemed the emperor had taken pity on her, promoting her to the rank of Guerin once she had regained her health. In truth, it had not been long since that incident, and he should not have forgotten it so quickly. However, ever since her miscarriage, Guerinduan had been particularly withdrawn in the palace, rarely appearing before the emperor. It was rumored that her condition had also affected the empress, leading to her decreased presence. He could not have anticipated that the seventh princess would desire her as a foster mother. What merits does Guerinduan possess? The emperor frowned, instinctively sensing that someone had been speaking ill of him in front of his child. "Do you know that it was your birth mother who was responsible for Guerinduan's miscarriage?" Although the emperor understood that he had misattributed the blame to Yushiyu, with Zhou Huining being the true culprit, Guerinduan remained unaware of this. "Has someone said something to you?" The emperor, aware of the treacherous depths of the harem, recognized that Guerinduan might seek retribution against Yushiyu through her daughter. He could not help but inquire further. Noticing his daughter hesitating to respond, he paused to bolster her courage. "Do not fear, Yenner. Speak freely to your father." Finally, the seventh princess pursed her lips and whispered, "I thought Guerinduan might have something to share with me." The emperor lowered his gaze to his daughter, realizing the implications of her words. It seemed she sought solace with someone who had ostensibly suffered at the hands of Yushiyu. However, human hearts are inscrutable, especially those of concubines who have lost their children. Their motives are not easily discerned. Having grown up in the palace, he was well aware of the numerous concubines his father had and the many children who had perished, and he had witnessed the sorrow of those mothers. Although he felt a pang of guilt towards Guerinduan, he was reluctant to allow his daughter to approach her. Even if he could reveal the truth to Guerinduan, who could predict how she might react? The emperor remained apprehensive and ultimately declined. Moreover, her rank was too low for her to raise an imperial heir. "But, father, I recall that my sixth sister's birth mother was also merely a Guerin." "Emperor, indeed, it is all the folly of my own making."
What was he thinking at that time?
He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Think carefully again. The situation of concubine Hui was quite different then. This matter regarding the esteemed lady is absolutely out of the question. However, if you wish, I can discuss with the empress. Discuss what, you may wonder? Naturally. It pertains to the upbringing of an adopted daughter. The emperor is acutely aware that he cannot remedy his earlier emotional neglect toward this daughter. He contemplates bestowing upon her the status of a legitimate princess, aiming to compensate her materially. The seventh princess can certainly perceive the glimmer of responsibility he seeks to evade in his eyes. Yet, she will not acquiesce to his desires. Although she typically presents herself as innocent before her elder sister, the reality is that having a biological mother like Yushiyu and growing up in the depths of this palace, how could she possibly be naive? Having encountered numerous concubines throughout her life, she understands that an emperor's affection is a rare and precious commodity. Just like that unfortunate concubine Duan, who, despite her miscarriage, managed to leverage such affection to secure a title and avoid paying respects to the empress. Lately, the palace has acquired some intriguing novelty, and the seventh princess has noticed that she is certain to have her share. This is guilt. If one cannot attain the love of another, guilt becomes a potent weapon. However, if she were to comply with his wishes and accept the role of the empress's adopted daughter, while her status would indeed be exalted, if the empress were to harbor disdain for her, she would merely be superficially cared for, only to be sent out of the palace to reside in the princess mansion or to marry off once she comes of age. How then would she survive in the future? She does not wish to remain a pitiful creature reliant on her sister's charity. In her heart, she hopes that her father's guilt might one day afford her the opportunity to repay her sister. Thus, the seventh princess obediently agrees to ponder the matter further. Yet she has already made her decision, unbeknownst to her, as fate would have it. The very concubine Duan, who, in her memories, has not ventured outside since her miscarriage to recuperate, appears today at the entrance of Yangxin Palace, accompanied by a young palace maid bearing a food box, evidently here to see the emperor. Upon noticing concubine Duan, Junyu instinctively stepped forward to shield the princess discreetly behind her. She vividly recalls the scene when concubine Duan, despite her bleeding, implored the emperor for retribution against concubine Yu. That image remains etched in her mind. Such a woman capable of inflicting harm upon herself is not someone she dares to present before the princess. Surprisingly, concubine Duan merely glanced at them without any reaction, then averted her gaze, accepting the food box from the palace maid and standing at the entrance of Yangxin Palace. She seems to have not fully recovered from childbirth. From Chunyu's perspective, she appears considerably thinner, trembling slightly in the chill of the approaching winter, wrapped in a cloak that seems scarcely sufficient to envelop her. Truly a pitiable soul. Chunyu sighed. Princess, let us take our leave. Subsequently, Su Xuanfu led her inside, and the seventh princess remained oblivious to what transpired within the palace thereafter. However, observing concubine Duan's demeanor, it seems she might indeed be willing to accept the responsibility of raising her. In the cold palace, upon learning that the young eunuch had been taken by the seventh princess to the emperor, Zhou Huining felt an incessant twitch in her left eye. Normally, she would dismiss such superstitions. She couldn't recall the specifics of wealth or disaster brought by such twitches. In any case, she always attributed her experiences to fortune. Yet now, ensconced in the cold palace, she felt inexplicably that any twitching of her eyelids signified misfortune. How could she possibly gain wealth here? Selling the clutter from the rear palace as antiques? Or perhaps cultivating vegetables to sell to the Imperial kitchen? She might as well etch her name into history. Indeed, after enduring a night of incessant twitching, nearly wishing for her own demise, Su Xuanfu arrived. He entered with two young eunuchs, and upon observing the tidiness of the place, though starkly different from the opulence of her former abode as Lady Da, he couldn't help but lament how drastically times have changed. Who would have imagined that merely months ago, the most sought-after and beloved Lady Da would find herself in such a predicament?
Master Su?
Zhou Huining emerged from her modest attire, attempting to maintain a semblance of calm, though her twitching eyelid was impossible for Su Xuanfu to overlook. Help! These people are growing increasingly peculiar. Madame Zhou, the Emperor summons you. Chapter 104. A Fist of Iron. Zhou Huining felt that since her confinement in the cold palace, her temperament had notably improved. Upon hearing him call her by that name, she felt no anger, instead letting out a soft laugh. Master Su. Su Xuanfu, half-turned, felt a chill at the back of his neck. Others may be unaware of how Zhou Huining ended up in the cold palace, but as someone who served closely to the emperor, he was well aware. He thought to himself, despite having blood on her hands, she could still feign such an outwardly serene demeanor, and it sent a shiver down his spine. Realizing his expression resembled that of someone seeing a ghost, Zhou Huining's fists clenched tightly, feeling that her recent studies of Buddhist scriptures had been in vain. She took a deep breath and paused before inquiring, "What does the emperor wish to discuss with me?" She was not like Yu Shiyu, caught up in romantic fantasies, believing that even confined to the cold palace, she could still be favored by the emperor. You will know upon arrival. After all, considering the crown prince's reputation, Su Xuanfu dared not show any displeasure. Yet the emperor's matters must remain undisclosed. Observing his reaction, Zhou Huining sensed something amiss, and her unease intensified. Within Yangxin Palace, Zhou Huining entered, her demeanor submissive as she followed Su Xuanfu's lead. Upon lifting her foot, she was greeted by the familiar scent of dragon's saliva incense. Perhaps having spent too long in the cold palace, she had grown unaccustomed to such fragrances, and now found the aroma somewhat overwhelming. Upon recognizing the individuals present in the hall, a sense of resolution settled over her, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. So the emperor is aware. She turned toward the unfamiliar face beside her, slightly bending her knee in respect. I pay my respects to the emperor and to concubine Duan. However, before she could rise, a woman in palace attire, her eyes ablaze with anger, seized her collar. Why did you conspire against me? Why did you harm my child? The emperor merely felt a gust of wind pass by him, as concubine Duan had already grasped Zhou Huining, and he silently stepped back, fearful that a conflict between them might implicate him. Such agility and quick reflexes would be wasted if not employed as a shadow guard.
Yet,
The anticipated scene did not unfold. Zhou Huaning chuckled lightly, freeing herself from the grip on her collar, smoothing out her garments as she spoke. This palace operates as such. One can only blame your own carelessness. I recall the Emperor dispatched someone to protect you, yet you still ventured out, granting me this opportunity. How could I not seize it? You ought to be grateful to me for providing you with this lesson. In the future, do not trust others so readily. Concubine Duan seemed completely unprepared for such candid acknowledgement, her fury frozen in place. I can no longer have children. She smiled bitterly. Indeed, this experience had imparted a lesson, calming the previously restless heart nurtured within the palace. Yet the cost of this education was exorbitant. She knew that had she not lost this child, no one within the palace would even know her name. Countless times, she had dreamt of her child, had eagerly anticipated bestowing various names upon it. Whether boy or girl, she cared not. It would always be her child. Concubine Duan cared not for the Emperor's attention that they had so fiercely contended over. All she desired was for her child to grow up safe and sound. Yet, this humble yearning was shattered by the woman before her. Observing her seething rage, Zhou Huaning slowly rose to her feet. If you harbor such hatred towards me, why not direct it towards the Emperor? Surely you loathe him as well, do you not? You are fully aware of who the perpetrator is that took your child's life, yet you chose to lay the blame upon others, leaving yourself in the dark. The Emperor retreated a step, attempting to distance himself from the unfolding conflict. After all, this was before His Majesty. Consort Duan felt the woman had utterly lost her senses. Of course, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no resentment. The Emperor was, after all, the biological father of her child. Yet, he had deliberately concealed this truth from her. Such matters could be lamented in private, but she dared not voice them in the presence of the Emperor. Zhou Huaning. The Emperor's indifferent voice rang out, tinged with a hint of ire. Yet, Consort Duan couldn't shake the feeling that the Emperor seemed to be distancing himself from them. Was it merely an illusion? Do you think I am too timid to act against you? Do you believe that because the Crown Prince is present, I would hesitate to take action? Zhou Huaning, once resolute, found herself momentarily stunned by his final retort, a sudden premonition of dread washing over her. However, before she could respond, the Emperor continued. Enough. Since she has confessed everything, Su Xuanfu, escort this person back to the cold palace. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huaning exhaled a sigh of relief. She had surmised that the Emperor would surely protect his eldest son's reputation, knowing he had only 3 princes. And her Yenner consistently excelled over the other 2. Yet, in the midst of this tumult, she overlooked the peculiar expression on Consort Duan's face, who was now fixated on her. Had she known that the two had engaged in extensive discussions prior to her arrival, she might have been more cautious. Shen Wenyu, upon learning that the Emperor was selecting a foster mother for her 7th sister, felt a pang of reluctance, fearing the child might be mistreated. She grasped the 7th princess's hand, demonstrating the winter gloves crafted by concubine Hui during her leisure, as they had fortuitously produced several pairs. And she thought to include this child as well. Although the 7th princess was the daughter of her mother's so-called rival, as a mother herself, she felt a profound pity for the child so cruelly mistreated by her birth mother. Thus, when her daughter mentioned that the 7th princess was afraid living alone in Yongshou Palace, she hesitated only briefly before reporting it directly to the Emperor. Reflecting on her mother's recent attentiveness towards the 7th princess, Shen Wenyu put down the gloves with a sigh. Father is rather unreasonable, isn't he? What harm is there in your staying in Yonghe Palace? Our side palace is empty anyway. Adding another princess's quarters is of no consequence. You could come and play with me without fear of being bullied. However, as soon as these words left her lips, concubine Hui shot her a glare. Shen Wenyu was bewildered. Oh dear, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Even the 7th princess expressed her disagreement. Yonghe Palace is splendid, but I cannot remain here forever. Having grown up in such an environment, she had developed a keen sense of observation and quickly noticed the glance concubine Hui cast towards her sister, yet she did not dwell on it. Partly due to her gratitude for the refuge concubine Hui had provided. Chapter 105, An Unfathomable Affection. Furthermore, during her days in Yonghe Palace, she had come to realize that concubine Hui seemed to dote on her sister, as though compensating for something. This realization felt strange to her. In her recollections, whenever the Emperor stayed overnight, her birth mother would resort to various means to ensure pregnancy, seemingly eager to bear another son. Yet concubine Hui was entirely different. She exhibited an attitude of indifference towards conception, and even the garments she embroidered daily were intended for her sister, never once considering that she herself might bear a child. Unbeknownst to her, concubine Hui's actions were influenced by the memories of Shen Yuan's past life, leading her to feel a sense of obligation, not wanting another child to divide her affection in a manner that would cause her distress. The seventh princess simply admired this dynamic, especially after meeting Yushiyu. The stark contrast sometimes left her in a daze. It was not discomfort she felt, but rather a desire to prepare a manuscript detailing how the emperor lavished affection upon concubine Hui to read to her, hoping to provoke her ire. The more she contemplated, the more she lamented the lost opportunity. Sister, there are so many childless ladies in the palace. Father certainly will not allow me to remain here. Shen Yuan concurred, recognizing that to ensure proper care for all princes and princesses, the emperor typically favored childless consorts for nurturing duties. Otherwise, if a consort had two children, one biological and another not, it was only natural for her to exhibit favoritism towards her own offspring. She could hardly expect a consort to show concern for a child that arrived unexpectedly. Yet, the scarcity of high-ranking consorts in the palace was alarmingly low, leading her to believe that the emperor was being excessively frugal in managing the harem. At this juncture, she could only hope that he would select a suitable foster mother for her sister, sparing her from further indignities. However, to her astonishment, the very next day, the once high-ranking consort, now residing in the cold palace, Zhou Huining, was reported to have drowned. Was this the Buddha himself intervening?
No.
Does that mean the Buddha is a water ghost? 1 point deducted, the Buddha chuckles with you. Concubine Hui noted that her daughter seemed to have encountered vocabulary she had never heard before. However, given the gravity of the situation before her, she had no time to ponder further and could not help but inquire of Changxi several times. Upon confirming that it was indeed true, she could not help but rub her forehead and sigh, what a troublesome season this is. She certainly felt no compassion for Zhou Huining. She merely found it ominous that this occurred just days before Yuan's birthday banquet. You realize I might have to pilfer your joss paper for this. How could one simply drown in such a manner? Shen Yuan was somewhat perplexed. Didn't Zhou Huining take many palace maids to the cold palace? Did they not stop her? Moreover, there isn't even a lake nearby. How could someone confined to the cold palace venture so far and then drown? Additionally, with so many servants in the palace, didn't she call for help before her demise? Upon further reflection, concubine Hui found numerous discrepancies and frowned deeply. However, Changxi interjected, I have heard that before Zhou Huining's death, only Consort Duan was by her side, and afterward, Consort Duan admitted to having deliberately killed Zhou Huining. How did the emperor handle the matter? Concubine Hui found it absurd. In the palace, if someone wished to harm another, there were countless methods available. Why resort to such an overt means? Especially so close to the victim. Was this not inviting capture? After Consort Duan confessed to the murder, she too leapt into the lake, and the remaining servants were left in ignorance. The emperor was still occupied with managing their corpses. Was this a brutal exchange of one for another? Quite ruthless indeed. Yet Shen Yuan could not fathom the connection between Consort Duan and Zhou Huining. If anything, it was Zhou Huining who had aided Consort Duan during her miscarriage, providing support when she was in need. However, did this not seem like a case of ingratitude?
No. Wait.
Shen Yuan suddenly realized. Initially, I felt it was somewhat far-fetched for the emperor to so readily accuse Yushiyu. Could it be that Zhou Huining orchestrated this herself? Goodness, two ruthless individuals. She recalled how severely Zhou Huining had fallen, to the point where she had nearly lost sensation in her lower body. If one could gamble their own life to scheme against another, they truly were a formidable character. Upon hearing her daughter's words, concubine Hui swiftly pieced together the entirety of the incident. She had spent several years living in this palace, being a native of the ancient era, and her contemplations ran far deeper than those of Shen Yunyue, who had merely arrived from the outside world. The Zhou family, as a cold palace consort, could be discarded upon death, yet the influence of her family and the crown prince could not be so easily dismissed. Huifei believed that it was implausible for Guerin Duan to orchestrate the drowning of someone guarded by palace maids without assistance. While she had initially understood why the emperor chose to keep this individual in the palace, she now found herself perplexed. If the earlier decision was for the benefit of the crown prince, what purpose did it serve to allow Duan Guerin to bring about her demise now? Could it be that the emperor had already excluded the crown prince from consideration as the heir? If so, this would indeed be a significant matter. Lost in thought, she coughed a few times and accepted the water offered by Wan Shu, managing to quell the dryness in her throat. Your Highness, have you perhaps caught a chill these days? You seem to be coughing incessantly, Wan Shu remarked. Huifei waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine, attributing her recent fatigue to the busy preparations for the banquet. Shen Wenyu, in modern times, was accustomed to clutching her smartphone to catch up on trending topics, eager to be the first to inform her friends. Her penchant for gossip was ingrained in her very DNA, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. With 2 lives lost in the palace, how could she remain at ease? Seizing the moment while her mother was occupied, she stealthily made her way to the Yangxin Hall. Ah, 6th Princess, what brings you here? The Emperor is currently in a meeting with General Yi. Under normal circumstances, Su Xuanfu would have rushed in to report her arrival. But the Emperor was likely discussing state affairs, and intruding upon their conversation could provoke his ire. What an inopportune moment. I suppose I shall have to inquire later. Shen Wenyu thought, not wishing to put Su Xuanfu in a difficult position. She often found herself feeling a strange empathy for him, reminiscent of her own days of willingly working overtime, particularly when he rose later than the Emperor and retired earlier, a plight she could relate to. Chapter 106, The Boorish Prince. Thus, she set aside her curiosity for gossip. However, unbeknownst to her, the Emperor within the hall had heard her unspoken thoughts. From his recent experiences, he had come to realize that his daughter's emotions amplified her internal voice, making it resonate even through walls. For instance, although she claimed indifference and that she could wait until evening to inquire, her reluctance had magnified her emotions, allowing him to hear her clearly. The Emperor had never witnessed such attachment from his daughter, and a sense of pride swelled within him. Look, this is the charm of my character, he mused, pondering whether she had encountered difficulties with her studies. Given the assignments he had given her, he understood they were challenging, even for her brothers, who had taken quite some time to complete them. Instinctively, his paternal instincts surged forth, and he instructed the servant, Xiao Gizi, to fetch the 6th princess. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, who had been reviewing memorials, cast a curious glance at the Emperor. The soundproofing of the Yangxin Hall was designed to prevent eavesdropping, and he had heard nothing from outside, leaving him puzzled as to how the Emperor could discern the presence of the 6th princess. As a native of the ancient world, he was not inclined to attribute such abilities to anything supernatural. Instead, he likened it to the excitement of a neighbor's dog that could sense the aroma of meat, always eager to beg for scraps. Reflecting on this, Yi Xian realized it might be a form of instinct. The Emperor, oblivious to his subjects' internal comparisons, was merely looking forward to showcasing his daughter's accomplishments. In recent days, he had grown increasingly fond of boasting about his daughter before his ministers. Whether it was showcasing her handmade crafts or embroidered purses, he took great delight in sharing these with others. Of course, his bragging was subtle. He would casually wear the purse she had embroidered, letting it slip from his waist to prompt Su Xuanfu to pick it up, allowing him to discreetly display it to his courtiers. In his mind, he believed this display was inconspicuous, yet to the astute courtiers, it was akin to flaunting his daughter as handiwork. Consequently, the courtiers felt the pressure of their roles had intensified, as they had to decipher not only the Emperor's thoughts but also the meanings behind the princess's embroidery. While the Emperor possessed an advantage, they did not. Any misstep would elicit a disdainful glance from him. Over time, they learned to lavish praise irrespective of the object's significance, focusing instead on its auspicious meanings and ultimately commending the princess's filial piety to placate the Emperor. At this moment, Yi Xian stood ready. Having recently endured the trials of the princess's embroidery, he had even studied with his colleagues, confident that he could guess correctly this time. As he awaited the 6th princess's entrance with eager anticipation, he was unsuspecting that both he and the Emperor were on entirely different wavelengths. Shen Wenyu entered, bowed, and immediately inquired about the drowning incident from the morning. The Emperor thought, so, indeed, I find gossip far more compelling than I had anticipated. Is this something I am permitted to hear? Should I excuse myself? The Emperor fell silent, realizing that he had perhaps overly romanticized his assumptions about his daughter seeking him out for academic assistance. Yet, a flicker of expectation remained as he asked, what could a child like you possibly inquire about? How have your studies progressed? Shen Wenyu replied, Your Majesty, did I not present them to you yesterday? How could you possibly accuse me of such a thing? It was merely last night when you insisted on showing me that item before bed. The Emperor recalled with sudden alarm, realizing that she had been adamant about presenting it to him, and he had carelessly set it aside. Fearful of losing face before his ministers, he quickly reassured her. Ah, yes, I remember now. Should I perhaps wait outside? Yi Xian suggested hesitantly. Though he was curious about the late Defei's passing, he felt it prudent to avoid palace secrets. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. It is no great matter. You may stay. Is there anything you cannot hear? Having spent much time soothing his consorts, he spoke freely to Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt moved by the emperor's words, nearly at a loss as he marveled at the emperor's kindness. After all, who could truly resist the allure of gossip? Yi Xian was still young, having joined the military for sustenance shortly after reaching adulthood. He was only a few years older than the crown prince. Although many of his peers were of an age to be fathers, he remained unmarried, and, having recently avenged a great wrong, his demeanor had taken on a childlike quality. As the emperor observed the two youths gazing at him with wide eyes, he was reminded of the eager children in a tavern, anticipating the tales of a storyteller. It was not only them. Even Su Xuanfu discreetly shifted his position to listen. Having been sent by the emperor to seek out Zhou Shuren the previous day, he too had not heard the entire story. The emperor could not help but chuckle, pondering how Su Xuanfu, under the influence of Yu seemed to have adopted an increasingly childlike demeanor, despite typically exhibiting a stern disposition. Yet, he did not consider this change to be unwelcome. Earlier, while occupied with reviewing memorials in the Yangxin Palace, he had turned to find Su Xuanfu standing there with a grave expression, as if someone owed him a substantial sum, perhaps even half the imperial treasury. It is often said that one's environment can profoundly influence one's behavior, and this was indeed the case. In the typically austere atmosphere, he felt considerable pressure. However, now it seemed he had been infected by the sixth princess's vivacity, as the palace attendants appeared to possess a newfound vigor. During his moments of respite, witnessing their smiling faces uplifted his spirits considerably. In this inexplicably buoyant mood, he indulged them and, with a light cough, inquired, "Are you curious about how this noblewoman managed to bring about the demise of the consort in the cold palace?" Recalling his conversation with the noblewoman, he let out a resigned sigh. Chapter 107. The Great Pig's Leg. It was I who informed her that her previous miscarriage was not the doing of Yu Xiu, but rather the fault of the Zhou family. This revelation ignited her desire for vengeance, and I inadvertently facilitated her maternal instincts. Naturally, I, as her accomplice, narrowly escaped a furious beating from the irate noblewoman. Grateful am I to Su Xuanfu for her timely intervention. Yi Xian, being of humble origins, was acutely aware of the current situation where the noble families in court were banding together to marginalize the scholars from lower backgrounds. The emperor shifted the topic. Yi Xian nodded, pursing his lips. In recent days, he had witnessed various occurrences in the court. Had it not been for the emperor's intention to protect him, he would have doubted his ability to maintain his position. Initially, he had only seen Yu Tsongyun's brazen arrogance within the military, assuming it was merely his personal demeanor. But upon arriving at the court, he discovered that the foundations of the noble families had decayed completely. They resembled rotting tree roots, still managing to present a facade of lushness, yet their foundations were utterly compromised, exuding a foul odor from beneath the soil, with roots that frequently ensnared passers-by. He had observed numerous impoverished colleagues being bullied by these families, fostering in him an intense loathing for the aristocracy. With the change of dynasties, they ought to have vanished long ago. Noticing his agreement, the emperor paused before continuing. The Zhou family, from which she hails, bore me the first prince. I had previously wavered on whether to have him inherit the throne, as he appeared more capable compared to his brothers, but my thoughts on this have since changed. Is this something I am permitted to hear? Will the next step involve silencing me? The other three present broke into a cold sweat. The emperor merely chuckled lightly, unconcerned by their astonished expressions. My empire is destined for the Shen family, not the Zhou family. I am well aware of what they have been doing with the first prince outside these walls. If I do not suppress them, they may never learn to temper their ambitions. Perhaps my earlier punishment of Zhou for her treachery against the heir was too lenient. She audaciously conspired with outsiders while in the cold palace and attempted to provoke Yu Xiu into action. Fortunately, I had anticipated this. The two eunuchs who simultaneously accepted bribes were my own men, sent to monitor them. Otherwise, who would dare to brazenly linger at the cold palace entrance, gossiping about palace affairs? Upon the arrival of the seventh princess with the two, I knew they were up to no good. My previous hesitance to act stemmed from concerns for the first prince, but times have changed. Recalling the good news the imperial physician had shared with me recently, I had made my decision. I still harbored affection for the first prince, as he is my firstborn. However, he is somewhat impressionable. Should he ascend the throne, I fear what the Zhou family's relatives might whisper to him, potentially inciting him against his siblings. Contemplating that good news, a smile involuntarily graced the emperor's face. Zhou's transgressions are unforgivable. However, given she is the biological mother of the first prince, openly dealing with her may alienate him from me. Fortunately, This noblewoman is willing to alleviate my burdens, and I shall send her to deal with Zhou. What purpose does this serve? Naturally, it is to expose Zhou. This is a term I learned from my daughter. I am not concerned about the three present disclosing this matter. They are individuals I trust implicitly. Though I am inherently suspicious, I do not suspect everyone, otherwise life would be unbearable. Oh, this is quite the conundrum. Noblewoman Duan and Zhou are to be exchanged, and perhaps I ought to thank her inwardly. Accompanying the emperor is akin to walking with a tiger, General Yi. You should pay heed. Yet upon turning, she caught sight of Yi Xian gazing at the emperor with admiration. Truly, he is remarkable. This tactic of diverting blame is one I have learned. Is this how one diverts blame? And do not attempt to learn everything. The emperor felt as though he might be deafened by his daughter's outburst. He hastily rectified himself, saying, Noblewoman Duan is deeply saddened by her childless loss and wishes to leave the palace. Noticing her distress, I offered her a bargain. She would eliminate Zhou for me, and I would allow her to exit the palace. It merely involves manipulating the corpse to feign death and smuggling it out of the palace. I do feel a sense of indebtedness towards noblewoman Duan. Although she had wandered outside on hearsay during her pregnancy, which was her own folly, I do not endorse the notion of victim blaming. Thus, I ultimately sent her to the picturesque Yangzhou, providing her with some wealth for her recuperation. There, she has her maternal family. And although the county magistrate and his wife are of low rank, they are kind-hearted and will likely take good care of their daughter. She has exited the palace. That is quite favorable. Shen Wenyu had previously seen the pallid noblewoman, whose expression resembled that of someone who had lost their anchor, making her feel that the palace was excessively oppressive. Perhaps leaving the palace would be a better conclusion for her, especially since she had personally vanquished her enemy. Never mind. I shall no longer call you a great pig's foot. You have now been promoted to a great pig's leg. The emperor chuckled. He was somewhat speechless at his daughter's penchant for bestowing various nicknames upon him. However, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt towards this daughter. In truth, this sentiment was not recent. It had persisted ever since he learned of events from a past life. But now, this feeling was intensified, akin to the anxiety of parents awaiting the reaction of their firstborn upon the arrival of a second child. The emperor harbored concerns that Yu might not accept this younger brother, even though the being currently nestled in Huifei's womb was merely a small embryo. The imperial physician had successfully discerned the gender. Do not inquire further, for it is a fictional narrative. Though he intended for this younger brother to serve Yu dutifully, should any of her brothers ascend to the throne, she would have to appease them, a privilege he himself had never enjoyed. What audacity they possess. At this moment, the emperor had entirely forgotten that he had previously aimed to cultivate a bond between his children. This younger brother would be different. From a young age, he would instill the belief that the sister is paramount, compelling him to labor diligently for her. He could not fathom how, with such upbringing, he could possibly raise a rebellious child. The others, unaware of the emperor's internal calculations, were taken aback by the implications revealed in his words. There were only 3 princes in total. If the emperor's intention was to publicly abandon the first prince as the heir, it seemed the throne would ultimately fall to the second or third prince. Yi Xian began to recall the appearances of the second and third princes, a chill running down his spine. May the emperor live long. He feared that he might not remain in office for many years before the kingdom met its demise. Chapter 108. Preparing to lead the palace attendants to seize the Yangxin Palace. Su Xuanfu was seized with a desire to flee. Plagued by doubts that perhaps the emperor had grown weary of him lately and had deliberately uttered such words to bring about his downfall. Was it fitting for a mere eunuch to hear such things? It was utterly dehumanizing. In stark contrast, Shen Wenyu remained remarkably composed, for she was aware of the unfolding narrative and understood that her brother had never truly wished to ascend the throne. Otherwise, he would not have scurried off to the royal residence merely to purchase a trivial item, only to meet a baffling demise. At this moment, his sorrow was likely confined to the death of Zhou Huining. To be candid, while Shen Wenyu harbored a genuine affection for her brother and hoped for his continued well-being, she wholeheartedly supported their father's decision, for the atmosphere within the palace was undeniably favorable, free from intrigue, and filled with a sense of tranquility. Was it not preferable to simply coexist rather than engage in a relentless struggle for survival? Moreover, the woman in question had blood on her hands. In the original narrative, she was hardly a compliant character. If one were to pity her, what of those innocent lives lost before birth, or the grief-stricken mothers left behind? Not everyone could escape like noble consort Duan, feigning death to evade peril. Thus, despite knowing her brother would be saddened by the passing of their mother, Shen Wenyu felt no stirrings of emotion within her. After all, their father would not remain childless for long, would he? Reflecting on the years in which the harem had borne no offspring, she felt an inexplicable concern regarding her father's capabilities. In her view, it would be far better for her mother to give birth to a younger brother who could inherit the throne. As she spent more time learning from Fu Mingyue, she increasingly realized that ruling as an emperor was indeed a formidable undertaking, explaining her father's daily retreats to Yonghe Palace as if seeking refuge. Indeed, gazing upon those ancient texts felt akin to confronting the apocalypse. Furthermore, in her modern life, she had not been particularly close to her parents, who were preoccupied with their research, leaving little room for familial bonding. Now, finding herself within this narrative, the frequency of encounters with the parents of this body felt remarkably high. Thus, the prospect of another child stirred little sentiment within her, merely another mouth to feed in Yonghe Palace. As for nurturing a child, that was an impossibility, for in the palace, infants were immediately surrounded by wet nurses and a cadre of attendants. Shen Wenyu, as a princess, already had nearly 10 individuals attending to her. Naturally, her future brother, as a prince, would not have fewer. With so many servants at their disposal, her presence was hardly essential, as long as the newborn had caretakers to accompany them. However, the thought of having a younger sister caused Shen Wenyu to ponder. If my mother were to bear a sister, she must resemble our mother, and ideally be as obedient as seventh sister, so I could indulge in a nurturing version of Miracle Nikki. The emperor raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the mention of Miracle Nikki, gradually realizing that this child occasionally conjured words he was entirely unfamiliar with. Was this perhaps a new lexicon emerging in the great Xia years hence? Yet it could not be that he comprehended nothing at all. Why is it that our father stays overnight with our mother, yet fails to produce another child? Whose issue could this possibly be? Should we summon the Imperial physician? Alas, our father is nearing 40. He must accept his advancing age and stop overexerting himself. The emperor mused, should I express my gratitude to you? He found himself questioning whether he had misread the situation. The child did not seem averse to the idea of siblings. Rather, she appeared eager for more little ones to entertain her, provided they were well-behaved and charming. The emperor felt confident in his and consort Hui's appearances. As long as the offspring did not inherit any unpleasant traits, they would likely turn out well. As for obedience, he adopted the demeanor of a feudal patriarch. Prepared to discipline an unruly son with physical reprimands, one punishment would suffice, but if that failed, he had many sons to spare, did he not? However, he had no intention of revealing to Shen Wenyu that her mother was with child just yet, preferring to discuss it with consort Hui first. If there had been any noticeable changes in their interactions, it was that he had begun to inquire about her opinions beforehand. This newfound respect in dealings with his consorts was quite rare for the emperor, who typically ruled with an iron fist, only occasionally accepting counsel from those he esteemed. The same could be said for his concubines, but perhaps due to the bond they shared through Shen Wenyu, and because consort Hui had her own views on child-rearing, having previously admonished him when she was merely a noble consort not to indiscriminately feed the child. Now that she had attained the status of consort, her opinions were even more pronounced. Thus, while her nature was gentle, the emperor had recently taken to consulting her, especially concerning matters affecting the relationship between their two children, which he regarded with considerable importance. Although he himself viewed his half-brother, the prince of constant affection, with disdain, longing to banish him to the frontier and never see him again, or at the very least, wishing him to be deceived by a woman and subsequently reprimanded by the Empress Dowager, he, as a father, did not desire his children to endure the same tumultuous sibling rivalry he had experienced. Ah, children are indeed a burden. Your father wishes to discuss some matters with your brother Yi shortly. Would you please return for now, Yuer? Shen Wenyu had no objections. However, after a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly interjected, Your Majesty, might it be better to allow the sixth princess to stay? His implication was clear. After all, she would need to listen to the discussions in due course. The emperor found himself momentarily lost in his minister's line of reasoning. What was he implying? Why would Yuer need to listen? What business did a child have in attending discussions of military affairs, as if preparing to lead the palace servants to seize the Yangxin palace? Little did he know, Yi Xian held a deep admiration for him, having dismantled the maternal family of the first prince to pave the way for the sixth princess. Unaware of consort Hui's pregnancy, he reflected on the two remaining sons who had proven incompetent, particularly the second prince, who had recently taken up football only to struggle to make contact with the ball. He instinctively shifted his gaze toward Shen Wenyu, the princess greatly favored by the emperor, contemplating whether the emperor's earlier suggestion to protect the princess was, in fact, a means of supporting her ascent to the throne. Although there had never been a precedent for a female emperor as the most loyal subject of the emperor, Yi Xian hesitated only briefly before concluding that since it was the emperor's decision, it must surely be correct.